All right, all right, all right. Getting the live open, y'all. I think the YouTube stream's already up and running. Yep, YouTube's open. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. It's Friday night. Good to see you, Nurse. Good to see you, Jezebel. Dexter, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. All right, I think we're gonna have Hanji here any second now. I think Hanji's in. Let me get my guest request box open. Wherever it went to. Here we go. There it is. It's not the guest request box that they provide you on TikTok Studio is not great the way it functions. Welcome in, Hanji.
Hey, Justin.
I think the audio is working properly, right?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Perfect. I'm going to get the backup account logged in. We'll get that going. Thank you so much for the cranes. I appreciate
So
that,
much for
chat.
me being a top. And also Dexter sent out 5 subbies.
Dexter W already. Thank you for the 5 subbies. W Dexter. W Chet for all the cranes. Chet just sent out like 5 cranes.
Ooh, damn, Chet, make it rain.
Big W, Chet. Big W. All right, I'm going to get the backup logged in. All right, that request is sent.
So as you see, guys, he likes to be a powerhouse. He always has to be on top, apparently.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Jay Steele, welcome in. Good to see you. All right. Amber, welcome in. Mars, good to see you. All right, we're just waiting for the first guest to filter in. Donut, good to see you. I think we got YouTube up and running. It says there are 3 viewers, so YouTube's up. Everything should be working good to go. While we're waiting on our first guest, special announcement. Those of you who have been around in our deconstruction community long enough already know Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe hasn't really made a public fuss about it, but she's in need of our help. I set up a GoFundMe page for Dr. Joe. I'll share it here. I also have a video that I just put in my profile if you need the information on how to get there. But our friend Dr. Joe was in the devastation of the hurricane that went through, if you remember, not that long ago. Well, her house was badly damaged, and her insurance company, because insurance companies are evil, denied every single claim. She's got a very badly damaged house right now. It's not safe. I've seen the pictures of it. She needs help. So we got a GoFundMe page for Dr. Joe. Those of you who've been around, you already know her. You already love her. She's a great friend of our community. She offers services and her help all the time for free. So if you have a couple dollars, if you have anything to spare, go to Dr. Joe's profile or to the verse video in my profile and find the GoFundMe page, or on her profile. She's got Venmo, got PayPal linked, all that stuff. I'll see if I can get a link or something on the screen, a sticker maybe on the screen up here. I'm still learning how to work this software, but in my profile, the video I just published a couple minutes ago will have the link and everything to the GoFundMe page. All right, so the live is open. Oh, I see. Thank you so much, LPMD, for the $10 super chat on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Also, Elliot on YouTube says that Beryl was pretty devastating. Yeah, it was. And I'm up in the north, so like it's easy for these things to be out of my mind because hurricanes, they don't really impact us here where I live. But if you live in the South, where Dr. Joe lives, there is a lot of devastation. And unfortunately, she was caught up in it. So this is the time that we can shine as a deconstruction community to come around our members and really help each other out. Yeah. You're in the South too, Jeep Girl. I think you mentioned that before on one of Dave's lives. But I forget where. It's hard to remember where everybody's from. We've got so many people now in this community. It just keeps growing and growing, which is fantastic. I love it. We already got the trolls on YouTube. The proof that God is real is that I have these kinds of lives. Not at all, because as it turns out, people in other locations are having lives saying that the Muslim God is not real. So by virtue of that argument, you would also have to say that the Muslim God is real. And I assume that's not something you believe in. So you might want to rethink your logical process there.
I love how Jay still says Justin out here doing what Joel Osteen would never do.
That's right. Yeah, Joel Osteen will literally lock you out of his church if there's a hurricane. We're going to be doing the exact opposite. I think I saw skits in the house. We got a bunch of people in the house already, guys, but no guests. The guests are running; they're scared. So like and share this thing. Let's get it out into the algorithm. See if we can get some Christians in here. See if we can get some robust debate going on this Friday night. This is a pretty normal topic. Usually we don't have trouble getting people in on this topic. But you never know. Every night's different. Good to see you, Ethan.
Last night with Thinker, I stayed the whole night. I did get some sleep, I promise. But yeah, it got to the point to where it was too much that we just kept it like a friendly live. And honestly, it was beautiful hearing the stories. I don't know if you know this follower. I'm not going to use her new name because she is being stalked, but she went by Chai. And she was a Christian 2 weeks ago until she started hanging out with Thinker, and now she's on her path to deconstruction.
Fantastic. I mean, deconstruction, it's funny because the deconstruction process is really long, but I found the step into deconstruction happens fast. It only takes one thing that is undeniable before you start thinking to yourself, well, got to re-examine. Now, the re-examine process takes time, but the trigger, the thing that tells you it's time to re-examine, that happens pretty quick. You just need the right catalyst. And for different people, it's different catalysts. For me, it was reading the Bible. For some people, it's the death of a loved one. There's always a catalyst somewhere.
Exactly. I mean, you missed it too. I mean, half of the chat heard me and a fellow Greek male going at it in our native tongue. So I'm pretty sure they had fun with that. And
Yeah,
like,
I'm
oh,
sure.
she speaks Greek for real, for real. Yes, my babies.
She's from Greece. Welcome in, Benjamin. Ben, you with us?
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
No, I was a Muslim. I just wanted to give my intake on this community. I thank you so much. I am in the law enforcement business, but I just break on the side of the road just to be able to thank you guys, at least for a minute or so. I was a Muslim all my life. And something was not right to me. Being a Muslim, I had a lot of questions and answers, and growing up with an African parent in Europe, France, where the entire community is just into this whole Muslim business, brother, it wasn't easy.
No, it's definitely
So
hard.
as time, yeah, it wasn't easy. Like my mom, till today, she don't want to hear about anything. Oh, it's just this Islam business. But when you really sit down and have a thought to yourself, there are a lot of questions unanswered.
Yeah, well, and the typical, your typical church leader or mosque leader, I forget what they call them, imam,
Yeah.
like they don't want to answer those difficult questions. They're going to do their
No,
best to steer you away from it.
no, sometimes they even try to blackmail you, telling other people, this guy, I don't think he's okay. This guy got a problem. This guy, they will got a name calling for you and all that kind of crap. They may even make other friends to stay away from you because sometimes it's just simple question.
That's all it takes.
Simple question. Simple question. And I remember, I don't want to call the imam name, maybe he might be listening. The first time I asked him this question, he got super angry. It was just a question. So
Because he
that
knew he didn't
to
have the
him-
answer to it.
Yeah, but now he has to tell me where that's blasphemy. You know, this kind of a thing can get you killed in other country. Really.
Yeah, it
And
will.
then, yeah, so, and instead of making me scary, it kind of gave me the path to start to deconstruct. That is anger that day. It was a rainy day after the prayer. And I said, hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. And it wasn't like I was reading books or something. You know, this is just a thought that I just consider. And like, you know what? Let me ask this dude. And that day he was super angry. In fact, he wasn't wanting to have nothing to do with me anymore. You know, for every time when I say hi to him, I can see the way, you know, like the way he's responding things. I knew this guy, there's something that's not right. So
Right.
now I have to start. So from that day, I just started to deconstruct, and every day that goes by, as that time things start to get, not like today, everything is like, whoo, I'm done with it for so many years.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine.
Well, we're glad you're on the right side of that thing.
So this is all I wanted to say. I'm on the clock now, and I'm on a patrol. So thank you guys. You know, I will still keep on, but I will not be able to call anymore. So thank you, and I'll stay online. Thank you.
Keep on keeping on. Good to see you. W. Benjamin.
Thank you.
Big W
Hey,
for
well,
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
So we're still waiting for some Christians to get in the guest box. I hear them chirping in the comments with irrelevant, dumb talking points as usual. You're welcome to get in the box and try the talking points up here. While we're waiting for people to filter into the guest queue, we'll do another announcement now that we got some people in here. Those of us who already know and love Dr. Joe, I am asking for help. So Dr. Joe has been a valuable member of our community for some time, and she has helped a lot of people in this community, but she was in the path of that last Hurricane Beryl. So I've set up a GoFundMe page. There's a link to this page in the first video on my profile. Every dollar that you can help will help. Dr. Joe's, oh, she's in the room with us. Dr. Joe's profile is right there. If you click on her profile, she'll also have a link to her PayPal and I think a Venmo in her link tree. But Dr. Joe's insurance claims were denied, which is the issue here. So insurance companies, most of you already know, are straight evil. And despite the fact that her house was clearly damaged by this hurricane, I saw the pictures. The insurance companies said, we don't care that you pay us a monthly check to do insurance for you. We're not going to fix anything. So we're asking anyone that can help, $10 here, $5 there. Let's bring this community around to help Dr. Joe in this time, because this is the house is not safe. I've seen the pictures. It needs to be fixed, or she's going to need funds to take this thing to court to actually get the insurance company to pay out. It's not going to resolve itself on its own.
I just want to say something to the comment, was she atheist? It doesn't matter. She is your fellow human being.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Disgusting viewpoint.
It's ridiculous. Welcome in, Crystal.
Hello. I just wanted to ask about if there's like reliable eyewitnesses to Jesus' resurrection and his miracles and stuff.
Not that I'm aware of. The only eyewitnesses that you could classify would be the claimed within the Bible. That's it. There's no eyewitnesses outside of the Bible.
Guys, don't bother tagging them. I blocked them because they want to say it matters. Well, guess what? Your voice doesn't matter here. Fuck off. Continue.
Well, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you for bringing me up. I'm going to leave now.
Yeah, good to see you, Crystal. Crystal comes up every once in a while to ask some questions. She's always very nice. I think she's in the process of deconstructing. I'm not really sure. Or she's just looking for sound clips to post of me. I have no idea. But she's always very nice. Welcome in, Charlie.
Hello. I was kind of curious on what your thought was about the universe, whether it's eternal.
Yeah, my opinion is that the universe is eternal. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was just kind of curious why you believe that. Just because, like, the law of thermodynamics, for example, states that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. And this means that there is a specific quantity of energy in the universe, and it cannot increase.
Which law do you think you're referring to?
The law of thermodynamics.
There's more than one.
Maybe law of entropy, I believe.
I think you're mixing up your laws. I think what you're referencing is the conservation of energy and or the conservation of matter. And those two laws specifically refer to the fact that matter cannot, in fact, disappear. You cannot break down matter to the point where the matter doesn't exist. It'll always break down or decay into some other fundamental particle, even to the point where it'll break down or decay into an antiparticle. So
I have an important announcement to make. Crystal has deconstructed from the faith. Let's go ahead and get the win Crystal in chat and push her to her best new version as she finds herself and her truth and her meaning. Well done, Crystal. We are so proud of you.
big W for Crystal.
I just have a question. What is like? Why do you guys celebrate that? If it's not like if people have religion and they use it to have hope and it gives them hope and purpose, then why are you guys like excited when people deconstruct from Christianity?
Because there's hope and purpose outside of religion, and we think that most religions are net negative on society, not a net positive.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys are all about like inclusion and stuff like that. So, if Christianity is truly bringing someone hope and like a feeling of fulfillment, then why would you want them to kind of take that away from them? You know?
Because overall, Christianity has been a net negative for society. It's the cause of wars and hatred and strife and families being split apart. It has been holding back science for millennia. We have no need for it anymore. It's run its course. It's over.
Okay, that's just an interesting. I just don't know if I agree with that, but
Yeah, but
Okay.
is it better for people to believe what's true, or is it better for people to believe what makes them feel good in their tum-tum?
I mean, I think it's a combination of both, and I think that Christianity offers both because the main reason why I think people believe in Christianity is the fact that we live in such a complex world, and for just people to say that this is by chance is honestly taking their own kind of faith because
I don't think so.
you don't think so?
No. Everything we know about the world is consistent with atheism.
I don't think that's true at all.
What's
there's
not?
no way to scientifically prove that for sure that the world is eternal or the world just came out of nowhere through a Big Bang. So do you believe that? Okay, so you believe that the world is eternal and didn't
Yeah.
come from a Big Bang?
Yeah, the world is eternal, and we've got a couple logical proofs for that. Would you like to hear them?
I'm just curious on what you think about the law of entropy.
Oh,
That says that energy.
The law of entropy is one of my favorite laws. In fact, I've got a diagram. Let me get my diagram because it turns out that Christians really don't know what entropy means. So I put together a diagram for Christians. I don't even know if I have it on this computer, but I'm going to find it real quick. If I don't, I'll send it from my phone to my computer so that I've got it. I think I do got it though. Let me see. I do. Fantastic. I'm gonna put this on the screen real quick.
Not the fan, Frederick. Or the sound machine, whatever it's on.
All right. There we go. That's what I call entropy for Christians. So Christians don't really know what entropy is. So I put together a little thing that'll help. So entropy in thermodynamics is not saying that any given amount of items will just find itself in more and more disarray. When we talk about disorder, we are not talking about just a collection of random items. We're talking about how molecules form inside of different states of matter. So, for example, in a solid, what you'll find is that all of the molecules and atoms are tightly aligned in an organized pattern, and they're bonded to each other. As it heats up, those bonds begin to break, and then as it heats up even more, the bonds not only break, but you've typically got an array of movement between the individual particles. And this is what we mean by disorder. The individual molecules in any given closed system will have a certain amount of energy, and that energy is described as disorder. It's not saying that you can't form order out of disorder, and I got a perfect example for that. I've got a bottle right here full of beads. And just through natural processes, these beads literally sort themselves. For people on YouTube that can't see it because the comments are blocking it. So the fact of the matter is when people use entropy, they don't really know what they're talking about. I am an engineer. I had to learn about thermodynamics. When we talk about disorder, we're not saying that a random collection of things will never find order. We're just saying that the individual molecules in any given item, those individual molecules will have different states of bonding. That makes sense?
But I think that every time the energy transfers, like the beads from one to another, little energy is lost into a form that is no longer usable. So
No,
to
that's not
say
true.
that, do you think that all the energy is transferred, or you don't think that any
Energy
is no longer usable?
Energy is always transferred. Now, some of it's retained in the original piece of matter, and some of it is transferred. And that's where equilibrium is important in thermodynamics. Because if you've got 10 items in a closed system, and one item is really hot, thank you for the glasses, Stephen. If one item in that closed system is really hot and the other 9 items are cool, then the heat from that hot item will go to the item that's not as hot. And so heat always transfers to the cooler object, which is why in thermodynamics they say that you will always go towards a state of entropy. Well, that's true until you've reached equilibrium. Once you've reached heat equilibrium, the transfer will cease. And that's what people forget. So once the heat is now evenly distributed within a closed system, the transfer stops.
So I think you just answered this question. So you don't think that every time energy transfers from one form to another, there is no energy that is lost or is no longer usable? You think that all energy is going to transfer?
All energy will always be present. The question is how much of that energy goes from object A to object B. So when we talk, for example, I'm an electrical engineer. An electrical engineer, when we have resistors in a circuit, part of the energy loss through a resistor is just dissipated in heat. Some of the energy, because they're not 100% efficient, will be lost through a resistor, but that energy doesn't disappear. It just gets transferred into heat, and then that heat goes into our environment, into our atmosphere, and then it gets transferred elsewhere. So the energy doesn't go into non-existence.
Yeah, but that energy can no longer be usable, even if it transfers to something else.
Incorrect. All energy is always usable. Because as soon as that energy is dissipated through the resistor and becomes heat in the room, it's now heating up that room. As it heats up the molecules in my room, the molecules in my room are taking on the energy from that heat. And then once it's done dissipating its energy, it'll reach equilibrium within the given space that it's in. So there's no such thing as energy disappearing. The energy doesn't just go into the void and never come back. It always goes somewhere.
Okay, and do you believe that, like some scientists believe that we will eventually lead to heat death of the universe? Do you believe that or no?
Well, I believe in the elastic universe theory or the Big Bang and Big Crunch, but I do believe we're going to get to a point where all of the celestial objects in the universe will become so far apart from each other that heat transfer won't necessarily be as possible. So all the objects in the universe will eventually cool off because the sources of heat will no longer be close enough to transfer that heat effectively. But if the Big Bang, Big Crunch theory proves true, eventually gravity will pull everything back into itself, and that heat will be redistributed as it's pulled into itself. So the universe essentially would be in a cycle of Big Bangs and Big Crunches over, trillions of years.
But the thing is, that really doesn't matter if the universe is eternal, because eternal means that, like, I don't know how to put this. It's just hard to put it in words. So if the universe is eternal, that would mean that what you described has already happened. It's not like it's going to happen
Yep.
further down the road because it's eternal.
Yep, it's happened trillions of times, and it'll happen a trillion more times. Yep.
And how do you know that?
Because we have no science that would point otherwise. We know that time can't be created. We know that space can't be created. They are necessarily eternal. Do you want the logical syllogism for that?
No, I think I kind of have a sense of how that works. So if I'm just not sure. So if the universe you believe is eternal, then that means that nothing created it. So the universe, in a sense, is like what is it considered? Like a being?
No.
Just nothing.
Just the universe is what it is. It's matter, space, and time.
And you don't believe in like any kind of afterlife or anything like that either?
No. It'd be great if there was, but I see no evidence for it. If there was an afterlife, I'm very reluctant to believe that afterlife would include a deity that's just randomly casting people in hell for using their logical thinking powers to deduce that he's not there.
Yeah, I kind of struggle with that idea as well, but I mean, everyone I think has the chance to accept him. So I think that, I mean, even like in law, we see that people go to jail for the rest of their life off of their own choices. So
Have you accepted the salvation offered through the Holy Tooth Fairy?
No, I have not.
Why not?
Because I don't believe that.
There you go.
First of all,
you don't believe in the Tooth Fairy, and I don't believe in God, so why would I accept his theoretical salvation if I don't think he exists?
Because I believe that even if the evidence that you choose, or not you choose not to believe, but
No, you don't choose
presented-
what you believe. That's a red herring. You're either convinced by evidence or you're not. You don't get to choose it.
No, that's not
Did
what I
you
meant.
did you choose to not believe in the Tooth Fairy, or did you just come to the realization one day that the Tooth Fairy couldn't exist?
I definitely think that you can choose to not believe in things.
Okay, when did you choose to not believe in the Tooth Fairy?
When I realized that,
Thank you, Goblin, for the cranes. W Goblin, big W Goblin.
when I realized that there was no evidence to support.
Goblin just crushed the goal. I think. Holy smokes!
Wait, hold on. Let me see.
Hey, you're almost there.
Thank you so much, Goblin. Big W Goblin, making it rain paper cranes.
No, it's done. Did you take it?
Hold on. So, what was the question again?
I don't know anymore.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry, I had to.
Oh yeah, I was asking you when you decided that you don't believe in the Tooth Fairy, because I'd be willing to bet money that you never decided to not believe in the Tooth Fairy. It just stopped making sense one day, and then you stopped believing. Thank you, Goblin, so much for all those cranes. I think they're still pouring in. Thank you so much.
Time for a new goal, darling. You just hit it. Shout out to Goblin, Win Goblin in chat, helping us hit the goal. Oh shit! Thank you, Joshua. Happy Friday.
Thank you so
and
much,
Tiny
Steven.
Tiny. Rar.
Nobody
So
has
I
a
think-
tiny, tiny roar quite as good as yours.
When I stopped believing in the Tooth Fairy, when I realized that, first of all, there's really hardly any evidence to support it, and at least the
Right.
Bible is not like an accurate source if you don't even believe to God. I think it is an accurate source if you do believe in the Bible, but
Oh, I
if you
don't
don't
think it
believe in the
is.
Bible to begin with, and I think that, and also I think that Christianity,
What would be
a lot of it,
What would be the reason why I would trust the Bible?
for me, the reason why I believe the Bible is I believe that the creation that we live in implies that there's a creator, and then if I believe that there's a creator, I'm going to choose one to believe in. And
But why the
Christianity-
Bible?
Why the Bible is because I believe that when I accepted Jesus into my heart, he just provides me with the most hope and satisfaction, and I feel like, and then the Bible just kind of secures that. So
It sounds
two-
to me like
two-
it's just all you know. How do you know that Buddha wasn't the one true prophet and that you should be Buddhist?
because I don't believe in the teachings of Buddha,
But why?
because it doesn't seem morally sound. I don't know.
Which teaching don't you like?
I think that there's a teaching where he would like get with girls or something, like
Nope.
girls or something like that. Is that not?
Buddha explicitly
Nope.
practiced self-denial.
Okay, then I must be thinking of maybe Islam.
Yeah, well, Islam's a different story. Yeah, so
Yeah.
my guess is you're comfortable with Christianity because it's what you grew up with, it's what you know.
Yeah, and honestly, for
Thank
me,
you, Cyber, for all the confetti. Big W, Cyber, making the confetti rain. Party like it's 1999.
Good
If I'm
year,
wrong-
but you did hit your goal, so it's time to set
Damn,
yet
that fast?
another one.
Geez,
Yes.
Friday night's going crazy. We're off the chain already. We don't even have our full crowd in here yet. Sorry, Charlie.
It's okay. If I'm wrong at the end of the day, though, I really lose
Pascal
nothing.
wager incoming.
So, but that's honestly like my logical reasoning.
But
It's kinda like-
is it a good logical reasoning? Because what if your thought process here makes a really bad dichotomy? It assumes a synth. Thank you so much for the galaxy. W synth, big W synth for the galaxy. That's dope. So
Synth and Cyber.
oh,
The
it's
both of
Cyber.
them
Oh,
win.
absolutely.
Cyber's still going.
Cyber's
my
still
God, I'm
popping
excited
off.
to set 20 subbies.
W
Win
Cyber with 20
Cyber.
subbies. Big old W. Cyber making subbies go crazy. Big
I'll
W
ask you this
Cyber.
question. So if you're wrong.
Your
then-
setup
hold
is
on,
a
I
false
wanna-
dichotomy, my man, because your assumption assumes that there's only two options. The first option is Christianity is right or wrong. Second option is that atheism is right or wrong. But there's
No,
100
that's-
options between atheism and Christianity. It could be that Buddhism's right. It could be that Muhammad was right and you're going to the Muslim hell. Thank you so much, Cyber, for all the hats.
Yeah,
W Cyber.
When I know that, that's something I think about. Not often, but sometimes I would think what if I'm choosing the wrong religion or not religion at all? But the thing I'm asking you is, for atheism at least, like I don't understand the point of not believing in any religion, that especially when the offers an
Thank you,
afterlife or
Cyber.
something like that. Because if you believe in nothing,
Artaxerxes with 20 subbies. W Artaxerxes sending out 20 subs. Big W
I
Artaxerxes.
never thought I'd say this,
Great
but
name.
yes, win Antixerxes.
I know the Greeks not fan of Artaxerxes. They're not liking that. But listen. We're good people in the deconstruction community. We can put our ancestral differences aside. Thank you so much, Goblin, for all the hats.
Yeah, but my
Charlie, what do I
question-
gain from atheism? Is that the question?
no, my question is, so I'm saying that Christianity could be wrong.
Yes.
And I'm saying that all the other
Win
religions,
Goblin for the 20 subbies. I'm sorry, we are popping off tonight.
Subbies
Win,
popping
guys.
off tonight. Big ol' win, Goblin. Big ol' win.
So I'm saying that Christianity could be wrong. The other religions could be right. But I'm choosing to believe in something, okay?
Sure.
Knowing that I could be wrong. But if you're an atheist, and knowing
Thank you
that
for the money gun as a lot. I'm listening,
that
I
you-
promise.
Okay. Knowing that you could be wrong, there's just nothing to back yourself up on. Like
What do you mean?
nothing. Like if you're okay. So if you think you're right and I think I'm right, but if I'm wrong, I just die and nothing happens.
Yep.
Or if I'm wrong, I go to the Muslim hell.
Mhm.
But if you're wrong and you have nothing that even like some religion to end up in heaven,
So,
you're just only either dying or going to hell or a potential hell. So like why would you choose that one?
well, how do you know which religion to pick? See, you're
Because there's no religion that I've ever heard of that you just believe in nothing and end up in a good afterlife.
in almost every religion except for Christianity that has an afterlife. It's based on merit, not based on whether or not you were convinced of a claim. So, I would
that's actually one of the
pick. Thank
reasons
you,
why I
Links,
like
for all the
Christianity
confetti.
as well.
W Links. So I would pick
That's one-
almost any religion over Christianity because Christianity is the only religion that says you can be a literal shitler and then as long as you repent, you'll end up in heaven. All the other religions
Would
say
you like
no.
to use me as an example? Also, tiny, tiny. Rar.
I'm saying all the other religions, if you're a good person, you're going to reap the rewards of being a good person. Christianity is the only religion where it doesn't matter if you're good, it doesn't matter if you're bad. Your reward in the afterlife is only based on whether or not you are convinced of a claim.
And that in itself, to me, is the definition of forgiveness. Because
It's not forgiveness for me.
It is forgiveness, because you could be anyone. You could be literally anyone, do anything, and God will forgive you and offer you eternity.
Not me. I don't believe he exists. Remember? It doesn't matter if I'm good or bad. If I don't believe that this deity exists in your worldview, I'm going to hell. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Chet, for all the confettis. W, Mac, and Chet. Big W, Mac.
Do you think you need to be forgiven?
Nope. If I have hurt somebody in my life, I will ask them for forgiveness. I won't go run to a God and abscond from my actual responsibilities.
So if you don't ask that person for forgiveness, then you just kind of dwell in that.
Yes. If you've hurt somebody and you do not ask for forgiveness from that actual person, you're shirking your responsibilities.
So everyone you've ever hurt, you've asked for forgiveness?
I don't know if that's true.
So then you would need to ask for forgiveness then.
I mean, as it turned out, I'm not keeping a logbook.
Yeah, so that's my point. If in the world we live in, we're always going to feel this sense of like almost pain inside because we're not perfect people and we need a savior to
I don't
have
think
our
so.
sins forgiven.
Why do we need a savior?
You just proved my point.
I actually
You said-
didn't. What do we need a savior for? What's he good for? What can he do?
A savior can forgive us of our sins and offer us eternity.
Is God capable of doing that without Jesus? Because he was doing it for thousands of years before Jesus.
But everyone was looking towards the cross, and now we look back to the cross.
That wasn't my question. Why does God need Jesus to forgive anybody? Because he was doing it for thousands of years before Jesus. Thank you, Nurse, for the couch potato.
Oh, thank you. So cute. Oh, I owe them a tiny, 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 tiny. Rar.
Joyful in the house. W Joyful. Thank you for the confetti.
And you just
W Mac as
achieved
well.
your goal once again.
Guys are smashing these goals. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Charlie, I'm trying to figure out what I need Jesus to die for, because even in the Bible, God was perfectly capable of forgiving sins. Even Jesus, before he died, was forgiving people's sins. As far as I can tell, all you got to do is ask. Thank you, Rainforest.
Thank you, Rain.
So I don't see why Jesus needed to die. It seems incredibly arbitrary.
I think Jesus needed to die for a symbol that...
A symbol? That God is a monster?
No, that God is so powerful that he sent his son down, and that he almost like predicted it, that Jesus would come.
He didn't predict it. There's not a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, not even one, which is the other problem. The biblical story is just straight up a lie.
You really don't think that there's any that he predicted?
Zero. And I know that for a fact.
Oh shoot, I just looked it up. So then, like, I don't know a ton of prophecies off the top of my head, but there is a couple, or at least one that I know, that says exactly where the town that Jesus would be born in.
Micah 5:2, Bethlehem. You want to read it with me?
Sure.
We'll pull it up.
What do you say was Micah 5:2?
Mm-hmm. We'll get it up on the screen here.
Oh, yeah, on the screen.
But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. Now, this is clearly talking about a king, someone who's going to rule in Israel. In Israel, the actual people group, the country, which Jesus never did.
That must not be the verse I'm talking about, because it specifically mentioned Bethlehem.
This is the only one. And thank you for the hat, Mac, and the hearts. If you go to Matthew, Matthew cites this passage as the prophecy saying that the Messiah would come from Bethlehem. In fact, he says it because it says the new king. Because remember, Herod had his panties in a wad because he thought a new king was born, according to the story. But as it turns out, Jesus was never a king.
Can you just give me like 15 seconds real quick so I can go check something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of screens, guys, let's go ahead and keep tapping this screen. Be sure to share out the live. We have 76 shares. Let's bump up those numbers. I see 540 beautiful souls in here. So let's go ahead and get this number up to 150K. We are in the first hour of the live stream. We will be going until Justin decides he has had enough of the Malachias. So in the meantime, keep showing your love, your support. Thank you all so much for the subbies, for the gifts. We wouldn't be able
Mac.
to make this possible if it wasn't for you guys. We love and appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Mac, thank you for all the hats. Big W, Mac. Thank you so much. While we're waiting, oh, Charlie, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Sure.
So I watched a video that I think my uncle had showed me, and his name is Chuck Missler. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of him.
Yeah, I know Chuck Missler.
Or Missler. I don't know how to pronounce his name. So I'm trying to see the verses that he mentions. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find specific ones because he mentions like a ton of them. But the video is called Cosmic Codes Part 1.
Yeah.
Chuck, have you watched it before?
No, but I'm pretty familiar with Chuck Missler's teachings. He's not a biblical scholar. He doesn't have an education in the Bible. He shouldn't be taken seriously.
I mean, he's just reading scripture and then he uses physics to, not even physics, just mathematics to show the chances of what the predictions were. Like he'll do like 2.88.
But the predictions didn't come true. Mac, thank you for the hats. W Mac, thank you so much. The predictions didn't come true. I know because I've read all of them.
Well, according to the Bible, they did. And
they
according
didn't.
to...
Show me one. Thank you so much, Mac, for the hats. Thank you for the ice cream gander. Find me one prediction about Jesus that he fulfilled that was in the Old Testament.
Okay.
And for a new goal, darling.
Dan, you guys are crushing these goals tonight. Mac going crazy. Cyber Goblin going crazy. We sent out like 100 subbies already. Thank you so much for that, sending out all the subbies, guys. We are popping off.
Instead of club going up on a Tuesday, club going up on a Friday. Let's do it.
I did set up earlier today when I got home from work a soundboard. Let me test it real quick while he's looking for the verse. Guys, let me know if you can hear this sound, okay?
Oh my gosh, no, you did not. You should have used my voice. I do it better.
Soundboard works, y'all. It should be working on YouTube as well. Guys on YouTube, let me know. Let me know if you can hear the sound effects.
Okay, this is... I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know if this is the right video. This is talking about cosmic codes. I watched it like a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was literally just referring directly to scriptures, giving verses, and then...
I'm sure he was. And Harold Camping refers to scripture all the time when he makes his end of the world predictions that never come true. So just because someone read the Bible and quoted it a lot doesn't mean they actually understand what they're quoting.
Yeah, that is true.
These types of people that don't have an actual education in the Bible and they try to trick you into believing these nonsense things like there are codes in the Bible, ask someone with an actual degree in biblical studies and they'll just give you an explanation. They'll give you the same explanation I'm about to give you, especially on Bible codes. Joyful, thank you for the cranes, and Nurse, thank you for the hat. So Bible codes don't work, and here's the reason why. Because Bible codes assume that the Hebrew and the Greek text are actually stable. Usually it's something silly. They'll take like the first letter in a Hebrew word and then like they'll count like every 10 words and they'll take that first letter and then they'll like string them together and try to find something kind of hidden in the text, right? But that doesn't work because we don't know what was in the original manuscripts. And the manuscripts that we do actually have, none of them agree. So we would first have to know what was in the original manuscripts, and we'd have to get rid of all of our manuscripts that don't match the originals. But since none of our manuscripts match, and since we don't have any originals, it's quite literally impossible to know if there would have been a code hidden anywhere in the text.
Yeah, I see. Okay, I think I found some. So he would be born of a virgin is in Genesis 3:15.
That's no, that's a different one. You're thinking of Isaiah 7:14.
That also has it here mentioned. It says Genesis 3:15 and Isaiah
Well, Genesis
7:14.
3:15 is not a prophecy about anybody. It's a description of what's going to happen to the snake. We can address that next. So in Isaiah 7, this is the prophecy about the virgin. The context is very important. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, the king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but they could not conquer it. So the Judean king is under attack by his brothers in the north and their alliance with the Aramean kingdom. And he's afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. So God sends the prophet Isaiah to give him 3 different prophecies. The second of the 3 prophecies is the one that has the reference to the supposed virgin. But let's read it. The second prophecy starts in 10. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He will eat curds and honey, by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So it's very simple. King Ahaz is in trouble, and God sends a prophet and says, look, you wouldn't ask me for a sign, so I'm just going to give you a sign. And that sign is that there's a woman, and that young woman is already with child, and she's about to bear a son. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the 2 lands that you're afraid of, they're going to be deserted. And he tells you how it's going to happen if you keep reading. It's going to be by the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria is going to come down and wipe them out. And if you read the next chapter and you read the book of Kings, it's precisely what happens. So this prophecy, if it was fulfilled 725 years before Jesus. There's no way that this is about Jesus.
I see what you're saying. So, is did that happen like twice in the next 725 years?
Nope, only happened once. Because remember, look at what it says. Let me scroll up. It's specifically a message to King Ahaz. And God says through the prophet that he's going to give King Ahaz a sign. So this sign only makes sense if it's for King Ahaz, because God says it's going to be a sign for King Ahaz. To say that it's for anybody else would be silly. So
I think that I'm not sure if this one's on here, so I don't know the exact verse, but it's definitely mentioned in the Bible. Like the whole prophecy of there becoming a savior to like free Israel and give us I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, there's a lot of
he was gonna
prophecies about a king that'll free
send a
Israel.
savior. Yeah.
So, for example, my favorite, and I think my viewers might get tired of hearing me talking about it, but I'll never stop talking about it because it's my favorite prophecy in the Old Testament. Maybe one of my favorites. Jeremiah 33, I think, gives us the exact expectation of what the Messiah is supposed to do. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chad.
Big W, Chet. I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. Well, that's obviously the Messiah. It says, in those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem, the city, will live in security. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So This is a direct contradiction of the New Testament. It says there's always going to be a king on the throne, and there will always be Levitical priests in my presence in the temple giving offerings and sacrifices.
Let me see. Oh. I mean, he is always sitting on the throne.
Thank you, Chet. He never sat on King David's throne, not once.
He sits on the throne in heaven, though.
No, he doesn't.
Which is...
Prove it. Because I can say I'm sitting on the throne of heaven right now. That claim is a waste because the Bible doesn't say he's going to sit on a throne in heaven. He says he's going to sit on a throne and rescue Israel and rescue Judah and establish the throne of King David. It doesn't say he's going to float into the clouds and sit on an invisible throne and do nothing. If what your Savior has done is completely indistinguishable from dying and doing nothing, then all your Savior ever did was die and do nothing.
Well, he is going to free Israel.
But he hasn't.
There is a verse in the Bible, but he's going to.
Well, when he does, he can be the Messiah, but he's not.
And you still want to believe him. So why does it matter if he does free Israel or not?
Because that is the requirement of the Messiah. The Messiah must rescue Israel and Judah and bring them back from the ends of the earth. This is in every prophetic book about the Messiah. It's in Ezekiel, it's in Jeremiah, it's in Isaiah, it's in Zechariah.
Fulfilled before he comes back, the end times come.
Yeah, but if you're saying that he's going to fulfill it later, you're just admitting that he didn't fulfill it. And if he didn't fulfill it, then he's not the Messiah. If there was 100 prophecies about the Messiah and I fulfilled 5 of them, you're not going to be like, well, you're the Messiah because I'm sure you'll fulfill the other 99 later. It'd be ridiculous. But that's what you're asking people to believe about Jesus. Well, he didn't actually fulfill all these prophecies, but we believe he'll do it later. That's a useless claim. Don't tell me he's going to do it later if he hasn't done it.
Well, and there is a verse in the Bible, too, that after Jesus resurrected and came back to earth, he ascended and then he went to the right hand of God.
Thank you, Jezebel. Yeah, I'm sure it says that. That's the thing about the New Testament. It makes all kinds of claims that are completely untestable.
Can we just give them a win for the name? Jezebel's baby daddy. I love it. So messy.
I can't read the whole thing. I couldn't read the whole name. I just saw Jezebel and then a B, but W for Jezebel's baby daddy. That's a great name.
Oh, yeah?
Get an air horn for that. Do you understand my problem with these prophecies, Charlie? We've got a book full of prophecies, and I can't find one that he's actually fulfilled. And the ones that you think he might have fulfilled are incredibly circumstantial, like being born in Bethlehem. We have no way to prove he was ever born in Bethlehem, and it's a useless claim because hundreds of thousands of people were from Bethlehem, and they all died too. So if that's the only qualification he's done is he was born in Bethlehem and he died, then he's got about 100,000 other people to contend with.
Yeah, that's just the first one I saw. And also the verse that you pulled up, I'm not sure which one you read, but there is one verse that says, but you, Bethlehem, I don't know the other word. Yeah, Ephrathah. It says, though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come for me one who will be the ruler of Israel, whose origin are... that's not the one you read.
That was. Yeah, Micah 5:2. But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel. Let's talk about a literal king. That's why you've got a reference to Bethlehem and Ephrathah. These are the ancestors of King David. This is King David's royal lineage, which is why it says whose origins are from ancient days. So he's saying there's going to become a king who's of the same lineage as David.
So what is O Bethlehem of Ephrathah referring to?
Bethlehem is a city located in Judea. But this was named after an actual individual, and that individual came from a woman named Ephrath. And so there's actually a town named Ephrathah in the Bible as well. You can read about this in the book of Chronicles. So the reference to, thank you so much, Mac. Big W. Thank you so much for the cranes, Mac.
When, Mac? You have to make a new goal, honey.
Dan, you guys are literally popping off tonight. Literally popping off. Mac with a big old win with what looked to be about 400 cranes already.
Yes. And also, this is for the people because they keep asking me. Apparently, they like mine better.
Yours is better. Listen, record it and send it to me.
I got
And
you.
I will make sure it gets placed onto the soundboard. And then anyone who wants to hear Hanji's ooh woo, we can do it.
I can do that.
All right, so I'm terribly sorry. Where did we end off? Yeah, this is about a king, right? So unless Jesus was ever a king, there's no way he fulfilled his prophecy.
I mean, all the other ones that are on this thing aren't even like that good of prophecies.
I know, I've been through it. I've been through the list of 351 prophecies. One of my first lives ever, I went through and I debunked like the first 150 of them over the course of like a couple hours.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like a lot of scholars believe that even some of the prophecies are true. So I don't know how you don't believe even one of them is true.
Because I've actually studied with the scholars. I studied the Old Testament, though. That's why I know that the scholars don't believe these were fulfilled either. And if you talk to an honest New Testament professor, they'll tell you, well, it wasn't fulfilled in the original context. But if you believe that there's like a secondary layer of meaning where there's like these foreshadowings, then you can say he fulfilled these prophecies, because biblical scholars know the problem here, that he didn't literally fulfill any of these prophecies. There's not one direct prophecy fulfillment. You have to interpret every single prophecy as either a dual fulfillment or a partial fulfillment, or sometimes a combination of both.
Yeah, I just don't really know enough about it to kind of discuss prophecies. I have a lab at 6:15, so
Yeah, well,
I gotta get going.
Charlie, thanks for
Nice
being
talking
here,
to
man.
you.
You got a great personality. Stay in school, study hard, and we'll probably see you again.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you. Have a good day.
Cheers, man.
Be
Bye.
well, Charlie.
He was a good kid.
Poor kid. Sorry for all the announcements, but we were getting some flow.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely popping off there with the gifts. Thank you so much, guys. I want to also, again, bring awareness. We are raising funds for a very well-loved and admired member of our deconstruction community. The very first video in my profile has a link to this GoFundMe and to her profile. She recently got caught up in the hurricane. Her house is badly damaged. It is in desperate need of repair, and the insurance company has denied all of the claims because insurance companies are evil, doing the work of the devil if the devil existed. So please, if you have even $1 or $2 to pitch in, the very first video on my profile is a link to the GoFundMe page for Dr. Joe. She's also here in the chat. You'll probably see her. She has Venmo and PayPal linked in her bio. Please, if you don't like GoFundMe, you can just send her money directly over Venmo or PayPal or Cash App, whatever works for you. How you doing, Critical Thinking? Critical, are you there?
I could have sworn they were friendly.
Well, they're not there apparently.
Oh, that was great. Also, Jezebel's baby daddy, this is for you because you want to talk about simping, huh? Genki desu ka, senpai?
What do you mean? We're all like, bro, we're human. How do you not imagine God is not real? It's
Okay,
a
hold
whole
on.
life
First
is a
of all,
sky.
Christiana, how old are you?
I mean, it really don't matter, but y'all ask
It
them.
actually
It does. If you're not 18, you're not allowed to be here.
I can't preach about God.
Nope.
By Zeus.
Sorry, child. We don't talk to other people's children. We leave that up to Christian pastors. It's really made Jesus proud there, huh? All right, welcome in.
Those are his people.
You're up. Plato, you got a bit of an echo there.
Sorry about that.
It might be okay now. We'll see what happens. Anyways, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Do you think that the Christian God is demonstrable?
What does demonstrable mean, if you don't mind explaining to me?
It just means you can demonstrate or provide a rational argument for its existence.
I would say probably one of the more rational, I would say, arguments for the existence of God is, at least for me personally, at first, because I grew up in a very Catholic household, and I ended up going to like the whole Sunday school. I tried to get chrismated and through the Catholic Church. I didn't like it, and I left the faith for a really long time until I would say my junior year of biomedical engineering. And I sat down with one of my classmates, and he really started hammering on me because I would say for a while I would have considered myself an agnostic or more a relativist, and he kept on hammering on me about where like my morals and ethics come
Kayla,
from.
thank you for the $6.66. Kayla Ryan, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. W666. Hail Satan, he's the Lord. So are you still a Christian right now, my man?
Yes, sir.
Great. And what is the reason for that?
I would say it's I just I couldn't live up to my beliefs of relativism, because even when I was studying biomedical engineering, I was doing some volunteer work in my local fire department, and one of the questions my friend would ask me, he's like, if you're a materialist, because I believe the same thing now with where at least more relativism leads to, he's like, then why are you helping people? And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he said, if you just think this is it,
Chet,
why
thank
not?
you for the couch potato. Yeah, so you
why
think
not-
atheists can't have morals, is that it?
I'm not saying that atheists can't have morals. I'm just saying where it's just. I was an atheist, I would say, for like 6-7 years, and I couldn't really answer the question where my morals and ethics were coming from. And if anything,
Well, they don't
whenever
come from
I
the
did-
Bible. They can't come from the Bible unless you think slavery is okay. Do you think slavery is okay?
No, slavery is not okay.
But they're in the Bible, so you certainly can't appeal to Christianity as a source of morality.
Where in the Bible does it say that slavery is okay?
There's a bunch of passages, but I think the most convincing passages are in Leviticus. We'll read Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. I'll put it on the screen. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property.
Well, I would just say read the letter that Paul wrote to the letter of Philemon.
Yeah, I've read the
where
letter of Philemon. Did he say to free all of your slaves, or did he just say he wants you to give this slave to me so he can do my work?
Well, look at what he says where
I've seen it.
he's basically calling that slave owner, and he's saying that don't accept them back as your slave, but accept them back as a brother in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So I think right there, that's kind of...
Thank you,
that's
Mac, for
pointing
all the
towards
hand
direction,
hearts.
and,
Okay, so
where-
do you know that? Thank you so much, guys, for crushing that goal. Mac again, big W, Mac, with all the hand hearts.
Mac.
Big W. So Paul does directly address slavery within the church. You know this, right? You want to read it? So we're gonna see what Paul says about slavery, not just about slaves, but slave owners. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling, in singleness of heart, as you would obey Christ. And then look, in verse 9, he addresses the slave owners. He says, and masters, do the same to them. Stop threatening them, so on and so forth. So what Paul should have said if he was actually against slavery and he's writing to his people, he should have said, and slave owners, don't own slaves anymore, free them. But he didn't say that. The only slave Paul ever advocated for freeing was a slave that he wanted to make a co-worker. He wanted someone to help him out with his work.
Oh, thank you for the manifestation. That's so pretty.
I can see how some people would see it that way, but at least from the parish that I go to, because I go to an Orthodox church, how they explain it, it's just because they're kind of giving you guidelines on how to do something that may be immoral, they're not condoning it. Because if you see Matthew chapter 13 verse 15, for the hearts of these people are hardened, and their ears cannot hear, and they have closed their eyes, so their eyes cannot see, and their ears cannot hear, and their hearts cannot understand, and they cannot turn to me and let me heal them. And in that same, like in the New Testament, I can remember if it's either in
What's that got to
Matthew
do with
or-
slavery?
Thank you, Jenny, for the subby.
I'm just kind of explaining where it's just because they're, talking about like guidelines on how to do a certain thing, they're not condoning it.
Is adultery immoral?
I would say adultery is immoral.
Did God say you can do some adultery, but not other adultery? Or did he say you can't do any adultery?
He actually, what's it called? Going back to what I was saying in the eyewitness accounts in Matthew, Mark,
Nope.
Luke, and John.
We're talking about in the Bible when God talks about adultery. Does he say you can do some adultery, or does he say no adultery? Thank you, Seth, for the goose. Big W, Seth. Thank you.
Let's have a
What do
new
you
goal,
mean?
my darling.
Did God say you can do some adultery, or did he say you can do no adultery?
I would say he said no adultery.
Right. Why did he say that you can't do any adultery, but you can do slavery? See, what you're suggesting is that God regulated something, like somehow it was worse, but he made it better. But everything God doesn't want you to do, he just tells you don't do this thing. Why is slavery the one exception? God just couldn't say don't do slaves. In Leviticus 25, which we already read, he explicitly says, of the slaves that you may have, he says, you can go do it.
What? Where?
We just read it.
Look,
We'll read it again. I'll pull it up. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, and this is going to be a verb in the justice form in Hebrew. It means you're allowed to do it. You may do it. It is from the nations around you that you may acquire. And to acquire is in the imperfect form. It literally says that you will acquire.
dude, I'm trying to.
If God was
I see
against
that.
slavery, what he should have said is don't own slaves. Which conveniently, this is how we know for a fact that God was okay with owning slaves, because he says earlier about your fellow Hebrew Israelites. He says, thank you for the hat, Mac. Thank you, Big W Mac. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. This is what you do with your own brethren. If your own brethren become poor, do not make them serve as slaves. Make them hired workers. Then you get down and say, but, as for the male and female slaves who you are allowed to have, you make those of the foreigners. So if God is capable of saying, do not enslave your brethren, he's capable of saying, also don't enslave the foreigners. Treat them as hired laborers.
But I would say that's. I don't know. I would say that's just taking it a bit out of context because, like, just look
What
at
did I
Exodus.
misread?
I would say you read it perfectly fine.
Did it say that you're allowed to have slaves of the nations around you?
Dude, I'm just trying to explain where it's just that one verse I was talking about with Matthew 13 and 15.
Does Matthew 13 address slavery?
It's not addressing slavery, but it's addressing the hardness of people's hearts.
So, God says in Deuteronomy that these laws should be performed forever. Deuteronomy 12:1, Deuteronomy 11:1, and elsewhere. He says, by doing these laws, you will be doing what is good and righteous in the sight of the Lord your God. Which means, if Cyber, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. W, Cyber, big win, Cyber. Cyber popping off tonight. God says a million things you can't do. Don't eat shrimp. Don't mix your fabrics. Don't plant two seeds in the same field. Don't commit adultery. Don't covet your neighbor's wife or your neighbor's slave. But for some reason, when we get to slavery, all of a sudden, he can't say don't do it.
I mean, I'm not going to say that you're wrong in that, and I'm not going to oppose as if I know the reason why. All I can say is I don't know why he didn't talk about slavery, but
he did.
I would say
he did talk about it. He said you could do it.
Brother, it's just because you regulate something, you're not condoning it.
What did he regulate? What did he change that was different of what was happening around them?
Dude, it's I just gave you that verse in Matthew where it's
verse doesn't say anything about slavery. You're saying that God regulated slavery. You're saying that somehow it is worse and he's trying to make it better. I'm asking you, what did he regulate? What did he change that wasn't already happening? Kayla, thank you for the $10 over, I think it was PayPal. W, Kayla Ryan, big W, thank you so much. He didn't regulate anything. He said you could do it. What he did is he regulated slavery on the Hebrews. On his own people, he said, don't make them slaves. And then, a couple verses later, he says, you can make the foreigners slaves, though.
Thank you, Chicago. Good to see you.
If God wanted slavery to not happen, he could have said so.
I mean, he kind of said, didn't condone slavery, if in the story of Exodus.
Again, he doesn't want his own people to be enslaved. Did he free the Israelites from slavery, or did he free every slave in the world?
No, the thing is, it's not a certain group of people.
No, it was a certain group of people. Did he, thank you, Chicago. Good to see you, Chicago John. Did he free all the slaves in the world, or did he only free the Israelites?
Dude, he didn't. It's not just about freeing.
It's a very easy question. You brought it up. You said him freeing the Israelites from Egyptian bondage is a sign that he's against slavery. But why did he only free the Israelites?
Dude, I'm trying to explain where it's just because he frees a certain group of people, that doesn't mean that certain group of people are the only people that are entitled to freedom.
How come they were the only ones that got freed then?
No, but going back to the New Testament, one of the things that made the reason why Christ was so inflammatory at the time was because he was telling a lot of Pharisees where it's hey, you guys aren't the only ones that matters. Greeks and Gentiles do matter as well.
So Jesus never said get rid of your slaves.
Yeah, he never talked about it.
In fact, Jesus told you to uphold the laws of Moses better than the Pharisees. Matthew 5:17, he explicitly endorsed the law of Moses. It says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
I mean, I would say the reason to that is just kind of pointing towards a fact why people needed a savior.
They didn't need a savior.
A lot of Pharisees at that time were pushing a very works-based salvation.
That's incorrect. The Pharisees, the system of salvation in the Old Testament was not based on whether you did a bunch of good works. It was based on whether or not you actually lived a righteous life. And you didn't have to be perfectly righteous according to the Old Testament. Literally, all you had to do was participate in the system that God laid out. The system that God laid out expects that you're going to make mistakes. That's why there is forgiveness when you do sin. The laws of Moses do not anticipate anybody being perfect.
Dude, I don't really know what else to say to that, if I'm being honest.
This idea that Jesus had to die for our sins because we're imperfect it's silly. It doesn't match up what the Old Testament says. The Old Testament never says that God's going to cast everybody in hell because they're not perfect. That's a strict invention of the New Testament, and that was invented to justify Jesus.
I would still say I just don't really know what to like rebuttal to that.
I mean, the laws of the Old Testament cannot be an objective source of morality. Do you think that people should be stoned for missing the Sabbath, for working on the Sabbath? Thank you, Andy, for the hand hearts.
No.
Do you think
I
that
don't believe
virgins should be stoned for not being virgins on their wedding night?
No.
I mean, we can go over and over, and these laws are absolutely barbaric. Do you think that someone who practices tarot cards should be executed?
No.
Just a FYI, we have Darth Dawkins in the box if you want to move on to him next.
Oh, Darth finally came to get cooked? We're going to have a fun night.
Dude, it's just at least how I would see it, at least the parishioners, how they taught me. It's the book of Deuteronomy is there because it's there to like really establish the law, kind of like the Mosaic law. And kind of like with the New Testament, kind of shows where it's like, and you could go into like some of other stories in the Old Testament that kind of show where I would say a good kind of one of my favorite books to read from the Old Testament was Proverbs. But it just kind of, the reason why I always tell people when they're curious about reading the Bible or curious about Christianity, it's like to read the eyewitness accounts. And sorry if this
Mac,
sounds
thank
like
you for the
preaching,
money gun. Mac, thank you so much.
Whatsoever. It just kind of shows where it's like, even though like, yes, the law's there. And I think in John chapter 8, or it might have been the following chapter where God's talking about marriage, and even his apostles are kind of like shocked where it's basically saying where, hey, if you have issues with your significant other, it's just like still don't divorce them, like try to figure it out as best as you can. And they're kind of basically saying like, then what's the point of getting married? And he's basically telling them, okay, then be eunuchs, but find a way to follow my way as best as you can.
I'm not sure I know what this is leading to.
I'm just trying to lead where it's just like...
Thank you, Angela.
It's a lot of... At least how I see it when I'm talking to a lot of my agnostic and atheist friends is that they take a lot of the Old Testament very seriously, where it's just like, hey, dude, it's...
Why shouldn't they?
Yeah.
If God is a moral agent, we should be able to examine all of his actions and ask ourselves, are these morally justified actions?
Yeah, and that's a good thing to ask, but it's... I would also just say, like, look into the context of things because, I'm, coming back into the faith and I'm always trying to talk with people about it because I don't want to be... I'm pretty sure you talk to a bunch of other Christians where they kind of believe in Christ because their parents told them to, or they went to like Sunday school, but
yeah, that's how most people do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, but no, I would say just like look into the context of things.
I've read the Bible front to back multiple times.
And I just don't really know what to say to that.
Yeah. That's why I know it's a book of lies.
That you have your right to believe in that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go help my old man.
All right, have a good one, man. Keep thinking.
Be well, kiddo.
Cheers. He's a good kid. He's just trying to figure out what he believes. Now, here's the thing.
Darth is here.
Darth is not here. Darth is crying in the comments. What he's not is in my guest box.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen, baby.
What screen?
I brought him up.
Oh, he's already
screen,
here. I'm looking at my guest box. I don't see him in the guest box.
You're so adorable.
Welcome in, Darth.
Yeah, if you're going to be rude and be a horse's ass, I'll leave.
Don't cry yet. We haven't even started.
Okay, I'll tell you one more time. I'll be glad to talk with.
I don't know if you know how this works, but this is not a space where you just get to cry.
Yeah, mute. Be rude to me again. Mute me again, and I'll leave.
Oh, that's on you. If you can't handle the heat, if you
no,
just came to
no.
cry, you're welcome to come cry.
Look, I'll tell you one more time. This will
Are
be
you
the
ready
last
to
time
defend
say
your
it.
book?
If you're going to be
Are you ready
rude
to
me
defend your
again-
your
okay,
vile God?
Okay, so you're going to be rude.
I
Have a
can't
nice
wait.
day. Good.
I can't
goodbye.
wait.
If you leave, you concede. If you leave, you concede.
I'll take your
Okay,
concession.
Justin wins.
I'll take your concession.
Folded like a lawn chair, scrambled like an omelet, dunked like an Oreo.
That's it. All I wanted to is to read the book with him. He couldn't read the book for 5 seconds. Well, he almost lasted a full minute. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the hat. I was actually hoping he'd stick around so we can talk about what's in the book, because I know he's not read the book.
No, he's always on precepts.
Yeah, these precept Philbros think they can just run from the book and never actually address what's in the book. He obviously doesn't know me very well. That's the whole point of these lives. Welcome in, Rip Torn X. Did I say that right? Thank you for the hat, Mac. I'm a little disappointed he ran. I wanted to cook him.
He ran. That was his best option because he knew that he didn't stand a chance.
He's never read the book. He's not in a place to defend what's in the book.
Definitely not. His opinion, he's got plenty of that.
He's got lots of that. So I assume you're an atheist?
I'm just a rational, normal human being.
Well, congratulations. Welcome for being on the right side on this divide. Have a good one. We're going to get a Christian up, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, cheers. All right. We got a couple people.
Listen, once Darth goes live and starts talking shit about my baby, please tag me in it so I can go ahead and embarrass him.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to go do a live right now where he can like wrangle people into some bad presuppositional arguments. Welcome doing Bahi Turnup.
It's all right. My name's Logan.
Logan, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Fantastic. Do you think that the Christian God is demonstrable, or do you have a good argument for why the Christian God is real?
I can't really prove it, obviously, but I feel like just the human conscience in general is like some good evidence to prove that there is a creator, just because, I don't know, I guess it's hard for me to understand how a being such as us is made up of multiple different like organisms and living things and has like one conscience.
So I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Are you referring to the consciousness, like our awareness, or
Yes.
our conscious, like our moral intuition?
Like the ability to like think as one person, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, this is a really fun topic. So I don't think that consciousness is anything but an emergent property of the brain. I see no reason to believe otherwise. We've done many experiments that would demonstrate it. I think my favorite experiment is the split brain experiment. Are you aware of this one?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So we did a lot of experiments in the 60s after we realized we could split somebody's hemispheres. And it turns out they would actually start to develop dual personalities within their own brain, operating independently without forethought. There was one particular guy that said literally he would button his shirt up in the morning and he'd have one hand buttoning and another hand coming after unbuttoning, because now that his two hemispheres were split, they actually couldn't agree on what the body should even be doing. They were making decisions on their own.
Right. Yeah. But to me, like, I guess it's hard to explain, right? But the brain's inability to communicate with itself because it's split doesn't really denounce the fact that you are one spirit, right?
Well, you'd have to demonstrate that spirits exist first. And I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, you can't, but I'm just saying that doesn't really, disprove God.
Well, I think there's a lot of things that disprove God. First of all, you got a couple issues with the argument that you're attempting to engage in. The first argument is you're saying God is real unless you present evidence that he's not real, but that's not how truth claims work. So I couldn't say the tooth fairy is real until you disprove the tooth fairy. The burden of proof is on me to demonstrate that the tooth fairy is real. That being said, there are good arguments for why God isn't real, and even better arguments for why the Christian God can't be real. Would you like to cover some of them?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So I think a couple arguments that really help out with this is the fact that God could not have created anything. So first of all, he could not create time and he could not create space. And here's the logical premises for why he could not create time. I'll walk you through it. So is creation, the act of creation, does this constitute a change of states?
Yeah, I guess.
Right. Okay. So does a change of states require a before and an after?
Yes.
Okay. Anything with a before and with an after requires time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if creation requires time to exist already, then time could not have been created.
Right.
It must be an eternal property of the universe. Now we know through relativity that time and space is a web. You cannot have time without space, and you cannot have space without time. So now we already have a property that is linked with time. We know that both time and space are eternal. Now we've got other things we can go to now. Well, what about matter? What about energy? Well, in science, we've got the conservation of matter and the conservation of energy laws. And these are really simple to understand. Both energy and matter, although energy is a misnomer, we can cover that later. They cannot be destroyed nor created. Even if you take the smallest fundamental particle in the universe, it will only decay into an antiparticle. It'll never stop existing. So matter itself, because it cannot be destroyed and it cannot be created, we have no other conclusion other than it has to have always existed. And the logical proof for this is actually quite simple. Premise number one, something can't come from nothing. Premise number two, we have something. Obvious conclusion, there was never nothing.
Right. Well, since I'm a Christian, I believe God doesn't necessarily, exist in our dimension. He exists outside of time, so that's why he is able to create the uncreatable, I guess you could say.
But did he create time?
I mean, he could have, yeah.
Well, he couldn't have. We've just determined that logically speaking, time is eternal, and so is space, and so is matter. So it seems more likely that we invented God, not the other way around. And to say that God is outside of time doesn't make any sense. If God is not acting in time, God cannot act. Any act that you take, even if it's just a thought, still requires time to exist.
Right. But look, okay. You said time can't be created, right? It's eternal. Mm-hmm. Meaning it can't be created by us, not like a higher power.
No, logically speaking, time must be eternal because it cannot be created. The act of creation requires time to already exist.
Yeah, because it can't be created.
That's right. So it must be eternal. Something that cannot be created must be eternal.
Just because that we can't create it doesn't mean that it can't be created by God.
Incorrect. In itself, it has the necessary property of being eternal because it cannot be created by anybody.
All right.
Time must exist for creation to take place.
Okay. I know what you're saying, but like I said, in my belief, I believe he exists outside of time in a different dimension. So he can see forward in time, he can interact with it because, Jesus, but since he is all powerful, I believe that he can create it just because we can't.
Yeah,
Now,
I know you
since-
believe it, but you can't justify that belief because we've already demonstrated that time cannot be
Right.
created, which means both time and space is eternal.
Right. I
Okay.
agree that is evidence against God.
Okay, so
but
we'll get there. So let's make a couple agreements and concessions. Concession number 1, time is eternal, which means God didn't create it. Concession number 2, space and time are a fabric. They're a web, which means God didn't create space either. Can we agree on that?
I can't agree that God didn't create it just because of what the Bible says.
Do you say can or can't?
I can't.
Okay, we'll try again. Can time be created?
Not by humans.
Oh, we'll just go through the logical syllogism again. Creation, any type of creation, is a change of states. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And anything that is a change of states has a before and after.
Well, before we go through this one more time,
I thought it was really easy
you-
the first time.
Can you explain to me why you think I think what I think, if that makes sense?
Yeah, because you probably grew up with this belief and you read a book probably haphazardly, and you think that that book validates your already held belief. And I'm sure you've probably heard a couple Phil Bros argue about it that helped you in your belief as well. But fact of the matter is, from a scientific viewpoint, from a logical viewpoint, God's not necessary. And I've been through the book. And not just glancingly. I've really been through the book. And this book is full of lies and failed predictions. And the Messiah in this book didn't fulfill a single Messianic prophecy.
I believe that you read through it a couple of times, but just I don't understand how you don't get something that exists out of our dimension, right? Something that we cannot study because we have not discovered interdimensional travel, right? I don't understand how you're not understanding what I'm saying.
You're positing something that we have no evidence of. You're just saying, well, possibly we've got this gap because we can't do something. We can't travel to the edge of the observable universe. So I'm going to put my God out there. But that's a ridiculous claim. I could just say, nope, on the outside of the universe is an infinite group of magic farting ponies. And one day they had a big sneeze and the universe came about. If what you're positing has no evidence for it, then I can just dismiss it without evidence. But as it turns out, I can dismiss it with good logical arguments.
I mean, my evidence is the Bible and the eyewitness accounts of, the people that interacted with God.
Of what? I don't think there's... The only eyewitness in the Bible that I'm even aware of that theoretically could be credible is James, and the early church didn't even believe that James wrote the letter of James. And only if you think John had something to do with the Gospel of John, but I don't think he had anything to do with the Gospel of John. Matthew, Mark, and Luke weren't eyewitnesses to anything because Matthew didn't write the book of Matthew. Luke tells you he's not a witness to anything. And Mark wasn't a disciple either. That was the cousin of Barnabas. And we know that all three of the Gospels that copy from Mark were written after Mark. So they had to have lived after Mark, which was well after the time of Jesus.
Well, how do you know that John did not write, his book?
Because the book tells you. In chapter 1 and in chapter 21, he tells you that he didn't write it. Or whoever the authors are, they tell you. So if
Thank you, Nick, for the raid.
Yeah, Nick, thank you so much for the raid. All right, let me open up to John. In John 21, what you have is a claim from multiple authors suggesting that they are recording a testimony of John. So this is in John 21:24. Let me pull it up real quick on the screen.
Also, guys, let's not bully Darth. We know his PP is tiny. We know that he's mad because he couldn't set rules in a different live stream where he couldn't bully people, and because his precepts would always fall here. So let's be bigger people. Let's leave him alone. I'm seeing a lot of you guys are getting blocked and muted. Don't stress him. He's not worth the time, energy, or space. Clearly, that's also probably why his wife left him. That's besides the point. We
Yeah.
love you guys for the support, though.
Thank you, Andy. I wouldn't spend a
People
whole
say
lot of
that
time worrying
verses
about what
again.
Darth was doing. So It says the disciple.
Well, hold on. Can I get to the Bible where you're at right now? I know you're showing it, but I would like to do it on my Bible.
John 21:24.
All right. I'm there.
Yeah, it says, this is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them. And we know that his testimony is true, but there are also many other things that Jesus did. So we have to question, who is the we? Clearly, whoever the we is, they've got a written testimony of John. Somebody must give it to them, or at least they believe they have a written testimony of John, and they're including it in their gospel. But what is never said in the book of John is that John wrote any of it. Now, what's likely is that sometime near 90 CE, there were some people that were part of the Christian community that thought they were disciples or secondary disciples of John, that thought, well, maybe we should collect these writings that are floating around and putting them into a book. But nothing in John ever claims authorship by John.
All right, hold on. I'm having a little bit of trouble finding John right now. I have John and then John 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, you're too far. You got to go back like 10 books. It's going to be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and then John, number 4.
Right. And that's where I was at, and I just can't seem to find page 21.
Yeah, it's going to be John 21, the very last paragraph.
Right before Acts, right?
Yes. Yep. It's going to, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Yeah, then Acts. If you go to the beginning of John 2, there's a statement in chapter 1 that lets you know somebody is writing this down, and that somebody isn't John. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, John 1:19. So if I go, let me grab John 1:19. So whoever is writing John, it thinks that they're writing on behalf of John, at least. Ariel, thank you for the hat. Thank you so much. It says, this is a testimony given by John when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, who are you? So there's a couple things that we can learn from this. Who's ever writing this probably isn't a Jew. In fact, the book of John is very clearly anti-Jewish. There's so much anti-Semitism in the book of John, it's unreal. Scholars have written books on it. I think Professor Donaldson, what was his first name? There's a Professor Donaldson who wrote a book on anti-Semitism in the Gospels. But the book of John clearly wasn't written by a Jew, because he classifies himself as not a Jew, because he's always referring to the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. Thank you so much for the hat, Nick. So we know John was a Jew.
After Jesus, though, like, you're not supposed to be Jewish. You're supposed to be Christian.
Oh, no, Jews still existed. What,
right.
If there were no Jews after Jesus, then he wouldn't be saying the Jews.
I'm not saying Jews didn't exist, right? But after Jesus' sacrifice, we became Christian.
Well, I don't think anybody did. The Jews still had to accept Jesus as their Messiah if they were going to be quote-unquote Christian. But even the first Christians that were Jewish still referred to themselves as Jews. They still celebrated all the Jewish festivals. That happened all the way until Constantine. Constantine was the first ruler that was like, listen, it's very confusing to celebrate the Christian Passover and the Jewish Passover at the same time. We need to separate them. So that happened for 300 years or more.
All right. Well, can you explain to me why they stayed Jews after Jesus' death?
Yes, because they didn't think he fulfilled any prophecies.
Correct. So...
because he didn't.
And the Christians do believe that.
0 prophecies, not a single one.
Okay, but the Christians believe that he did.
Oh, I'm sure they do, but they're wrong.
Okay, and according to your...
Can you show me one that he did fulfill?
I mean...
supposedly there's over 300 of them.
I mean... the fact that we're saved and we're not going to hell if we put our faith in him, that's one. But I can't, like, prove that. I mean,
there's no prophecy that says, I'm going to send somebody to die for you, and as long as you believe them, you'll go to heaven. That's not in the Bible.
I mean, it says there will be a Messiah.
Yes, and that Messiah was always described in various ways, which is he's going to be a king. He's going to rule in Israel. He's going to restore the people to their land. He's going to collect all the people of the Jews that were scattered and bring them back to the land. And then once Israel is restored, the Levitical priesthood would be restored. And then all the nations will see the glory of Israel and come to recognize that the God of Israel is the one true God because they've seen what God has done for Israel. That's why in Isaiah 56, it says, nations that do not even know you will run to you.
All right. All right. Well, it looks like I need to go do more studying. I thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for being here, man. Always read up. Do your reading, okay? Readers are leaders.
Good. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Remember that, guys. Readers are leaders.
Knowledge is power. Couch potato. I love the Malagas couch
Thank you
potato.
so much, Deacons, for the couch potato. Big W for couch potato. I agree. Couch potato is one of the coolest gifts in the gift shop. I mean, there's a bunch of cool ones, but I just like couch potato because maybe I've got an unhealthy obsession with TikTok, and I think the couch potato is the quintessential TikTok
Just
emote.
doom scrolling.
Just straight up doom scrolling on TikTok. Yeah, just all night long. Doesn't care what time it is. Welcome in, Sally. Sally, you with us?
Hello.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you at least 18? I'm sorry, what?
I am 27.
Fantastic. Are you a Christian?
No, but I had some questions about your argument.
Well, sure. I mean, whatever you want.
I mean, sorry, I'm deconstructing, so I watch you like every night.
I thought I've seen you before.
Yeah, you have. So you were talking about the prophecies not being filled, and it's just to help me kind of deconstruct as well. The one about a king coming to, is it Israel or Bethlehem, or being born in Bethlehem?
Yeah, Micah 5.
Yeah, that one, I think.
Yeah, what about it?
Thank you, Andy.
I think from what I was taught, and you can help me, I don't know, think differently, but I was taught that it was like metaphorical for like he's going to when he comes back at the second coming.
Well, there's no second coming in the Old Testament. And in fact, look at the context here. It says, now you are walled around with a wall. A siege is laid against us. With a rod they will strike the ruler of Israel upon the cheek. This is a wartime prophecy. The people are in trouble, and they need a king. And it says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins are from old, from ancient days. It's saying there's a king that's coming, but the war is going to continue. It says, therefore, he will give them up until the time when she who is in labor has brought forth, and the rest of his kindred shall return to the people of Israel. So this king is going to come when the time is right, and he's going to rescue his people, and then the people are going to return to the land. And then what happens? It says, he will stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord, his God. So whoever this is talking about, Yahweh is his God. This clearly couldn't be a Trinity because this Messiah has a God. And it says they will live secure for now because he will be great to the end of the earth and he will be the one of peace. Well, the one of peace is described in chapter 4 of Micah, where it says that the lion will lay down with the lamb, the bear will eat straw like an ox, so on and so forth. The child will play over the hole of the snake. So Jesus didn't do any of that. He didn't fulfill any of this. Though, if the best you have is that you theoretically could have been born in Bethlehem, congratulations, you fulfilled like 1/1,000,000th of this prophecy and failed the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that helped me understand some more. And I don't know, I just thought it was a cool saying that I came across at the deconstruction where it talks about, you know, the whole book is truth and you can't lie or anything or you go to hell just for one sin.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But it talks about the prostitute Rahab.
Yep.
She was told to lie and she was rewarded by God or something.
You can lie for God all the time, yeah.
But in other circumstances, it was wrong.
Yep.
I agree. So that doesn't really help me make a moral, you know, status for myself.
Right. Well, Sally, thanks for being here. We appreciate your support. We're going to try to get a Christian up here that we can have some discussion with.
All right. Thank you so much for helping me.
For sure thing. Sally.
Very well, Sally. So someone had a very good question. Why don't Christians ever talk about Yahweh's wife, Ashira?
Thank you. I didn't see the name. Deconstruct something. What's that name? Hold on. Let me see.
Deconstruction potato.
Deconstruction
Win.
Potato. Big win. Thank you so much. I think it's a brand new account. Big old W for Deconstruction Potato. Sending the TikTok couch potato just doom scrolling, which is what I would be doing if I wasn't online right now, to be honest. Stay Dangerous is asking Yahweh had a wife. According to
Yes.
ancient archaeology, Godsmack.
Thank you.
W Godsmack. Yeah, according to ancient archaeology, Asherah was the consort of Yahweh. It shows up on a potsherd from Kuntalet Ajrud. And there's another letter from southern Palestine, northern Egypt, where it talks about a blessing from Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. And there's other evidence for it as well. It seems like what happened was when Yahweh was superimposed on top of Elohim, he just took on all of Elohim's properties. And Elohim, of course, if you know your Canaanite pantheon, was the, we'll say, the husband or the male consort of Asherah or Atirot. Welcome in, Shah Forever.
Hi.
Oh, we lost Hanji. Are you a Christian and are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 28, born in 1996.
Fantastic.
I'm not a Christian, but I grew up on Islam. So I guess I would put myself as a Muslim.
Oh, you're a Muslim. Do you believe in the
Is that
hadiths
okay?
or do you not believe in the hadiths?
I'm not sure what the hadith is. I believe in Allah.
Sure.
Allah is another word for God in Islam.
Right, yeah. Why? Why do you believe in this God?
I believe that I just grew up on it. My family I grew up in a Muslim household, so what I was taught is what I learned. But I had a question for you.
Sure.
So I watched your live the other night, and your argument is God is imaginary, right?
Yeah.
So you say that God is imaginary because there's no proof of God actually being here or being real.
Yeah, he only exists in your imagination. He doesn't exist anywhere else.
So my question to you is, if you believe that Satan is Lord, there's no
I don't.
evidence of Satan being there either.
I don't believe in Satan. We do this to mock Christians.
Oh, okay. So it says $6.66 if Satan is Lord. So I thought that, you believe that Satan was real.
No.
So I just wanted to ask you, like, if there's no proof of God, how is there proof of Satan?
There's proof of neither. Satan is just as fictitious as Jesus or Allah or anybody else.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know that. Sorry. Okay, bye.
All right, absolutely. Have a good one.
You too.
It's an honest question. I can understand why people might think that we believed in Satan. Let's move on. We're going to get the next one. We've got a bunch of new people in the queue. I think Hanji, I just seen her come back. Let me see. There she is. We'll get Hanji back up in here. Fantastic.
I got reported for sexual harassment.
For what? What'd you do?
Sexual harassment.
But you didn't do anything.
Exactly.
People just hate you. It's ridiculous. Sorry, Hanji.
If you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong.
I agree. Welcome in, Lindwee.
Hi. I am a deconstructing Christian, and I am one of the Christians that I have of late began to loathe because I have not read. I was born into it, and there are so many questions that I have. I thought I would take a minute, to ask you some questions because clearly you're learned. So one of the questions that I had from when I was a child, and that's another thing. I've just come to realize that I've been deconstructing since I was very young, but I just didn't have a name for it. So
Right.
The first thing that I wanted to know was who were the other people outside of the garden?
Oh, nobody.
Because
It's just an anachronism. The book of Genesis is full of anachronisms. Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for the crane. So the book of Genesis is full of plot holes, and this is just happens to be one of them. And one of my favorite plot holes is how Jacob and Esau departed after they were reunited. So thank you for the hat, Jezebel. Jezebel's baby daddy, good name. Yeah, so there's a really funny note in Genesis 36 that said that after some time had passed, that Jacob and Esau were living in the land of Canaan and that they departed and Esau went back to Edom. Well, this is problematic because if you're reading the story properly, Esau and Jacob never lived in the land. After they reunited, he went back to Edom. He didn't go to live in the land of Canaan with Jacob. So when we get like 8 chapters later and it says that they're living in the land together and that they had to depart because their flocks got too large for each other, there's a huge plot hole. When did he move back and reunite a second time? It's not even in there. And then the naming of Bethel. Bethel is renamed twice as it goes from Luz to Bethel. He named it twice. Jacob was given a secondary name twice. There's 2 different narratives where he is given the name Israel. And the first time is obvious. The second time you're like, God already told you your name was going to be Israel. Why is he telling you again? And we have the same thing with King Abimelech and the story of Abraham and Sarah having Sarah kidnapped by one of the kings because she's so beautiful. But if you do the math, the second time she's kidnapped, she's like 100 years old. And the stories just don't make sense if you do any of the math. So Genesis is just completely full of plot holes.
It's just a huge error?
Yes, it's just a huge error. Just like in Genesis chapter 1, there are rivers. Remember, it didn't rain, according to Genesis, until the flood. But there are big old rivers that are listed. But these rivers are the product of rain. You cannot have these big old rivers if there's no rain.
Oh, wow. I don't know who sent the meteor shower, but thank you.
Okay, so that's one. And then the other thing since I've been deconstructing and learning and reading and studying, found out that there were 2 sets of 10 commandments.
3.
Are there 2?
There's 3 sets, and the first set has 12.
What? Okay, so are they all the same?
Nope. They're all different.
How the fuck? What are we?
No one's reading this book. That's why they still believe it.
Okay, and then, all right, so I'm going to go and find the 3 and read them all and see the differences. Then the other question I had was about the wife. You mentioned that a minute ago, so I won't go into that. And now I've got a question about Paul. Why does Paul act as if he has the ability to redefine what Jesus means and said and saw? Why does he have such big balls? What's with him?
Because Paul fell off his horse and bumped his head and thought that he was given a vision. And then it just happened to be, if you read the book of Acts, the vision that was given to Peter with the animal on the sheet happened to agree with Paul. And so Paul felt compelled because he spent, 2 years, 2 to 3 years preaching before he went back to confirm it with the disciples. So Paul felt like he got confirmation from the disciples to do whatever he wanted, and then he went off and did anything he wanted, and he completely turned himself into a heretic because he did all kinds of things. He says that you can eat meat sacrificed to idols. You can't do that. In the book of Revelation, twice in chapter 1, Jesus himself says that he's got a problem with these churches because they're teaching people to eat meat sacrificed to idols. But Paul, just a number of chapters later, was like, that's perfectly okay. And he said that after the conference in Acts chapter 15, where he met with the disciples and they agreed that there's only 4 rules that the Gentiles must adhere to. And the last of those rules was not eating meat sacrificed to idols. So when we get to 1 Corinthians chapter 8, and Paul says, no, you can eat the meat sacrificed to idols, he's a heretic. He's insane. Galatians chapter 3 says that the law was a temporary schoolmaster. Jesus said that the law is here until heaven and earth pass away.
And not a tittle or a piece of the word should. Yeah, okay. And then the last thing, and then I'm out. So I've been hearing, since watching so many deconstruction lives, that heaven for non-Hebrews, for Gentiles, might be problematic. What are non Hebrews supposed to be doing in heaven?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The conception
So
of
so let me just tell you what I heard, because I haven't read it, but I heard that non Israelites or non Hebrews are supposed to be like slaving away and serving.
oh yeah, that's in Isaiah.
Well,
Says that the other nations will serve you once the kingdom is restored, according to Jeremiah and Isaiah. The other nations will come and serve you, and it even says that they will bring you their silver and gold, led by a procession of kings.
Well, I'm the more you know, the more I read, the more I hear, the less I feel that this is for me at all.
Yeah, I get it. Listen, when you start really digging into the Bible, it becomes pretty much insane. And it literally says that slavery is okay, that you can execute women for not bleeding on their wedding night. Do you think that women should be executed by stoning because they didn't bleed on their wedding night?
Absolutely not. The misogyny is rampant. That's one of the other reasons that I did not like the religion. But I just didn't have a recourse. I had stopped going to church. I didn't raise my daughter in it after I had her because I had so many problems with the religion as a child. But it wasn't until of late, actually TikTok 23, 24, that I realized that this thing called deconstruction existed. And now I'm all the way in. And it has also caused me to study. I have apps, I read, I talk. So I'm learning it all so that I know exactly what I'm deconstructing from.
Thank you, Steve.
Besides a disdain for the misogyny and cruelty and lack of morality that I've always seen.
Right.
So I want to be able to explain it very well to other people, and that's where the studying comes in.
I get that. Well, you're in the right place. Drop me a follow. I'll follow you back when I get offline, and we'll.
Oh yeah, I already follow you.
Oh, good. I'm going to follow you on my backup too.
Too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Also, DM me. I'm going to send you a bunch of other profiles of people that you might want to get connected with. Okay.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Good to hear from you.
Likewise.
A big W for honest deconstructing. Big ol' win. I hear a bunch of people chirping in the comments about how wrong I am about everything I just said, and you're welcome to get on in the guest box and challenge me on any of it. But I have a feeling that you're not going to do that. It's a hunch. It's just a hunch.
And also, just to let you guys know, the appeal was not approved. So my main account will not be up and running until the 6th of September.
That's ridiculous. Well, welcome in, Tim. Tim, do you know you're online right now? Hello? Oh, Tim doesn't know he's online. We'll move on to the next one. If you request to get in the box, I would recommend actually being ready to be in the box. I know sometimes it's hard to wait, but that's the way it works. Welcome in, Irish. How you doing?
I'm doing great. What about you?
Doing great. Thanks for asking. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm a Muslim.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we're usually just talking to Christians. See, the Christian God is imaginary.
I just try to answer the questions that you just asked Tim. I try to answer them instead of them. Sorry, my English is not very good.
Answer what questions? I don't have any questions. I think your God is wild too.
You said you just challenged them to give them some prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, right?
Yeah, Jesus fulfilled no prophecies.
Okay, what about he was born as a virgin?
That's Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, and that has nothing to do with Jesus, and it doesn't even say virgin. Would you like to cover it?
Isaiah chapter what? Sorry.
Chapter 7.
Oh, let me check, please. 1 minute. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 minute.
Are you here trying to get dirt on the Christians so you can debate them too?
Chapter 7, verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the beginning of the chapter lays out the context. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem but could not conquer it. So it's a pretty easy setup so far. The king of Judah is under attack by the northern kingdom and by their alliance with the Arameans. And God sends the prophet Isaiah to go give him a vision, saying that if you do not stand strong in your faith, you will not stand at all. That's here. If you do not stand firm in your faith, you will not stand at all, because the war is coming. There's some trouble. But he wants to ensure that he does stand strong in his faith, so he sends him a second vision or a second message from the prophet Isaiah. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He will eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophet is literally saying that God's going to give you a sign, even though you wouldn't ask for it. He's going to give you a sign. And the sign is that there's a young woman who's already pregnant. She's about to give birth. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two lands that are attacking you, they will be deserted.
Okay, so
nothing to do with Jesus.
How? I mean, you didn't prove anything to me. Like,
what do I need to prove? Okay, so who's the prophecy to?
Prophecy, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign.
Yep, and who's he talking to right now?
Who's he talking to?
King Ahaz. He's talking to King Ahaz. God sent Isaiah to speak with King Ahaz. Scott Ullman, thank you so much for the $5 over PayPal. Big W, Scott.
So you are saying that it's supposed to be, this verse is supposed to be for King Ahaz, not for like people that read, yeah, right?
Yes, this is for King Ahaz. He says, the Lord will give you a sign, and this is the sign. There's a woman who's already pregnant. It says, there we go. The young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. And the prophecy isn't that this child is the Messiah. The prophecy is only that before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two lands that are giving Judah trouble, those two lands are going to be deserted. And they're going to be deserted by the king of Assyria. God is going to bring the king of Assyria down and wipe out these two kingdoms. And if you go to chapter 8, as the king of Assyria sweeps through the land, the prophet cries out, O Emmanuel, because he knows that this prophecy is not about a Messiah. This prophecy is about God being with Judah during this great time of turmoil.
Oh, yeah. I have to try to study more about that. Thanks very much. And I want to ask one more question. Do you believe like in God?
No, no gods.
No God. So I have master degree in physics. I like to argue about that. How do you think? Do you believe that everything, like, do you believe in freedom? Like we can choose anything by ourselves?
No, I think determinism probably is the most defensible position.
Nice. Yeah. I'm with you. So now I want to know that we all know that in determinism that everything is like kind of decided before. You know what I mean? So
no, that's predestinationism.
Yeah. So
determinism just means that our brains are interacting with the world around us with or without our conscious input. And this is pretty well proven. We've demonstrated through neurology that our brains are making almost all of our decisions before we're even aware of what our decisions are.
So everything is just controlled by like the universe, right?
Nope.
Yeah. How
nope.
no?
The universe
Yeah.
doesn't exert any control.
The universe doesn't exert any control on our brain, right?
No, the universe is just the environment that we're living with, and every decision we make is just a natural process of our brain
Okay.
interacting with the environment.
Okay. Every decision that you make is
Jonathan,
based
thank
on
you for
your
the 5 subbies. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Big W.
every decision that you make is based on your genetic, right?
On my what?
Every decision that you make is based on your genetic factor.
You mean
Genetic.
our genetic predisposition?
Yeah,
A little
like
bit.
everything is okay. So
It's also based on our environment.
Okay,
I've
so yeah,
had
the genetic is made-
a trillion different environmental inputs that led me to this moment right now, and my trillion environmental inputs are different than your
So,
trillion environmental inputs.
okay, what controls the environment? The universe controls the environment. The planet controls the environment.
No,
the movement of the moon, like it all controls the environment, not?
I think this is a question of what do you mean by control? Because typically when we say that something is controlling something else, we're assuming that that thing has consciousness. When I talk about the universe might be cause and effect, but I would never say that the universe is controlling something. Controlling something just implies that it has some sort of a will and it's exerting that will.
So if it doesn't have any will, how can things be like perfectly goes? I never heard that someone is determinism doesn't believe that the universe has control on us, because we all know that everything is just controlled to each other. You know what I mean? So
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think that the universe is finely tuned. I think the universe is mostly chaos.
Mostly chaos.
Mostly chaos. Even the planet that we live on is certainly not finely tuned, unless you
Okay,
think that
okay.
100,000 people a year are dying from natural disasters is finely tuned.
Okay, at the point, like, which model do you believe of how universe created?
I don't think it was created. I think it's eternal. I think time is
I
literally
mean, how
impossible to
you-
be created. And since time is
sorry,
part of
I
a
didn't-
time-space fabric, that means space is also eternal. I think we've got the 2 physical laws, the conservation of matter and the conservation of energy, that are pretty good descriptors of the idea that matter can't be created or destroyed.
I got you. I just asked which model. We have 12 model of how universe, like, you don't have any idea about that? We have Big Bang model, we have inflation model, we have what's called Chauvin model. We have 12 model of how universe created.
And
So which one of the model?
I think your
you
problem
believe in?
is English. That's your problem. You keep using the word create, and create is not the appropriate word. If the universe,
Yeah, I told you my English is not very perfect. I
If
told
the
you.
universe is eternal, then it was never created. And in my particular worldview, I subscribe to the elastic universe, or the rebound universe, or the Big Bang, Big Crunch universe.
So you mean cyclical universe?
Yep.
So, okay. So basically, I think I can disprove that by like infinite regression fallacy. Like, you know,
Prove it. I'd love
how-
to see someone prove infinite regress false, because it's never happened on this life yet.
Okay, so you claim that. So you have to prove to me how infinite regression works. Like, give me one example of infinite like works in our life.
Do you think that time is infinite in the future?
In the future,
Mhm.
it has a beginning, but it's.
Do you think it's infinite in the future, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. There's an infinite. It's something that's going on forever
But-
without end.
Listen, sorry, we have different language. I cannot talk perfectly in English. That's why it's very difficult to debate with anyone with different language. We have 2 things in my language. One of them is called azali. It means it has no beginning and it has no end. You know what I mean? I don't know what's called in English.
We just refer to that as something that's eternal, which is what I think about time. I think time,
Okay, so time.
matter, and energy are necessarily eternal.
So what I want to know is, how can you prove something that has no beginning and has no end? You know what I mean?
Easy. We could just use logic. So, for example, I'm going to walk you through a logical syllogism for time. We'll start real slow. Creation, any act of creation at all, okay, requires a change of states. Yes or no?
Any creation required a change of state. Okay, in our universe, yes.
Fair enough. Now, any change of states requires a before and an after.
Okay.
Okay. Anything that has a before and an after has a time before and a time after.
Sure.
Okay. So
That's what time is.
yeah, exactly. So if that's the case, then time could not have been created. It absolutely must be eternal.
Actually, that's wrong, because in this case, time should be created.
Okay,
you know what?
okay, which premise do you disagree with? Because you agreed with all of my premises.
I tell you right now. You said everything that moves needs time, right?
Nope, didn't say that. But I do agree that anything that moves requires time.
Okay, everything needs a cause, right?
I didn't say that at all. I said anything that moves requires
Needs a
time.
cause. Everything that moves needs a cause, not?
I'm sure it does, but it also needs time.
Okay. It also needs time. You're right.
Okay, so
what about time? What
So
about
let's
time
not.
itself?
So let's not pivot. Do you need to go over the premises again, over why time can't be created?
Why time cannot be created? Or sorry?
Do you need to go over the premises as to why time cannot be created?
I don't understand you. Sorry.
Okay.
I really,
Premise number one: any
okay.
act of creation is a change of states. Yes, Lancelor, this is Ian's argument, as although he's not the only one that gives it,
problem is our language. I mean,
but he does it the best, and I'm not ashamed to give Ian credit for it. Although he's got 5 premises, I brought it down to 4 premises. Premises number one: any creation requires a change of states. Yes or no?
Any creation requires a change of state. Yeah.
Okay. Anything that has a change of states requires a before and an after.
Sure.
Anything that has a before and an after requires time.
Sure.
Fantastic. So then time must need to exist for any act of creation, correct?
In our universe, I said yeah.
Okay, so then according to the logical syllogism laid out here, you have agreed to all the premises, which means the conclusion stands that time cannot be created because time is required for any act of creation.
Oh, now I get what now I understand what he's saying.
Yes.
Now I understand what he's saying.
That's a good one, I know. Now, the other thing, too, is that time and space are a web. Are you a believer in the physics laid out in the principle of general relativity?
You know what? I like to make a lot of
46.
argument. I like to make a lot of argument with that, but unfortunately, I don't think I can do that with this bad skill of language. I really can't do that.
That's
the
right.
problem is just very difficult to talk.
I get
actually.
it. I get it.
To express or like, because it's very, it's a scientific topic. You need to use a lot of vocabulary. You know what I mean?
I agree. Yes, I could never argue in somebody else's language. It wouldn't work out for me. But listen, you've been a good sport. Your English is very good, despite it not being your first language. We appreciate you being here, man.
Thanks very much, brother. Take care of yourself.
Have a good one. Yeah, he was
Be well, Irish.
He was a polite guy, I thought. All right, we're gonna get Drew, I think, and then Black Jesus was in the queue. We got to get Black Jesus up here as well. Oh, Drew dropped out, so now it's time for Black Jesus. Which, by the way,
Thank you, H. Tiny.
Thank you, Jonathan. Sarah, good to see you. We got Sarah in the house, guys.
Time for a new goal, darling.
Sarah, also a valuable member of our deconstruction community. Make sure you're dropping her follow. We're going to get the next guest up in here, which might or might not be Black Jesus. He's been in the queue for a little bit.
Get the next guest. Oh, there he goes. And while he's setting himself up, go ahead and set the new goal. Too,
Oh, shoot,
because
yeah.
you completed it, my darling.
Guys, thank you so much for all the likes and all the gifts. We're already at 200,000 likes already.
Black Jesus is here.
All right. Well, welcome in, Messiah. How are you doing tonight?
Black Jesus is here.
Yes, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
Hey, I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be alive and breathing.
He has red bars, so it's going to be a delay.
No, I'm actually a believer in freedom and justice. Can you hear me now?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna make this short. I'm gonna make this short and simple.
Are you a
I
Christian?
want you to take the opportunity to go ahead and Google. No.
All right. Fantastic. So he's done. I'll try to get
Hebrew
Drew up here
Israelite.
again. He said he wasn't a Christian, so I dropped him. I don't know what else to do for him. I think he just wanted to come and preach, but you have your own TikTok. You can preach on your own live. Welcome in, Drew. Drew? Drew?
Yo, hello.
Yeah, you with us?
Yeah, I'm not a Christian, Muslim, anything. I just want to say you guys are doing a great job. Your patience, your expertise is off the charts. I don't know how you're able to like just read the Bible as if it's a Netflix series. It's great. Just keep up the good work, man. I appreciate your work. I literally listen to your lives on Bluetooth, folding clothes.
Thank you so much, Drew. We appreciate the support, man.
Yeah, and
Thank you, Drew.
I'll inbox you my phone number, okay?
Hey, she's single and ready to mingle. Drew, she's
Yes,
single.
sir. All
No,
right.
I'm married to the brotherhood.
All
We
right,
work in the
guys.
dark to serve the light.
All right, you take it easy, okay?
Good to see you, Drew.
Great work. All right.
W. Drew. Hey, he shot his shot. What more can you ask for?
Jesus fuck.
We're trying to get Kohelet up in here. Oh, they dropped. That didn't last very long. Well, we'll keep bringing them up. We'll do what we can. A lot of people are dropping out of the box tonight. I don't know if they're accidentally requesting. Yeah, you're right. He was smooth, Margarita. Welcome in, Real Truth, No Distraction, Temperature Signs.
Hi.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Oh,
hold on.
I don't know what I am, to tell you the truth.
Ninewick in the comments says, I'm scared to challenge you. Ninewick, I've never heard of you or seen you. There's zero reason why I would be scared of you, but if you're patient, you'll get your turn as well. Go ahead, Real Truth. I was listening.
I don't think I believe in a God because there's no proof.
Well, big old W then. Thanks for being here. We appreciate that. We're glad you're on the right side of reality. All right. Yeah. We're looking to get some Christians and believers in the box. If you're an atheist, we love you and we appreciate you. But this is a debate, guys. We're looking to argue with some people, Well, Ninewick, I literally just invited you to come up in the box and you dropped out the second that it came up on screen. So if you're...
It's a TikTok glitch.
Oh, you think it's a TikTok glitch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, it could be. That's why we got so many people dropping out, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Well, this guy made it in. Oh, welcome in, Lex.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, are you a Christian, my man?
Yes, I'm a believer.
Fantastic. Do you think that the Christian God is demonstrable?
Demonstrable, like you can demount it?
David, thank you for the $6.67 over Venmo. I don't know if he fat fingered 666.
Win, David.
But hail Satan is Lord anyways. W David, W667. So
Praise the Lord.
You are Christian, right?
Believer, not a Christian.
Are you a believer in Christ?
Yes, in the consciousness of Christ, yes.
I'm sorry, do you say in the what?
Consciousness of Christ, yes.
Do you believe in the biblical description of Christ?
Yes, I do.
So you're a Christian?
Yes, I would say so. Then.
Fantastic. Okay, so what's your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
That I have experienced it. So on my perception, I believe it is real.
Okay. So is it true then that a person's personal experience is evidence that their God is real?
To that person, yes.
So it's not real to anybody else?
Then it doesn't matter to that person.
Okay, so then that's not good evidence for me. If your personal experience is only a benefit to the person experiencing, that it means nothing to me.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So you don't have evidence or an argument for why your God is real.
To me, it is.
It's not to me, though.
Then that's okay. If you don't want to experience Is because what is it that is not real for you? Can you explain it to me? Like, it's because it's not measurable. What is it that you need to?
There's no evidence for him. There's as much evidence for the Christian God as there is any other God, as there is any other mythology, and as there is for Santa Claus and for unicorns and the Tooth Fairy. If your God is indistinguishable from non-existence, then he just doesn't exist.
But what does he have to be existing? How do you measure existing? Like, how do you to be able for you to be able to believe it?
Well, first you should actually exist. Like, you should be in the physical world one way or another, and he's not. Now, if you don't want to manifest physically, you could do things. I don't know, like answer prayers, but that doesn't happen. The rate of Christian prayer being answered is identical with people who don't pray and identical with other religions. Andrew, thank you for the 1225 over Venmo. Big W, Andrew. I appreciate that.
Win, Andrew.
That's the thing. To that half of people that he have, I guess, answered the prayer, or the prayer have been, I guess, existing or manifested. To those people, it is real.
Yeah, but it's not real to me. So if God wants you to believe in him, it would be incumbent on God to actually make himself observable in one way or another, but he doesn't.
Well, according to the Christian Bible, God is a spirit, so he's not physical.
What's a spirit?
A spirit, the way that I see it or the way that I understand it, to you it might be different. Do you have a concept of what a spirit is?
That's why I asked you, because as far as I can tell, every description of a spirit is just describing non-existence. So again, if your God is exactly the same as non-existence, then your God doesn't exist.
Okay, I understand. Are words like language, is that something that exists?
Yes, it exists in our brain, and when we speak it, the wind coming out of our mouth impacts molecules in our atmosphere, causing sound waves. So it does exist.
That is just an output, right, of a sense of a physical, I guess, organ that you have, that you are able to create that sound.
That's what words are. Words are sounds and or thoughts inside of our head that are part of our neurological process.
Understand. But there are different type of language, like gravity is a language. It has rules. It has...
Nope. Gravity's not a language.
Is mathematical equation a language?
Thank you, Shay, for the meerkat. Big W, Shay. Math is just a description of how the universe works. It just happens to be incredibly precise. But I mean, you can call it a language, but math itself isn't like a transcendent thing that exists. It's just something that we've invented to describe the world around us.
Okay, I understand. It's like binary code to a computer, a language.
It's a language to us. To a computer, it's nothing. To a computer, don't have the capacity to think the same way that we think, although it's pretty damn close.
Exactly. So maybe we just don't have the language to describe well, let's say on this occasion, the Christian God. Because, like I say, the Christian God.
But why would we believe in this thing with no evidence? See, what you're suggesting is that there's this God that is outside observation. He's outside science. He's outside space and time. And that's great if you believe all that, but you have no evidence to suggest that that is the case. Because I can make that claim about anything. I could say that there's 4,000 magic unicorns out there in space, and they are the things that created everything. They're the ones answering your prayers. And my claim is equally as valid as yours.
And what would that be?
Because any claim that is submitted with evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I'm sorry, any claim submitted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. If there's no evidence for your claim that you're making, I can just counter it with any claim of any level of ridiculousness. So when are you going to repent to the magic unicorns in space.
I don't need to repent, or I don't have the need to repent.
Neither do
right?
I.
Exactly, and that's good.
Fantastic.
But that's the thing, like we all have, I guess, different ways
Thank you, Godsmack.
to view stuff or view our reality. So by people believing on this, imagine, like, let's say the Christian God, because like I said, when you put it like as the Christian God, those are just words that people wrote on a book.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those words are limited to describe what God is,
Well, I think they do a good job of contradicting themselves when they try to describe God or anything else for that matter. Scotty, thank you for the cap. The book is full of lies, failed prophecies, and contradictions. If there's a God, it is not the God of this book.
It's not, because even the book say that you shouldn't look for God on the scripture. You should look for God on actions, on like what we do. That's the expression of God. Like if we do something.
I don't think it says that thing in the book.
Yes, it does. I don't know.
Find me the passage, because I don't believe you.
Okay, let me see. Give me a minute. I think I.
This is going to be fun. Thank you all so much for the gifts. Be sure to continuously tap the screen. We should be up to 250K likes now, guys. Come on, let's do it. I know you guys can do it. Come on, show us that lovey.
Yep. The only thing close is probably John 5:39, where Jesus says, you search the scriptures, for in them you think that you have eternal life, but they testify of me. Thank you, Dr. Joe, for the caps. Big W, Dr. Joe. Good to see you. Guys,
what does that mean? That was the one that I was saying.
I figured it was. It means nothing. It means that if you were actually studying the Old Testament properly, you would understand that I am the giver of life. And then he says so in the very next chapter. In John chapter 6, he calls himself the manna from heaven, the bread of life. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter what he said, because Jesus is a liar. I have no reason to believe anything he says.
I understand that. But he didn't say Jesus is the giver of light. He said, I am the giver of light. Do you understand that I am on the Old Testament is the name of God?
Not quite, but you're close enough.
Can you say why not?
It was interpreted as I am by the Greeks, but in the Hebrew language, it's a little more nuanced than that. But it's really not worth. Thank you so much, C3P. Oh, gosh. C3PO. Thank you for the hat. It's irrelevant what you think his name was, because he doesn't exist.
Okay. Like I said, he doesn't exist to you. So that's you have the right to do that. Because even for us, for me to understand that it's a God, there are opposite of that. Like for me to be able to understand that there is something unexistent, I need to understand that it might be the possibility that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And I choose to believe.
Yeah.
Just like you.
I don't choose to not believe. I just don't find the evidence convincing. I didn't choose this.
Yeah, because you are not looking for it.
I have. I was a Christian for 20 years. I've read the Bible many times in its original language. So the Bible is not evidence of anything.
What is the original language of the scripture? Just for my.
The Old Testament's Hebrew, except for Daniel. Daniel's got some Aramaic, and then the New Testament's written in Greek.
And you understand the Hebrew culture?
Yeah, I went to Bible college and seminary, learned Greek, Hebrew, and ancient Akkadian.
Okay. And do you understand the culture back then, why they speak on this form?
Yep.
Okay. And after you look into all that, you didn't have, I guess, how would I call it? Like, you didn't find anything that you could say that there is something out there.
Nope. In fact, the more I studied, the more I became convinced that this God couldn't be real, and there's probably no God at all.
But you understand that the books say the same thing. Like, the more that you look for knowledge, the less.
I don't care. The book's full of lies.
I understand you don't care.
I have no reason to believe the claims made in this book when I can look at it and demonstrate that it says things that are untrue. So if I wrote a holy book that was full of a bunch of untrue things, certainly I would have some stuff in there that said, well, hey, this is the only source of truth. If you look elsewhere, you won't find it. Yeah, that's exactly what you say when you're running a cult.
Okay, I understand that. What is it that you say that the book is full of light? Like, what is that you mention? Or you can point me on a direction so I can comprehend your point of view.
Well, easy. For example, we're going to go to one of my favorite issues in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Let's turn to Hosea chapter 11. I'll pull it up. This is very easy. This is from the prophet Hosea. He says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to the idols. Now, what's happening right here in these two verses, would you say?
When Israel was a child, what is Israel to
It's God's people.
God's people, right? Mm-hmm. The people that know the law.
Mm-hmm.
So the people that know the law, when they were a child, they didn't have all the knowledge.
Nope.
I loved them. That's what it says, right?
It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and I called my son out of Egypt. This is a reference to Exodus 4:22, when God calls the Israelites out of bondage from Egypt. That's why it says, the more that I called them, the more they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to the idols, which is what happened after the Exodus.
Exactly. When they were a child, right, they still can make mistake. Because a child, when a child make a mistake, you can forgive them, right?
Right. Okay, so fair enough. So this is about history, right? This is the prophet.
Not really. The book is not a history book. That's the first thing that we need to understand.
It is. So in this, in this book, he's referencing something that happened in the past. A reference to something in the past is called history.
Yeah, but
okay. So in verses 1 and 2, he's saying something happened in the past. Do we understand that?
Yeah, but it's a metaphor. It's not an actual.
Well, yeah, we know that Israel being a child is a metaphor because Israel wasn't literally a child. Israel was a nation. But
exactly.
Being a metaphor doesn't mean it's not history. He's still recounting something.
He's
still recounting something. He's still recounting something from history, isn't he?
I would say yes.
Easy enough. Okay. In verses 1 and 2,
yes.
Is there a prophecy?
The more I called them, the more they went from me. Keep sacrificing. Yes, that is a prophecy.
Okay, what's the prophecy say?
That when he saved them from Egypt, they start, I would say, like, keeping themselves away from God.
It's not a prophecy. That's history. He's saying this is what happened.
Okay.
So describing things in the past is not a prophecy.
But the things in the past are happening again.
But this didn't happen again. So
it is happening right now.
So describing the past is not making a prophecy.
But the past repeat itself.
Did this repeat itself?
Right now, yes.
No. The Israelites never went into Egypt and then back out of Egypt.
But who are the Israelites, though? That's what you got to understand.
The people that God called out of Egypt. Those are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So let's get one thing clear. Hold on, just take a deep breath.
I will take.
You can't call anything a prophecy that you want just because you want it to be a prophecy. This is how literary genre works. When you're referencing something in the past, then it's just a reference to the past. That's why it says in the very next verse, it was I who taught Ephraim to walk. I took them in my arms. The prophet is telling about something that happened in the past. Do you know why he's telling about the past right now? Have you read Hosea?
No, I haven't read Hosea.
He's recounting their history so that he can accuse them of being bad children. So he says, I led them with cords of human kindness, with bands of love. I was to them like those who lift infants to their cheeks. I bent down to feed them. God is laying the groundwork. I was your father. I was good to you. I did everything for you. Nevertheless, the prophecy starts here. They shall return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria shall be their king. Now,
what does the land of Egypt represent?
In this passage, it's literally referring to the land of Egypt. You can reference this in Jeremiah. The king of Assyria dispersed many of these people, and a lot of them had to escape into Egypt to avoid the king of Assyria. So very clearly here, in the first 4 verses of the book, God is recounting a historical narrative, and then he's recounting the historical narrative as justification for what he's about to do.
No, he's not. He's just telling them
That's what
what's
he's
going to
doing.
happen.
Yeah, no, we'll try this again. Okay. Everything in the first 4 verses is in the past, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Everything in the first 4 verses are things that God did in the past to justify what he's going to do in the future, right?
Okay, but like I said, it's a metaphor, right?
It's very easy. It's a yes or no question. Is the history recounted in the first 4
you're
verses?
You're taking the Bible literally.
Because that's how words work. Okay, so the first 4 verses are here to supply the reason why God is about to punish his children, yes or no?
Okay, I gotta mute myself, I guess. When you mute me? Okay. The Bible, it was wrote as a poetic book.
Listen, genre won't help you here. We know what history and prophecy is. This is not poetry. You've got 2 things happening here. You've got a short historical narrative that's laid out as a justification for the prophecy that starts in verse 5.
But that's how you see it. That's how you perceive it.
That's how words work.
No, words.
Okay,
can
show me one word in here that's about the future. I want to see it.
What do you mean by that?
Show me one word. Show me one word in here that's about the future.
This is the thing.
Show me one word in here that is about the future and not the past.
You gotta let me talk, bro. I can mute you too, or no?
You can't mute me. I'm asking you a very easy question. You're saying there's a prophecy in here.
Okay, but you want me to show you that you already have an answer.
I'm asking you to show me where the prophecy is.
But I'm telling you, it's a
Margarita, thank you for the $20 on PayPal /Venmo /Cash App. It didn't tell me which one. Thank you though, Margarita, for the $20. Big W, Margarita.
Margarita.
So this is actually very easy,
Margarita.
and I don't know why that you're waffling on this. So a prophecy
I'm not waffling.
is
You
a
don't make
word,
sense.
according to Deuteronomy 18, a prophecy is a word that needs to come to pass. It needs to have a clear prediction for the future, or it needs to give clear information for the present. These 4 verses are neither of those 2 things. These 4 verses are history. Do you understand?
I understand your point of view because you're taking the verse literally.
That's all you have. If
What do you
you
mean by
can't differentiate between history and future predictions, then I can take any verse in the Bible that I want, any single verse, and I'll just make it about me. It doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what the context is. It doesn't matter what the genre is. Anything that's remotely similar to me, I'm just going to make it about me, and I'm going to call myself the Messiah.
And that's what the Bible is about.
Okay, so then we'll just do it right now. Isaiah 65:9 says, "I will bring forth descendants." I've got descendants. I fulfilled that prophecy. Boom, call me the Messiah. Jeremiah 4:31, "I heard the cry of a woman in labor, as in anguish, of bringing forth her first child. I've done that twice. I've been with 2 different childbirths where it was their first child. Boom, I fulfilled Jeremiah 4:31. Isaiah 16:3, hide the outcast and do not betray the fugitive. I've done that before. I've actually had to hide a fugitive. Boom, I fulfilled Isaiah 16:3. Nahum 1:15, look on the mountains, the feet of one who brings good tidings and proclaims peace. That's me. I'm quite literally borderline pacifist. So do you see how just taking any random words and applying them any way you want to does not make them legitimately a prophecy? You can't just take any random words you want that sound vaguely familiar to something and call it a prophecy. That's how genre does not work.
That's how you should read the Bible.
That's not how you should read the Bible. You cannot read the Bible and you cannot read the Bible and just grab any words you want and say these words mean anything I want them to.
That's how you should read the Bible.
That's absolutely the worst way to read any book. You literally cannot just take this book and make the words mean anything you want it to.
But that's what you do. Every book that
that's
you read.
That's what you're doing. A good, honest person does not read a book and say, I want these words to mean something than what they already mean.
But every word that you read, you make it personal to you, to
I
your
don't.
understanding.
Nope.
Then how do you learn stuff?
You learn it by understanding the context and understanding how literary genre works. I don't know why this is so difficult for you.
It's not difficult to me. Just I have a different point of view.
Read a passage with me. I want you to tell me how you apply this to your life, okay?
Okay. What is the passage?
When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms,
passage so I can read it?
Deuteronomy 20:10.
Start from the top.
When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it will serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you will besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you will put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town as spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. What genre of text is that?
I'm not familiar what genre of text is that, but if you can tell me, I'll really appreciate it.
The text of a genre means what type of writing is it?
I don't know what type of writing is, to be honest with you.
This is part of a legal code. This is a command. Is there a prophecy here?
Completely honest with you, I wouldn't know.
Okay, so we know what a prophecy is. A prophecy is divine revelation about something happening in the present tense or something that's about to happen, which is why in Deuteronomy 18, God gives you rules about how to tell if a word actually is from the Lord when prophets speak. If you go down to Deuteronomy, I think it starts in 18:18. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their own people. Oh, keep going. We're almost there. There we go. Thank you for the hat. I appreciate that.
I need to address something in chat before we continue. Do not sit there and say, bring an English-speaking guest. Because guess what? English isn't my first language either. We don't condone racism here of any kind. If they are too hard to understand, that's a you problem. Because at the end of the day, at least we worked hard to learn this language.
Yeah, Lex is doing his best on the language. Okay, so it says, you may say
I don't even speak this language.
You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove to be true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So when prophets speak, we need to test those words. Do the words come true? So a prophecy is not just somebody said something about the past. That's just called talking about the past.
Okay. But it's clearly said over there, right? Oh, you took it off. He say if the prophet speak a word, right, and you don't see it as truth, then it wouldn't be a prophecy because you haven't experienced that.
It would be a failed prophecy is what he's saying.
Yeah, because you haven't experienced it.
Yeah, if it's not true, then it's a failed prophecy. It's not something from the Lord. So a prophecy is something that is testable.
I understand that. But do you understand
Okay.
that God
So
can...
do you understand that a word from the Lord that is testable is different than just saying something happened in the past? Do you understand that those are different genres of speaking?
Now I do understand your point.
Okay, so in Hosea 11, when the prophet is saying there's things that happened in the past, and because of these things in the past, here's what God is going to do. Do you get it?
Yeah, but does history repeat itself?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't?
If history repeat itself, then everything in history should have been repeated already. That's just
But it has. It
that's
just
just
have different
no,
name
it
and
hasn't
different
happened.
characters.
Incorrect. That's just a silly euphemism that people use. Everything in history doesn't literally repeat itself. If that
Not
were
literally,
if that
but
were
different
true,
characters, yes.
if that were true, then where's Genghis Khan number 2?
Gungan Khan number 2. How many child this guy from Telegram has?
Huh?
The guy from Telegram, he has like 100 child.
No idea what you're talking about.
There is a guy that invented the app Telegram.
Never heard of him.
He's a billionaire. Well, that's the thing. You haven't experienced it because you haven't heard of it.
I don't use Telegram. I don't know anyone that does.
So to you, it's not existent.
How is this relevant to anything?
Because you asked me the next, like, conquistador or...
The next Genghis Khan?
Yeah, Genghis Khan, yeah.
Yeah. History doesn't literally repeat itself. There are events in history that are repetitive because human beings are really bad about learning their lessons. But just to say something silly, like all history repeats itself, is a silly notion. You can't just say any words on a page are prophetic because history repeats itself. If that were the case, then every word in this Bible has to repeat itself. Do you think Jesus is going to be crucified twice?
On a stage of mime, yes.
No. Will he literally be crucified twice?
And different, I guess, archetype, yes.
Will he literally be crucified twice in real life?
But that's the thing. The Bible is not a literally book.
Okay, it is a literal book. It's full of history. It's full of predictions. It's a quite literal book. If it's not literal, I have no reason to believe that Jesus died for your sins. I have no reason to believe that he existed at all if it's not literal.
And that's acceptable.
Okay, so then you just heard it right here from a Christian. Nothing in the Bible is literal. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You don't have to believe any of this.
That's acceptable. If they don't want to believe
That's what I heard.
they don't have to believe it.
And there's no reason to believe it. If it's not even a literal book, I have no reason to believe anything in it.
To you, there's no reason, but there's to people that there is reason. It make them feel some type of way.
Yeah, I'm glad that it makes you feel good in your tum-tum at night, but if it's not real, I don't care. If I'm going to read something that's not literal, it's just a story, I'll read Harry Potter or something. I'll read something good.
And if a Harry Potter make you feel some type of tummy on your night, that's acceptable too.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, you heard it here. The Bible is equivalent to Harry Potter. Well, Lex, thanks for being here, Mud.
We kind of knew that.
I think you did our work for us.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I got to experience this chat with you and that you opened my mind that I have to be more, I guess, knowledgeable when I'm trying to defend a point.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You've been a kind guest. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Cheers.
Be well, Lex.
He was a nice guy, but it's very upsetting when you have very easy things like what is a telling of history?
Bash!
My man.
Did not mean to do that, but hey, buddy.
Hey, Bash.
Margarita, thank you for the, sorry, there's an old notification. Unless Margarita just sent me 20 more bucks. W Margarita anyways. Welcome in, Bash.
Where Margarita? Shit. Make it rain.
Come on, man. I was just bringing in my groceries. I'm sorry. I was walking around grabbing groceries. And next thing you know, it said go live. I apologize. I'm enjoying you, bro. I'm back in the audience.
Well, hey, man, it's
Bash.
good to hear from you, Bash.
Your ass missed us, literally.
Always good to see you, my man.
Hey, you're always welcome up here, bud.
Thank you so much.
Cheers,
Bloop,
brother.
bloop.
W Bash, bloop, bloop. If you're not following Bash, you're not doing TikTok right. You need to follow Bash. He's he's much more rational and calm in his demeanor than I am. I tend to bite into the conversation a little bit much. Welcome in, Yahshua HaMashiach.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome in. I assume you're a Christian based on your image and your title.
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Do you think that the Christian God is demonstrable?
Yes.
Fantastic. What's your best evidence?
Best evidence for God's existence, I think, is...
For this God.
Hey?
For this God.
Yeah, the Christian God, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Historical evidence.
Which is what?
You
did a lot of chirping in the comments. I thought you were going to bring something.
I did. I did.
You got me all excited.
I think maybe when I say historical, I guess, I'd say prophecies, fulfilled prophecies.
Cool. Which one do you think got fulfilled?
Hey, sorry? Which one did he fulfill?
Mm-hmm.
Prophecies about Jesus.
I can name a bunch that he didn't fulfill, and some of his own predictions that he never fulfilled.
Go. You tell me yours.
Fantastic. So my favorite prophecy that he didn't fulfill and he will never fulfill and is a complete contradiction of the New Testament message is Jeremiah 33. And if you've been in my live very often, you've already heard this, but you know.
I haven't. It's the first time I've come across it, to be honest.
We'll do again.
Yep.
Surely the days are coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So when the book of Hebrews rolls around in chapter 7 and says that the Levitical priesthood was inferior and needed to be replaced, and when Galatians chapter 3 says that the law was temporary until Jesus came, it's a direct contradiction of what Jeremiah says is going to happen when the Messiah comes.
Okay. And sorry, what you said? Sorry, I'm just trying to find my
40.
Bible. You said Jeremiah 33. You said.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the verse? Sorry.
Start in verse 14.
Verse 14. Okay. Yep. So the righteous branch. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That would be. That's Jesus. Yes.
Yep. Well, it's the Messiah.
Yeah. The Messiah. Yep. Okay. So you're saying it didn't happen? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with you. I'm trying to read
it certainly
my Bible.
didn't happen. It says, in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. That never happened. In fact, Jesus' people, shortly after he died, were chased out of the land. By 136, they were almost all out of the land. And then it says that there will always be a king on the throne, and there will always be Levitical priests in God's presence offering sacrifices and offerings, which clearly didn't happen.
But is Jesus not a high priest and from the line of the Levites?
Nope.
So Jesus is the eternal priest.
Nope. He was never a Levite and he was never a priest. In fact, if you go back to the Gospels, his aunt, her tribe is listed, and it's not the tribe of Levi.
Okay. All right, interesting. Have you got anything else? Any other things?
Yeah, there's a bunch. Let's go to Isaiah 56.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go to Isaiah 56, and we'll start at verse 6. Oh, sorry, I need more than just 6. I want 6 all the way through 7. Yeah, I guess only 2 verses there we needed, 6 through 7.
Yep, Isaiah 56.
Yeah, this is after the restoration of the people. says, the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him and to love the name of the Lord and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant, I will bring these to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar, for my house will be called a house of prayer for all people. Now, Jesus seems to think that somehow he is a fulfillment of this when he cleared the temple, says that my Father's house will be a house of prayer. But if he actually read Isaiah, he would know that the vision in Isaiah is that when the Gentiles are grafted in with the Jews, they'll be under the same covenant as the Jews, offering sacrifices in the temple, just like they did under the law of Moses.
Okay.
And it's not in Isaiah a Messiah that's going to be glorified. It's the nation of Israel. If we read Isaiah 55, go down to verse 3 and 4, says, we'll start in the middle of 3. I will make with you an everlasting covenant, my steadfast and sure love for David. See, I made him a witness to the people, a leader and a commander for the peoples. Now you shall call nations that do not know you, and nations that do not know you will run to you. Because of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel has glorified you. So the vision of Israel being glorified is what brings the foreigners to worship Yahweh, not some Messiah that died for your sins.
Okay.
And there's more. Want to do Ezekiel 37?
Yeah, let's do that. Ezekiel 37. Yep.
All right, this is a vision of the restored kingdoms, both the north and the south. It says, I will make them one nation in the land, on the mountains of Israel, and one king will be king over them all. So the two north and the south kingdoms will be reunited again. It says, never again will they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, or with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all the apostasies into which they have fallen, and I will cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God, and my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd, and they will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. Now, this certainly couldn't have come true, because when Jesus came, his people weren't rescued and brought back to the land and then had an eternal throne set up. They were scattered, and then they lost their king.
Okay.
So the Old Testament, in no prophecy, predicts anything Jesus did. Even in the first chapter of Luke.
53?
What's that?
Go on. What about Isaiah 53?
Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. Isaiah gives you 8 different references leading up to chapter 53 that explicitly states that the nation of Israel is the servant. Have you read those yet?
I've read Isaiah 53, and I've kind of skimmed through Isaiah, to be perfectly honest. But
you have to read all of Isaiah before you read Isaiah 53, or you'll never have any idea what's happening in Isaiah 53. Let me get you a handful of passages real quick.
Okay.
We're going to read Isaiah 41, 8 through 9.
Yeah.
Let me get it up here.
Isaiah 41, 8 through 9.
Yep. It says, but you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen. So he says, Israel is my servant, right?
Yep.
And then he says it again in the next verse. Called from its furthest corner, saying to you that you are my servant. So right off the bat, there's absolutely no reason why the servant has to be a person, because the prophet tells you up front at the beginning of 2nd Isaiah that the servant is Israel. It does same thing in 43:10. You are my witnesses, that's in the plural, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen. So again, leading up to 53, we've got another clear reference that the servant is the nation of Israel and not Jesus, obviously. Then Isaiah 44, verses 1 and 2. Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Then we got the same thing in 44:21, 45:4, 48:20. In fact, 48:20 lays the groundwork for what's happening in Isaiah 52 and 53. Because 2nd Isaiah, chapter 40 to 56, is all about Israel being rescued from Babylonian captivity. That's why Isaiah 48:20 says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, says the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." The whole meta-narrative in the second portion of Isaiah is about his servant being freed from their captivity, and they're being freed because their penalty has finally been paid. If you go to Isaiah 40, the very opening of this narrative says, "Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term and she has paid her penalty. She has received from the Lord's hand double for her sins." So the whole theme of 2nd Isaiah is God's servant Israel paying for their sins and now being glorified.
Yep.
Right.
So coming out from Babylon. So what you're saying, Corey?
Yes. And that's why in 56, it says, once you've been glorified, the nations that don't even know you will run to you. So the arc in 2nd Isaiah has nothing to do with anyone dying for your sins. It's about the nation of Israel being glorified through the mighty and outstretched arm of Yahweh.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think Isaiah 53 is a good prophecy.
Wouldn't that be through the work of Jesus on the cross, though? Because
he didn't save anybody.
But hey, what? Say it again.
He didn't save anyone. Isaiah says you're going to be restored to your land. It says that your fortunes will be restored.
Yeah.
Right? None of that happened. Israel was devastated when Jesus came.
Yeah, it was.
Right?
Yes. Yep. So, all right. So what about Isaiah 52, 13?
Well,
do you mind if I read it, or do you want to read it, or?
Well, you want to start in 52:10.
Okay, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Do you mind if I read it, or you read it? That's done by me.
Either one.
Yeah. Okay. So, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. It's verse 11. Depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of her. Purify yourselves, you who bear the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard.
That's
Number
right.
13.
Where are they going out from?
I don't know. Sorry.
Babylon.
Is it Babylon? Yeah.
This is still to the Israelites in Babylon. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. So, but this is what I'm saying. Like, and it's not just you. I mean, I've heard it from other people as well, where they say that Isaiah 53, or the suffering servant, is speaking about Israel as a people group and not an individual. I find it challenging. I find it hard to believe that, because when you read verse 13, it says, "Behold, my servant shall act wisely. He shall be high and lifted up and shall be exalted.
Yeah.
As many were astonished at you. His appearance was so marred beyond human resemblance or semblance, and his form beyond that of the children of mankind."
Yeah. Exactly. That's what happened to Israel.
Yeah.
They went into the land that was not theirs, an unclean land full of uncircumcised heathens, and they got devastated. Yeah. And now God is restoring them. That's why it says at the end of this narrative in chapter 56 that the Lord is going to glorify you, and nations that don't know you will run to you.
Okay, but then what is 53:4. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried out.
You want to skip over the good stuff?
Oh, well, we can go back. That's fine. So we'll go 15. 52:15.
We need the context.
Okay, let's have a look. So shall he sprinkle many nations?
Well, start over.
Kings shall So what? Say it again.
It should say startle. Sprinkle's not a proper translation here.
What one
is
are
that
you
King
reading?
James you're reading? I'm in the NRSV.
No, I've got ESV. Okay, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Startle. So he shall, what? Startle, would you say? Startle mean nation?
Startle, good enough, yeah.
Yeah. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him, for that which has not been told they see, and that which they have not heard they understand.
Right, that's...
Who has believed? Yeah, go on. You get?
That's the important part where you want to pause. It says, that which had not been told to the nations, they're going to see it. And that which they had not heard, they will contemplate it. Right?
Okay.
Now, the very next verse is a personification of the nations contemplating what they've just witnessed, which was described in 52:10. The Lord has bared his holy arm before all the nations. That's why it says, who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? It was revealed to the nations that held Israel captive. So this is about the rescue of God's servant Israel from Babylon.
Okay.
And everything else in there is clearly, a lot of it can't even be applied to Jesus, and the prophet himself tells you what it's about. For example, in the opening line says, he grew up before him like a young plant, and like a root out of dry ground, he had no form or majesty. But if you go to Isaiah 60:21, I'll get it for you real quick.
Yep. Isaiah 60:21.
Prophet says, your people will all be righteous, and they will possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands, so that I might be glorified. The whole arc is that the servant is Israel. That's God's handiwork. And God is going to glorify his people so much so that the nations will run to them.
Okay.
God is dealing with Israel in a way that will glorify him.
Yep.
And it goes on. If you go all the way down, and a lot of people stop reading after like verse 7 or 8, but if you keep reading, it literally says, when you make his life an offering for sin, he will see his offspring and shall prolong his days. Well, this can only be applied to Israel. Jesus didn't have any offspring, and his days weren't prolonged. They were cut short, if anything. And then if you keep reading, it literally says, therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the spoils with the strong. This is war language. And if you keep reading in Isaiah, he tells you what this means. He says, I'm going to restore all of your fortunes as they were at first. And the kings will lead the procession to bring you their wealth.
Okay. Sorry, I've lost you. What verse are we at? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. We're at Isaiah 53, verse 12 is what I was just reading. Sorry.
I'm still looking at 60.
Sorry,
Okay,
we bumped around a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay. All good. That's okay.
Right.
Therefore, I'll do it. Yep. We got that.
So everything in 2nd Isaiah is easily interpreted as being about the nation of Israel. If you interpret this as being about Jesus, not only does it seem silly with the rest of the book, but it also contradicts the other clear prophecies. The interpretation here that this is about Israel is in perfect harmony with every other prophecy, every single one of them. Like if we go earlier to Isaiah in chapter 11, where it talks about the shoot or the stump of Jesse.
The righteous branches.
Yeah.
I think.
A shoot will come out from the stump of Jesse, and a branch will grow out of its roots. And we're familiar with this already. It says the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him. So, and this is familiar, but people, they quit reading. If you keep reading, it says, with righteousness he will judge for the poor and decide equity for the oppressed of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and the breath of his lips he will kill all of the wicked. And it talks about his righteousness being a belt. And then listen, it says the wolf will lie down with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the kid, and the calf and the lion will feed together, and the little children will lead them. none of this happened. When the Messiah comes, there's for sure supposed to be world peace, but there's not.
Yep. Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why the Jews would say no peace, no Messiah.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, look, you're obviously very well learned in this area. I'm still reading and I'm trying to keep up with you. Maybe I can do a bit of research and come back and chat with you further.
Come back anytime, man. You're a pleasure.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Cheers, man. W
Bye.
for Yeshua. Honest reading with the text with me. You don't get that too often. Tim came back in the request. Didn't we already take Tim, or did he drop out when we tried to get him?
I think he had sound issues. We could try again. Also, I messaged Benny to see if we can set up a birthday channel because I know certain followers, including myself, we are fall babies. So I think that would be the perfect time to, get everyone out there, out in the open. Even just a happy birthday will make someone's day because certain people deconstructing no longer have connections to family. So having to wake up to a happy birthday message from fellow friendlies, I think would be beautiful.
For sure, yeah.
And help.
Guys, thank you for being here. We've got almost 250,000 likes already. We've been absolutely crushing the gift goals. Thank you so much for all your kindness and your support. Also remember, the very first video in my profile has the information if you have resources to help Dr. Joe out. So Dr. Joe, let me pull open the page again. We've got a GoFundMe for Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe was caught in the wake of the hurricane that came through, and her house is badly damaged. It's not safe currently, and her insurance company has denied all claims submitted. They're not going to touch it. They don't care. They're a bunch of crooks. So please, if you have anything to spare, help this valuable member of our community. Dr. Joe is in all of our deconstruction lives and chats and communities, and she's helping people deal as a licensed clinician. She is a licensed professional clinician, and she gives us her time and her love and her attention for free. Doesn't charge us anything. So this is a good time to come together as a community and help somebody out. You can also, she's in here in the chat, I assume. You can follow her. She has PayPal and in her link tree, as well as I think a Venmo if you want to support her that way. All right.
We love you, Dr. Joe. Also, thank you all so much for the likes, the shares, the Cash Apps, the Venmos, the gifts. We really appreciate it. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys, but be sure to keep tapping the screen, sharing it out. We still got a lot of time left. I'm pretty sure our host has plenty of energy to at least cook some more. So thank you all so much for riding with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I tried to get the next guest in, but they dropped out like as soon as I called them up. So I guess they weren't quite ready. All right, so we're going to try Enoch. Should be interesting.
You're not canon. Sorry.
I mean, in the Ethiopian Bible, I suppose. But the Book of Enoch is a really fun read, to be honest.
I have it in my wish list. I haven't read it yet, but I hear great things. I heard this a fantastic fan fiction.
It really is. Welcome. Excuse me. Welcome in, King. You with us? Hello?
Gilgamesh.
Well, I guess he wasn't ready.
I guess not. I guess he had to deal with the Watchers.
That's what it was. He got his attention.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Hi, how are you, Justin? I have been trying to come up on your panel for the last probably 3 weeks now, so I'm so lucky. So thank you so much for bringing me on.
Well,
Let me say
in.
hi. Thank you so much. Let me say a quick hi to Hanji. I spoke to you, Hanji, if you remember, and I asked you if you know Yanni, who was born in Kalamata. You remember me?
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
so nice talking to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. So, Justin, I want to touch base the subject that the gentleman whom you brought up.
Susan, are you a Christian?
I am not, actually.
Okay, well,
But I want to
we're
talk.
debating Christians right now.
I just need a few minutes, if you don't mind, about the existence of God, if you don't mind.
Do you believe in God?
I do believe in God, yeah.
Great. What's your best evidence?
Now, the thing is, yeah, before I bring up the evidence, I wanted to talk about the time and energy that you were talking about with the gentleman, the physicist.
Yeah, the physicist that for some reason couldn't counter my my logical syllogism.
Yeah, right. So now when we talk about time, I'm an electronic engineer, so I think you are an electrical engineer as well, right?
Yeah, you want to walk through the premises with me?
I want to, yeah, if you don't mind, especially when we
Great.
talked about time and energy.
Great. Yeah. So creation is a change of states, which is premise number one. Do you agree?
I agree.
Fantastic. Anything that it has a change of states has a before and an after.
Correct.
Okay. Anything that has a before and an after requires time.
It does.
Fantastic. So then the last premise is obvious. Time must exist for any act of creation.
For any active creation, yes.
Okay, so then the conclusion is that time is eternal because time is required to create anything, even itself.
Okay, should we not differentiate between eternal and everlasting here? Because
It's the same thing.
I don't believe so.
Well, everlasting just means that once it comes into existence, it never goes away. So fair enough, we can make a distinction there, but I'm not suggesting that time is everlasting. I'm suggesting that it's infinite in the past and the future.
Okay, so can we agree that we, the creations, are everlasting? Like, because we had a beginning.
I don't think we were created. You'd have to demonstrate that first. Can you demonstrate that we were created?
Well, yeah, I know that you don't like to use the word creation. So let me say, like the moment I was born, this is when time started for me, at least.
That's when you were aware. I mean, that's when your current awareness came into presence. But the molecules that make up your body pre-existed you.
Pre-existed in me. You mean the day I was born?
Every atom that is in your body right now existed somewhere else in the universe prior to your birth.
How can you prove that?
Because matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Every atom in your body came from somewhere else. Initially, it came from your parents, and then it came from the environment.
Correct.
Okay, so the atoms came from your parents, and those atoms came from their parents, and so on and so forth. And those atoms came from the cosmos.
From the cosmos. Okay, so, okay, now the other argument is about the necessity. You said everything around us, including the universe, the galaxies, heavens and earth, including us, we the humans, it was necessary for everything to exist, right?
Nope. It just logically follows that they always have existed. If time can't be created, then time must have always existed. If time always existed, that means space always existed because space and time are linked. They are a mesh. And so that's easy enough. Now, if it's true that matter cannot be created and matter cannot be destroyed, then matter itself must be eternal along with time and space.
So you believe that matter always existed?
Yep.
Okay, so so how do you define time? I know it's a factor for us, the humans. It's necessary for us, or it was necessary for us to define time as a factor to know what the speed is, what distance is, what gravity is. So we define time, and we made it as a factor for us to understand other stuff like gravity and distance and speed.
You just want to know what the definition of time is? You've never looked it up?
Yeah. No, I want your definition, please.
My definition is just any measured rate of one moment to another. So every moment is an instance, and that instance is not infinite. It's an instant that is here, and then in a microsecond is no longer here. The difference between the instance that we're having right now is different than the instance that we just had 10 seconds ago. That's how time is. Time is the measured difference between instances, and we call that measured difference time because we're basically just comparing it to anything that has some sort of change. So anything that has motion, we can use to track time.
Correct. So, but you do agree that we, the humans, define time as a factor, right?
We define the parameters of how we're going to quantify time, but whether or not time exists, we don't dictate. Thank you, AG, for the galaxy. I appreciate you, AG. Big W for the galaxy. Thank you, AG. Yeah, so we define how we quantify time, but time itself is a discernible aspect of the universe.
Okay. Now here, like for God, God does not, like time does not, as a factor, does not apply on God.
Yeah, I'm sure you think that, but demonstrate that he exists before you start making claims about him.
Well, the only evidence for me, like to believe that God exists as an entity, as a superpower, whatever you want to call it, is the book, the Quran that I believe in.
Oh, the Quran? I mean, the book says that Muhammad had a night journey and he had a flying horse with wings, and the Hadith that says he married a 6-year-old and consummated it at age 6 says that semen comes between the ribs and the spine, which isn't true. It says that the bones of embryos form before the soft tissue. That book?
Well, first of all, the Hadith has nothing to do with the Quran.
Do you believe in the Hadiths?
Not all of it.
Okay, so you pick and choose which ones you want. Did Muhammad marry a 6-year-old?
He married a 9-year-old, but I don't want to talk about the Hadith, to be honest. I want to.
Oh, you want to run away from the Hadiths. You don't like that part of your religion.
I don't want to because I'm not very.
Is it appropriate to engage in intercourse with 9-year-olds?
I'm not going to talk about that, Justin. I want to focus on the.
So yes, you want to ignore the parts that make your religion sound horrible. I'm sure you do. Thank you, Jay, for the subscription, or whoever sent that out. I think was that Jay that sent that out. Yeah. Do you think that horses fly?
It wasn't a horse, first of all.
A donkey? I don't care what it was. Do you think animals fly?
We don't know.
Do you think Muhammad split the moon in two?
He did not do it. It was God who did it.
Okay, so you think the moon was split in two, though?
I do believe that.
Do you think that sperm comes from the diaphragm?
It doesn't say so.
It says from the backbone and the ribs, between the backbone and ribs.
So that's not the diaphragm.
That's where your diaphragm is. It's behind the diaphragm muscle.
Not exactly, to be honest.
Yeah, just look at the anatomy chart. Your diaphragm is right here.
I asked a couple of doctors about this particular verse, and they confirmed that what the Quran has said about the sperm. And
I don't care what doctors you ask. Sperm doesn't come from between your backbone and your ribs. It comes from your testes.
Okay, now let me just talk more about the Quran.
Okay, so your Quran is a book of lies. If your Quran can't tell me that an embryo forms a proper way, it says that bones form first and then the soft tissue around the bones. If it can't tell me where sperm comes from, I have no reason to believe any claims that are in the book. And most of that book is plagiarized anyway. I've read a bunch of the Quran. It's constantly plagiarizing apocryphal Jewish texts. It's quoting bar for bar a bunch of apocryphal Jewish things. Why would I trust anything in that book, especially when Muhammad didn't write any of it? These were collected by Muhammad's followers after he already passed. We have no way of knowing if anything in that book was ever uttered by Muhammad himself. And I have no reason to believe, even if it was uttered by him, that it was from God. I don't think God would send a pedophile warlord to the earth to give us his divine revelation.
Okay, first of all, the Quran was compiled when Prophet Muhammad was still walking the earth.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Someone get M. It wasn't. It was compiled after he already passed.
Let me see. Ems, are you in here?
Okay, so during the period of 23 years when the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, this is when the Quran
I don't
was
believe it was. Prove that it was.
Well, he received his revelation
Prove
for
it.
13. I don't need to. I don't have to because I
You
have the
do.
Quran in
You're making claims. I want to see what the proof. What's the proof that Gabriel visited this merchant in the desert and gave him this revelation? Because as far as I can tell, this is equally as valid as Joseph Smith reading the plates. There are 11 witnesses that claim to see Joseph Smith reading the golden plates. Do you believe those witnesses?
Do we need to see everything to believe in it?
Well, apparently, if you don't believe that Joseph Smith read those plates using the seer stones, then I have no reason to believe anything your prophet says.
Okay, even though you have evidence, which is called the Quran, in our hand.
It's not evidence. That's the claim. Thank you, Douglas. Or Dugald. Thank you, Dugald, for the goose hat, the floppy
Hey,
goose.
Habibi, my darling.
If I may ask, have you read the Quran in Arabic, or like which language did you read the Quran in?
I've read it in English, but this guy here, he's a pro. He reads it in Arabic.
No, I prefer to talk to you. Just I
No,
don't
that's
wanna talk to
okay. You should talk to someone who actually has read your book more than me.
No,
That's
I'll have
why.
another-
That's why my live says the Christian God is imaginary, because I'm an expert in the Bible. But this guy knows the Quran. You should talk to him. Tell him
I don't
tell him
wanna
how
talk to
awesome
him.
your book is.
I want to keep talking to you if you don't mind for just a couple of minutes, and I want
Well,
to.
you're talking to M now.
No, I don't want to talk to him.
All right, go
I wanna
ahead.
keep talking to you. Thank you.
Give it your best shot.
Okay, so now I want to also to talk about a couple of verses from Isaiah 29:12. Have you read Isaiah in Greek language?
It's not in Greek. It's in Hebrew, and yes, I've read it in Hebrew.
Okay, would you please tell me what Isaiah 29:12 say?
In Hebrew or English?
No, in Greek.
It's not in Greek.
So the 426.
Isaiah was written in Hebrew. It was translated into Greek, most likely in the 1st century BCE. But
Yep.
I would have no reason to read it in Greek since it was originally written in Hebrew.
Okay, but the 427 folios that have been collected by 4 major countries, Germany, England, and Russia, and the Sinai, they put 427 folios on the internet.
427 what?
Folios.
Folios?
Yep.
Folios
That's
of
in
what?
All the New Testaments in Greek language, in Codex Sinaiticus, and there's a website called
Isaiah is the Old Testament. Sinaiticus is not Hebrew, it's Greek.
Yeah, it is in Codex Sinaiticus.
Yes, Isaiah was written in Hebrew. We have Hebrew texts that predate Sinaiticus by 600 years.
Okay, but my question is, when I read Isaiah 29:12 in Greek,
I don't care.
Sinaiticus,
It was written in Hebrew.
so can you at least read it in Greek?
No, it was written in Hebrew.
Okay.
If you think I should read your book in Arabic rather than English to get the exact meaning of it, then you should read Isaiah in Hebrew, not in Greek.
Okay, would you please read it in Hebrew?
Sure.
29:12. Thank you. There's a particular word that I want you to, that I have a question about, please.
All right, Isaiah 29,
29:12.
12. We'll grab it in English and in Hebrew.
Ems, you're more than welcome to stay up, Habibi.
Yeah, might as well stay up. Eventually, she's going to get around to more of her Quran BS.
I feel like I know what he's going to say. So just keep at it.
All right, we've got it up in both languages. We'll read it in English once, and then if you want to tell me which words you want to change, we'll go ahead and do it.
Thank you.
It says, and if it is given to those who cannot read, saying, read this, they say, we cannot. Did you want to read more of it? Because this isn't very helpful.
No, that's the only one, please. Could you please read it in Hebrew?
How about we actually read the whole passage?
Okay, if you have time.
So this is the very beginning of a text. It says, the vision of all of this has become for you like the words of a sealed document. If it is given to those who can read with the command, read this, they say, we cannot, for it is sealed. And if it is given to those who cannot read, saying, read this, they say, we cannot. The Lord said, because these people draw near with their mouths and honor me with their lips while their hearts are far from me, and their worship of me is a human commandment learned by rote. So I will again do amazing things with this people, shocking and amazing. The wisdom of their wise shall perish, and the discernment of the discerning will be hidden. So what would you like to know about this?
First of all, I don't know why it says we in plural. When I read it in Greek, it says like it's not in plural.
Was it written in Greek or was it written in Hebrew?
In Hebrew, would you please read
There
it
you
in
go.
Hebrew?
Fantastic. So if we go to verse 11 in the Hebrew, let's see, which word are we actually, we cannot. So we cannot, well, that's probably not a good translation. It's probably going to say we cannot read in Hebrew. Let's see, this is an old translation. And the vision of all this, oh, there we go. And the writing is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I am not learning, which is a little bit different. So let's see what actual...
It's not in plural, right? It's not in plural, you see?
Oh, it probably is. So we's not even in the original text. So let's just try this again.
Correct.
So there's an imperative, easy enough. Read, please, easy enough. And then we have this, and he says, which is singular. And this is just the negation. Lo, yada ti, I am not literate of the book.
Okay. So you can't see the word hira, H-I-R-A, anywhere, right? In Greek.
Here? This is not in Greek.
Yeah, I understand. For some reason, I did not read it in Hebrew, Justin. This is the thing. I wrote it down in the comments, H-I-R-A. You can't see it in Hebrew, can you?
I can't see any of your comments, no.
Okay, so the word hira, for some reason, is missing in the Hebrew. So when I read it in Greek, I saw the word hira, which is chira in Greek, which refers to
I don't know why you keep bringing up Greek, because this was written in Hebrew.
Correct, yeah.
So
now,
before you just keep making useless arguments, please explain to me why the Greek is important and why you don't like what is in the original language.
Because when I read it in Greek, I found the word hira, which is missing in English translation.
Yes, but I also don't care because it wasn't written in Greek.
Okay, so in Hebrew you can't find the word hira either.
No, it's clearly an interpretation because it says the vision of all this has become for you like the words of a sealed document. If it is given to those who cannot read, those would be plural. And so the response says, read this, they say, even though it says, he said in verse 11.
Okay, so, and in Hebrew it's not in plural, right?
No, it's neither plural nor singular. It's literally in the infinitive, saying.
Right.
There's no singular or plural in an infinitive.
Okay, like some translation in English, it's not in plural, it's in singular. I don't know why your translation says we cannot, because in other translations...
I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I don't think it actually matters. If we go to like the New King James Version, they probably render this literally. They probably render this as he, because the New King James tries to get as literal as possible, and they did. In the New King James, it says, read this, please, which is literally what it said in Hebrew. And he says, I cannot, for it is sealed. Then the book is delivered to the one who is illiterate, saying, please read this. So it's just an interpretive option between the NRSV and the New King James Version based on who they believe is responding.
Okay, so now the pronoun I, what does it refer to? Who is this person?
I would be Anochi in Hebrew, but Anochi doesn't appear in the text. It's the singular of cannot, which is lo.
Okay. Okay. So the other question is about Solomon chapter 5, verse 16, and you read Hebrew, I believe. So would you please read it very quickly?
That was a useless point. What was the point of all that?
The point is because I wanted you to read it in Greek, but you said no, you want to read it in Hebrew.
It doesn't matter. What was the point of all of it?
My question was about the word hero.
That's not a Hebrew word.
I know, yeah, because it's not written in Hebrew.
I know. So what does it matter that there's a Greek word in your 4th century CE translation?
Because the prophecy of
Thank you, Bertram.
Was about the Prophet Muhammad.
No, it wasn't. There's not a single prophecy in this book about your pedophile prophet.
Do you know where she's going with this?
Can we please?
She's going to the cave of Hera.
No, I don't want to talk to you flat, please.
You're talking
Please
to
have
him.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Would you
have to.
please go to
He's going to the cave of Hera.
Song of Solomon, chapter 5.
I'm
No,
sorry,
you're going to
I'm-
quit yapping and listen to M for a second.
I want to hear Ems for a second because he was making a valuable point. Go ahead, Ems.
She's looking for the word Hera because that's the cave where the prophet got the revelation from.
Yep, I know. I literally, that's why I was teacupped. I was looking for it. I found exactly
It's
what I was looking for.
a case of similar sounding words. Cool. You found a
is
word in
also-
Greek that sounds similar to a word in your language. Congratulations. That means nothing.
Next she's gonna go for the Muhammadin. Watch.
I was going to say Hera is also a goddess in our in our mythos, so it's kind of ironic how Hera is even in the passage. But yeah, that came well after. But continue on with the conversation. Susan, you can unmute.
Thank you. About Song of Solomon, please, chapter 5, verse 16.
I love it when Muslims try to prove their pedophile prophet true by reading the Bible, because you don't actually believe the rest of the Bible. Your book trashes the Bible left and right, which means you have...
The thing is, why are we even entertaining this when we do not even use the Bible as a source?
It's not a
source. This is not
source.
an argument for us.
Yeah, so
We're not
the
Christians.
Muslim
We're not
religion
proving
rejects the truth claims of the Bible. So your book is not a source of truth for your religion.
That's correct. I reject the Bible in its
And,
entirety.
and so do I.
Yeah.
So this is
Especially, you know,
pointless.
Justin, I want
So this is a waste of everyone's time because you don't believe this book is authoritative, and neither do I.
I need to.
So the fact of the matter is you have no actual evidence for your prophet. None.
Yeah, it's the Quran. That's my
It's
evidence.
not. The Quran is a book of claims that wasn't even written by Muhammad.
It was not written by Muhammad. It was revealed to Muhammad.
I don't believe it
written by
was.
the scholars.
Okay, that's for you. I mean, the thing is, I want to talk about is the Deuteronomy 22, I believe.
not going to the Bible.
You don't believe in the Bible, it's irrelevant. Until you
Stick to the
admit that the Bible is truthful in all of its claims, I'm not going to read any of it because you don't believe it's truthful, and neither do I.
That's right. Yeah, I don't believe in it at all.
So I'm not
Okay.
reading it to prove your religion.
No, I'm not trying now to prove my religion from the next verse that I want to bring up.
It's
I
irrelevant.
have a question for you. Yeah, it's
The
about
Bible's
Deuteronomy.
the Bible's fiction, just like your holy book.
If you say so. Okay. Thank you so much for
Yep.
your time.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Good to see you, Em. You're welcome to stay up here.
Good to see you.
She won't be the last one. They always think atheists are like fertile ground for, they think ex-Christians are fertile ground for converting to the Muslim faith.
Yes. So, funny thing, I was in a live before I contemplated into this one. It's an Arabic live where a woman. It's similar to this science. It's a big live. There was a woman up there fighting with her life to prove that the human is a skeleton in the womb at some point.
It's not. It's not.
What? Oh my god. Okay.
It's just not. I don't know where they get this stuff from. And they always say something, well, this one doctor said so, but it's not. The whole medical community around the world knows that the bones don't form until the beginning of the second trimester. Welcome in, Tim.
Hey, can you hear me okay? I think you can.
Yeah, I can hear you. Were you here previously? I forget.
Yeah, I was, but somehow TikTok bombed me out, or I wasn't quite switched on. But either way, we're here now.
Sure, welcome in. I think you're a Christian. You said that, right?
I am, yeah. But a couple of things I'd just say first of all, and my apologies to other Christians that are on this live. I am appalled and shocked at the level of ignorance by Christians.
I know.
I'm horrified.
Tim's the only one doing it right, I'm sure.
The Bible says my people will fail through lack of knowledge.
Sounds like you're getting yourself set up for a pretty big fall, my man. Remember, pride comes before the fall.
No, I just, because my point is whether you and I agree or disagree is one thing, and I would like to think we will probably end up agreeing to disagree. The point is...
Didn't Job says, let my wisdom be my silence?
Just hold on. The point is, you have spent 20 years or more, as you've said, being an apologetic, reading, studying, and these sorts of issues.
Did you come here to cry, Tim, or did you come to lay down a solid argument?
I'm going to bring an argument. I just want.
I can't wait. I'd love to hear it.
I just want. Yeah.
If you want to go to do meta commentary, I'll gladly make up meta commentary on you.
No, you don't know me, so.
Well, you don't know me, so there you go. Fantastic. You want to lay down an argument, or did you want to cry?
No, I'm just making a point before
I don't think you've made a point yet. I'd like you to lay down an actual argument.
Well, I just want to make it.
Sounds like you came here to cry about me.
Well, you're utterly wrong.
Are you lonely?
I don't want to
Do you
cry
need
about
company?
you. I have discussions with all sorts of people who agree with me and many that don't agree with me.
How long has it been since your wife stepped out on you?
Why are you using such offensive and personal language like that?
Are you the one that wanted to get into the meta?
Yeah, so my question
Great,
to
so you want to lay down an argument now?
I don't have an argument. I just have some questions.
You just have complaints, it sounds like.
And who am I complaining against?
You're apparently complaining against me. So what are your questions?
I'm not complaining against you at all. Not at all.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Tim. What's your best argument for why your God is real, Tim?
Let's just qualify something here. I am not.
I don't know why you think you're going to run this. So, Tim, the topic here is that the Christian God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. What should be happening here is you should be thinking of the arguments and the evidences that would prove me wrong. So I'll ask you again, what's your best argument or your best evidence that the Christian God is not imaginary? I don't know if he knows he's muted. He's probably still yelling.
I'll send him an invite.
You back among us?
I think so, yeah.
Welcome back. So what's your best
argument? Quite how we got muted. No, we need to clarify something here.
I don't think we need to clarify anything. I'm waiting for an argument.
Well, I was actually about to compliment you.
I don't think you should. I think you just lay down the argument.
No. We are human beings having a discussion, are we not?
It sounded like you came in to have a complaint.
No, and if I was going to have a complaint, it's not against you.
Oh, well,
but
fantastic then. I guess we're on the same page. Let's have the argument.
No, we're not on the same page. But my point is this, and this is a message to all the Christians here. If you're going to have a discussion,
you're not talking to the Christians. You're talking to me.
I haven't finished, and I've never come across anyone so rude. Do me a favor.
I'm not your Sunday school class. This is a debate.
It is. No, it's not a debate.
It literally is. It literally is.
Set of opinions.
The prompt says. Prompt says, "Prove me wrong."
Will you prove me wrong that God doesn't exist?
The burden of proof is on you. Prove me wrong that the tooth fairy doesn't exist.
I don't need to prove it. Tooth fairy doesn't exist.
Good. I don't need to prove it. Your God doesn't exist. Claims asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Claims asserted without evidence. So where is the fact there is no evidence for a God?
Easy enough, because there is none, and you can't name it. If there was, you could name it.
But you propagate all sorts of narrative and questions and not questions, verses of the Bible that fundamentally, even tonight, you're on Hosea 11. And yet if you read the whole chapter in its context,
I have.
you were challenging, just hold on, you were challenging the man. Is there any prophecy in those verses 1 to 4? No, there's not.
I know. I was right.
You were 100% right.
Yeah. Do you see the problem there, though?
No, I don't see the problem.
The problem is if you go to Matthew 14, Matthew
11,
says there's a prophecy there.
No, I
does.
would say when you,
We'll read it.
would agree with this. I'm sure you would agree with this.
These Sunday school
When you
teachers
look
never actually read their book.
Say again?
Said these Sunday school teachers never read their own book.
Well, I agree. I'm not a Sunday school teacher.
I thought you said that in the comments. Didn't you say you were a Bible school teacher?
I'm a Bible teacher. There's a difference.
Oh, well, same thing to me. It's
Well, it's
fantastic.
not. There's
So
a world of difference.
we'll just read.
The level of ignorance. The
I
level
know.
of ignorance by Christians.
All right. Don't complain about your own fellow Christians, okay? Hosea is called a prophecy in the book of Matthew. It says, when he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed for Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, out of Egypt I have called my son. So we all agree, if you read Hosea 11:1 and 2 with honest eyes, there's just not a prophecy there. Which means when Matthew rips it out of its context and says that something was fulfilled here, Matthew's just a liar who can't read. Tim, do you understand? He doesn't know he's muted. He's getting real worked up over this.
I'll send them an invite again.
Why do I keep getting muted?
Because you can't pause long enough to do anything productive.
What do you mean I can't pause long enough to do anything productive?
You can't stop shouting long enough at the other Christians in here to actually engage in legitimate conversation. So you're not talking with the Christians that were here before you. You're talking to me.
I'm talking to you. And so
Great.
you're saying, Matthew, where is this?
It's Matthew chapter 2, verse 14 and 15.
Matthew 2, 14 and 15. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So one verse in your mind. Yeah? Well, two verses in this case.
Is it the first time you've read this section?
Don't be daft. My father's a theologian. I've grown up with it all.
And somehow I don't think you did. I don't find that to be a credible claim.
What's a credible claim?
That you've read this, because you would have known that this is a problem before.
No, I wouldn't have known it's a problem.
In fact, I've
just known it's not.
The Christians who actually have read the Bible that get up here, when I take them to Hosea, they already know exactly why I took them to Hosea, because they know that the New Testament references Hosea. You didn't know that.
That's not actually what I was looking for. Okay? But that's by the by. Yeah?
So how many lies does Matthew need to tell before I just say Matthew's not credible?
Well, you tell me why Matthew isn't credible.
Because he doesn't say things that are true? Because every
Okay, so what
prophecy
is it
about
that's not
Jesus
true?
is ripped out of its original context and misapplied?
Say that again, sorry.
Because every prophecy in the book of Matthew is ripped out of its original context and misapplied. And half the time, he doesn't quote it correctly. The other half of the time, he can only quote the Greek. He can't quote the Hebrew. So Matthew, supposedly writing to nothing but Jewish people, according to legend, but he never quotes the Hebrew Bible except for this one time. This is the one single instance ever that Matthew quotes from the Hebrew Bible. Everything else is directly lifted from the Greek Old Testament.
So put that one to one side. What are the other lies that you say that Matthew has propagated?
Well, I don't know if it's just Matthew because they're repeated elsewhere, but you can just...
No, but you've just said Matthew is the book of lies.
It is, yes. I said not just Matthew because the lies are repeated elsewhere. If you go to Matthew 16, he's got Jesus saying this. For the Son of Man, in verse 27, will come with the glory of his Father with all of his angels, and he will reward each according to his works. Surely I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. This is a reference to the second coming.
Which second coming?
The second coming, when he comes on the clouds of glory, as described in Matthew 25, Matthew 24, and Matthew 26, when he comes to judge.
And when will that take place?
According to Matthew, it's going to take place while some of these people are living. He says, surely I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
So what does that mean to you, that that's a lie, because you want to take that literally?
Yeah, because that's what words mean. See, this is what Christians do. When the prophecies fail, they just say, well, we can't just admit they failed. We're just going to say it wasn't literal. So if it wasn't literal, what was it?
Well, no, there's no doubt about it. I agree with you on that point as well. Fundamentally, the Bible, I mean, there are pictures and shadows, but fundamentally what is written is literal.
I know. Yeah, he says literally, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And he describes it in great detail in chapter 25. He tells you exactly what it's going to be like when he comes in his kingdom. If you go to Matthew 25.
So for your 20 years in Bible study and seminary, what were you taught that meant?
I was taught about 4 or 5 different things, and most of the academic commentaries tried to avoid it altogether. Some of them will say, obviously, it's a reference to the transfiguration. Some of them will say it's a partial fulfillment, or some of them, I've read a couple of commentaries where they were just honest and said it didn't happen. So there's a whole range of what people will actually say about this verse in academia. Some people will say it's a scribal error, or some people will say this is not in the original manuscript. Matthew 25, though, says in 31, when the Son of Man comes in his glory, same language as Matthew 16, with all the holy angels with him, same language, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will gather before him, and he will separate them one from another as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. Now, I own the academic commentaries on Matthew, and they run from these passages like the plague. They'll write paragraphs and paragraphs on everything else, but when you get to the difficult parts, they just try not to mention them.
And why is that?
Because they're cowards, and because they want to make money.
Because I grew up in an environment where not one shred of that would have been not discussed. Not at all. Not one shred.
Well, it's right there in the book. Jesus says he's coming back while some of you are still alive. He says it again in Matthew 24, verse 32 to 34. And Paul says it himself. Paul says in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 12 through 14, that Jesus is coming back with the shout of an archangel and the sound of a trumpet. And we who are still alive will be caught up in the air with him. We who are still alive.
Okay, and who was the Apostle Paul referring to?
The Thessalonians. Because they
Literally?
because they were concerned. They wrote to him about those who had already fallen asleep, because they were concerned, what do we do with these members of our church that have already died and Jesus hasn't come back yet? What's going to happen? This is a problem. We thought we were going to meet Jesus when he comes back, but they're dead now. And Paul says, no, don't worry. When he comes back, they're going to rise from the dust of the earth. The dead in Christ will rise first, and then we who are still alive will go up and meet him in the sky. So Paul thought he was still going to be alive. That's why he said in 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
That is categorically not the case.
Well, we'll just read it. I'll read it to you.
No, I know what it says.
I don't think you
do.
do.
The question is,
I do not want you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning those who have fallen asleep, lest you sorrow as others who have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so God will bring with him those who sleep in Jesus. For this we say to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive and remain until the coming of the Lord will by no means precede those who have fallen asleep. He's including self. We who are alive and remain.
Okay, so what you're saying then is, from a purely position of logic, and this is me, I'm not trying to argue here now, I'm just trying to understand why you would accept. If that is literal, where does the book of First Thessalonians sit with all the other books of the New Testament?
It's one of the earliest epistles ever written by Paul. And
I didn't ask that question. I asked a question where what you're effectively saying is the book of First Thessalonians is a historic position. Whether it's true or false doesn't matter. It's a historical position that was written by the Apostle Paul. You acknowledge that, right? You acknowledge it was written by the Apostle Paul. You acknowledge that it was written at a certain time in history. But in words of simple English, at the point that it was written and the point at which the book ends, that must have to have exactly the same principle applied to all the other books in the New Testament. Or let's say all the books that the Apostle Paul wrote, yes?
I think you're trying to say something, but no one knows what you're saying yet.
No, you have said the Apostle Paul believed that he would be alive.
Yeah, that's why he says in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 that all...
Where'd you get that point of view from? Where'd you get that point of view
from? The book. I just read it to you.
Right, okay. And why do you take it?
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, Paul says, we who are alive and remain. And
correct.
Then he says something very similar in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Funny, it's almost like I've read the book. Okay, so in 1 Corinthians chapter 7, he's giving instructions for people that are married and people that are single.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
And then he gives...
but stop, you've not answered my question.
Hold on, we're going to read one more passage.
No. I don't subscribe here to what you're saying because...
We're just going to read it, and then you can comment on it.
This is his channel, not yours. We don't need your meta commentary. Shush. Have the fruits of the Holy Spirit. Go ahead, host.
Yeah. Paul gives a bunch of instructions, some of them saying it's better to be single than to marry. And he says up here, those of you who are married, live as though you are not married. And then he gives the reason for this. He says, but I say, brethren, the time is short, so that from now on, even those who have wives should be as though they had none, and those who weep as though they do not weep, and those who rejoice as though they did not rejoice, those who buy as though they did not possess, and those who use this world, as not misusing it, for the form of this world is passing away. Paul says the time is short. The world is passing away. So if you're married, you shouldn't even live as though you're married. Time is now. Don't have children.
Now you can speak.
I'm genuinely struggling with something here, right? Mm-hmm. If the Apostle Paul says, we which are alive and remain, and you're taking that literally, that means you've got to take every other book that the Apostle Paul wrote as literal, right?
Nope.
Why not?
So first of all, Paul does write almost 99% of the time deadpan literal. He almost never uses metaphors unless he's talking about Jesus. He'll use metaphors for the relationship that people should have with Jesus, like being a slave to Christ. But when he's giving instructions, those instructions are dead literal.
Right.
And if it's a metaphor, if this is a metaphor, then the onus is on you to figure out what's the metaphor mean. Thank you, Herb, for the hat.
So when it says we which are, then we who are alive and remain.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
do you know what the word we means?
We can only draw one of two conclusions from that. Either the event that the Apostle Paul is writing about has already happened,
or it didn't happen.
And
that's what I subscribe to. It didn't happen because Jesus was not the Messiah.
So what about 2 Thessalonians? What about 2 Timothy? What about 2 Peter? All the second epistles all refer to the Lord's return.
And he never did.
Pardon?
And he never did. He never came back.
Well, he hasn't come back, correct?
I
'Cause he
know,
hasn't
and he's
come back
never
yet.
coming back because he's not the Messiah. Because there's no prophecy about a Messiah dying and coming back thousands of years later. Every prophecy says at the time he comes, he's restoring Israel, he's putting a king on the throne, and the laws according to Moses will be instituted.
Correct. You're absolutely right there.
So then if Jesus didn't do that, then he's not the Messiah.
No, but Jesus hasn't done it. But
Then he's not the
will be done.
Messiah.
Well, how do you associate that then with the book of Revelation?
You
and the
can't
book
say
of
that
Daniel?
somebody is the Messiah if you think he'll do it in the future. They're the Messiah when they fulfill the prophecy. I could equally just say, I'm the Messiah, but I didn't fulfill everything yet.
No.
I'll fulfill it later.
Sorry, what's your first name? Is it Justin?
Mm-hmm.
So, Justin, you would agree with this statement, I'm sure. And this is about a principle that can be applied to any book of reading, right? I've got management books, I've got international law books on my bookshelf, and I've got the Bible. You can't take a verse on its own, and you must also put a verse in the context of the chapter and the chapter in the context of the book. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
I know exactly how context works. Yep.
Good. And you would further accept, would you not, that if you have got two passages of scripture that refer to each other that either are identical or would appear to be contradictory, that they ought to be looked at in a context, yes?
No, neither. You can reference another verse without them even speaking about the same thing.
No, that I can't subscribe to at all.
There you go. I don't know what to tell you.
And the reason why I can't... So tell me then, you've mentioned the coming of that second coming, which, by the way, I am what would be known as a pre-tribulationist. I believe there is a silent coming for the Christian, and then the Lord is coming back again.
Well, he certainly is silent because he's never come yet.
Well, he hasn't come yet because I'm
and
still
here. He's
here.
not going to.
Well, that's what you think.
Well,
but
then
my question
give
to
me
you
a
is
reason
this.
why I would believe he's ever coming.
Why? Because there are events that are described both in the Old and New Testament that have not yet taken place.
Good. That's just proof that it's not real. If you're saying the Bible says
What do you mean
something's
it's
going
not
to
true?
happen,
No, hold on a
and
okay,
then it doesn't
so-
happen, you're validating my claim that the Bible makes false prophecies.
Okay, so let me clarify what I just said. There are a series of prophetic messages.
Where?
Hold on. Please, can you let me finish what I'm about to say? There are a series of prophecies that stretch from, just for this purpose of this conversation, from Genesis to Revelation, and many, many, many in history have been fulfilled.
Name one.
So the question that then asks,
Thank you, Romita.
what then? You're saying not a single prophecy has been fulfilled.
I said Jesus didn't fulfill a single
I didn't
messianic
say
prophecy.
Jesus. I'm asking you from the Bible, are you saying that all the prophecies that stretch from the book of Genesis to the book of Revelation, none of them have been fulfilled? Forget just Christ.
No, there are clear geopolitical predictions that a first grader could have guessed back at that time that did come true. Like the idea
A first creator could have guessed. What do you mean
you're
by
gonna
that
let me answer your question, or you're gonna hide from it? So
I'm not going to hide from anything.
When it says that the king of Assyria is going to come through and wipe them out, anybody could have made that prediction. The king of Assyria was the most violent king in all the land with the most powerful army in all the land, predicting that the king of Syria is going to come wipe you out. When he told you he's coming to wipe you out, which we have recorded in history, then yeah, I don't find that type of prophecy
Right, okay.
particularly
So
compelling.
you're doing what I've seen before. You're picking and choosing. Let's.
I'm
go to
actually
the book
not.
of Daniel and the-
I'm explaining why the Bible was able to predict that Assyria was going to be successful in defeating them.
You're choosing
Even in my
what?
argument, I'm presupposing that the text could have been written before the events, but we're not even clear of that because the texts that we have are in Aramaic script Hebrew, which is long after the events. We have none of these texts, none of these prophecies in their original language, even close to the time that the prophet even lived.
And are you talking about prophecies specifically that relate to, because I'm looking at all aspects of Bible prophecy, and in particular, when I say there has been many that have, and you've just acknowledged there have been some, historically or otherwise, that have taken place. My question again is, if we look at those verses in 1 Thessalonians 4 that you took me to, that speak of a coming,
which didn't happen.
Well, that hasn't yet happened, is my
Well, it's
view,
not
so we have
going
a different
to.
view.
Give me one
My
reason why I should
question
believe
is-
they're coming.
Pardon?
Give me one reason why I should believe they're going to happen.
Well, belief ultimately is a choice, yes or no?
No, belief is whether or not you're convinced of a claim, and I'm not convinced.
You're not convinced of a claim. Whereas I am not only convinced of a claim, ultimately, and this isn't necessarily the full forum to go through it.
I know, indoctrination's tough to break.
Pardon?
I said indoctrination's tough to break. I'm sure you are convinced.
Hey, I've spent the last 15 years trying to disprove 80% of what I was taught.
I don't think you're doing a good job then. Because
And
I can
more
disprove it
look-
right now.
The more you haven't, you have talked about
What would
one
you-
single piece.
I'll talk
All right, let's
about
go to the book
all of
Daniel.
it.
Let's go to the second half of Daniel.
Sure. What do you want to read?
You tell me, how does the book of Daniel, in your view, disprove the prophecies of the book of Revelation?
Well, first of all, Daniel doesn't disprove Revelation. Revelation was written as a reaction to the fact that Daniel didn't come true. So until Revelation,
You know what? Sorry. Listen, I am not.
Until the book of Revelation actually comes true, it's irrelevant that the book of Daniel wrote about things that it's irrelevant that Revelation wrote about things that Daniel wrote about.
He's just hot for God.
Yeah.
All right,
Now, Daniel doesn't even know who the father of Belshazzar is. The father of Belshazzar was not Nebuchadnezzar. We have documents from the time of Belshazzar and his actual father Nabonidus, accounting documents and historical documents and chronicles giving you the family lineages of the kings and who gave birth to who and who was doing what. This was written much later. This section of the book was written in Mishnaic Hebrew 300 to 400 years after the supposed Daniel actually lived, which is why they don't know who the father of Nabonidus is. The book of Daniel was written in the middle of the 2nd century.
Now we can have your rebuttal. Wrong invite. Don't accept that.
I've heard many, many, many arguments and points of view over the years, but I've never come across anything.
You should try reading a commentary by an academic. You can read the commentary on Daniel by John J. Collins, the premier commentary currently on this particular book of the Bible. John J. Collins is the guy everyone goes to for apocalyptic biblical literature. Maybe the problem is you've been listening to pastors and you haven't been listening to academics.
Actually, you're fundamentally wrong there. Again, you're making a statement without knowing me. You know nothing about my background. You know nothing about my upbringing, and you know nothing about how I read and what I read.
I know you've never read an academic commentary on Daniel because nearly all of academia, even the conservatives like Tremper Longman III, believe that this was written in the middle of the 2nd century as the events were unfolding during the reign of Antiochus Epiphanes IV.
So you're prepared to make a statement that I've not read an academic book on the book of Daniel.
Either you haven't read it or you don't understand it.
And that's also a statement
that
you make.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yep.
Well, let me tell you, on both statements, you're wrong.
Cool.
Utterly wrong.
Prove me wrong.
And not only that.
Find me one prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled.
But what's the point in having this conversation?
You're the one up here, not me.
No, I am.
You wanted to have the conversation.
You're the one up here trying to convince people, Christians, that either we're dumb, stupid, wrong, or ignorant, or all of the above.
I'm actually not convincing people of that. I think you are.
You are trying to convince.
I'm trying to convince people that Jesus is not the Messiah. Can you prove me
Why
wrong?
do you want to convince them? Why do you want to convince them he's not the Messiah?
Because society is better off when they believe things that are true. And this religion is a net negative for humanity. This religion wants to tell women what to do with their bodies. This women want to hold women back and tell them they can't be leaders in their community. This religion tells my gay friends that they don't deserve to live. They should be stoned, and they certainly can't get married. This religion has been holding back science for literally centuries. This religion has been burning people at the stake who practice other religions because they dare to have different beliefs. This religion is toxic. That's why I do it.
So, first of all, fundamentally, I would agree with what you're saying from a religion point of view, because I have no time for religion. 95, if not 100% of religion is man-made.
And so is this book.
Well, let's just put that to one side for a moment. We'll come back to that, right? But the fundamental premise of your point about religion, this, religion, that, religion, the other, I agree with you. Totally agree. Because it's a bit like, if you were to read Karl Marx in the context and his communist manifesto, in the context of when he wrote it, and then said that Stalin and Pol Pot applied communism. No, they didn't. They applied their own perverse version of what they wanted and they believed, but it's not what Karl Marx taught.
Jesus said, I came to bring a sword to turn father against son and mother against daughter.
And that's all he said?
He said a lot.
And what were the other things he said that were...
If I spit in a glass of water and give it to you to drink, are you going to drink it?
Well...
I don't know what you mean. What's that got to do with this discussion?
Just because there are good things in the Bible doesn't mean we should be ignoring the bad things.
I agree with you.
Great.
I completely agree with you.
Well, there's tons of bad things here. When did you free your slaves? How long ago?
Pardon?
When did you free your slaves?
I heard this debate the other night.
The Bible
slaves were servants.
The Bible says you can have slaves, so that's incorrect at all. That's completely incorrect. In fact, I'll just prove it to you right now.
You don't have to prove it because I heard your discussion the other day.
I don't think you did.
And you look at the word slave, it's the word servant. And again, if you look at the
we'll just read this again. So I know it's hard for Christians to understand how words work, but we'll go over it again.
Not hard at all.
Okay, so you may understand that the word for servant and slave in Hebrew is the same thing. It's the context that tells you if it's a slave or a servant.
Correct.
And an actual hired servant, someone who gets paid, is a shakir. It's not an eved or a amah. So in the text it says, as for your male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may buy male and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall become your property. That's slavery when they're your property. In fact, it says in 46, and you will make them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them as a possession. They will be your permanent slaves. So
right. So what is the context?
They're not servants.
What is the, because we agreed earlier that you can't just take, a verse in any book, right? I could take a Hayden's manual to fix my exhaust on my car. And if I don't put that exhaust in the context of the rest of the parts of the car, I'm going to make a complete cods of it, right?
The context is easy. The context is God is giving them laws about slavery and about workmanship and about what to do with human beings. And he says, of your brethren, if one of your brethren who dwells by you becomes poor and sells himself to you, you shall not compel him to serve as a slave. As a hired servant and a sojourner, he shall be with you, and he will serve until the year of Jubilee. So if your fellow Hebrew falls into debt, treat him as a hired servant. But what about the slaves that you want to keep permanently? Easy. Those are not your Hebrews. Those are your foreigners. As for your male and female slaves who you may have from the nations around you. So the context is clear. God says, listen, you guys were just freed from slavery. I don't want you to make each other slaves again. However, if you want slaves, you can get slaves from the nations around you.
Time doesn't allow us to debate here, but we have to look at those verses in the context of the book and in the context of what God was doing with the nation of Israel.
What context am I missing?
Look, this is not the forum to debate it.
I think it is. I debate this all the time.
Context is the book of Genesis to Revelation. That's the context.
Sure,
for a start.
give me the context that makes owning slaves better.
No, there is absolutely no point in having any discussion with you.
Sounds
for
like you
two
can't.
reasons.
It sounds like you're
No.
unable. Sounds like you're recognizing that the book is vile and you have no justification for it.
I do not accept that at all.
Well, you don't have to accept it. It's just the truth of the
And
matter.
the reason why I don't accept it is because I put every verse in the context of every chapter, in the context of every book, in the context. And when I do that, I gain a very different position.
Cool. What's the context here that makes this better?
What is the point in having
Sounds like
a
you don't know what the
discussion?
context is. I know what the context
I
is.
certainly do know what the context is.
The context,
I know absolutely the context.
The context is about when to free people and when not to free people.
No, that is not the context.
That is. The
at
whole
all.
chapter
No, it's
starts
not.
out a context about the year of Jubilee.
Okay, so what's the context above that then?
The whole context is about the year of Jubilee and how to count them
No,
off
but
and
what's
who,
the con-
and
okay,
who
so
goes
what's the
and
con-
who goes
what's the
free
context of
and
the
who
year of Jubilee?
and who goes free and who doesn't.
No, that
So
is not
in
the
the year,
context.
so the year of Jubilee was established so that the Israelites wouldn't become permanently indemnitied. So
Right, okay.
So
I'm going to ask you another question.
Hold
then.
on,
Let's
hold
just
on.
stop.
I'm answering your first question. So the chapter starts out with a conversation about the year of Jubilee, and the reason why this whole chapter is important is because God doesn't want his people to become poor in the land. He wants his people to prosper. That's why it says, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land which I give you, then the land will keep, then the land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord. 6 years you will sow your field, 6 years you will prune your vineyard and gather its fruit. But in the 7th year shall be Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, Sabbath for the Lord. You shall neither sow your field nor prune your vineyard. What grows on its own accord of your harvest you shall not reap, nor gather the grapes of your unintended vine, for it is a year of rest, so on and so forth. And then we get into the year of Jubilee, and it talks all about who's being freed, what's being freed, why it's being freed, and never is a foreigner freed. It's only Hebrews, because this doesn't apply to your foreign slaves. It even talks about your property. Now, it's also true that Hebrew women, according to Exodus 21, don't go free. Down in verse 7.
Or their children, if I'm correct.
If a man sells his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who has betrothed her to himself. Betrothed is a deceptive word. It literally just says in the Hebrew, has designated her for himself. So you can buy a slave, you can buy a little girl, and just designate her for yourself or for your son. Her consent doesn't matter.
So about that spit water, let me stop. I cannot go through another page. Guess you can unmute.
Yeah, you're gonna get banned again. You gotta be careful.
Okay, so
thank you, Illy Lupin, for the super chat. Super chat over here on YouTube from Illy says, hope that you can answer this. First time viewer here. Why do you think that these books became the backbone of such huge religions? Because religion is a cultural development. And when you're inside of a culture, you're in an echo chamber, and everybody in that echo chamber is constantly reinforcing the religious and the cultural institutions of that echo chamber in order to prop up a unified society. And that's why these books are so culturally relevant. That's why people in predominantly Muslim countries are almost always Muslim. People that are in predominantly Christian countries are nearly always Christian, because it's just baked into the culture. Now, back with you here. Guess what were you saying?
Yeah, so what's the context of whether you're looking at Deuteronomy, whether you're looking at Exodus, whether you're looking at Leviticus? What's the context of all of these books?
Oh, the context is simple. God freed his people from slavery in these books of law, and he's giving them laws to live by. He says in Leviticus, he's doing so that you will not defile yourselves like the nations before you defiled themselves. Because they defiled the land itself, it's spitting them out. So God is saying, follow these laws so that you can be holy as I am holy. So the law code that is given here is instruction to make Israel holy. And in that law code, he explicitly says you can own slaves.
Okay, but what's the bigger context?
The bigger context is God doesn't care if you own slaves. He cares where you
No.
put your pee-pee. He cares that you
No.
covet your neighbor's wife. He cares that you eat shrimp or shellfish or pork or that you wear mixed fabrics, but he does not care if you own another human being as property.
And what is the context?
I just told you, the context is they were just
You've
delivered
not
from
got
Egypt.
it.
They're literally
You-
sitting at the foot of Mount Sinai, receiving this law from God through Moses.
Correct.
And God says,
what was the context?
follow this law forever, because in doing so, you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. It says, teach it to your children and your children's children, so that all will go well with them forever.
And what was the context of God taking his people out of slavery?
Because he wants a people unto himself.
And who are those people?
It's the Israelites, according to the Old Testament.
The Israel people.
Is it just the Israelites?
According to the Old Testament, it's the Israelites, and the goal of the prophets is to declare that when God glorifies his people, all of the other nations will run to Israel.
And what is the purpose of God wanting a people for himself before the children of Israel?
He doesn't actually give you a whole lot of reasoning why he selected Israel, but it seems to be that the meta-narrative of the Old Testament is that he's starting with Israel, and his end goal is to bring all the nations to him. That's why every time
Did he start with Israel?
It's because every time he does a miracle, he says things like this: after I do this thing, then the nations will know that I am Yahweh.
Okay, but did God just start, or did God just start with the children of Israel? Because I don't think he did.
Well, it depends on which book you read, because if you read
I'm not reading the book. I'm
in
looking at the
Genesis,
Bible.
he starts out in Genesis with a promise to the patriarchs. So the
but
promise
what did
is
he do?
to the
But what did-
the promise is to the patriarchs, and the promise is always about the seed of the patriarchs. So even
Correct.
from the very beginning of the book, it's about the seed coming from the patriarchs, and those are the Hebrews.
Right, okay. But what about the verses and the chapters, before the patriarchs? What's God's context there? What's the contextual context of the Bible there?
Which chapter? They're all different. You've got about 7 different stories in the first 11 chapters. So which one you
You've
want to
got
know
what?
about? I'll tell you about any of them.
No, I'm asking a question which goes back to your 1 Thessalonians 4, right?
It sounds
We
like you're
have-
confused.
I'm not confused at all.
It sounds like
God-
you need a Bible lesson.
No, let me just share with you my position here. God is speaking to man as an individual in the early part of Genesis.
Citation
God-
needed.
Well, citations. So we've got Adam. We've got the various characters that are referenced in the early chapters of 2, 3, and 4, and of Noah, and then of Abraham. We've got God in dialogue with mankind as an individual.
Yep.
Right? You can't dispute that. Whether you agree
Well,
with the
I can. I
Bible-
don't believe it's true, but that's what happens in the
there's
narrative.
hold on a second. Hold on. I accept that you may not believe it's true, but if we just take the words, right? Genesis 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, right? God is having dealings with mankind on an individual basis,
Yep.
not on a national basis,
Yeah.
and not on a global
Yep,
basis.
and he's striking out every time.
Forget what he's doing. I'm just positioning something here. Right? You keep interrupting. He deals with man as an individual. He deals with the nation, or creates the nation of Israel and chooses them. And then in the New Testament, he comes out to the whole of the world. And there are 5 specific chapters.
I've read
through the Old
the book.
Testament.
You don't have to explain it to me. What's your actual point?
My point is this. Whenever we look at God dealing with man as an individual, at God dealing with the nation of Israel, at God dealing with the world, God is out. The Bible is recognizing and identifying that irrespective of what God does and tries to do, man fails.
So,
and that then leads to a separate debate. Why would God want man to fail? He doesn't, because what we're doing
well,
is
he must. He
Who
absolutely must, because God is completely sovereign, and he declares the outcome from the very beginning. It says that man cannot direct his own steps.
But when did he say that?
He says that in multiple passages throughout the Bible.
I know he says it. I know he says it in
and it
multiple
culminates
passages.
in Romans chapter 9, where he literally just tells you that he has designed the vessels of wrath and destruction.
But that is not what God created in the first place.
It
in
is.
Genesis 1, 2, and 3. No, it's not.
It
God
is.
did not.
Is God all-knowing?
Pardon?
Is God all-knowing?
God is all-knowing.
Great. Did God create the garden scene?
Correct.
Okay. Did God know that they would fall?
Absolutely.
Did God create Satan?
Absolutely he did.
Did God have to create Satan?
But stop, just question to you.
Did God have to create Satan?
God didn't create Satan. No, he
Who created
Lucifer.
Satan? No, he didn't.
God created Lucifer, star of the morning.
Lucifer's not a name of anybody. Lucifer is just a bad Latin transliteration that ended up in the text. The text says Hillel ben Shrakar.
So my question then is, did God create Satan? No. God created
Then who did?
An angel.
That's Satan.
Who was all right. Does God create robots? No. God
Okay.
has always worked.
Did
through
God create
delegated
Satan? We'll try
authority.
this another time. Did God create Satan?
No.
Okay,
Satan
so who created
himself.
Satan?
God has never created Satan.
So Satan
in the
is
form...
self-actualizing. He created himself.
No.
Okay, so then somebody created him, didn't he?
But was Satan created as Satan?
Yes, Jesus says in
No,
the
he
book of
wasn't.
John that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning.
Correct.
Okay,
Beginning
so
of when?
from the very
Beginning of
beginning,
when?
so the very beginning, he was a liar and a murderer. And if God was all knowing, then he knew it. God knew before he created Satan that Satan was a liar and a murderer, and he chose to make Satan anyways.
He did not create
He did.
Satan. Okay, so let's look at what God does create.
Just admit
God-
that he created Satan.
Satan.
No.
Just say
God-
it. Just let it right out of your mouth. I want to hear it.
No, let's...
Okay, so then who created Satan?
Hold on. No, because you can't just look at who created Satan. Because as you rightly said the other day when I was listening, yeah? In Genesis 1, God says, let us make man in our own image.
Yes.
Who's the us?
It's the angelic beings or the other gods, depending on your interpretation. But it's
Well,
certainly
God
not
saw
it's certainly not a trinity.
I agree with that completely.
Now, according
There is-
to classical interpretation, the we is most likely the divine council. Now, you could say that maybe Satan was a part of that divine council, but that's also irrelevant because remember, your God is all-knowing. So your God knew before he created anything that Satan was going to do everything that Satan does. There's no surprises here. God cannot be surprised in your worldview.
I agree.
Okay, so did he have to create Satan?
I don't believe he created Satan.
He created Satan. He created that
No.
entity.
I can't subscribe to that.
Well, then Satan created himself, and he's as powerful as God.
No, he's not as powerful.
Is Satan co-eternal?
Absolutely, but not in the... Yes.
Satan is eternal. You're subscribing to this now.
Satan is eternal, but in what context is he eternal?
Satan is eternal with the Father.
No, he's not eternal with the Father. I said he was eternal. I didn't say he was eternal with the Father.
So he was never created. He self-actualized.
No, you're missing the whole point.
Okay, then how did he come to existence?
You and I won't agree on this.
I'm asking you. Tell me how
Right.
Satan came to exist.
So to answer that question, we have to look at a divine principle. Two principles, actually. Number one, God doesn't create robots. And number two,
Nope.
that whenever...
We're not talking
Right?
about Satan's bad behavior. I'm talking about his actual existence. How did
I'm not trying to answer the question.
How
I'm trying
did
to answer the question.
How did the angel come into existence?
God created the angels. but
Thank
he
you.
did not-
Is Satan one of the angels?
Correct.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Say now we're getting somewhere. So Satan
In
is
fact,
one of
no,
So
no.
Satan
but if
is
you
one
let
of the
me finish- hold on, if
angels,
you-
and the angels were created by God, which means God created Satan. That's very easy.
I don't know why he keeps trying to run around it. In the Bible, it literally says that he created both good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And Satan is evil from the beginning. What's so hard to understand, Tim?
Right there. Thank you for the hat. Thank you, Parker. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kim, for the TGIF. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Man, we had a blast tonight so far. I got lots of time left. I'm not even tired, but I'm going to have to take a potty break after this guest, though.
That's fine. I'll do my announcements while you do that.
While we're waiting for Tim to unmute himself, remember the first video in my profile. Thank you, Bertram, for the goose, and Osa for the hat. Has the information for Dr. Joe. If you have anything to spare, a valuable member of our community, Dr. Joe, does need your help. Her house was caught in the path of the hurricane. Her insurance company is a bunch of crooks, and they have denied all of her insurance claims, and she's now stuck in a house with repairs that she can't pay for and a house that is dangerous to live in. So there is a GoFundMe. It's the first video on my profile. If you go to my profile, anything that you have to spare, even if it's $1 or $2, would be helpful. It'd be greatly appreciated. Tim,
We don't need to unmute you. You can unmute yourself.
Tim,
It's literally
just hit the microphone. He figured it out. There you go.
No.
So Tim, let's try to get a couple things straight. Satan's one of the angels, right?
If I'm able to speak, I'd appreciate it. If I'm not going to speak,
it's a yes or no.
Then that's okay.
Is Satan one of the angels?
He's more than one of the angels, but
is
yes,
he one of them?
Pardon?
Is he one of them, though?
Correct.
Great. Did God create all the angels?
Yes.
Okay, so then God created Satan, one of the angels.
But was he called Satan?
It doesn't matter what he's called. God created him, didn't he?
It does matter.
Thank you, Sheila. It doesn't.
It does matter.
The individual that we are calling Satan was created by God.
Someone that has studied. Right, there's one simple principle that I've been actually trying to talk
so
about.
easy. I don't know why this is so hard. I'm trying to get to an actual point. So, easy point. God created all the angels. Satan's one of the angels. God created Satan.
God called him Satan. God did not.
I don't care what his name is. God created him.
But what is it that God's created? Why was he different to all the other angels?
It doesn't matter. God created him.
Matter.
The whole point.
That is a garbage
The
answer.
whole point of my argument is that
your argument doesn't even make any sense logically.
I know. If you would quit yelling and understand the words coming out of my mouth, you would understand the problem with what you're laying down. I'm trying to help you to understand that an all-knowing being that created an evil entity that we call Satan is on the hook for everything Satan did, unless you can justify why Satan had to exist.
What does God create in any of his created beings?
Thank you, Joe. It's free will, but you're still missing
Correct.
the point. It doesn't matter.
What is free will?
It doesn't matter if Satan had free will. Did God know ahead of time what Satan would do?
Did God know ahead of time what we would do?
Theoretically, yes, but we're not talking about us
What
yet.
do you
We're
mean
talking about
theoretically?
Satan.
Either did or he
Did God know ahead of time what Satan would become?
Did God know what any of his created beings
Did God
would
know
become?
ahead of time what Satan would become? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did God have to create Satan?
But did God create
Did
Satan?
God have to create Satan? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then God is
So why did
responsible for Satan because he didn't have to create Satan. He chose to create Satan, knowing everything Satan was going to do. God is on the hook for Satan.
For someone that has studied the Bible,
That's basic logic.
Academically, that has read multiple versions of the Bible and has spent 20 years.
I'm sorry
in
this
that
is over your
field.
head.
It's not over my head at all.
It's quite easy. God is on
It's
the hook
not-
for Satan.
It's very simple. It's very, very simple. But you...
I don't think it's
are
that simple because you're
prepared
not
to
understanding
accept-
it.
No, you're not prepared
He's
to
not
accept
understanding at
something.
all. Like, he doesn't understand the fact that God created evil. What is Satan? Evil since the day he was created. He creates good and evil. Therefore, he created Satan.
Right, okay, so
Malaka.
why did God create good and evil? Was it possible for God just to create just good and nothing else?
Yep.
So why would you say that when you don't even believe in God?
We're talking about theoretical possibilities. We're not talking about what I think is true. In your worldview, it's theoretically possible that God could create goodness and not evil. Because that's what heaven's going to be like. It says in Revelation 7 and Revelation 21 that he's going to wipe away every tear.
Nope.
There will be no more sorrow and no more mourning. And that is the final dream. There will be no more sinning.
But you're saying the Christian God is imaginary, right?
Yep.
So how can you say God created Satan if you don't
didn't.
believe there is a God?
I'm entering into your worldview and critiquing your worldview.
Okay. God creates every single being,
including Satan.
from that
I know.
which is angelic to that which is on the earth, with a free will.
Absolutely.
And God does not, in any way whatsoever, demand and force people to worship and believe him.
He does.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does by the threat of hell. He says either love me or burn.
What's hell?
Tim, let me ask you a question.
What is hell?
If I asked your daughter or your sister out to a date and I said, we're going to have the best time of our lives, it'll last forever, but if you say no to me, I'm going to lock you in my basement and light it on fire. Am I a good guy?
That's not a realistic position.
It is. It's exactly what your God does. Your God says, love me or burn.
God does not say that.
He does. What happens if I don't love your God?
No, he does not.
What happens if I don't love your God?
And you know God doesn't.
What happens if I don't love your God, Tim?
God doesn't ask
What
you
happens if
to love
I
him.
do not love your God, Tim?
No, God doesn't ask us to
What are
love
the
him.
consequences if I don't love your God? Just say it.
God does not ask us to love him.
He
What
does.
he ask?
Revelation
This is so
21:8
simple.
says the unbelievers will have their part in the lake of fire, which is the second death.
So in all technicality, God will burn you alive for just not believing in him. Therefore, the analogy stands. By Zeus.
Imagine having an abusive boyfriend and having to constantly go around to everybody else. No, he's actually a really good guy. Listen, I know he beats me. Thank you, Deconstruction, for the couch potato. Big W for Deconstruction potato. Thank you so much. Listen, this is just...
He's a good man, Savannah.
This religion is Stockholm Syndrome. That's all it is. This God is constantly beating on his people, trying to get them to love him. If he read the book of Amos... Amos says, I dried up your fields so there was no more food, yet you wouldn't return to me. Thank you, Yolanda Nichols, for something over Venmo. I don't know. I got a notification. Yolanda, if you sent me something over Venmo, thank you. It might have just been a friend or a friend request. I couldn't tell, but the Venmo popped up real quick. He literally says in Amos, listen, I tortured you and you still wouldn't return to me. That's not how you get a people to return to you. You don't starve them and bring them famine and drought. That's terrible. You could just show up in person and prove yourself to be true and good.
For someone that has spent 20
Here
years
he goes.
academically, your unique ability to take random verses is quite extraordinary.
I mean, I've actually read the whole book and you haven't?
I've read the book more times than I'd know what to do
Sounds
with
like
it.
you haven't.
No, well, that's what you think, because you don't know
Wasn't
what I
he
grew up with,
denying
and
the
you don't know
book
where I grew
earlier
up.
anyways?
Pardon?
I'm not
Weren't
sure
you
what he was
denying the
saying.
book earlier anyways?
Was I not what?
Oh my God. I know I'm not speaking Kioni right now. Were you not denying the book earlier anyways?
No, I said either the Bible has to be all true or all false, but it can't be partly true and partly false.
No, it can be both. It can be partly true and
Well,
partly
we're
false. For
finished.
example, I know
We're
that
finished.
King
We're
David
completely
existed,
finished.
but I
For
definitely
no other reason.
I definitely don't believe that King David was the adopted son of God. That's ridiculous.
What do you mean by the adopted son of God?
Have you not read the Psalms where King David says, "Today I have begotten you," referring to himself?
Oh, look, you know what? I know.
These guys never read the
what I
Bible.
know.
You don't know
And I
anything.
know
At all.
But I am not prepared to have a debate with someone that is not interested.
You're definitely not prepared to have this debate.
No, because
yeah,
you
Yolanda,
are
thank you for
looking
the $6.66. Hail to the Tooth Fairy. I agree, Yolanda. Hail to the Tooth Fairy.
What I
Win,
will say is this.
Thank you, Alyssa,
What
for
I
the
will
caps.
say
Thank
is
you,
this.
Scotty, for the caps. I appreciate it.
I'm going to leave you with this
All
comment.
right, Tim, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to preach anything you want uninterrupted, okay?
Good.
You get the last
Deal.
word.
Agreed.
Okay.
What if I am right?
There he goes.
It gets funnier every time you do it.
How could I have guessed Pascal's wager was incoming? Gee, I never saw that one coming. These people, they have nothing new. They never have anything new.
No.
Oh, well.
I agree with Denise, though. He was definitely giving Fredo vibes. Fredo.
Hey, he was crying hard.
Fredo.
Hey, he was crying hard. Hey, he was crying hard.
You've got a really bad echo,
Well
Devontae.
then.
You got to swipe away from the app and come back, okay?
Like, go to another app and then come back to this one.
Well, Hanji, while he's figuring that out, I'm going to relieve myself real quick, and then we'll get settled in for another round, okay?
Okay, sounds good. All right, my babies, you heard our lovely host. Let's go ahead and start tapping that screen. Let's see if we can get the live up to 400K likes. Please stay muted until I am done. Thank you. So let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get to 400K likes. Thank you all so much for not only the gifts, but also the Venmos, the Cash Apps, the PayPals. They really help us, not only just in general, but also help to give us more opportunities to give you guys more information. We wouldn't be able to do this without any of you guys. Thank you all so much for not only supporting the community, but also supporting each other in chat. We do actually have a new channel in our Discord now. So whenever you guys are available or want to, if you want, that is up to you. You are more than welcome to put in your birthday information. So that way for all my friendlies here who, since deconstructing from the faith, don't really have anyone to talk to, we'll be able to wish you guys a happy birthday on your special day, be able to send stuff out. Just make sure you have your information in your bios or link trees if you create one, so that we can go ahead and support you guys in any which way we can. Remember, Dr. Joe is still needing help with her hurricane situation. Thank you, Deconstruction Potato. We love the potato. But honestly, guys, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to do this every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. And sometimes Justin, he likes to cook a lot, so we end up hitting other days that aren't part of the schedule. But we do it for you guys. We know you enjoy it. It gives you something to do, gets you out of your mental ruts, and we love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanji. Welcome in, guests.
You're welcome, baby.
Devontae, you with us?
Hey.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
I believe in God, but I'm unsure if what religion to choose.
Well, I don't think you
But-
should choose a religion. You can just be an agnostic and believe in a God that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't believe in the Christian God. This God's a barbarian. Do you think it's okay to execute children?
No.
This God does. Have you read much of this book?
I have.
Let's read a passage real quick.
Thank you, Cameron, for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
Big W, Cam. Samuel said to Saul, that's the prophet, the Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people, Israel. Now therefore heed the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish Amalek for what he did to Israel, how he ambushed him on the way when he came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both men. But kill both man and woman, infant and nursing child, ox and sheep and camel and donkey. And what he's talking about here, about what happened when they came out of Egypt, that was 400 years ago. Those people are gone. They've been gone for over 400 years. So 400 years later, just in a fit of rage, God's still upset over something happened 400 years ago. God says, hey, go execute all of these people, even the babies.
I don't know how to justify that.
It's not a good way to justify it. I've got nothing against whatever God you're believing in, but I think you should steer very far away from this God.
I'd say he existed though, or something.
Taylor.
Thank you, Taylor Tom.
Thank you, Taylor Tom, for the subbies. W. Taylor Tom.
But I don't justify what the actions are or the way he decided to handle things or
Right.
whatever.
Right. Well, listen, we're here trying to debate some Christians on their God. I appreciate you being here. We're probably going to move on to a Christian who wants to debate. But DM me if you have questions. We'll talk, okay?
Oh, sweet.
All right. Cheers, Devante. Look, sounds like he's kind of doing his own deconstruction. I hope the best for him. Hope things turn out well for him. We've got some people coming back, and we've got some new people in the queue. Here's a nameless guest I've never seen before.
Can we call him Crucifix?
I think so.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Yeah. How you doing, Triple Cross?
Good. You?
Are you at least 18?
No.
All right. Well, got to go. Sorry. Got to be at least 18, guys. If you're not 18, can't be up here. TikTok rules. We don't talk to other people's children. That's what pastors and priests do. All right. We got a new guest up in here. Let's see. We got Josh Stagg. Welcome in, Josh.
Hi.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Are you at least 18?
I am.
Fantastic. What's your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
I think I follow a similar thought process to you from observing your conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious as to what that means in my thinking.
Thank you. Blame the Bible. I appreciate the hands. I don't know what you're referring to, but my thought process led me far away from the biblical God. This guy can't be real.
Okay. Right. I think things boil down to an essence and a narrative.
Thank you, Lynn. I don't know what that means.
People have a responsibility over the character they play in every situation, and that's the example of free will, right?
I think you're saying words that make sense to you, but I don't know where you're getting at yet.
Okay, can you ask questions that make me able to say in a clearer way?
I feel like you're trying to make a point, but I don't know what your point is yet. I'm just asking you for what's the best argument for why anyone would want to believe in this deity?
Yeah. Okay. Because these things happened.
What things?
The things the Bible talks about. These.
Well, I don't think so.
You don't think they happened? I see the Bible as a recollection of history of a people.
Oh, I don't think it's full of failed prophecies. There's tons of them. Okay. I mean, unless the prophecies get fulfilled, I wouldn't be inclined to believe any of this nonsense.
Prophecies such as?
Just about all of them. I mean, in Isaiah 17, it says that Damascus will cease to be a city forever. In other passages, it talks about the city of Tyre being completely wiped off the map forever.
Did you know that in the wars going on at the moment, Damascus a few weeks ago got completely bombed to the ground?
It didn't. It got bombed once, and it's been bombed a dozen times prior. The prophecy says that the city will cease to exist.
Cease to exist.
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't the Bible also say that everything will cease to exist?
Not quite. But it does say here, 17:1, behold, Damascus will cease from being a city. Not going to exist anymore. Yeah. But that didn't come to pass ever.
So my question is, what's your definition of a city?
A city is quite clear. It's a regional location where a people group live and dwell. And the city's always been there.
Right.
So
does a city need a community?
Yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. So
and
the Bible is full of failed predictions, tons of them.
predictions.
Hmm.
Define your term of predictions for me, please.
Saying that something is going to happen in the future and then it doesn't happen.
Right. Okay. So people get things wrong.
Yep, but if this is from God, they wouldn't be getting anything wrong.
I'm trying to get a grasp on your definition of God.
Is this book the Word of God?
No.
Oh, well, we agree then. Then I have no reason to believe this book. Julie has been chirping in the comments for hours about how deceived I am. Julie, you're welcome to get into the guest box. Bring up your Holy Spirit with you.
God.
Bring your Holy Spirit with you. Jesus said he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples. The Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and he will reward each according to his works. Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That never happened.
Let me make this perfectly clear to the believers in chat. I'm sorry, Josh, give me just a second. To the believers in chat, this is a one-on-one debate space. I'm just the moderator. Begging for upsies will not get you upsies, okay? You are going to wait patiently with the fruits of your Holy Spirit and wait your turn. And if it's too much or too long for you, you can always scroll on by like Jesus does when he walks by St. Jude's and come back. Or just don't join at all.
Yep.
But respect the rules of the life. We have boundaries here. Continue, gentlemen.
That's why Jesus is the most disappointing man that ever lived, because he never comes.
I think Jesus is more of an idea than a man.
Oh, well, if you don't think he was a real man, there's no point in believing this book, because this book claims that he literally died for your sins.
I believe that also happened, though. That's the thing.
Well, he either literally did or he literally didn't.
I agree. He did. That's my standpoint.
Cool, prove it. What evidence do you have that Jesus is the Messiah?
Okay. He has had an effect. He's a man that lived, that has had an effect on the world to the point where you cannot deny it today.
So did Muhammad.
I agree.
So did Joseph Smith.
Okay.
So?
And I think the fact that so many people struggle with this idea of a Jesus is
I don't
almost
struggle with
proof
it.
that they're... No, but you don't. Okay, you don't struggle with it. You have questions about it.
Nope, don't have questions. I got absolute answers. He's a liar and a fraud.
Okay. Can you show me a lie?
Yep. Yeah, actually I can. I just showed you one, Matthew 16, 27 and 28. We can go to another one if you want to see another one. Or we want to do this one first.
Sorry. Can you just read it through for me? Sorry, I'm not actually looking at my phone.
Yeah, it says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
But, okay, right, okay. I see things more as I have a role to play in every situation in front of every person.
Yeah, but we're talking about
there
this.
is a role which is going. I know. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. And in that role to play in front of everyone, I'm trying to just explain my faith to you.
I know your
showed me a
faith.
Bible.
I know what the Christian faith is. You don't have to explain it to me. I'm asking you to explain why Jesus lied here.
I just don't think he has.
Did he come? Did he come with all of his angels in the glory of his Father?
Not yet.
Well, he says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And
Okay,
they're all dead.
I ask, what is your definition of death? Not breathing, not alive on this earth today.
Yep.
Right, this kind of, okay.
When your life is
so-
exited your body, your blood is no longer pumping, your lungs are no longer moving oxygen and nitrogen.
So that's a physical death, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
That's what he's talking about. That's what it means to taste death.
Okay, I understand. If you were to, okay, you are still able to think of people after they're physically dead.
Yep.
Therefore, they live on in essence in whatever way you think about them.
Okay, then nobody dies. If there's no such thing as death because they live on in your memory, then this statement is completely useless because nobody ever dies, and he's still a liar because he says some of you will not taste death, which implies that some of them will.
Yeah. Because I think
Every
the
one of
Bible
these
says-
disciples' memories lived on. They're in our book. So
Yeah.
if your idea of dying means they're going to be forgotten, sad news, it's still a lie because every one of the disciples he's talking to right here are recorded in this book.
Yeah. Are you able to recall to memory every single one of these guys?
All 12 of them? No, I don't remember all their names. But we can just
Therefore,
read the
they're
book.
dead to you. I know, but currently in this moment, they're dead to you, right? It's about being present for me, right? To be present in the moment.
I don't
For
know.
me.
I don't know why this is so difficult. So you see the clear problem here. Jesus is obviously talking about people dying. And you're desperately trying to say, well, dying doesn't actually mean dying. When it's just painful to watch. Why can't you just be honest with the words on the page?
I am. I'm being honest with myself at the same time as well, though.
I don't think you are. I think this is coping.
Right, okay. But I've managed to get to a coping point where this makes sense to me as an individual.
I don't think it makes sense.
Okay, you don't think it makes sense. I think it does. I'm trying to understand
Some
your
of
point
you
of view as well.
standing here will not taste death. Every one of these disciples are remembered by somebody, even if they're not all in my memory. They're in somebody's memory. So according to the logic you're laying out right now, they're still not dead. All of them are very much alive.
Right. And what, like, can you give me a question to answer?
Why did Jesus tell a lie?
I think, well, like, all of these men went on to die for this same man that we're debating.
Yep, they did. Yep. That's why this is a lie, because he says, I'm coming back before all of you die.
So how do you imagine him coming back?
I don't, because he wasn't the Messiah. He's never coming back. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy from the Messianic text, not a single one, and he didn't fulfill his own predictions.
What?
He said he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't do it. He says the same thing in Matthew 24, verse 32 to 34.
Okay.
He says in Revelation, I am coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
They never come.
Define soon.
Well, soon.
Define soon.
Soon isn't 1/3 of the entire history of the cosmos, according to the Bible. According to the Bible, the Earth is only 6,000 years old, and he said he was coming 2,000 years ago, which means, in the grand scheme of things, soon definitely could never mean 1/3 of all of history. Soon is a tiny fragment of time in comparison to all the other time. If I was going to go to the grocery store in 5 years, I wouldn't tell my friend that I'm going to meet him at the grocery store soon.
Mm-hmm. But if this God is an omnipresent God,
He's not.
And if he is, like, can you run with my thought?
Go for it.
If he is an omnipresent God, then why should his definition of soon be the same definition of soon that we use?
Because that's how words work. Thank you so much, Dugald, for the goose. I appreciate it. That's how words work. If he meant something other than what he was saying, he should have said it.
Yeah.
Do you think God has trouble finding his words?
No.
There you go. If God knew what to say, he should have just said it.
Have you heard of this transliteration?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So the idea that languages change through time, like the meaning of words change through time as they're translated.
That's not what transliteration means, though, my man.
Okay, what does transliteration mean?
Transliteration is when you copy a name or a title or a word from one language into another, letter for letter. So, for example, if I copied my name into Hebrew, I'd have to use some Hebrew characters that don't exist in English.
Okay.
And I'd have to do
Okay,
some
right.
substitution.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And in that substitution, there is room for error in understanding of the true meaning.
No, it has nothing to do with meaning. It's just a transposition of the actual letters.
Okay, but these letters still have meaning.
No.
No. Okay. What do they have then?
Letters don't have inherent meaning. You have to form a string of letters together for them to have meaning. That's how language works.
Okay, they have definition.
Yeah, individual letters don't have definitions except for like the letter I. You have to put them together to form words, and those words have definitions.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I agree.
Josh, I'm not sure you're equipped for this conversation, Mahmoud. Like,
No, I'm trying.
I know
I'm
you're
try-
trying your
I-
best, but I don't. Is this your first debate?
No.
You do this regularly.
Yeah.
Well, we're praying for you.
I'm asking for something a bit more to run off than what you're giving me, because
What do you
that's
need?
the way I conversate. A question.
Okay, what prophecy did Jesus actually fulfill?
Okay, let me get my Bible.
Teenage Mutant Holy Coping, Teenage Mutant Holy Coping. Jesus hanging on a cross, surrounded
like
by
that.
12 Romans.
Where's my Holy Spirit
Okay.
decoder ring? I've got it around here somewhere.
So the fact that religions exist.
I thought we were talking about the
for me-
prophecies.
Okay. I'm now trying to think of things to say to you that we can have a conversation off of. I'm sorry that I didn't bring up a prophecy.
Okay, so we're not going to do prophecies.
We can do prophecies. Let me try to find a prophecy.
Well, I mean, of all the reasons why I would want to believe in Jesus, the main reason I would want to believe he's the Messiah is if he fulfilled the Messianic prophecies. So if you can show me some Messianic prophecies that he fulfilled, I'd be really keen to find out.
Okay. Right. So the book of Isaiah is a pretty good book for prophecy.
It's got a lot of them.
So will it be? Right, let me try to find one that.
I've got my Holy Spirit decoder ring for when we need it, guys.
So it says, in quote, the Lord says, "These people come near to me with their mouth and honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. Their worship of me is made up only of rules taught by men."
That's right. Thank you, Crispin Junkie. Thank you, Gabs. Thank you, Dr. Joe. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's not a prophecy. That's a description.
Okay. All right, sorry. Right, let me look for another one.
Are you just randomly grabbing verses in Isaiah?
Yeah. I'm just trying to look for something to explain to you what I think.
All right, Josh. I really,
Oh, dear
you're
sweet summer child.
a really good kid, but I don't think you're ready for this debate, man. I'm gonna get a Christian that's a little more seasoned. Okay.
Season, right? Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, mate. Bye.
He was a good kid, but he ain't ready for this. All right.
No, this is big boys.
Yeah, I don't.
This is the great whites, and he was an angel shark.
He wasn't prepared. He tried. He really did. He really did. He gave it a
Valerian, I have more honor in my pinky toe than your religion for the last 2,000 years. You can take that mess somewhere else.
Yeah, welcome in, Rob.
Hey, what's going on, Justin? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. Are you a Christian?
Okay, it's good. I am.
Fantastic. What's your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Well, it's kind of getting late here, but
well, you got on
why
the
don't we
stage.
do- Right. Well, I'm going to ask you a question.
Are you going to
If
answer
get it
mine?
right. If you can't get it.
If you can't
one
get it,
question
I
only.
already asked you a question. I'd love to hear your answer. What's your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real? Surely the Holy Spirit can give you utterance.
I'm going to ask you something.
Are you going to
can't
answer my
answer it.
question, or are you just going to try to
Right
redirect?
afterwards.
I mean, I agree.
Right
You,
afterwards.
I'll take your concession that you can't do it.
No. I'll ask the first question.
Okay, conceded. I'll take it. Fantastic. So
Okay,
you already
let me ask you a
conceded one
question.
point that you have no evidence for God. What's your next question?
I'll answer it, but I don't want to get into it, okay?
Oh, so you can't answer it.
And why are you on the stage?
It sounds like you just came to
Okay.
complain.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Let
I
me
have a
guess. You want
question
me
for you.
to like explain all of science and neurology to you?
No, it's a biblical question.
Oh, I love biblical questions.
Okay. And you're an expert, right? You're a
Nope.
scholar?
No,
Okay,
you don't get
you've
to
been
call
studying-
yourself a
how long
scholar
have you
until you
been
get your PhD.
Okay. Well, you're obviously been studying for quite a bit, and I've been listening to your live. So, and numerous times you've gone to the Hebrew and Greek, right?
I usually don't go to the Greek all that much, only when necessary, because I forgot most of the Greek I learned in school.
Oh, so you don't know Greek?
I
That's
use-
why you have Hanji?
I used to know Greek, and I know a little bit of Greek, but I forget most of the grammar.
Okay, so how can you be an expert if you don't know Greek?
I never said I was.
You're coming off like you're an expert.
You're coming off like you're butthurt that you can't prove your God real.
No, we'll get into that, I promise.
Just because he
Okay,
doesn't
so-
have a PhD doesn't mean that he doesn't have a master's and bachelor's and did the time in seminary for this religion. So are we going to go ahead and get to the topic, or are you going to continue complaining?
Yeah, I've quite literally
We
never
will.
claimed to be a scholar or an expert. In fact, on most of my lives, I'm quick to point out that you shouldn't call yourself a scholar until you've finished your PhD. And one day I will, but that day is not right now.
Okay, so you can't speak Greek or Hebrew.
I told
and
you
you're
I can't speak
claiming
Greek.
law.
I learned it in school, and I've already forgot most of it. Hebrew, I can read. I can still speak it, but not very well. If I went to Israel, I wouldn't be able to speak it fluently.
So you rely on hearsay for your info
No.
when it comes to translating language. Yes, you do.
Oh, for Greek, I do, yes.
You can't speak it.
For
Hebrew,
Greek,
too.
I rely on actual Greek experts, yes.
All right, you ready for my question?
I've been
It's
literally
gonna be-
waiting
it's
for
gonna be in
it.
Hebrew. It's going to be in Hebrew. You ready?
How about you ask me in English? I've already told you I'm not an expert.
Why can't I ask you in Hebrew?
You're
Why can't I
welcome
ask you in
to.
Hebrew?
I've already told you that I
Well-
can read
well-
Hebrew, but if I was in Israel, I wouldn't be able to survive speaking only Hebrew. I'm not hiding it. See, this is
Well,
the
Old
difference.
Testament original language is
This is
Hebrew.
the difference between me and you. Is I'm honest about my abilities. So
well, you're coming off like you're an expert, and you
I'm
can't
not
even
coming
speak
off
Hebrew or
like an
Greek.
expert. You're coming off like you're afraid of engaging in dialogue.
I'm going to put someone on who could speak Hebrew. Can you dialogue with them?
I already told you I couldn't.
Right. You need more help. You have any people back
Yes, I've already told you that I would not be able to survive in Israel. I'm sorry this is difficult for you to understand. I've never once claimed that I have the level of Hebrew knowledge as a Hebrew speaker or a native Hebrew person.
Well, then you can't be an expert on Scripture. You shouldn't be
I
telling
never
people
said
how
I
to-
was. It sounds like you're just mad that you can't defend your position. I've never once claimed that I am an expert, but it happens to be that I am educated. And it sounds like you're not.
Well, you're not educated enough to.
I'm educated enough to
original
debunk
language of the
whatever
Old Testament.
nonsense argument you're trying to bring right now. Go ahead and bring it.
Really?
I want to
want me to
hear
speak
your
Hebrew?
argument for why God is real. That's the whole point of this live. The Christian God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. If you want to have a penis measuring contest about who can speak the best Hebrew, I'm willing to concede that.
Okay.
I
You're
want to know what the
preterist,
evidence of your God is.
right? I'm getting into it. You're a preterist, right?
No,
You're full of it. You said you were a preterist.
I'm an
on a live not
atheist.
Too long ago.
No, I didn't.
Well, your view on eschatology.
Rob, quit trying to
eschatology
tell
is
me
preterism.
what you think I believed at one point in my life. I'm an atheist. I don't think preterism is true.
Oh, so now you're recanting of that. Okay, all right.
I never was a preterist. If you actually listen to any of my lives, I had a conversation just a week ago about preterism, where I said preterism could only ever be applied to the New Testament text, and it can only be partially applied, which means partial preterism is the only form of preterism that could actually be substantiated with the Bible, but you could never apply it to the Old Testament because it's clear that the Old Testament texts are talking about eternal peace that never came. So you can cry all you want about a position you think I have, but my position is that this is not a true book, and I want you to demonstrate to me why I should think it's true.
Sure, because Isaiah 53 is not Israel.
It is.
It is Jesus Christ.
So
Okay, let's go through it. Okay,
I'm gonna make you the same deal that I make everybody. I cover Isaiah 53 almost every time I go live, multiple times, and it never turns out the way you think it's going to, because I've read the rest of Isaiah. Now, I'm not going to cover it for the fourth time tonight, unless, here's your deal. You could take it or leave it. You find me one prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled, and I'll gladly spend another half hour going all over 53 again just for you.
Oh, you muted me.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go through Isaiah 53.
Obviously, you weren't listening. What did I just say?
You said you'd be glad to go through with me.
I said you find me one prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled outside of Isaiah 53, and I'll be glad to cover it again for the third or fourth time tonight. So find me one
22.
prophecy that he fulfilled.
Psalm 22.
Psalm 22 is not a
22.
prophecy.
Yes, it is. It's
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy. Find an actual prophecy.
Do you want to go through Isaiah 53?
Isaiah 53 is what you can go over once you show me an actual prophecy he fulfilled.
I told you.
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy. It's a psalm of King David. It starts out, Le David Mizmor. A psalm of David.
Why are you,
it's spoken
why
in.
Are you afraid to go through
it's
Isaiah
spoken.
53?
It's spoken in the first, because I cover it 3 times a night.
Okay, let me ask you something too. Why do you?
So will you find me? There's 300 prophecies according to you people that he fulfilled. All you got to do is find me one, and I'll gladly waste a half hour with you going over Isaiah 53, like I always do. I cover it every time I go live. It's the only prophecy you people know.
Nice debate tactic, by the way.
It's not a debate tactic. I get tired.
You're
I get tired of covering the same one prophecy every single time I go live. If Jesus fulfilled all these prophecies, find me one. Don, you don't have to mute him.
Can we get the cricket? I'm sorry.
You don't have to mute him. Let's let him crash out.
Okay.
You gonna let me crash out?
Go ahead and crash out.
Why do you keep going to occultist Bibles?
I don't. Again, find me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled.
Okay. Do you know who Westcott, Hort, and Blavatsky is?
I do, and you don't. My Bible translation is not based on Westcott and Hort.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Westcott and Hort became irrelevant decades and decades ago. The New Testament in my Bible is based on the Nestle Allen's 27th edition.
Right.
And my Old Testament is based on the Masoretic text of the Old Testament, supplemented by the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the critical text that was put together by Westcott and Hort are irrelevant. Not a single modern Bible translation uses the critical text of Westcott and Hort anymore. You don't know anything about Bible translation.
So you're going to tell me the NIV isn't based off their work?
It's not.
Really? Okay.
Really, you can look at the beginning of your NIV, and it'll tell you which critical text it used.
Bro.
For the Old Testament, it's the Biblia Hebraica Stugartensia. That's the Old Testament critical text. For the New Testament, it's either the SBO or the Nestle Allens. But it's not the Westcott and Hort. Nobody's used the Westcott and Hort for decades.
That's not true.
It's 100% true.
You need to read Gail Riplinger's New Age Bible version.
I have, and it's a load of crap, and she doesn't know anything she's talking about. It is. And I can tell that you don't know anything about Bible translation if you think Gail Riplinger knows anything herself. Everything in that book is nonsense.
So why do you hate the Texas Receptus and the King James?
I don't hate it. I just don't think it's trustworthy.
Right.
These King James onlyists are the weakest educated Christians on the planet.
You just want to assert that, okay, because you know as well as I do that the King James is an excellent, perfect translation.
It's not.
1611.
What's a Shera?
You don't need
What's a
NIV's
Shera?
crap. New King James
I don't
is
use
crap.
the NIV. Who's a Shera?
Who is the third king of Israel?
Who is Asherah in the Bible?
Who is the third king of Israel?
I'm asking you a question.
Ask you a question.
Who
So
is the
answer.
seventh
This is
judge
not your
of Israel?
platform.
I'm going to need you to not crash out there, Rob. I'm asking you a question that's valid in determining what's special or not special about the King James Bible. Who is Asherah?
Who's the third king of Israel?
I don't care. Who is Asherah?
Well, it's very relevant to our conversation.
So since you can't answer the question, I'll answer it for you. Asherah is the highest goddess in the Canaanite pantheon. It's the goddess that shows up all over the Old Testament when it talks about setting up Asherim next to the Baalim and next to the altar. They're the sacred poles that the Israelites used to prostitute themselves to. But you won't find that in the King James Bible, because at the King James Bible, the time it was translated, nobody knew that Asherah was a Canaanite deity. The King James Bible was translated on faulty manuscripts with a lack of information about the ancient world. We know more about the Hebrew language, we have better and older manuscripts, and we know more about the ancient world than they did. So
No, you have
you
older
don't know
manuscripts, they're
Greek,
not better.
you don't know Hebrew, you don't know anything
know
about
Greek, Hebrew
about
either.
critical translations. You have no business telling anybody what is the best translation.
Ditto, man. You couldn't have said it better.
Right. And 99% of critical scholars agree that the King James Bible isn't to be used. That's why they don't use it or recommend it in any Bible colleges or seminaries.
I could care less if all the scholars said the sky is purple. I wouldn't believe them.
Okay, so you know more than the scholars. A guy who's never been to school knows more than all of the Greek and Hebrew scholars.
You don't know my background.
What school did you graduate from? Thank you. You didn't go to school.
High school, he means seminary. Yeah, exactly.
Now, according to
University.
according to the actual wiki page for the NIV, the critical text used for the Old Testament is the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, which is what I said, and it's using the Novum Testamentum Graece, which is the 27th edition, which is the parallel to the Nestle Allen. So it doesn't use the Westcott and Hort. You don't know anything about Bible translation.
Let me ask you something.
The
In the
constant
book of
pivots.
It's so
Yeah,
funny
well,
at this
I'm
point.
playing it. I'm playing a debate game like you are.
You're not playing a game. You're just fooling yourself.
You're showing your ignorance.
I'm showing my ignorance. At least I'm not a deceiver like you are.
I'm not a
How am I a
deceiver,
deceiver?
until you can prove me wrong.
Do you want to go through Isaiah 53 or not?
I keep telling you, all you have to do is find me one single prophecy, one of them. That's all you need is one prophecy, and I will gladly again cover Isaiah 53. I've already done it twice tonight. I did it last week. I did it a couple days ago. I do it every single time I'm live. So just grandstanding up here, like I'm afraid of going through it, is irrelevant. Show me one prophecy that he actually fulfilled. Show me one prophecy that he actually fulfilled. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Summon your Holy Spirit power and find me one prophecy.
Okay, first Genesis 3:15.
That's not a prophecy about Jesus. This is going to be painful.
Genesis 5:24.
You're not going to like this at all.
27. Genesis 12:3. Genesis 12:7. Genesis 14.
I mean, you can ramble all you want. It's not going to help your position. So we're going to read Genesis 3.
It, so I'm giving it to you.
None of these are prophecies about the Messiah. These are really easily read. I'm going to pull it up right now. The Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals, and among the wild creatures. Upon your belly you will go, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. Quick check, is this a snake?
No, he's in the form of a man.
Does Satan crawl on his belly?
He's in the form of a man.
Does Satan crawl on his belly?
He's in the form of a man.
Does Satan crawl on his belly?
I think I just answered that.
You didn't. Does Satan crawl on his belly? It's a yes or no.
It's not literal.
Oh, there we go. It's okay. If it's not literal, then you can't tell me there's a prophecy that was fulfilled here because it's not literal.
No.
See how you just debunked your entire argument? It's not literal. When I don't like it, it's not literal.
The Christian story isn't a
This guy came up really hot.
Yeah. Well, what do you expect?
It was a talking snake.
Deception.
It says, cursed are you among all the animals and among all the wild creatures. The curse is to the snake, and the curse to the snake is that he's going to crawl on his belly. It's clearly an explanation for why snakes crawl on their bellies, because it's the only animal in the animal kingdom in the ancient world that did that. And people didn't like snakes. They were terrified of snakes. They were the mortal enemy of humans. That's why they show up in all the other ancient Near Eastern mythological narratives. The snake is the one that stole the plant of immortality from Gilgamesh. The snake is the one that ruined the sacred tree that was given to Inanna and the Hupulu tree story. This is an old riff. This is all over the place in ancient Near Eastern mythology. This is not about Satan.
How old is Christianity?
Christianity is roughly 2,000 years old, and it's been alive for all 2,000 years.
No. It goes back to Genesis.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Let me ask you something.
Have you actually have you read one of the prophets? Find me a prophecy.
Bring up Isaiah 53.
Find me a prophecy in one of the prophetic books. I want to see it. God spent all this time giving prophecies to the prophets, and you don't know any of them. You've only read one of them. You've read part of Isaiah 53 without reading the wider context of Isaiah. If you bothered to read all of 2nd Isaiah, chapter 40 to 56, you would know that it's not about Jesus, but you don't know that because you haven't read the book. Now, I promised you I'll go over all of Isaiah 53 with you, and all you have to do is find me one actual prophecy about Jesus.
Genesis 5:24.
Genesis 5:24 is not even a prophecy.
Sure it is. It's the bodily ascension to heaven is illustrated.
No, it's not. We're going to read it. I assume this is the 7th from Enoch, or the 7th from Adam is about Enoch. Let's see. Yep, sure is. When Enoch lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah, and Enoch walked with God. And after the birth of Methuselah, 300 years and other sons and daughters. Thus, all the days of Enoch were 365 years. Enoch walked with God, and he was no more because God took him. That's not a prophecy. That's a description of what happened to somebody. A prophecy is when God reveals information about the present or about the future. Deuteronomy 18 says that you can test a prophet by telling if their words come true. So it must be information that's testable. This coping is really sad for a guy who knows so much about Bibles.
Cue the crickets.
Numbers 9:12. Not a bone of him broken.
Oh, you want to go to the Passover lamb? This is embarrassing. This is going to get worse before it gets better.
Really?
All right, Numbers 9. We're going to read it. This is not good. Do you know what's happening in Numbers 9?
I asked you.
I do. I didn't hear your question. I asked you, do you know what happened in Numbers 9? Do you know? It's instructions for the Passover, like I said. In the instructions for the Passover, which are repeated in Exodus chapter 12 as well, it tells you what to do with the Passover lamb. It says, in the second month on the 14th day at twilight, they shall keep it, and they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs, which again is a biblical contradiction, because if you go to Exodus, it happens in the first month on the 14th day, but we don't have to go to the contradictions right now. It says, they will leave one of it until morning, nor break any bone of it, according to the statute for the Passover that they shall keep. This is not a prophecy. This is instructions on what to do when you celebrate the feast of the Passover. So again, a prophecy is a prediction or information about the future that is testable. A prophecy is not there are some similar sounding words on a page to something that I read somewhere else. Thank you, Brian, for $10 over Venmo, fighting the good fight. Thank you, Brian. Brian, thank you so much.
Win, Brian.
Brian Crandall.
This is just secondhand embarrassment.
Do you really want to go through 300 of them?
Give as many as you need. I've been through every single one on your list. I know the rebuttal for every single one because I've read the list and you haven't. Let me know when you find one that actually works. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Gunslinger. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the hats, guys. We've crushed a handful of goals tonight.
That we did, my dear. That we did. Love you, Nick.
Jonathan Lippman, thank you so much for the $6.66 over PayPal. Jonathan Lippman says this guest is cooked, and I agree.
Win, Jonathan. Thinker.
Good to see you, Thinker.
Jeremiah 23, 5 through 6.
Oh, I love Jeremiah. Yes, finally we're doing some Jeremiah. You want to do Jeremiah 23, you said?
Hmm?
It's about time. It's about time. I cannot wait. As soon as we read Jeremiah 23, we're going to go to 33. Thank you for the hat, AK Hunting. Appreciate that. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, and he will reign as king and deal wisely and execute justice and righteousness in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved, and Israel will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, or he will be called. In 33, it says, the Lord is our righteousness. Did that happen? Did Jesus reign as king in the land and rescue Israel and Judah?
He will.
He didn't. So he didn't fulfill this prophecy. Thank you for the hat, Gunslinger. Thank you so much for the hat. So if he didn't fulfill it yet, then he didn't fulfill it. Keep trying.
Thank you guys for the gifts. All of you guys were all of you guys were sending it at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertram. Thank you, Gunslinger.
Listen.
While you're looking for a prophecy, I'm going to read you the parallel to this because it gets repeated in Jeremiah 33 a second time.
No, it's Luke 3.
It's in Jeremiah 33. I'll just read it for you. It's okay. I know you haven't. Don't worry. I'll just read it for you. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. Thank you so much, Silver. I appreciate that. Or Sliver? Sliver. Thank you, Sliver. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time. This is a straight dead contradiction to the New Testament theology. Thank you, Shay, for the swan. In the book of Hebrews, it says that the Levitical priesthood needed to be supplanted and replaced by the higher priesthood of Melchizedek, which Jesus was in the order of, which is a direct contradiction of what's happening here. When the Messiah comes, according to Jeremiah, he'll be on the throne, and the offerings and sacrifices will be in the temple, in the presence, and never cease.
Again, didn't happen yet.
It didn't happen, and it never will happen. So until it happens, he ain't the Messiah. Find me one that did happen.
Go to Jeremiah 31:22.
Oh, this is going to be painful. I don't think you've read all of 31 yet.
Thinker, see if the app needs an update on your end. I don't know why. Thinker's been sending you like the visual gifs, but they're not showing up.
Oh, really?
For her, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it might be just an app refresh. It's been working pretty good. Good to see you, though, Thinker. Guys, if you're not following Thinker, I beseech you, follow Thinker. Her live is absolutely amazing. Look, the chat's trying to give you help here, Rob. Listen to your chat. They're at least giving some halfway decent suggestions. Jeremiah, you said 31:22?
Thank you, Thinker.
Is that what you wanted?
31:22.
How long will you waver, O faithless daughter? For the Lord has created a new thing on earth. A woman encompasses a man. You think that was a prophecy fulfilled? Do you even know what that's talking about?
Virgin birth.
Nope.
In your opinion, it does. But
Find me the virgin birth in here.
It's getting late. I got other questions for you.
Oh,
You're a
of course.
determinist,
You can't
right?
you can't hang when we actually want to read the Bible. You're gonna
No,
run
it's
from the
called gathering
Bible. He can't do it.
No, it's called.
He can't
it's called gathering
hang.
intel. It's called gathering intel. How you would answer certain questions. All right.
You
so
mean-
you're a determinist, right? You're a determinist.
I
right?
am. So I just want to make sure we
Okay,
got a
okay,
concession
hold on.
here.
You
So
believe- you believe
so
you-
right
you
now,
believe you came from Stardust, right?
right now, I just want to make sure we're clear on one thing. You couldn't find any prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, even
You
though he
believe he came from Stardust,
fulfilled
right?
300 something of them.
You believe we came from Stardust, right?
Okay, so I'll take your concession, not a problem. Now, what's your question?
You
Yes,
can take-
I
you
think
can
that
take- you can-
I think that everything
you can take
that
whatever
we
you
are
want.
made of is elements that came from the universe.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
Where do you think the planet came from? Do you know about the accretion disk theory?
Prove it. Prove abiotic synthesis.
That's not even a word. You mean abiogenesis? Rob,
No,
do you
not
even
even-
know the
no.
arguments you're
Prove-
making? Abiogenesis has
prove-
nothing to do with accretion disk theory. Accretion disk theory is supposedly
you
how
not
the
know-
material formed our planet. And we know that the accretion disk theory is a viable theory because we've seen it happening. We've witnessed it creating other planets. It is the most viable theory for how the Earth became the Earth. So everything that is on this Earth is just like everything outside of this Earth. All of the elements on this Earth we find in outer space.
Okay, abiotic synthesis is
Abiogenesis.
Or no, not
Deconstructing
abiotic
potato.
synthesis.
Thank you so much.
Organic molecules. All right, so life from non-life. How do you get it?
I just told you, abiogenesis. Give me your definition of life first.
Okay.
Thank you for the
please
meerkat.
explain
Thank you for the meerkat.
What's your-
That's so cute.
What's your definition of
Please
life?
explain. Please explain.
What's your definition of life? Rob, you're spiraling. Stay on one argument. What's your definition of life? If you want me to explain life, give me your definition. So you got cooked on the Bible, and now you're desperate to get cooked on either physics or metaphysics or biology.
They say, so you believe that on carbon-based asteroids, there are organic materials, correct?
There absolutely are. We've got water and amino acids.
Okay, how does that prove that life formed from non-life?
Easy, because amino acids are the building blocks of proteins.
Easy?
Proteins are the building blocks of RNA and life as we know it. And we know that these things can self-assemble and they can start reproducing on their own given the right conditions. We've done the experiments. We already know that it's possible. So please tell me.
You've observed that?
Please tell me why it's not possible.
What's the mathematical probability that one protein would form?
I have no idea what the mathematical probability is.
You want to take a guess?
I'm sure it's pretty high. In fact, if I had to guess, it's a 1-to-1 because it happened. So the mathematical probability that life would self-assemble appears to be 100%. The probability is 1-to-1.
Dude, you're insane if you believe that.
Okay, then prove it wrong.
You're insane. I asked you to prove it. You made the claim.
I never claimed that anyone was there to witness it.
You made the claim.
The angry page turning is like the height of coping. He's so mad that he's taking it out on his King James Bible.
No,
I mean, rightfully so.
It's called gathering intel.
I've never seen a grown man cope so hard. I would expect this from someone who's like 20. I wouldn't expect this from someone my age. I've never seen someone with so much confidence and so little substance.
Do you make a distinction between micro and macro evolution?
Thank you, Ken Mom.
No, all evolution is microevolution, and I'm still waiting on your definition of what life is. And you won't find it in that Bible.
You still haven't proved life.
I'm still waiting for your definition of what you think life is.
It's a beautiful life.
I agree, it is.
It's a beautiful
He doesn't
life.
have it. We'll play the world's. We'll play the world's smallest violin for him.
Play more.
When SpongeBob.
Hey, Justin.
Still waiting. What's your definition of life?
You were on Doth's.
What's your definition of life?
Why did you?
What's your definition of life?
Punked out on Darth's Live.
I was never on Darth's Live.
Yes, you were.
Never was.
No, he wasn't.
I've never once
Ian
been on
was,
Darth's
but
Live.
not Justin.
Ian was.
Darth came here, but started
Why are you
crying
afraid?
because, oh my God. Okay, I know Christian men don't like women to speak. Darth came here, but he thought that he could run this life how he wanted to. So instead of being a man and actually having a civil conversation, he decided to cry and run. Talk about 1 minute man, and I'm not talking Missy Elliott either.
Yeah, Darth wasn't even a one pumping out. He was a half pump chump. So now, I know your daddy Darth isn't coming to save you because he already ran. So you're going to need to present arguments of your own.
Would you agree to a debate with the neutral moderator?
I don't care. I'll debate anybody. But if I'm going to debate somebody
Ooh,
that's
the
not,
neutral
if I'm going to
moderator, where you can
if I'm going to
control the
debate, if I'm going to debate somebody that's not on my platform, it's going to be a neutral moderator, and I'm going to get paid for
That's
my
right.
time.
Okay, so you would accept?
Yep. And I've already accepted debates with other people. You get me on Modern Day Debates or some other neutral large platform, I'll gladly do it. But what I'm not going to do is waste all my time preparing a huge debate spiel only for 5 people to watch it because nobody cares.
Sounds like a cop-out to me.
Nope. You're here debating me right now. I'd love to hear your evidence because right now what I'm hearing is you're crying because you're getting cooked. And now you're like, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm going to try to find anyone he can debate that's better than me.
No, not true.
That's exactly what's happened. You're so mad that you're getting cooked that you're like, I'm going to find somebody to debate him. It's not going to be me.
Trust me, I'm not going to lose sleep, bro.
Sounds to me like you're going to lose hair over this.
No, not at all.
Sounds to me like you're about to cry right now.
Okay, because this is what you do, okay? You control the narrative and you straitjacket the conversation. Do you really think I would debate you on a...
It gets funnier every time, chat. I'm sorry. Council, can we get some baby bottles in the chat, please?
See some baby bottles in the chat.
All right, Justin, I'll be in touch. Take care.
I'm sure you will. That was God's best. He just brought his best.
I think he was just mad because the Red Sox didn't make it. It's okay.
I know, and we didn't even really get around to getting to talk about the King James Bible. I pulled open a document that I've been putting together. As I've been reading the King James Bible, I've been documenting all the translation errors. I was going to go over it with them.
Well,
Oh, well.
that's what happens when you don't know how to have a conversation.
Well, that's how we do. Guys, thanks for being here. It's 11:30. We're going till 2. It's Friday. We're doing this thing. We're going to poke this pig, okay? We've got more guests in the guest queue. Let's remember to thank our moderators, thank Hanji. We've got people working hard to keep this thing on the rails. Let's also remember Dr. Joe's still in the house. Make sure you're dropping her a follow. Remember, we're still hoping to raise some funds to really help Dr. Joe tonight. Dr. Joe, her house was caught in the hurricane. She's got bad damage to the house, and it is not safe to be in right now. And her insurance company is not going to file any of her claims. They've rejected all of them. If you go to my first video on my page, there is a link and a video to the GoFundMe page. You can also get her directly in her link tree. There is a PayPal, and I think there's a Venmo. You can send her some assistance directly. She is a wonderful member of our community. She is a licensed, educated, trained professional, a trained clinician. Thank you, BB, for the eyes. And she spends time with us people, helping us deconstruct, helping us to work through our mental and emotional issues as we're deconstructing. She doesn't charge us a dime. She's an invaluable member of this community, and we really need to come around and support Dr. Joe. If you have questions about how to help Dr. Joe, just DM me. I'll send you any links that you need. We're going to get the next guest up in here. All right. We got a pretty full queue. We're just going to keep going through them.
Let's cook. Couch potato. I love the couch
Thank you,
potatoes. It's so
Deconstruct Potato.
cute.
Thank you, Deconstruct Potato. I love it.
Efcaristo. Oh, Efcaristo for the heart, Brian. Efcaristo.
Welcome in, Sham.
How are we doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm very fine. Thank you for taking me up.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm
Thank
very
you,
Christian.
BB, for the future tower. WBB, thank you so much. What's your best argument or your best evidence for the Christian God?
I mean, my best evidence is I have the Holy Spirit.
Prove it. Is there power in the name of Jesus?
Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
I
Is
have cast out demons.
Is this pop can
in the
closed?
name of Jesus. I have healed many sick people.
I'm sure you have. Is this pop can open or closed?
This is closed.
Cool. Pray to your Holy Spirit and have him open it, and you'll convert 876 people on the spot.
The Bible says, "Don't prove your God."
The Bible says, ask anything in my name and it will be done for you.
Yes, it says.
Okay, so go ahead and pray. I want to see it. Because as it turns out, your prayers are very effective when they're affecting things that don't actually exist. I can pray for someone's spirit to go away. Means nothing because spirits don't exist. Pray for something to happen in the real world.
I mean, you have to have faith. It's about faith.
I
not
don't have
just-
faith. You have faith. It sounds to me
You
like
know-
you don't have faith.
People was asking.
Okay,
Jesus
so
the
Sham
same-
doesn't have faith. I'll take the concession.
No,
It's okay. So there's no power in the name of
That's what
Jesus,
I
is there?
heard. I'm telling you.
No
was asking
power in
Jesus-
the name of Jesus. Isn't there a song
No.
about that? I need to get some songs on the
Let me
soundboard.
tell you something. Let me tell you before you judge. People was asking for signs to
Thank you,
Jesus.
Necro, for the hats. W Necro, thank you so much.
And he was telling them.
Yes, I'm sure it happened. So
signs to them except the teaching of Noah.
yeah, that's great. So the Holy Spirit's not your evidence since you can't demonstrate the power of the Holy Spirit. So what's your next evidence?
I mean, you can't sit beside me.
So the Holy Spirit
You
can't
sit
be your
beside me, though.
evidence. The Holy Spirit can't be your evidence since you can't demonstrate it. So what's your next evidence?
I mean, I can demonstrate it. I can show you things.
Do it.
with
Show me what the Holy Spirit can
real
do.
life. It can do everything.
Show
Anything
me.
you ask.
Show me what it can do.
I mean,
Is there
you
anybody
don't have
sick?
faith.
Anybody in the comments right now is sick. Can you come up and let this guy heal you? Anybody? Put a 1 in the comments and get in my guest box if you're legitimately sick right now and you're ready to be healed.
I mean, you are hearing my voice, right?
I can hear it. Yep.
Yeah, so that there's many demons now that came out from many people just because of my voice.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. Prove it.
They jump out of their
What the
body, you know?
fuck?
Prove it.
Just by my voice.
Prove it.
You saw the woman; she was out.
Prove it.
She can't stand my voice.
Prove it.
I mean,
These are stories. I don't care. These are stories.
So because I'm a woman, I'm automatically a demon.
I want
I'm a
the.
warrior of Jesus.
I want the proof. You're not a warrior. You're a clown. Prove
I'm a
it.
warrior of Jesus.
If you
I
have the
fight
Holy
demons
Spirit, show me the power of the Holy Spirit.
I mean, I can see your manipulation.
Show me the power of the Holy Spirit, or you don't have it.
You are seeing the power of the Holy Spirit.
I haven't seen the power. I see a guy coping online.
I'm calling the name of Jesus without being embarrassed, you know? Many people that's embarrassed because they...
Are you saying embarrassed?
What?
Did you say embarrassed?
Yeah.
Your mother's embarrassed right now with this performance. Do something.
God damn.
My mother is proud.
We're gonna go dig up your family's gravestone so no one knows where to find them after this poor performance. This is embarrassing for you. If you have the power of the Holy Spirit, then demonstrate it.
No, you are not open for it. You are just here to destroy the truth.
You haven't demonstrated that it's true.
I mean, I've seen you.
Demonstrate that it's true.
You are not seeking the truth, though.
Demonstrate that it's true.
You are even
Demonstrate that it's true, because all I'm hearing is a bunch of crying and claims that you can't back up.
Even if I
Giving,
open,
trust me, bro.
Even if I open the thing that was with you, what the voice? Even if I open the
Okay, so just you've got nothing. You've got no argument. You've got no evidence. You've just got like a bunch of crying.
You will say that it was open.
I'm waiting for your evidence.
Evidence?
All right, so I'm going to give you 5 seconds. If I don't hear evidence or an argument, you're getting cut.
I mean, first of all, God is spiritual, not imagination.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, he didn't know. He didn't know what an argument was, so I guess that's the end of that.
Nah, he told me to be quiet and chat. It's okay.
Oh, did he really? That's not surprising.
I wanted you to play with him.
It's not surprising. Welcome in, Ellie.
Hello.
Welcome in.
Thank you. I just thought, well, I'm an atheist. I'm not a religious person. I just came here to
W. Ellie.
Yeah, yeah, it's just about sharing about like how did we believe in God? How do we believe in God in neurology? And because I'm an archaeologist, and my final work in archaeology was about like the evolution of the brain, the cranial evolution, and how we start believing in God and this kind of things. If you don't mind.
No, I mean it sounds delightfully entertaining. I'm waiting for more. I mean, this is supposed to be a debate, but I mean, how about do me a favor? We're supposed to be debating people up here, but send me a DM. I'd love to hear more about this because I am deeply interested in talking to other professionals about this field of study.
Absolutely, yes, of course. I can show you. I can even send you my research if you want.
Yes,
I did a research about the
please. I would love to read
evolution of the
it.
brain and how. Okay, it's about like the evolution of the brain since the Australopithecus afarensis.
Yes, I would absolutely love to read this paper and talk to you about it.
Okay, of course. I will send it to you.
Thank you so much. W. Ellie, thank you so much for being here. Make sure and DM me, okay? Don't forget.
Yes, of course I will.
All right, thank you, Ellie. W. Ellie.
Knowledge is power.
I agree. All right. Valor Ryan, I think, was up next. He's been waiting, or she, I don't know, been waiting for a while. How you doing, Fat Batman?
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. You've been doing a lot of chirping in the comments, so I'm hoping that you brought something good.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I will give you fire, bro.
Can't wait. So what's your best evidence for the Christian God?
First of all, give me some questions first. Can I ask you something?
I just asked you a question. What's your best evidence for the Christian God?
You always have the advantage, you know, like...
I
is
know
not
I
a proper
do.
debate.
Yes, because
This
I
is
have
not a proper
information
debate.
and you don't. So what's your best evidence?
I don't have anyone, you know,
I
like,
know
but
you
let's go
don't.
to other things. Can I ask you two
You
questions
did all
first?
this chirping in the comments and you came with nothing.
Hey, don't run. I'm just saying two questions. Can I ask you two questions?
You can ask anything you want to. I can't promise
Are
to know
you
the
gay?
answer. No.
Are you gay?
Nope.
No. Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm kind of undecided. I'm actually talking with a Christian friend of mine on this topic. I haven't made my mind up, but I do know this. I don't think that we should be executing babies once we know that they are sentient in the womb. I think once you reach the point of sentience and the point where you can actually experience pain, then I'm not for it.
Oh, okay. So you are more like pro-life, right?
I'm somewhere in between the two.
Okay. The other day I talked with you and you say that you believe like we are a programmation, right?
A what?
You say that you believe that we are a programmation, you know, like a computer.
Nope.
You don't remember?
I have no clue what the word that even left your mouth right now. I heard programmation.
Yeah, like...
That's not an English word. Thank you, 46, for the hat.
We don't have free will, you say. Like we are like programs. So I don't know how to say in English correct. I'm Mexican, you know. But can you tell me more about that?
About what?
About your beliefs. You say that you don't believe that we have free will.
It sounds to me like you just need to go research like free will papers and whether or not determinism is a thing.
No, but I think it's important because your chat...
I don't think it's important. So here's the deal.
Your beliefs? Is not important your beliefs?
If you would like to debate whether or not we have free will, I'd love to do it. But I'm not just going to let you get up here and ask me to give you free lessons.
No. Don't worry, bro. Don't be scared. I'm just trying to your chat know about you because that's important.
My chat knows about me. They're here night in and night out supporting me. And it sounds to me like you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just kind of randomly pivoting.
Don't worry.
So
No.
Do you have an actual argument or no?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear it. What's the argument for your God?
For my God? Even in the Bible that you read, it says that in these days there will be no evidence because everything will be
What's the
based
evidence?
on faith. Based on faith.
What's the evidence?
Read that passage. Read that passage for me.
You didn't actually tell me what passage you want to read. I'm asking you for the evidence.
Oh, just in the Guru Bible doesn't know which passage I'm talking about?
I'm asking you to present evidence, and what I'm hearing is crying.
No, I'm not crying. You are the one that is trying to run.
I'm not running. I'm
again.
asking you to present your evidence.
I already say you. The Bible says that in these days there will not any evidence because everything will be for faith.
Quote it. Chapter or book.
Okay, don't worry. But the
chapter and book.
The weird thing is that you don't know
chapter
the
and
Guru
book.
Bible. Don't worry. I will give you. Just give me 20 seconds to find it in my notebook. Don't run, please.
So many people overconfident with absolutely nothing tonight.
And he said he was Mexican, so I feel bad for his Incan and Aztec ancestors. They must be rolling in their graves, pissed off that they have a descendant that is following literally the religion of their colonizers.
Yep.
Sad.
And my guess is he's paraphrased it. And when we read it, it's not going to say what he actually says it says.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Deconstruction, love.
It's also true that whatever he brings up still won't be evidence of his deity, so it's kind of irrelevant. Just quoting the Bible is like quoting Harry Potter.
I love how people in the comment section are saying that I'm being racist with my comments. You do know that the conquistadors came to the indigenous Americas, including Mexico, and completely massacred these people for the sake of their religion. So I'm actually bringing historical fact to the table. If you cannot stomach that, then maybe you should find a different religion.
Hey, Hanji, please of all don't talk about my people. Second, these people now will die about his new faith. So shut up, Hanji.
Oh,
See? You
as
are
a
not
fellow
Mexican.
And he's in his
indigenous,
feelings
you can
again.
go fuck yourself.
Well, that didn't last very long. All right, we got some people in the queue. I see Bought by Blood came back. It's been a bit since we've seen Bought by the Blood. As much as I like them, you got to wait in line. I'm sorry, I don't bring anybody up to the queue that hasn't waited.
I have no idea. Everything is like it. Wait, did you say Bob by Blood?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
It's been a minute, but I mean, of the apologists, at least he's one of the polite ones.
Well, okay. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. I concede.
I mean, when was the last time you really seen him, like, acting out?
You know? Unless when Apple puts him in his fifis. But other than that...
Yeah, that's it. But typically, he's pretty collected.
Yeah.
All right, well, this guest isn't connecting. We got a few more. Dude, we got a ton more. Oh, Fat Batman came back. Listen, you don't get to insult Hanji and be misogynistic and then just come back. That's not the way this works, my man.
I mean, if he wants me to bring up the receipts, I can bring up the receipts.
He had no argument to begin with.
Hello.
Not a single one. Yeah, how you doing, Mike?
So you think, so listen, you're going to try to come in here and try to like prove everybody wrong, think you have all the answers, bro.
I can
Well, I'm
prove
gonna
you wrong.
today. No, you can't.
All right, go ahead. Give me your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real.
How about I have a question for you? Prove to me that he's not real.
Prove to me that the tooth fairy is not real. See, claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. The burden of proof is on you. So
well,
I can say, according to your standard, then I can just say there's a magic dragon in my garage and he exists merely because I said so, and you haven't proven him wrong. So there you go. Prove that I don't have a magic dragon in my garage.
Bro, you don't have a magic dragon in your garage.
Prove it.
You prove to me that you have a magic dragon.
Oh, see, there you go. Isn't that funny that the positive proof falls on the person claiming to have something that's tangible? So great. So you believe in a God. I don't believe in a God. I'd love to see your evidence for this God.
Well, I know that I pray every day and he answers my prayers.
Well, he doesn't answer millions of people's prayers. There are children right now in St. Jude dying with bone cancer that he's just sleeping through all of their prayers. So, but you must be special.
How do you know that?
Because I've seen them. So it's great that you think he answers your prayers, but for the vast majority of people, he doesn't answer their prayers. And we've actually done studies. The rate of answered prayer is exactly the same as people who aren't getting prayed for. If your deity is indistinguishable from not existing, then he's not existent.
He's not non-existent.
Prove that he exists.
I have a question for you.
Prove that he exists.
I saw the Holy Spirit.
No, you didn't. You hallucinated. 100 people a year are locked up in a mental institute or a hospital to get help. 100 people a year in Jerusalem with Jerusalem syndrome. They're so overcome by religious conviction that they think they're reincarnated Jesus Christ and they need hospitalized. Religion will do crazy things to you. It'll even make you think that you saw the Holy Spirit. So that's adorable that you think you had a religious experience, but that means nothing to me.
Well, listen, Judgment Day is going to come.
No, it won't. Prove it.
It literally says it in the Bible.
I don't care. The Bible's full of lies.
How is the Bible full of lies? Everything
because
in the
it's
Bible
full of lies.
What's a lie in the Bible?
Tons of them. You want to start Old Testament or New Testament?
Tell me what's a lie, because I believe everything in the Bible is true and it's going to show you the way to follow Christ.
Well, you're wrong. So we'll just start out with one I've already got pulled up. Matthew 16. Straight from the horse's mouth. The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everyone for what's been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. All those people are dead. He never came back.
Well,
This is your first time reading this, isn't it?
well,
The Holy Spirit didn't tell you about this, did he? Does the Holy Spirit lead you in power and truth?
yes, he leads me in power and truth.
Well, you better pray for utterance right
And I
now.
lead you in power. See, you have to seek the Holy Spirit. You're not trying to
Sounds
seek
to
him.
me like you haven't found him yet because he can't tell you how to resolve this issue.
This is what y'all do.
Synth,
Y'all
thank you
nit-
for the galaxy. Thank you, Synthetic. Thank you,
y'all
W
nit-
Synthetic.
Y'all nitpick one thing. Y'all nitpick one thing.
Nope,
out of
I've
the
got
Bible.
hundreds. You want to go to the next one?
Uh,
How many want to go over? I've got so many of these things.
how does this prove he's not real, though?
Easy, because the book that attests to him is full of lies and contradictions, and it's full of instructions that you would say are absolutely barbaric. Do you think that women should be executed if they don't bleed their first time when they get married?
Do I think women should be executed?
Yeah.
They don't believe.
No,
Well,
don't
I
bleed.
mean, no.
Why not?
Execution is bad in general.
But not according to the Bible.
The Bible never said that women should be executed.
Well, we're about to read it right now. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town will take the man and punish him. So if she bleeds on the cloth, they assume she's a virgin. If she doesn't bleed on the cloth, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of the town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. And even worse than this, only about half of women really bleed their first time they do the deed, which means there's a percentage of these women being executed that didn't bleed, but actually were virgins, which means the God of the Bible is an absolute monster, or he doesn't know how the female anatomy works.
Listen. From the Old Testament to the New Testament, God can change his ways. He does stuff for his greater
Doesn't
good
matter.
and his own good.
Do you have a
can
sister?
stuff for his own good. I do have a sister.
If your sister brought a guy home for you to meet and said, hey, he's a really nice guy, but the last girl he dated, he beat her up really bad, and like he slashed her tires, and then he threatened all of her family, would you let your sister date that guy?
That's a what if.
I know. Answer the question.
Well, that's a if, though. She would
I
never
know.
do that.
It's a hypothetical. That's how ifs work. Answer the question. Would you want your sister to date that guy?
He could change.
I'm asking you, would you want him to date that guy?
Well, I mean, see, this is a tricky question, Destruction, because he could change. No, that's not crickets. He could change. He could change into a better person.
So
See,
yes
with
or no?
Destruction, why is it up
Yes
to
or
you?
no? Do you want your sister to date that guy?
No.
Just from that
Fantastic.
answer alone, it was giving he's that guy, but I digress.
The answer should be no. And so I don't care if you think that this God reformatted himself and he's better now. If he was a prick once, that's enough. That's all I need.
Listen, why is it up to you
Gods don't need reformed.
Why do you need an explanation from God? Why is it up to you to judge God?
I need evidence. I'm not judging God. I'm questioning whether or not this God exists. And I find no evidence to believe that this God exists. You can't question a thing that you don't believe exists.
Why do you believe in evolution? Why do you think you don't think we can't? You think
Even
the
if
world has
evolution
always
was wrong, it wouldn't make your God real.
So you just think we came from nothing, right?
Even if evolution and cosmology was wrong, still wouldn't make your God real. There's 4 million other gods that could be real other than yours. In order to prove that your God is real, you need to present evidence for your actual God.
bro, how do you think water was made? How do you think planets
wasn't.
were made? You don't think water was made? That's psychotic.
Water wasn't made. It's a product of nature.
That's psychotic.
Present the evidence that your God exists and created everything.
First people on earth, Adam and Eve, was created
Prove
by
it.
God. Prove it?
Because according to the science we have, our lineage comes from the great apes. And we know this through our extensive mapping of the human genome. We know for a fact that we shared DNA with these ancient primates. And we know this because we've got what we would call like damaged DNA in our genome. We refer to them as endogenous retroviruses. They're little snippets of virus DNA that found its way into our genome and it gets passed on to our children. So there are a handful of these, actually about 200 of them, that exist in all humans. And not only do they exist in all humans, about 80% of them exist only in humans and great apes, and they don't exist anywhere in the animal kingdom, which means we must have shared DNA with the great apes because the great apes and the human beings are the only ones in the entire world with these endogenous retroviruses
So how were great apes
in
created?
our genome. The great apes were created the way everything else was. There's a tree going all the way back to the very beginning of the evolutionary soup. So, but even if none of that were true, doesn't mean your God is real. It could be that Zeus is real. It could be that Lord Marduk is
Zeus
real.
isn't real. That's mythology.
It could be that there are 4,000 magic ponies in outer space that are controlling everything. You
Well, we can prove that there's no magic ponies.
you still need to demonstrate that your God is real.
Personal experience, man. I've seen them.
I haven't.
Well,
Can you present them right now?
That's just you. Can I present them right now?
Yeah. Is there power in the name of Jesus?
Yes, if I pray, if I believe.
Cool. Can you pray that this pop can is opened?
Why would I do that?
I
Why
can
would
open it with
pray?
one finger.
Why would I pray for your pop can to open? Why would I do that?
Because there are 957 people that you can convert to your religion right now if you pray and this thing pops wide open.
But that's not what I'm like. Why? That's not what I'm supposed to pray
All of a
for.
sudden you don't have the Holy Spirit, do you?
You need Jesus, man. That's not.
You need evidence.
need
I'll
Zeus.
gladly accept your Jesus when he becomes real.
Why would I pray for your soda can to open? Just open it yourself.
Do you want all of us to perish or do you want us to be saved?
You're gonna get saved, but
Then you
not
better
if
start
don't
praying.
believe. If you don't believe, you're not gonna get
I'm
saved.
hearing a lack of faith right now. What does Revelation 3 say that God is going to do with those who are lukewarm? God's going to spit you out of his mouth because you don't have enough faith to pray for us right now.
Ew.
Lukewarm Christians.
Listen, you may know more right now, but all I'm gonna say is you need Jesus. You need Jesus.
I know you believe that, and you need rationality and common sense.
I have common sense.
It sounds like you don't because you believe in a mythology with no evidence.
How is Jesus mythology?
Because he's not real.
Jesus is not real. Jesus is a real person.
Prove that he's God because Muhammad's a real person, but you don't believe that he split the moon in two, do you?
Nope.
There you go.
Listen, I will come back here with more evidence, but
come on back. You know where to find me.
Yeah, this guy.
Pathetic.
All right. Well, thanks for playing. All right, we'll get BBB. Welcome in, Blood.
Well,
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Bob.
Listen, I'm just happy to talk to a rational adult at this moment.
That's honestly fair. What's up, Hanji?
Hey, hey.
I haven't spoken to you since I sang that night, I think.
It's been a minute.
It's been a long time.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. No. I was talking to Hanji.
Oh, yeah.
There was a night, Hanji, she was like hosting a live and everyone was singing and I came by it and I just went in and I sang a song and that's...
You brought that preacher voice.
Yeah. All right, so how about we go ahead and get into it so we don't lose viewers because we're being too cordial.
Sure. Yeah. So the name of the game here is what is your best argument and or evidence that the Christian God is real? And to be quite fair, this is not about whether or not you think a deistic God exists. This is about whether or not you think the Christian God exists.
Oh, well, I'm not. I never defend deism to begin with. I would like defend theism, but we can talk specifically about the Christian God. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would, just for like the way my brain works, I would probably change the way you word the background, because the background actually gives you the burden.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Oh, it does.
Nope,
'Cause
I'll
you're making
explain it.
You're making a claim.
I know. Yep, I'm making a claim that I can prove. Mm-hmm. The Christian God is imaginary because you can imagine him, but what you can't do is prove that he's real.
Okay, so you're just going to say Christian God is imaginary because you can imagine him, but that's not going to be a really valid inference, right? Because I can imagine a unicorn. That doesn't mean
and unicorns are imaginary.
Leave the unicorns out of this, okay?
Yeah, but like I said, we don't have to spend too much time on this, but whenever you make a claim and you say the Christian God is imaginary, you're actually putting the claim forward, which means you have the burden to substantiate that he's imaginary.
I mean, I can. Give me the properties of your God, and I'll gladly debunk them.
Well, I guess this would be the question. Are you someone that you identify as like a hard atheist, or do you identify as like an agnostic atheist? Like the possibility of God could exist, but you don't believe in him, or do you say God does not exist in any context?
No, there is a logical possibility for some type of God. It just depends on what you define his characteristics to be. But I think the biblical God is impossible.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into it. So here's what I know. I'm not going to get into the cosmology with you. I've been listening for a while. I still think the nuance that you present in regards to biblical prophecy, I think it has some flaws. So
I'd love to hear the argument.
Yeah. Well, I'm not presenting that as evidence. If anything, that's just going to be a conversation. Because obviously, like, you don't believe the Bible, and so talking about the Bible isn't really necessary. But it's just going to change some, like, maybe historical perspective. So last time I was up here, we talked about a concept that rabbis have within Orthodox Judaism as Messiah ben Joseph.
Yes, I'm aware of the two messiahs. I'm even aware of the four messiahs. I've read the text that you're referring to. I've also read the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So this is where the nuance comes in.
So I just want to make sure we're clear here. I just want to make sure we're very clear. You're going to present the exact same argument that you presented when we talked like 8 months ago.
No, because I actually want to talk about
what did that work when you tried it the first time?
I think it got heated and you kicked me.
I didn't kick you. You ran and you got backup. And then your backup gave me one prophecy and then he ran.
No, that's not true.
That's 100% true. That's exactly what happened.
I never ran. So I asked the same question.
You absolutely did. And if I had to guess, you'll probably do the same thing tonight. So I'll just ask you for a second time. Are you going to try to run the exact same argument tonight that you ran the first time?
No, so this isn't what I was going to talk about, but we can. So, I mean, if we want to run it, we can. So is your claim that Jewish rabbis do not associate Isaiah 53, Psalm 22, Zechariah chapter 2. Is your claim that those rabbis do not associate those scriptures with a messianic figure known as Messiah ben Joseph? If your answer is yes, right? If your answer is yes, my claim is that those scriptures are not about a messianic figure, Messiah ben Joseph, then the only question I'm going to ask you is, okay, then why do rabbis associate it with a messianic figure?
My claim is that there are multiple interpretations from the rabbis about Isaiah 53. Some of the earliest interpretations was that it could be even referring to Moses. There are other interpretations that it could be referring to literally anybody that the Lord chastises, and it could also be referring to the nation of Israel. So Isaiah 53 is one of those interesting prophecies that has taken on many forms in the history of Judaism. But your point is going to fall on its face because it's literally the same point you made last time you were here. Your point is because some Jews interpret it in one way that I like, that I have to accept the interpretation of just those Jews. But I could say this. I could say the same. I could say the same thing about the Jewish people that interpret it my way. So if you're going to present an argument for how Isaiah 53 needs to be interpreted, then you can present it based on the text. Appealing to Jewish authority won't help you here.
No. So that's not my argument. My argument isn't appealing to Jewish authority. So you kind of have a script you go by, and you say Jesus did not fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
Not one.
And this is where you lack nuance. Because if it's
I'd love to know which one he fulfilled.
No. So if it's the case, yes or no, if it's the case that Jesus fulfills a prophecy under Orthodox Judaism, specifically having to refer to Messiah ben Joseph, and specifically even further, right? Why is it called Messiah ben Joseph? Because they believe Joseph is a Messianic.
He's going to run the same script he was on last time we were here. The same rabbis wrote about 4 different messiahs in the same exact section of text that you're about to go back to the first time we talked. They reference multiple different messiahs. You're cherry picking the rabbinic text to back up your position rather than actually addressing the text head on.
You're not answering my question.
You didn't ask one yet.
So no. The question was pretty clear. What determines what is or is not a messianic prophecy? Let's just start there.
Quite clear. A messianic prophecy is any prophecy that mentions the Messiah or something that's going to happen during the messianic age. What a messianic prophecy is not is any words that you find in the Old Testament that you feel like you could strip out of its context and apply to Jesus.
No, so that's not my claim. So
I never said it was. I told you what it was, and I told you what it's not. I answered your question.
But who determines what is and is not a messianic prophecy?
Who
determines it?
Well, I think it's quite clear. I think it's the reader. In fact, it's any reader.
Okay, so if the reader, when we're talking about messianic prophecy, we're talking about Orthodox Judaism, correct?
So you're just going to appeal to authority again. Cool.
Wait,
if we're gonna appeal to authority, then Messianic Judaism rejected Jesus as the Messiah. You see how your argument is constantly going back to an appeal to authority, and the authority that you're appealing to disagrees with you. So if you want to present a text that Jesus fulfilled, then you have to stick to the actual text.
Justin, this is the problem, right? So you're kind of cutting me off before I can finish. I'm trying to just have a respectful dialogue. But one, that's not how an appeal to authority works. An appeal to an authority is specifically to say, this proposition, it's true in virtue of the authority that says it's true. That's not the claim I'm making, is it?
I haven't heard your claim yet, because right now you're just asking questions.
Yeah, so why are you saying it? Wait. If I'm only asking questions and I haven't made a claim, then how can you state that I'm appealing to authority?
Because every rebuttal to everything I say goes back to the rabbis or to rabbinic Judaism. So again, I'll just say it. I'm still waiting for the evidence that you have that Jesus fulfilled any prophecy, because the only thing I've heard so far is but the Jewish rabbis.
Justin, you made an accusation. You said I'm appealing to authority.
Still waiting.
No. You're running from this question because you know you have to concede my point.
I don't. You haven't made a point yet.
Yeah, so how can I appeal to authority if I haven't made a point?
I don't have to concede your point until you make a point. So try making a point. I'm still waiting for you to make a point.
Wait, then that's my question. How am I appealing to authority?
If you have an argument, I want you to make it and stop crying.
No. You're not answering the question. Chat, notice how he's not answering the question.
Notice how you won't present an argument.
How am I appeling to it? You made an accusation.
I'm waiting for the argument.
Did you make an accusation against me that I'm appealing to authority?
Waiting for the argument. I'm going to time you to see how long it takes to get an actual argument. It's 12:16 right
you're not
now.
Answering the question. So here's
12:16 right now.
The way the structure is going.
Let me know when you found an argument to get on.
Yeah, sure. We can get on an argument, but
it's been 15 seconds. Still waiting for an argument.
You're scared to death of my question right now.
Still waiting.
Justin. Yeah, that's because you made an accusation that you won't even back up. Isn't that kind of
30 seconds? No argument yet.
Disingenuous to make an accusation against your interlocutor
no
that you
argument.
Can't back up?
Just crying.
No, answer the question.
You didn't ask it.
Did you make an accusation against me, Justin? Yes or no?
My accusation is that your argument is based around appeals to authority, and now you're just crying that I called you out on it. So now I'm waiting for you to prove me wrong. Make an argument that's not an appeal to authority.
Yeah, but here's the problem. You said all I've done is ask questions. I haven't made an argument.
Made
yet,
it.
Right? So
I'm asking you to do it now.
I want you to either be honest.
I'm being honest. I want you to present an argument.
So you're being disingenuous.
You're being a crybaby. Just present the argument.
I think you just care about your viewership.
Just present the argument.
When you're wrong, you should admit it.
I didn't do anything wrong. Everything that you've said has been an appeal to rabbinic Judaism.
No, it is not.
Then make the argument and stop crying.
Yeah, so here's the argument, right? The argument is really simple. The argument is going to stay, if Messianic prophecy is derived specifically from Orthodox Judaism,
that's
not how we know what is and is not Messianic prophecy.
It's not them.
Okay. How do we know what is and is not Messianic prophecy based off of the
I already answered your question. A Messianic prophecy is any prophecy in the Old Testament that specifically mentions the Messiah or the Messianic age.
Yeah, and who determines that?
The reader.
Okay, so if one reader says this is a Messianic prophecy, then that means it's going to be attributed to the Messianic figure.
There is no central authority for interpretation on the Old Testament text.
Oh, that shoots yourself in the foot because you say there is no such thing as Messianic prophecy then.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Then you're not even applying
what I'm trying to tell you is that a Messianic prophecy is anything that mentions the Messiah or the time of the Messiah when he comes or what's going to happen. What you're trying to do is, again, you're trying to run back to rabbinic Judaism because you can't argue the merit of the text. You want to run back to your bad rabbinic Jewish argument that you ran the first time you were here. If you want to go over an actual prophecy with me, you know I'm game. But you can't just keep claiming that you don't like my argument because I won't let you appeal to rabbinic authority.
Yeah, so watch how inconsistent this is. I can just ask you a simple question. I can say, I want you to name an actual Messianic prophecy.
Jeremiah 33:14.
Okay, that's an actual Messianic prophecy?
Yep.
How do you determine that?
Because it literally mentions the one that's supposed to come from... Because it's literally the one that's going to come and bring peace, and he's going to be a king and sit on the throne, which is what it means to be the Messiah in the Old Testament.
Yeah, but who determines what it means to be the Messiah in the Old Testament?
The reader.
You see the inconsistency?
The reader does.
No, it is the Orthodox majority position within Judaism.
Well, the Orthodox community has rejected Jesus, so you can't keep appealing to them.
I'm not appealing that.
You're literally trying to right now.
No, I'm not.
Then present an argument that doesn't entail me sticking to whatever cherry-picked rabbinic interpretation you're about to bring.
Okay, let's just do this. Let's move on to the reason I actually came up.
We'll just read Jeremiah 33. Since you're the one with the rabbinic education, I want you to tell me if this is a Messianic prophecy.
Yeah, a Messianic
prophecy. The days are
prophecy
surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. Is that about the Messiah?
Yeah, I think it is.
Fantastic. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. Was Jesus ever a king, and didn't he rescue Israel and Judah?
No, he did not.
Oh, great. Okay, so this is a Messianic prophecy, and it just happens to be that he didn't fulfill it. It says, thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time. How does that fit in with the message of the New Testament that says that the Levitical priesthood would be done away with and replaced by the higher order of Melchizedek?
Yeah, so this isn't hard. When I'm making claims and talking about like Jesus fulfilling prophecy,
show me where this gets fulfilled then. I can't wait. Show me where this gets fulfilled.
I'm specifically referencing Messiah ben Joseph.
Show me where this gets fulfilled. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I can just concede that that's a prophecy about Messiah ben David.
Great, so it doesn't get
And it hasn't
fulfilled.
been
Fantastic.
fulfilled.
Because if you actually read the rabbinic writings, you would recognize that Messiah ben David and Messiah ben Joseph are two. Messiah ben David and Messiah ben Joseph are two different people. They're not the same Messiah. And those same rabbis came up with at least 4 different Messiahs. So again, your appeal to the same broken, this broken Jewish rabbi argument isn't going to work.
No, so all I'm doing is I am dissecting and performing surgery on your epistemology.
You're not yet.
Right, and I'm
What we've
showing-
done is we've read one prophecy, and you've admitted that it hasn't come true yet. Okay,
That's
so
because
this
you jumped
so
to
this
it,
didn't
because
come
you're
true.
not- No,
So,
no.
so
And
show me
did
one
I
that
ever
came
claim-
true.
Did I ever claim
Show
it
me
came
one that
true?
came true.
Yeah, so we have to talk about Isaiah 53.
Show me
Psalm
one that
55.
came true. So here's the deal.
Yeah, so
here's the deal,
this
bought by
is-
blood. I've
cut
already
me
covered
off
Isaiah
constantly.
53 twice tonight, so I'll make you the same deal I made the last guy. You find me one prophecy out of the hundreds of them that he fulfilled, and I will waste the whole rest of the night covering Isaiah 53 with you. I'll even do it. I'll do it in a Bible that I got just for guys like you. I got the little princess translation. You want to do that?
Yeah, I don't care what translation you use.
Great.
But here's
Find me
here's
one
the thing.
prophecy that Jesus actually
Justin,
fulfilled, and I'll be
notice-
more than
notice-
glad to cover all of Isaiah 53 with you.
Sure. Are you going to cut me off every time I speak?
Yes.
Okay, then why should I continue a conversation with someone disingenuous?
Obviously, I'm being facetious. I'm still waiting for one prophecy.
You just brought up Jeremiah. Did I ever bring up Jeremiah, Justin?
I did, yes. Now,
I
now
said-
your turn. Now you bring one up.
Yeah, so Isaiah 53 is perfectly fine. Psalm 22 is perfectly
Again,
fine.
all right, so we'll do
Looking on
Psalm
the one day-
22 because I already told you. You have to find me one prophecy that he fulfilled before I waste the next half hour on Isaiah 53 again, because we've already covered it twice tonight. So
No,
let's
all
go
I
to
have to
Psalm
do-
22. So now we get to talk about
no,
Psalm
wait a second, wait a
22.
Yeah, so all I have to do, right? This is
Literally all you have
to
to do is find one prophecy. I thought it'd be easy.
No, all I have to do is find a prophecy that is represented within Orthodox
No, you don't.
Judaism as referring to Messiah ben Joseph.
No, you
That's
don't.
it. Yes, I do.
Not
That's
even
it.
close. So again, your appeal is to rabbinic Judaism. The same thing I just told you
That is
that you
the
were doing,
determining
and then
factor,
it's
Justin.
not. Prove it. Prove
Justin, that's the
prove
determining factor.
Rabbinic Judaism doesn't accept your Messiah. You cannot keep appealing
It's
to
not
rabbinic
my claim.
Judaism. Rabbinic
you actually address-
Rabbinic Judaism has an interpretation of Isaiah 53 that doesn't
you address
that
a
doesn't
claim I actually
that
make?
does not fit your Messiah.
Would you address a claim I actually make? You're arguing with a straw man constantly. You're just creating straw men, knocking them down one after one after one. But eventually you've got to
I
contend
do
with
not have to accept your cherry-picked interpretation from whatever Jewish rabbi you're going to pull it from, because I've read the rest of them. They don't agree. The Jewish rabbis do not have a unified theory on what this passage is talking about in Isaiah 53. They don't. So you can't tell me that I need to interpret it using your favorite Jewish rabbi. I'm not going to
I'm
do
not
it.
telling you that.
And the
I'm
people
not
that are
telling you that.
alive today, the Jewish people alive today, reject it in the interpretation that you're using. So
I'm
you
not
need to
telling you
use
you have to do
your
that.
big boy pants and find
I'm
me
not telling you you have to do that.
find me
All I'm-
a
all I'm
prophecy
saying-
that was actually fulfilled.
Yeah, so I'm not doing that. All I have to do.
That's
to
exactly what you're
prove-
doing.
No, it's not. You're just arguing with straw men.
Are you gonna address a prophecy with me, or are you gonna complain about how I won't accept your cherry-picked rabbinic Judaism?
No. You won't. What you won't accept is any orthodox position that differs from your own. What you won't accept. You can play the violin.
We already know that
Does that
Orthodox
make you feel like
Judaism
you won?
rejects your position. You
That's not the
cannot keep
question.
appealing to Rabbinic Judaism. It doesn't work
That's
for
not
your
the question.
position. If you're going to appeal to Rabbinic
Not the
Judaism,
question, Justin.
I'll just get my Tobias Singer books off the shelf and I'll read you from an actual rabbi and you can go debate him. Do you want to debate? Do you want to debate Tobias Singer or do you want to debate me?
I'll debate either of you. Here's the point.
Great. So I'm here.
you're going to make
So
a
I'm
claim-
here. You can debate me right now. And the way that we do that is we can read these passages together and determine what they mean. But what you're not going to do is say, I need to interpret it using your favorite rabbinic interpretation when the bulk of the rabbis
it's
agree
just-
with me.
Yeah. So here's the thing. if all you're, and that's actually going to be false, right, regarding Messiah ben Joseph. So the prophecies that relate to Messiah ben Joseph, such as some of the ones we've talked about,
This is the only talking point he's got.
You're going to be in disagreement with their position on it, right?
I disagree with the rabbis on many things. So do you.
That's fine.
So
you can't
do
just
you, bought by blood. You don't agree with the rabbis either. So you can't keep appealing to the rabbis. Unless
one
you
who
accept
overtalks
all
is the
of
one
their
who loses.
interpretations, you cannot force it on me.
The one who overtalks is the one who loses. That's
Yeah,
just debate
I'm still
101.
waiting for you to present an actual argument other than you're crying that I won't
How
accept
about
your
this?
cherry-picked rabbinic authority.
Yeah, how about this? Since
Are you going to
do
present an
not-
argument, or are you going to cry about me not accepting your presentation of the rabbinic view?
No, all I'm saying, this is as simple. If you let me get one sentence out without interrupting me, that would be great.
If you keep
Right?
going back to the rabbi's interpretation, it's going to get nowhere.
I came up here to talk about miracles specifically. So
I'm just keeping my ramen.
here's where we're going to get nowhere. Where we're going to get nowhere is where you say your opinion and your admission toward other rabbinical scholars regarding Messianic prophecy is the true view, and all other rabbis
I didn't
are
say
wrong,
that.
and all other views of rabbinical thought are wrong.
I didn't
We're
say that at
citing-
all.
No, that's exactly what you're saying.
Not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying
Okay,
is
so
that the
I can just ask
rabbis
you the
you're
question.
appealing to don't agree with you. So stop
Yet
appealing
again,
to them.
nice-
They do not.
Yet again, a nice interruption there. So, yeah. So, are you saying that prophecies that use some of the passages in reference to Messiah ben Joseph, are they true or false for a messianic figure under certain rabbinical traditions in Orthodox Judaism? Yes or no?
What I'm saying is you don't even understand
Yeah,
the
it's a
rabbinic
yes or no.
texts that you're referring to, because in the rabbinic texts that refer to the two different messiahs, they're two different messiahs. They're not one messiah that dies and comes back. So stop
so they're
appealing
actually-
to a text that you
That's not
don't
true.
understand.
No, I understand it perfectly.
You don't.
So the claim you just made actually shows you didn't understand it.
I
So
do
there's a
understand
rabbi-
it. I do understand
Yes,
it. I've got the book that started out as the dissertation downstairs. I've read it. And I've read the actual source documents where this originates from. And I've read other rabbinic writings on it. You don't understand it. And you're trying to force your bad interpretation of it on top of me. I don't care about your bad cherry-picked interpretation of rabbinic Judaism. I want to read the book and talk about what the book says without you forcing your opinion of authority on me.
Yeah, so I'm not forcing the opinion of authority on you.
Then
All I'm
I
saying
don't care
is
about
that
your rabbis.
You have not given a reason, Justin.
Blood,
You haven't
I
given a
don't
reason.
care about your rabbis. You cannot use
Fine,
them
fine.
to defend your position.
Justin, you haven't given a reason. You haven't given a justification for your beliefs.
I have.
You understand that?
Yep, I absolutely
you
have.
haven't.
Because there's not a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, and you can't find me one. Now,
You haven't given.
according to the Bible, according to you, there's hundreds of them. Lawson, thank you for the 666. Hail Satan and the rabbis from Lawson. Thank you. W Satan, W666. Hail Satan.
That's fine. So you have not given a justification for why your interpretation of the text should be considered
Great.
in higher
So
status
let's read it
over
together, and you can tell me what I got wrong. Because all I keep hearing is, well, my rabbinic authority, but it's a
said that.
circular argument because the rabbis do not agree with you. You
That's
cannot
not a
win this
circular
argument by appealing to rabbinic authority.
You're quite good at you're pretty good at biblical study, and you're pretty good at theology. You're trash at philosophy.
Absolutely not. You
Yeah,
cannot
show
appeal
me
to
the-
authority
show me the
that
circle.
disagrees with you.
No, show me the circle. You just said I'm using a circular argument. Show me the circle.
You're
Go ahead.
saying that rabbinic authority gives you the appropriate interpretation. That's your point. And then you're saying, down here, I don't want to accept the rabbinic authority because the rabbinic authority doesn't agree with you. They rejected this Messiah on biblical grounds.
Well, so you just demonstrated you don't know what a circular argument is, because that's not a circular argument.
I didn't say your argument was circular, but the argument that you're attempting to make is logically absurd. You cannot appeal to a source that you don't actually accept.
See, you're using words. Let's move on to the thing I came up here for, because we're not going to agree on why you think your interpretation is better than my interpretation. We're not going to.
You have
agree.
to demonstrate why your interpretation's better.
Yeah, so I can demonstrate why the interpretation is better, but those are just going to be based off of
appeals to authority. I know.
No, it's not going to be based off of an appeal to authority. What is an appeal to authority? Let me see if you know.
An appeal to authority is what people do when they don't actually have an argument and they just want to say my position's right and here's why, because these other people agree with me. But these other people don't agree with you.
Yeah, so have I ever said that my position is true or right because of these rabbis that talk about Messiah?
You spent the last half hour arguing with me about how I need to accept your particular rabbinic interpretation.
No, you don't need to accept my interpretation of anything.
Then what are you waiting for? Why don't we actually look at a text and read it together? Because as it turns out, both of us have eyeballs. Both of us can read.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just not going to agree.
I know we're not going to agree.
That's because we're starting from completely separate inferences.
Yes, you've cherry-picked rabbis that you like, and you're going to infer that all the other rabbis are wrong and those ones are right. And I've read the rabbis, and I know the rabbis don't agree. So I'm not going to use rabbinic authority because the rabbis couldn't agree on squat.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So I don't even have to say it's true. I don't have to say I believe it. I don't have to say anything. Let's take out the fact that I'm a Christian. Let's take out the fact that I'm a pastor. Let's take out all of those things. And all I have to say is there messianic prophecy that is attributed to Isaiah 53, Psalm 22 regarding Messiah ben Joseph? And the answer is yes.
The answer is I don't care. You cannot demonstrate it biblically. You can only appeal to your favorite rabbinic interpretation. Like I said, this is the exact same argument that you brought months ago, and it failed months ago. Then you went off crying, and you got your Messianic friend to come and show me a prophecy, and that didn't work either. So you're not going to win the same exact talking point the second time when you didn't win it the first time. If you want to present an argument about a prophecy you think he fulfilled, I am more than game to read a prophecy and see if he fulfilled it. But I'm not going to sit here and let you tell me I have to accept your favorite rabbinic interpretation of it when I know other rabbis who provide an interpretation that don't agree with you.
That's fine. Again, take me out of it. All you have to do is answer this one question with yes or no.
I'm asking for you to find me one prophecy.
Wait. All you have to do, listen.
How many prophecies did Jesus fulfill? How many prophecies did Jesus fulfill?
Here's the claim you made.
How many prophecies did Jesus fulfill?
You're running.
How many prophecies did Jesus fulfill? Don't cry, don't run. Answer the question. How many do you think? How many do you think he fulfilled?
You keep interrupting me.
How many do you think he fulfilled? That's because every sentence that you start is in the middle of my sentence, and when you talk over me, I talk over you more. So I'm asking you now, quit running. Show me one prophecy that he actually fulfilled.
Yeah. So we can talk about the donkey. We can talk about.
Let's do it.
The virgin birth.
Let's cover it. Zechariah 9:9. That's number one. You want to go to it?
Yeah. So I just want you to answer this one question, and then we can move on.
I want you to actually cover the book with me.
That's fine. The question is, right? The question on the table: did Jesus fulfill any messianic prophecies? Do you agree that's the question on the table?
The only prophecy he ever fulfilled was Deuteronomy 13 to be a false prophet.
Okay, do you agree that that's the question on the table, yes or no?
That's the question you just asked right now.
So the question on the table between the conversation, the dialogue that you and I are having, is did Jesus fulfill any messianic prophecies?
That's what it sounds like, and I'm still waiting for one.
Okay, great.
And you mentioned Zechariah 9:9 now.
Second question. Again, take my
So you don't want to actually read the book. You just want to keep asking evasive questions?
No, I only have one more question. That's it. One question. All right. Second question. Are there prophecies that are related to Messiah ben Joseph that Jesus fulfilled? Yes
Only
or no?
if you think that your interpretation of the text is correct. And I don't think it is correct. And I don't think you even understand the rabbinic interpretation of Messiah ben David and Messiah ben Joseph, because those same rabbis agree that they are different people. Those same rabbis talk in other texts about how those two messiahs are going to sit down at a banquet together next to each other. So I don't care about your bad interpretation of this theological point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you care. That's irrelevant.
So would you like to read the actual text with me and determine what it says?
No, how about we just talk about what I came up here to
He
talk
is so afraid of the Bible. Why are you so afraid of reading the Bible? Why are you ashamed of God's word? Why can't you open the Bible with me and just read it? This whole argument has been you trying to force upon me your bad interpretation of what you think the rabbis are saying. And I've already told you, I don't agree with your interpretation of the Bible or the rabbis.
Yeah, but you do concede that they agree.
No, they don't. I've told you 10 times the rabbis don't agree. The rabbis spent all of their time arguing. None of them agreed on anything. The only thing the Jewish rabbis ever agreed on is that they can't agree.
Okay, so just go ahead and explain in any context that you want. What rabbis, what scriptures are
Why are you afraid of the Bible? I am done talking about your rabbis. If you want to talk about the rabbis, we'll get a rabbi in here and you could talk to her. You want to talk to a rabbi? Is your complaint about the rabbinic text or is your complaint about the Bible?
I don't have a complaint about the Bible. Or
what sounds to me like your whole argument is you must accept my favorite rabbinic authority. But I guarantee if I went to the Talmud and I gave you my favorite rabbinic authorities, you won't like them. So I am not going to accept your bad rabbinic interpretation because you won't accept mine. This is a dumb argument. Both of us can read the book.
That's what the point is, Justin.
The point is you cannot demonstrate that your rabbinic authority is higher than mine.
And you cannot demonstrate the same thing. That's the problem.
Yes, that's why all we can do is read and evaluate the text for ourselves. Because if the rabbis couldn't agree, then there's no point in appealing to them.
Perfect.
So let's read the text and you can quit bloviating about what you think the rabbis said. I want to read the book. You're terrified of reading the book.
I'm not terrified of reading the book.
Then read the book with me and stop crying that I won't accept your rabbis.
No, not crying that you won't accept my rabbis.
I'm going to read the text whether you like it or not. Rejoice greatly, daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he. Humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. And the battle bow will be cut off, and he will command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Did Jesus ever actually be the king, and did he cut off the war chariots from Ephraim and the war horses from Jerusalem?
Nope, he didn't.
Oh, so he didn't fulfill this prophecy. Interesting. All we had to do was read it. It took 30 seconds.
Yeah, so he partially fulfilled the prophecy.
No, he didn't. I rode a donkey. That means I partially fulfilled it.
Not in accordance with Israel.
It doesn't matter. You've already determined that you don't have to.
Your king.
You don't have to fulfill all the prophecy. You just said it. You don't have to fulfill all the prophecy. You only need to fulfill part of it. And I rode a donkey. That's part of it. I'm the Messiah. When are you going to worship me?
Yeah. So, are you in any sense like proclaiming yourself to be a king over Jerusalem?
No, I'm the Messiah, though. You already told me you don't have to fulfill all of it. You only have to fulfill. No, you wait a second. I'm talking. You only need to fulfill part of this according to your own words, which means I'm the Messiah. I've been on a donkey. I've ridden it. So I'm the Messiah.
Just knocking down straw men again, aren't you?
You can cry all you want. That's the argument you gave that he partially fulfilled it.
You're arguing against someone not here.
I'm arguing against you. Okay, so then tell me what he fulfilled here.
Yeah, so he fulfilled the fact that one, he proclaimed himself to be the king.
But was he?
Right? He proclaimed himself to be the king.
Yeah, but was he?
Correct? Yes.
Oh, sure. Show me. Great. Show me in the New Testament where he was crowned king. I want to see it.
I didn't say he was crowned king. I said he proclaimed himself to be king. Yes or no?
I didn't ask you if he proclaimed. I asked you when he
No,
actually
no, no.
was king. So
What
okay,
was
well,
my
so we'll try it
claim,
again.
Justin?
Show me in the Bible where he was the king.
What was my claim?
Your claim was that first he proclaimed to be king, and then I asked
Mm-hmm.
you 4 times to follow up with that if he actually was the king, and then you said yes. And I said, please show me in the Bible where he was ever the king.
Yeah, and so my claim is not that he was ever king in the Bible.
Okay,
obviously.
so then there's a dumb claim
All
because
I-
you can't demonstrate that
no,
he's a
so all I
king.
need-
I'm the king.
Yeah.
I'm the spiritual king, guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
It doesn't have to be
Praise you.
proven true. You don't need evidence. You can just make the claim.
That's not my claim either.
Okay.
Again, you're just arguing with people. who don't
Great.
hear.
Then demonstrate that he's the king.
So how about we just do what I came up here to do?
I
Because we're
think
not-
you're running
we're
from the
not gonna
text.
do-
So
we're
let's
not
just
gonna
get a
do
few
that.
things straight. The only thing Jesus
so
did
here,
in
let's
any
do this.
the
Let's
only
finish
thing
the
Jesus
text.
did in any of this prophecy was ride a donkey, but I've rode a donkey. So you cannot say that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy. That means Matthew can't say that he fulfilled this prophecy. That means Matthew is a liar.
That's not true.
It's 100% true.
No, because again, the prophecy can be split up. There's
Nope.
no indication. Yes.
Okay, then I'm the
Yes, it
Messiah. I split the prophecy up. I rode a donkey. I'm the Messiah. Congratulations.
That's fine. Do you proclaim yourself to be king over Jerusalem?
No, I
Do you
said I'm the
proclaim yourself king
Messiah.
over
I never said I was king over Jerusalem. I said I'm the Messiah. When I come back, I'll be king over Jerusalem. I did everything in this prophecy that Jesus did. I rode a donkey.
Yeah. So
Cool.
then you would just be
Great.
conceding the point.
Then bow down and worship me. I can't wait.
No. I'm saying you're just conceding the point that if Jesus, if
Asking me
this is
to be on my knees already?
The
Malaca.
cope is
Say
so
that.
hard here to think that I'm conceding a point here. The fact that
Yeah,
you
you
think
are.
I'm conceding a point by pointing out that I fulfilled as much of this prophecy as your precious Messiah, who did nothing except lie and die. It's the only thing he's
Yeah,
ever done is lie and die.
yeah, that's fine, but it's still a concession.
It's not a concession. I demonstrated to you that he didn't fulfill this. So now I'll just ask you for the millionth time, find me one he did fulfill.
Yeah, we can listen. I can just simply say a prophecy is the fact that he's going to come gentle, humble, and riding on a donkey. And if he did that, then the prophecy is fulfilled.
Well,
Yes or no?
so did I then. Congratulations.
Okay,
but
then
that's
Jesus-
not what the
then
prophecy
Jesus-
is. The
then you
prophecy
concede that
is that
Jesus
the
can-
king is coming. See, this is how this works. You can't just take a prophecy about something specific and pick one tiny fragment of the prophecy and be like, fulfilled.
Did they
That's
worship him as a king?
That's called being dishonest.
No, did they worship him as a king
They
as he entered
welcomed
Jerusalem?
him as
they worshiped
king
him.
because they thought he was going to be king, and that's only if you believe the gospel narrative, and I don't. So the fact of the matter was,
really-
this
that
doesn't
doesn't matter.
say that
Did they
a
worship him
pretend
as a king when he
king.
came in?
It doesn't say that a pretend king is coming. It doesn't
How
say
about-
that a supposed king is coming. It says that your king comes to you, but he was never a king. So it's irrelevant that some of his followers thought that he was going to be the king.
No, it is not irrelevant whatsoever.
It
so
is.
How about we just pull up the Matthew passage? How
Sure,
about you
yeah.
just go there?
This is Matthew, what, Matthew 21, is that right?
It's 20 or 21.
Pastor, you should know this.
Oppo says hi.
Good to see you, Oppo. Yeah, it's Matthew 21.
Yeah.
All right, look, this took place to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet. Tell daughter of Zion, look, your king comes to you, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. Convenient, he left out the actual prophecy. The prophecy in Zechariah is not that some dude is going to ride a donkey. The prophecy is that a king is coming victorious on a donkey.
Yeah, so the prophecy is directly related to he comes gentle riding on a donkey. Your king comes to you gentle and riding on a donkey.
But he wasn't a king.
And so look at no. Scroll
So
down.
he wasn't a
Scroll
king.
down. Scroll down.
Let's do this for the 10th time. I don't know why this is so hard for you guys. It says, the disciples went and did as he directed them, and they brought the donkey and the colt and put cloaks on him, and he sat on them. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. And then look at it says, the crowds went ahead of him and followed where he was shouting, Hosanna, the son of David, blessed the one who comes in the name of the Lord. Hosanna.
Okay, pause right there. Wait, right
Hosanna.
there.
I'm still reading. Hosanna in the highest heaven. Now, I've already told you I don't care that some of his followers thought he was going to be the king. That's irrelevant. Donald Trump's followers think he's the president, but he's not. You don't get to be the king because some people thought you were going to be the king.
Yeah, that's fine. The question is whether or not he fulfilled messianic prophecy.
He didn't.
And whether or not the people believe that he fulfilled the messianic
They
prophecy
believed he was going to.
with their actions, in accordance with their
They
actions.
believed
right?
he was going to, and then he failed them.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that.
So then he
It's
didn't
not
fulfill
case-
the
but it's not-
prophecy in Zechariah 9:9, because the prophecy in Zechariah 9:9 specifically says that it's going to be a triumphant king, and he's going to end the war in Jerusalem, which he didn't do. You cannot just take one phrase of a prophecy and attribute it to Jesus.
You can even take the one where he says in Psalms.
Psalms aren't
where it says
prophecies.
he'll be numbered with his aggressors.
Psalms
right?
aren't
And then
prophecies.
Jesus, and then again, according to who? According to
Psalms.
you? Are you the authority of that?
Well, a prophecy has to be a prediction for the future or information about the present.
So any Orthodox rabbi that says that Psalm is a prophecy, they're just wrong because Justin said so.
I would disagree with them, yes. And I can find you Orthodox rabbis that agree with me. So again, your stupid appeals to orthodoxy will never help you, because for every one you think agrees with you, I've got some that agree with me. You will never win appealing to rabbinic authority.
And you will never win unless you justify why your interpretation is better than mine. So let's move on to miracles.
I can do it based on the clear context of all these prophecies, because they're not prophecies. Psalm 22 is a psalm of David. Le David Mizmor. It's a psalm of David. And what is it? It's a psalm of lament. He's describing in the present tense his own struggles. It's not a prophecy. A prophecy is a prediction for the future, like we just read in Zechariah 9:9.
Yeah, and it's directly attributed to the suffering servant. So
It wasn't.
Just out of curiosity, what prophecy do you believe in regards that is actually referencing the suffering servant?
There is no prophecy about a suffering servant. The only suffering servant you'll ever find in the Bible is Isaiah 53, and it's clearly about the nation of Israel. And I told you, I'll be glad to break the whole thing down for you, but you've got to find at least one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, because I've already covered it twice tonight, and I cover it every time I go live, and I get tired of covering it because it's the only one you guys know.
No, it's not the only one I
Then
know.
find me one that he fulfilled.
Yeah, you're just going to
Find
put
it.
in your own interpretation of it.
Find
So
it.
it's not
Find
really
it for
gonna
me.
matter. How about we just do this? How about we talk about the reason I came up here, and I told you the reason.
So you
I came
can't
up
find one that he fulfilled.
Yeah, sure. I'll just concede. I can't find one.
That's all I needed to hear. Fantastic. Carry on.
Yeah, cool. So the Christian God is imaginary, right? So you got your computer, and I'm actually really thankful for that. Because all we have to do is we have to have a criteria. We don't have to talk about cosmology. We don't have to talk about teleology. We don't have to talk about any of those things.
We don't,
right?
because none of those things
All we-
prove your God real.
Yeah, so what is evidence, Justin?
Evidence is anything that makes a probability of a claim being true. So it doesn't matter what you think evidence is. If that evidence is enough to move you closer to that probability, then you can count it as evidence. I'd even take a good philosophical argument.
That's the correct definition. So whenever we're looking at evidence, right? So I'm just going to give you something you can look up on your computer. Look up 16-year-old healed from gastroparesis,
No, thanks.
complementary therapies in medicine.
Nope. There,
you don't
there
wanna look at
are
the
there are supposed healings in every religion. I know Buddhist people who have been healed. I know Hindu people who have been healed.
Yeah.
These
yeah, but I'm
healings,
presenting one.
these
Wait,
healings
I'm-
are
yeah, but
complete.
I'm
these
presenting one in a
these
medical
healings are completely unimpressive, and I already know the one that you looked up. I had me and another friend literally debunking it as you were presenting it on another live. It's not a good one. So
debunk it then.
So healing claims are not helpful because they're true in every single religion. So the closest it will ever
so
get
all you have to
so
do-
the closest it will ever get you is to a deistic God, which is what I told you when you first came up here. You can only come close to proving some sort of higher power deistic God. You will never come close to proving your specific God. I'm still
Dear
waiting
Heaven,
for
you don't
the
even know what
evidence that
Dustin, you don't
your
even know what deism is?
that your specific God is real.
You don't even know what deism is. Based off of the claim you just made, you don't even know what deistic God
It sounds to
means.
me like you can't defend your God.
No, it sounds to me like you don't know simple
I
definitions.
can't wait. I'm waiting for
and
you to
philosophy of
defend your
religion.
God.
Yeah, so what's deism?
A deistic God is basically a nondescript God that you would just call like a higher power. And that's the
Does that
only
God-
thing that you'll even come close to getting with philosophy. You'll never get close to this God.
Does a deistic God interact with humanity in any sense?
A deistic God pressed the go button. That's it.
Okay, so why would then you attribute any miracle to a deistic God?
I
if
wouldn't.
they just press the go
Wouldn't.
button?
Obviously,
Why would you do
I'm using it in the colloquial sense. It's a God that is mostly
colloquial
that is
sense.
mostly
That's a very specific
that is mostly
definition.
nondescript. I'm asking
No,
you
so
for
that's a
the
very
evidence of
specific-
your specific God.
Yeah, so that's going to be theistic God, not deistic. So if you want to say you misspoke and you're
you
sorry, that's
you
fine.
can play semantics all you want. I'm still waiting
That's
for
not
the evidence
semantics,
of
it's
your
just you being
specific
wrong.
God.
It's not semantics, it's just you being wrong.
Yeah, but I also don't care. I don't care if there's a semantical difference between theism and deism because we're asking whether or not your God specifically is
Yeah,
real.
and I'm trying to give you
And I
very
told you at the
specific-
beginning of this
I can't-
conversation that it is logically possible for a God to exist depending on what attributes you give that God.
Yeah, and then you asked, give me evidence for that God.
Nope.
I told you.
I said give me evidence for your God.
Yeah, for that God, the Christian God.
Yes,
Specifically.
I'm
Yeah,
waiting
that's
for it.
fine.
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah, so I just gave you evidence that you don't want to look up.
You didn't. So I'll say this again. Healing miracles exist in every religion. There's a guy over in the East right now. He's got like 1 million followers. Bash follows him. I forget his name now. And he's claiming to heal people all the time. I looked at his website once. He's got medical papers up there. So again, your claims of healing is silly. They
Yeah, so we can
exist.
just do
They
this.
exist in every religion. You would have to debunk.
it doesn't matter.
You would have to debunk all of their claims first. So the
No, so
the
that's
best
not-
your healing
listen,
can do,
I'm
the
open.
best your healing can do is represent the idea that there's a higher power. It cannot fix the problem with your specific higher power.
Well, that's not true. That's not true at all.
Then prove it.
So-
Prove that your higher power is the higher power. Because I could attribute it to
so-
Zeus. I can attribute it to Lord Marduk.
Yeah, so you just have a criteria. If you have a criteria, then you can make proper attributions that are going to be more probabilistic than their negation.
I'd love to hear them. Give me the attributions that make your God the most likely and their God's not.
Yeah, sure. So whenever we're talking about miracles, you're going to say, okay, they're claimed in every religion. I completely agree. I'm not presenting just miracles that are claimed. I'm presenting medical documentation regarding them. So if you say
I know.
you have a source, okay, so if you say you have a
And have you
source
examined
that is
the
in another
medical
religion-
documentation from the other religions?
I have.
Okay, fantastic.
so-
and
so
I've
have you-
seen some that's actually convincing. So if I accept yours, I have to accept theirs.
Okay, so we can talk about mine, then you bring up yours, and we can talk about both.
It's not my evidence; it's their evidence. Because those people,
fine. You want-
those
no, no, no,
people, those people are trying to convince me, just like you are.
Yeah, so I'm giving a claim that directly represents Christianity. That
It doesn't.
That raises the probability of Christianity being true.
I just told
because
you
of
it
the evidence.
doesn't, because
No,
those
that's not true.
claims are the same across religions, and we've actually done studies on prayer. The problem with prayer is that 99.9% of prayer never goes answered. If you think prayer is the answer to your problem, you've got a bigger problem than what you started with, because
Yeah,
God does not answer prayer.
I'm fascinated why you don't want to look at my evidence.
Because it's not evidence.
Wait, it's something that raises the probability of Christianity being true,
It
right?
doesn't. It only raises the probability that any unspecific God is true because they exist
No,
in
no,
every
no, because
religion.
So how about this? How about I just lay out my criteria and you tell me where you disagree with my criteria?
I'll gladly let you lay out your criteria when you admit that your evidence of miracles is only evidence of a nondescript God because they exist in every religion.
Yeah, so I'm not going to admit that.
Oh, okay.
right?
Well,
Because
then
all I
I'm not
have
going to
to
let
do-
you lay it out because healing
Yeah,
miracles
because-
exist in every religion.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about a specific one that's peer reviewed from another religion, we can do that. Because what I'm bringing to the table right now, right? It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. What I'm bringing to the table is I'm saying here's a peer reviewed source in a medical journal that has been documented of a miracle, and it specifically is in reference to Christianity within the criteria. That's claim one. Your claim needs to match that in a 1-to-1 ratio.
It's not my claim. I've already told you. It's not my claim that I have evidence that these miracles existed in these other religions. What I'm saying is that those same religious people presented me with evidence that is identical to the nonsense that you want to present. So if I believe your nonsense evidence, I have to believe theirs too. So you're not helping yourself with this argument. The closest you can do is get to a point where there's a higher power. You cannot get to the point where your specific God exists, because your specific God will not answer prayer almost every single time. If your God was real and his book was real, then he would actually be answering prayer. But we've done the studies. We know that praying for people in the hospital has the exact same outcome as not praying for them.
That's fine. That's not my claim.
Okay, then I don't care that there's a one-off chance that somebody got healed because coincidentally somebody else was praying for them. That's irrelevant. Until it's repeatable and testable, your prayer is meaningless.
Ooh, now you're changing your definition of evidence. Does evidence have to be repeatable and testable?
Evidence does need to be testable, yes.
It does?
Yes, it does. It needs to be testable and quantifiable. So there's evidence that directly contradicts. There's evidence that contradicts your evidence.
You're changing your definition of evidence?
I didn't. I said evidence is anything that raises the probability, and your evidence doesn't raise the probability because there's exactly more evidence against it. Because we've done studies on prayer in mass, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, so you can't use the uniformity of nature as evidence against miracles.
I didn't.
Like Hume tried to do. That's exactly what
I use the fact that probability speaking, if you pray, you're not going to get it answered.
Yeah, well, the evidence that I'm trying for you to put on the screen for 975 people that you're refusing to, right? We can't really discuss it, can we?
I'm still waiting for why it's relevant.
Yeah, it's relevant.
So let me get this straight. If I pray to Lord Marduk, every day for the rest of my life, and he answers one of my prayers, is that proof that Lord Marduk is real?
Yeah, it would raise the probability for sure.
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you're forgetting the fact that he didn't answer 4 million other prayers. So when you've issued a million prayers, and only one of them gets answered, that's not raising the probability that the God is real. What it's doing is lowering the probability, because if he was real, he would have been answering all of your prayers, or at least a multiplicity of your prayers.
According to what inference?
According to the inference that you cannot say that one answered prayer is proof of your God, but that millions of unanswered prayers isn't proof against your God. You're ignoring the stronger evidence in favor of your weaker evidence.
No, this is exactly what I accused you of, and you said, no. I accused you of Humean ideology, and that is exactly what you just spouted, is Humean ideology.
Nope, I'm showing you how evidence works. You can't ignore all of the unanswered prayer because you think there was one that was answered. You still have to account for the millions and millions and millions of unanswered prayers. Why does your God not heal children dying of cancer right now at St. Jude?
I don't know.
Because he doesn't love those children, or he doesn't exist. The problem of evil is a real problem for your God, because your God created this evil.
Yeah, so I have no problem saying that the problem of evil and like the philosophy of religion isn't something that's controversial on whether or not God exists. That's perfectly fine. But the claim I'm making is really specific.
I know it is.
When we have evidence that goes against the uniformity of nature, when we have evidence that is documented by a peer-reviewed medical journal.
Yes, we've got it.
Okay.
We've got it, and it says that prayer doesn't work.
and it's specifically in reference to the Christian God.
Yes, we've got it, and it doesn't work. We've documented thousands and thousands of people praying in double-blind studies to see if prayer has any observable outcome, and it does not. You cannot appeal to one supposed miracle while ignoring the millions of unanswered prayers.
Yeah, that's just false entirely.
It's not false at
It
all.
shows you've never read a philosophy book in your life.
I haven't.
So-
Not since I was in
Okay,
college.
That's how. Yeah, so that's one. Of
But
the
I know
reasons
how
we
probabilities work.
Yeah, but your argument.
I think you
doesn't
you need to know some math here.
Your
Because
argu- your-
you cannot count probability as throwing spaghetti against the wall and one piece sticking to the wall. You have to factor in the fact that most of the pieces don't stick to the wall. If
That's
you
not the
think
claim.
that your God is real because there's one supposed answer prayer, then you need to count the fact that those prayers 99.9% of the time will never get answered.
That's not the claim. The claim is this.
I didn't
There's
say
a
that was your
uniform-
claim. I'm saying that's the fact of reality.
Yeah. What do you mean you're saying that's not my, or you're not saying that's my claim? Yes, you are. You're
I
exactly
didn't.
saying it.
I'm telling you the problem with your analysis. Your analysis is that you think you've got one peer review healing, and that validates that your
I have
God is
multiple.
real, but it doesn't
multiple.
validate your God is real because we've got peer-reviewed evidence demonstrating that praying for people that are sick has no observable outcome over not praying for them.
That's fine. That's
Great. So then your evidence is a waste.
No, not at all.
Yes, it is.
So
Until
if
you
you actually let me
concede
get a sentence
that
out
there is
without
stronger
listening.
evidence against it.
Yeah, that's not how evidence works.
It is.
So
You cannot cherry pick the evidence that you like. You can't say, I like this evidence, and I'm going to ignore the rest of them.
No, that's not how evidence works.
That's what
in
you're
regards
doing
to
right
miracles.
now.
No, so I'm going to show you where Humean ideology fails and where this is just a silly argument.
I don't think you are. I don't think you know how stats work.
Yeah, so watch this. We can say something like 100% or 99 something percent of people have died.
Hold on just one
right?
second. So Benny in comments said, I was going to say, I was reading the article and it's like a placebo effect.
It is. I read it as well. In fact, the last time Bought by Blood brought this up on somebody's live, me and somebody else were going through it in Discord, and the evidence was sad. So,
And Alpo says there is no peer-reviewed evidence.
I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's also
and here's the other thing, Bought by Blood. It does not matter. You cannot say that one supposed healing, even if you think it was from God, is evidence that your God is real, because it's not.
Let me show you how ridiculous this is, okay? So let's say 99% of people who have died have stayed dead, right? Obviously, I believe in the resurrection.
100%.
So you can take that to 100. So you can say, you can take that to 100%, right?
Until you have
Let's
evidence
say-
of the contrary.
Okay, so let's say we're going to put that on your scale of probability. All right, 100% of the people up to this moment have died and stayed dead. That's on your scale. Now let's say there's one person over here that after 2 days, 5 days, 6 days, 10 days does not stay dead. They completely resuscitate and they're better than ever. Are you going to say that that one case does not outweigh the uniformity of the case of the 100?
Yeah, because there's 10 other answers. You want to hear them?
Yeah, sure.
Number one, the person wasn't really dead. Number two,
Okay, so we're gonna discount that in the hypothesis, right? We're gonna say the person actually was dead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Next.
so
I'll
number-
knock them down one by one. You know I will. Go ahead.
keep trying. Number two, he was dead for a time period, and that happens pretty regularly. I've been dead before twice.
Yeah. So all of the evidence.
So am I
points
God?
to, no. So all of the evidence points
I was
to that
dead.
when someone. Yeah. So when someone dies,
I was dead twice.
So I gave a really clear distinction, right? I said they've been dead for a number of days, not a number of hours, not like resuscitated back to life. So you have to keep up with the analogy. You have to keep up with like the hypothetical. It's called a reductio ad absurdum for a reason.
Yes, I know. You're trying to reduce my position to an absurd position. Keep going.
Yeah, and it's not hard. So you said you had 8 other reasons. Go ahead.
I mean, I was being facetious. I don't know how many reasons I have. I can keep listing them if you think it's important.
Yeah, so here's the point. if we're going to look at something and we say, 100% of people have died and stay dead.
Yep.
But here's this one instance where there was like the process of prayer. And I don't really even care what God you attribute it to. Attribute it to Allah, attribute it to Krishna or Vishnu, or attribute it to Yahweh, whatever. Let's just say 100% of people who have died and stayed dead. There's this one instance. And then there's this prayer that takes place. And the person, after a number of days or weeks or whatever, they get back up and they're raised from the dead. Does all of the evidence of the 100% of people that have died and stay dead now counteract the evidence of that one person getting up? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think so. I think you would
Really?
you would use the bulk of evidence, and you would be forced to find a better explanation for what happened. Until you can verify for sure that what you witness with your own two eyes is actually true, then it doesn't just overweigh all of the overwhelming history that is of the contrary. That's why when people claim that somebody had a miracle or rose from the dead, we require overwhelming evidence before we admit that that thing is true.
Yeah,
Justin, all I have to say is someone someone private messaged me and they go, so Justin unalived twice, rode a donkey, came back to life. So you went from Messiah to Yahweh. You're my Yahweh now in the flesh.
I'm just
Sky
waiting for
Daddy.
bought by the blood to come to the truth and worship me.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. You just have to give me evidence. So I'm an evidentialist.
I have as much evidence as you've given so far. I've fulfilled as many prophecies of Jesus, if not more. I've got a list of them. You want to hear them?
I don't. Yeah, sure. But let's keep on the substantive topic.
Oh,
So,
right. Yeah, you want
we
to
have-
keep on this miracle claim that's going to go nowhere.
Yeah, listen, I can't help that your epistemology isn't really working well.
Well, I can't help that you don't understand why your evidence isn't real evidence.
Yeah, so again, this idea or this notion that if someone was raised from the dead after a prayer, after it goes against everything we know about the uniformity of nature, is not evidence for a theistic God or a God that is interacting. I said, I don't really care what God it is. If you're going to say that that's not evidence,
It's not.
then you just don't know how probability works.
It's not. It's evidence that somebody raised from the dead only if you can confirm that that is what happened. You would still have to find a way to provide.
saying in the
You would
hypothetical,
still
you
have to
confirmed it.
find a way to prove that your God did it. And you can't do
I'm
that.
saying, yeah, you just have a criteria for which God was prayed to, which God
It's
more
not
like-
helpful
more than likely
criteria
God involved.
because, again, these types of things happen in every religion. You would have to demonstrate that yours
saying-
is the only true one.
No, you keep saying it happens in all of these
It
other
does,
religions.
yes. And
But
you can go talk to the people in those religions because they make the same dumb claims that you make.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
only
that I
interested in
don't
what the
document
theories
their
are.
evidence for them.
Yeah, so again, I've looked at other claims, and they're nowhere
Well,
near as substantial.
Didn't
in,
look
like,
very
medical
deep,
cases.
then, did you?
No, they're just nowhere near as substantial in medical
Well,
cases.
I guess he didn't find the right person, but I've heard them because once upon a time I was an evangelist like you. I thought I was going to convert everyone to my religion, and I spent hours every day online talking to Muslims, talking to Hindus, talking to people of other faiths, trying to figure out why they think their faith is the real thing and what can I do to bring them to my faith. And they are presenting the same exact evidence that you're trying to present now. It's not evidence that will ever raise the probability of your God being the one true God, because you
So you
still
have
have to demonstrate that your God made the thing happen, and you cannot do that.
So you had them give you peer-reviewed sources of
Yes.
the miracles that they're trying to present?
Yes, and I stopped trying to convert them over 20 years ago when I realized they had the same evidence that I had.
Yeah, just show me one. Like, you can DM me later.
I just
will
told
let
you
have
I stopped trying to convert them 20 years ago when they had the same evidence that I had. I didn't save their documentation for 20 years because
I'm not
I
asking you to
stopped
save the
trying
documentation
to
for 20
convert
years.
them to my religion. You're more than welcome to go online and talk to them yourself. But your evidence is nothing special. I've seen
I
it
do talk to
before in other religions.
Yeah, I do talk to other religions. Like, that's what I do on TikTok.
Congratulations.
I
If
talk
you
to
if you
them.
keep
And-
talking,
and
you'll
guess what?
find one with the same evidence you have.
Well, I haven't yet. So, I mean, I can't really put that in my pool of
Apparently, you're
evidence
not
yet.
working hard enough.
Well, no, I just can't really put that in my pool of evidence. So
the evidence I have demonstrate that your God doesn't answer prayer, that there's no power in the name of Jesus. Jesus fulfilled no prophecies. This book is full of lies and contradictions. It's full of scientific inaccuracies. If anything answered your prayers, it wasn't the God of this book.
Yeah, so I just think the evidence goes against that.
It doesn't prove that this book is even true, much less that your God is real.
Yeah, so whenever we're looking at miraculous cases, any case, right? Not even my specific case. Whenever we're looking at miraculous cases, we need a criteria. The criteria needs to exist.
It's like a talking
in some
points
form of this.
machine.
No, it's not a talking points machine. It's just like, this is good epistemology.
It's like he's just got this dialogue tree he can't get off of.
Justin, do you really think you don't use a script every time you get on here?
Nope.
You don't?
He doesn't.
I know
You don't use the same
exactly.
talking points?
I know exactly where I'm going to go when the start of every argument starts, and I typically go there. It's not a script.
Yeah, that's the same script I'm using. I don't have something physical in front of me right now. I'm going everything from memory, and I have very specific talking points that represent my beliefs and why they're justified.
Well,
right?
Go for it.
So you're accusing me of having the same talking points, and I'm saying you do the same thing. So find a mirror, right?
I use the same talking points over and over again, but I don't have a dialogue. I don't have a script.
But that's what you just accused me of.
Okay, well, you don't have a script. Congratulations. Your argument's still crap. Find a good one.
Yeah, so the argument's not crap.
It
so
is.
If you have a criteria.
I need you to demonstrate that all of the unanswered prayers don't outweigh your one answered prayer.
Because it goes against the uniformity of nature.
No,
Justin.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You
That's
can't
the point.
even demonstrate that your one answered prayer is a result of your God. So if anything, it's just an extraordinary event. And you cannot demonstrate that your God did it. You can only demonstrate that it happened while people were praying to your God. There is no causal link between your fictional deity and the supposed miracle.
Yeah, so when we're looking at a criteria and we say, okay, there's an attribution to a specific deity and then something that violates everything about the laws of nature happens, then yeah, we absolutely can attribute that to that specific deity.
You cannot.
In the evidential pool. Yeah.
Then you need to believe in Marduk, and you need to believe in the Hindu gods, and you need to believe in Hanji's gods.
And if it was presented to me, then yeah, I would have to throw it in the evidential pool.
Fantastic. And I'm telling you that I'm putting your evidence in the same category that all these other theists, I have their evidence in. It's in the evidence of congratulations, your God is equally as fictitious as everyone else's gods because overall, they don't answer prayer.
That's fine. That's fine, Justin. But you've already demonstrated to 1,000 people that you're not even willing to go through the evidence. You're not even willing to put it on the screen. You're not willing to read it. You're
Bought
willing
by
to
blood.
go into a Discord.
The
You're willing to go
evidence
into a
is
Discord.
irrelevant, even if
Evidence is irrelevant to
this
wild
person experienced a medical turnaround that was unexplainable. It would not demonstrate that your God did it. You can't demonstrate that.
No, it raises the
And
probability.
it doesn't raise the probability because we know overall that your God does not answer prayer. You cannot say that your God is real because one prayer was answered out of billions of prayers.
Yes, you can because it
No,
violates
you
everything.
cannot.
Do you know? And, okay, listen.
I'm sorry that you don't like my answer, but it's a legitimate answer. If your God actually is real and he answers
answer,
one
it's
prayer out of a billion, then he's
It's not
not
a legitimate
real.
answer.
It's just a matter of numbers. It's just a matter of luck. Eventually somebody is going to pray enough times and something is going to happen, and then you're just going to attribute it to God. But if billions of people are praying, eventually something they're praying for is going to happen. That's why
That
these
violates-
miracles happen in every religion.
So eventually, something's going to happen that violates the laws of nature.
Eventually, something's going to happen that appears
That
to
violates the laws of nature?
Eventually, something is going to happen that appears to violate the laws of nature. Because
Okay, so if
cancer
that
goes
appears-
into remission 10% of the time. 10% of cancer cases go into spontaneous remission.
That's great. Would that violate the laws of nature with cancer going into remission?
No, but it is
Then why are
statistic
you bringing that as an example? That's interesting.
because that's one of the dumb things I hear from theists all the time.
Yeah, that's not the claim
Medical
I made.
turnarounds
I said if you
and
have
supposed
something-
miracles happen every day, and they happen for everybody of every religion.
I just think it's really interesting that I say a miracle is something that's going to like violate the law of nature, and then you bring up something that doesn't violate the law of nature.
Did
Like, I don't
somebody
see where the
levitate?
relevancy is.
Did you witness it?
Yeah, if someone levitated, I would say that violated the law of nature.
Great, I would too. If somebody defied the laws of physics, absolutely. But when we're talking about somebody who was sick and got healed or had a broken back and felt better, these are not things that violate the laws of nature. These are things that are just statistically improbable. But statistically improbable things happen every day. Unless,
And we also have to
unless
remember
you,
the human body is known to heal itself depending on certain situations. That's how the body is programmed. So even then, it's still not a probable cause for a deity, because let's just say you had, I don't know, like a ligament issue, and all of a sudden your church prays and is healed. Ligaments heal on their own.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you.
unless you've found a prayer that has literally defied the laws of physics rather than a happenstantial healing, then you don't have anything.
No, so I don't need to find a miracle that violates the laws of physics. I just need to find a miracle that violates all prior information about what we know.
No, you don't, because any medical miracle is just a contradiction of what is statistically likely. There's no such thing, there's almost no such thing as a medical miracle unless you witness somebody who was missing an entire leg and it randomly grew back.
Okay, so that's the line you want to draw, is like amputees?
What I'm suggesting is that if you're appealing to a medical miracle, it has to be something that cannot ever happen. You cannot pick something that's just statistically unlikely.
What determines it cannot ever happen?
Because it would have to violate the principles of physics. It would have to violate everything we know about the world that we operate in. Something that is just statistically unlikely isn't a miracle.
Wait, does an amputee growing a leg back violate the laws of physics?
That
in any
would,
way?
yes. If an amputee who had no leg or no arm and it just grew back into a fully formed arm or leg, that would violate everything we know about the world. That would be interesting.
That's physics?
That's against physics.
That's what physical principle does an amputee growing back a leg violate?
Because
Which
you would
law?
need the cells that are no longer here to be replaced by something. Cells are physical. They're made up of atoms. You would need atoms to materialize out of nothing. That's how physics works.
Okay, so if someone, I don't know, just by no relation to the evidence I'm trying to present, if someone had like a disease known as gastroparesis, to where they're unable to eat food orally because there's a major problem with their intestines, to where they can't actually consume food, and we have no evidence whatsoever in any case of placebo effect fixing it, and we have no
Yeah, we do.
evidence in any case. No, we don't.
Yeah, there's a myriad of gastrointestinal problems that heal themselves all the time.
So not gastroparesis, and not when there's a J tube installed, and not when everything in my article that is referenced.
Okay, so again, it's just something that's statistically unlikely. It's not a medical miracle. It didn't contradict the laws of physics. It's just something that is statistically unlikely.
Then by your definition, an amputee wouldn't violate the laws of physics either if they grew a leg back.
It would require atoms to self-assemble, and we know that this doesn't happen except in certain animals. It doesn't happen in humans.
Yeah, then we can just still attribute it to something natural, right? A lizard can grow a tail back, right? So
But we're not lizards. We're humans. Humans don't have self-generating limbs.
Well, maybe we just get to a point where humans evolve and they're able to grow those things back, and then you would just.
But
have
they
new water.
don't. And when humans get to that point, then it's no longer statistically improbable. Then it becomes statistically probable. But right now, in the world we live in, where we know it doesn't happen, then it is impossible.
No, when you say it's impossible, all you're saying is you've never seen it or experienced it. That's basically as
Nobody
you're using
has.
Yeah, nobody has, except the people who've experienced it, right? They're just lying.
Name me one person who had a missing limb, completely missing limb that grew back.
Sure. You can look up a historical example. There's I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Somebody 2,000 years ago that we can't actually investigate?
No, it's actually about 500 years ago.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I'm sure it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's equally as valid as this guy rose from the dead 2,000 years ago that you have no evidence for.
Yeah, so here's the thing. How do you know anything in history is true if you're just going to use that as a standard? Is because old.
If
because
somebody
this
said it,
information's
and
old,
if
it
it's
means
true because somebody said it, then you must also believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man. Do you believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into it.
Yeah, but Tacitus and Suetonius recount it and said it happened in front of a multitude of witnesses. There was a guy who had a lame limb and a guy who was blind, and Vespasian healed both of them using the power of Serapis. It's recorded in history by dependable Roman historians. So do you believe it happened?
I'll have to look into it.
Oh, there you go. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny something I haven't looked into.
Mm-hmm.
So
look up Asclepius as well, because he was known for spitting on the eyes of the blind to heal them as well.
This is the nonsense they have to go to when the Bible is unjustifiable.
What nonsense?
I've got a miracle that proves my God. Your miracle will never prove your God, and I've already told you why.
Huh? Yeah,
I've told you 10 times now, you cannot tie any miracle to a specific deity, and they happen in every single religion. I have a Mormon friend who was healed. Do you think that she's lying to me?
I don't know. She could be. She might not be.
Okay, fantastic. Well, then I could just easily say that your evidence is lies.
But here's the problem.
I cannot treat your evidence as special. Your evidence is only as unique as everybody else's.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not bringing anecdotal testimony.
I'm sorry, you want special treatment.
No, I'm not bringing anecdotal testimony.
I know, you want me to think that your story is special, but everybody else is lying, and I don't do that.
I just want you to get Dan McClellan says, I want you to get rid of the dogma and actually go into the data.
I want you to actually tell me why I should believe this book.
We're not even talking about the Bible right now.
If this book is full of lies, then your God isn't real. It doesn't matter what you think answered prayer has done for you. If this book is not true, your God does not exist.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that I'm not making an anecdotal claim of something my God has done for
you're
me.
just running from the book because you know that the book's not true. You're saying, I can't prove that the book is true, but hey, there was this time someone prayed and something happened. That doesn't make your book true.
Yeah, so what are the conditions? Like what criteria? Is it just going to be like something that violates? So if someone were to levitate in front of you, are you then going to say that this raises the probability that miracles are possible?
It would raise the probability that miracles are probable if somebody violated the laws of physics, because we know that people can't levitate.
But why would that raise your evidence? Why would that raise your probability?
Because we have statistical data and we have information about the world around us, and we know that human beings cannot levitate, both qualitatively through science and through mathematics and through observation, but also philosophically. There's a lot of philosophical reasons probably why somebody couldn't just will themselves to break the laws of physics. So we just know through many means that a person can't just cause themselves to levitate. If they did, either one of two things is true. Either one, they're breaking the laws of physics, or number two, they found a way around the laws of physics. But the fact of the matter is, miraculous healings of any nature happen all the time. And they happen in every religion. Just because you haven't heard a convincing one from another religion is irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that you're trying to make this 1-to-1 ratio with the evidence that I'm trying to present and trying to get you to put up on screen.
It is. I would be more than glad to go through and find some sort of similar evidence for a healing in another religion if that would make you happy. But it doesn't matter because you cannot tie this healing to being caused by your God. The best you can do is say somebody prayed to a specific deity and you think that deity did something, but you can't
that raises the probability.
but you cannot demonstrate that your deity did it. Just like
That
they
raises
can't
the probability.
demonstrate that their deity did it.
That raises the probability.
It
That's the
doesn't.
point. Yes, that's the point of
It
probability.
doesn't raise the probability whatsoever.
Okay, so what would raise the probability if someone levitated in front of you? If let's say you have 3 people, and one of them prayed to Yahweh, one of them prayed to Buddha, and then the third one prayed to Allah. And the person who they prayed to Allah, let's say they levitated, right? And the other 2 didn't. Do you not think that you'd have a sample size to be able to justify whether or not, like, now that we know, okay, uniformity of nature has been broken, a miracle's been performed, and now this person is like levitating in front of me, and you don't think that that's going to raise the probability for a specific deity?
No, I don't think it would. What it would do is raise the probability if it could be repeated. If every time that person wanted to levitate using the power of their God, they could do it.
Well, then it would just be like a uniform thing in nature.
No.
It would just conform to the uniformity of nature. Yeah, because if you can do something and it's just constantly repeatable, then who's to say it's not some unknown natural
Because if it's
law?
not repeatable, we have no way of determining if it's from their God or if they're doing some kind of a parlor trick. If it's not repeatable, we have no. If it's not repeatable, there's no way of investigating whether or not it's from a God. So what you're suggesting is if that something improbable happens, then it must be the result of the God they prayed for. But that's not true. You have to perform an actual investigation and determine that the God itself is the thing causing it, because it's possible that something else is causing it.
Yeah, I would be fascinated to know what sort of investigation you can put toward the metaphysical in regards to a miracle, right? And its repeatability.
Levitation isn't necessarily a miracle. It's just breaking the laws of physics. And you could do all kinds of investigation on that.
What's the definition of a miracle then?
Well, definition of miracle is basically anything that would require, divine intervention.
Divine intervention into what?
Divine intervention by suspending the laws of physics.
Okay, so then a miracle would be just violating the laws of nature, physics, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
in a way that was demonstrable, not in a way that was haphazard, like it happened once and it can't be reproduced.
No, even if it happened once, you don't think that you would just attribute that to like a law of nature if someone levitated in front of you?
Yeah, if it only happened once and we couldn't actually investigate it to see what happened, then yes, I wouldn't attribute to a God, because we have no means of investigating the events that actually happened. If I'm standing in a room and some guy starts levitating, I'm not going to assume that a God caused him to levitate. I'm going to assume that he's playing some kind of parlor trick, and I'm going to want to investigate what kind of parlor trick is this guy playing. We must first assume that all naturalistic options are off the table before we go running to a God. And what you're doing is you're saying, well, if something unexplainable happens, the first thing I'm going to do is run to a God.
Yeah, because it's an attribution within the criteria toward a God. And so that's just going to make more sense.
It doesn't make any sense. You have to demonstrate first that your God even exists. You cannot attribute things to a God if you have no good reason why that God would even exist.
You realize miracles are a justification for
They
God's
absolutely are not justification for God unless they're repeatable.
That's not how miracles work.
Well, then that's not how God works either, and your God isn't real. If your God cannot be repeatable, testable, or answered prayer consistently, I have no reason to believe that he's interacting with the real world.
This is silly.
I know it's silly. We've been arguing for an hour over this really dumb miracle.
Yeah, that you won't even put up in front of your audience, because I think you're safe about going at it with a friend in Discord in like an echo chamber, but you don't want to put it up in front of me.
I've got it in front of me already. I've already read it before.
Okay, let's go through it.
All right.
That's all I've wanted.
But you know it's not going to prove anything already.
That's all I've wanted is to go through it.
It does not prove that your God is real. All it could ever prove is that there was a statistical anomaly at best. Thank you, Herb, for the 666 over Venmo. Herb, W66.
When Herb.
Hail Satan, much more real than the God of bought by blood.
Yeah, it's not a statistical anomaly because it violates all prior information we know about the condition.
No, it doesn't. We don't have an endless wealth of information about this condition, do we? How long? How long?
Yeah, we
how
have a
long
lot
have
of
we
people.
been investigating this particular condition?
We have millions of people with this
Thank you,
condition.
Herb, for the 666 on Cash App. Oh,
And
Venmo,
W
sorry.
Herb.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So let me get this zoomed in so we can actually read some. Actually, this is just got the intro. There we go. I think this is the whole article. This is not just the abstract.
Malakis. Sorry,
Where do
that
I-
was a
I
request
swear,
in
I
chat.
know that phrase. Oh, I know where I know it from. Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yeah, it's something that we use to this day, but it was actually Malakias
Yeah,
anciently.
there's Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and it like takes place in ancient Greece, and that's like a phrase that's constantly in the game. Anyway, when you kept saying it, I knew there was like there was some reason my brain was going back to it.
All right. How much do you want to read?
Yeah, so go down to the part where it specifically says...
We're just going to read the abstract first so we can not jump around.
Okay, that's fine.
A male infant, 2 weeks of age, was hospitalized, vomiting forcefully. He had I can't pronounce that word. We need a doctor for that one. He did not improve with medical therapy. The diagnosis of gastroparesis was made after nuclear medicine gastric emptying study and intestinal manometry, and he required gastronomy tube, a G tube, and a J tube for feeding. At 11 months of age, so this is a very young child, is an infant still, 11 months of age, the J tube was converted into a feeding, whatever that means, with another thing that I don't know what it means, for 16 years. He was completely dependent on J-tube feeding in November 2011. He experienced...
Okay, can we just talk about that really quick so everyone understands what J-tube feeding is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so J-tube feeding is you're not able to eat food orally. A J-tube is actually something that is connected directly into your intestines, and they feed you through a tube that's connected to your stomach because you can't actually chew and swallow food. Go ahead.
All right. He experienced proximal intercessory prayer, here bracketed as PIP, at a church and felt an electric shock starting from his shoulder and going through his stomach. After the prayer experience, he was unexpectedly able to tolerate oral feedings. The G and J tube were removed 4 months later, and he did not require any further special treatments. Funny, it's almost like it's not a direct miracle. It's almost like something happened between the prayer and the 4 months. We didn't even get to the good part. This is just the abstract.
Yeah, so he actually ate food.
So
the first night after the
what
prayer.
happened in the course of these 4 months?
No. The claim you just made was wrong. So he was actually.
Oh,
he actually
I didn't
ate food
claim. I
orally.
read it. It said the G and J tube were removed 4 months later.
Yeah, because he was eating food orally.
4 months later, after the prayer.
Yeah, because he was eating food orally.
4
That's
months
why it was-
later. So
Yeah,
something metaphysically or biochemistry wise made an adjustment over the course of those 4 months.
Yeah.
So,
over the
this
four-
is
no,
a
no,
type
no,
of this is a type of
Nope,
nonsense.
nope,
This is
nope,
why we
nope,
don't
nope,
this is why we
nope,
don't take these dumb articles and assume that God is healing people, because if God really healed somebody, they should have removed that J tube right away and gave them food. But what isn't documented here is what happened between those 4 months and the time of the prayer.
Yeah, so it actually does document that. And
I
you're
can't
gonna-
wait. I bet the further we read
Yeah,
this
so-
argument, the further we read this, it's going to tell about how there were physical changes in this little infant's life. And are you aware that infants actually are really good at self-healing as opposed to adults?
Ooh,
In
you
fact,
really didn't read
in
this. You
fact,
really didn't read
in
this,
fact,
did you?
in fact, infants
Justin, you don't want
have
to
a.
say what you're about to say. You don't want to say what you're about to say.
You don't
I'm
even
trying
know
to
what I'm going to
save
say.
you. I'm trying to save you in front of your audience.
I don't think you even
don't
know what I'm
want-
going to say.
Yeah, I think you're going to think that he was healed as an infant. That's what I think you're about to say.
No, he wasn't healed. 4 months later, he
No,
was.
I think you're about to say
4
that he
months
was an
later.
infant when this happened.
4 months later. 4 months
You're
later.
saying- what's the relevancy in saying infants are great at healing?
They have a higher rate of self-healing than adults do.
I'm trying to save you here.
All right. Okay. He's 11 months, right?
Nope.
It says at 11 months of age.
This is when he was diagnosed. This isn't what you. This
Okay.
is what I'm saying. You don't want to say
Okay,
this.
well, maybe there's more here. At 11 months of age, the J-tube was converted into a feeding such and such. Okay, there we go. We missed this part. I missed this part. For 16 years, he was completely dependent on the J-tube. I overlooked that. That's my bad. So he's not an infant. He's 16 and a half.
That's why
almost
I stopped
17.
You. That's why I stopped you.
That's
'cause
fair.
I knew
That's fair. I'll take
that.
that one. I'll take that one. That's my fault. All right. Introduction. The present case of sudden lasting recovery from severe refractory and lifelong gastroparesis is unique in the literature. Of course it is, because it's statistically improbable. Gastroparesis is defined as chronic syndrome of objectively delayed gastric emptying in the absence of mechanical obstruction. Let me ask you a question real quick before we read all of this. He had a J-tube for 16 years?
Yes.
How,
So
how many of those
installed at,
16
11
years were people praying for him?
They actually, according to the article and according to his own testimony, so he's still alive.
So nobody
And
prayed
he's
for him.
still-
Nobody,
Wait a second.
nobody prayed for him all 16 years?
Yeah. So according to him, he wasn't raised around a family that was.
Thank you, nerds, for the.
Thank you, nerds.
He
Okay.
wasn't raised around a family that was
Are
evangelical.
you claiming that nobody prayed for this child the entire time? They went 16 years on a J-tube, and then one day people were like, I guess I'll go to church and pray for him.
No, I'm saying as it relates to his own beliefs.
What do you know about his family life? How many of his family members were in church before they decided to show up one day and pray?
Yeah, so he actually has a whole video on Exploring Reality's channel. He's still alive to this day. They did an interview with him, and he goes through all of this,
Thank you, Silver.
his own personal beliefs and everything like that.
Yeah. And so was this the first time that he was prayed for?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, so the reality is he was probably prayed for thousands of times with no healing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just checking. Okay, so God just wanted to make him suffer for 16 years.
It might be the case he was prayed for thousands of
So
times. It
so
might be the case that he
God
wasn't
so
prayed for. I
God
don't know.
wanted him to suffer for 16 years before he healed him, right?
Sure, if you want to say it that
Because
way.
Exodus 4:11 says that God makes people with these things.
Yeah, so if God has justified reasons for allowing someone to go through something to build character or build their soul or something like that, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you think going through this is character building?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, do you think that God has the ability to build someone's character without making them suffer 16 years?
Not in the same way.
See,
probably not.
this goes right into the problem of evil that we talked about earlier very briefly. What you're suggesting here is that this God is real because he made somebody suffer for 16 years and then randomly, nobody ever prayed for him, I'm sure. Randomly, one day, there was this miracle. What's much more likely is that someone was praying for him all this time. None of the prayers got answered. There was a statistical medical anomaly that happened, and they said it must have been the prayer, because that happens all the time, which is what I stated at the beginning of this conversation. You have zero way of tying any medical miracle to your God.
Well, let's just keep reading before we make that claim.
Sure, we can keep reading, but we're going to get to the same point. Even if there's a medical statistical anomaly here, which is what it says, you cannot tie it to your God. You have no method for tying it to your God. So let's just keep reading. It says it impacts the quality of life. Yeah, we know that. It increases healthcare costs. Yeah, we know. Comorbidity. Yeah, we know. No, this is all medical jargon that's probably not important to the article. A long-term study following 146 patients ages 15 to 76 with gastroparesis found a range of etiologies that included idiopathic, 36%, diabetes, 29%, and post-surgical, 13%, and others, 22%. In a study of 239 pediatric patients ages 0 to 21, the most common causes of gastroparesis were idiopathic, 70%. Idiopathic is an interesting... Give me a second. That's on the tip of my tongue. Thank you, Shayna, for $10 over Venmo. Thank you so much, Shayna. I appreciate that. Shayna.
I didn't say this, but thanks to everyone who's gifted me as well.
Idiopathic is arising spontaneously or from an obscure or unknown cause. Okay, so they're saying that there's some conditions here that are spontaneous and unknown. So we keep reading. So idiopathic gastroparesis refers to asymptomatic patient with no detectable primary underlying abnormalities causing delayed gastric emptying. Fantastic. High frequency, low energy gastric electrical stimulation has been found effective to significantly decrease vomiting frequency relieve gastrointestinal symptoms and improve QOL in adults. Somebody that I can't pronounce found 70% of 16 idiopathic patients and 77% of the 17 diabetic patients reported a greater than 50% reduction in weekly vomiting. Okay, so there's ways to treat the symptoms, it says. Frequency at 12 months compared with baseline. So you can treat some of the symptoms, but you can't cure it yet, apparently. In 3 cases involving post-infection, diabetic, and post-surgical gastroparesis treated with mirtazapine, a mixed profile serotonin agonist / antagonist, researchers found positive results ranging from cessation of vomiting and reduction in nausea, increased tolerance. And I know this, that mirtazapine does treat nausea and vomiting and also is used to treat anxiety, which is really an interesting thing in this case. Mirtazapine is used to treat anxiety and depression, and both of those two things affect your health outcomes. However, in most cases, especially of idiopathic gastroparesis, standard medical therapy is not effective to completely resolve symptoms of severe gastroparesis. And despite some relatively symptom-free intervals, it remains a chronic, lifelong condition. The most common treatments include symptom management, we already heard that, correction of fluid and electrolyte imbalances, and maintenance of optimal nutrition status. So we've already covered this. There are ways to treat the symptoms, but there's no definitive cure yet.
Yeah, so let's stop right there because that's important, right? So when we're saying it's chronic and it's lifelong, remember when you were attributing like cancer going into remission? Well, we have examples, right? So there's something that we're going to call our priors. Our priors are going to validate like prior information that we know and how we're able to come to conclusions about certain topics in certain categories, all right? In this case of cancer, we would say our prior information includes that cancer goes into remission. And so this is like a purely natural thing. This is something that's expected to happen.
We know how priors work. I know.
Even though it doesn't always happen. In the case of gastroparesis, it remains a chronic lifelong condition. And
and how many cases did it document?
One sec.
146 patients. A long-term study following 146 patients.
Yeah, so that's
okay.
That's
So our data set is 146 patients.
Yeah,
so far
146 patients, and that is that's only referencing one long-term study.
Yes.
So anyway, here's the medical diagnosis of people with gastroparesis goes way further. A long-term study that's on. Yeah, so like a long-term study on 146 patients does not represent the sample size as it pertains to people that have that type of chronic lifelong gastroparesis.
Yeah, I know. Gastroparesis is chronic and it's typically lifelong. And according to the data samples that they have, they don't have a cure for it yet. There's no contention there. There's no known workable cure. Now, if I dug into the data, I bet I can find some people who actually did get better, even if they weren't completely cured. But let's keep reading.
Yeah. So we're in agreement there. And then that just shows where the J-tube goes and stuff like that.
Right. The case report examines proximal intercessory prayer as an intervention. Thank you for Parker, $10 over Venmo for the Zeus fundraiser. Thank you so much, Parker.
Win Zeus.
Parker is so tired of this. I don't blame him. The case report examines proximal intercessory prayer as an intervention to resolve symptoms related to gastroparesis when maximal medical management was administered but not effective. PIP, or the intercessory prayer, as described by Brown and colleagues, refers to direct contact prayer, typically less than 15 minutes, frequently involving touch by placing hands on the recipient and sometimes embracing them in a hug, keeping the intercessor's eyes open to the observed result. The prayer is typically done in soft tones. The intercessor may repetition God to heal, invite the Holy Spirit, anointing, and or command
Now,
the
I want to pay
healing.
really close attention to 16 because it's going to mean something.
I'm sure it is. And or command the healing and departure of any evil spirits. And Jesus, of course, is an evil spirit. There's always an unclean spirit. The observed effects of prayer vary widely. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. I had to confirm that I was still actually alive and it wasn't dead casting.
You have to do the stupid puzzles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The observed effects of prayer vary widely from no apparent effect to remarkable improvement in conditions that are not medically expected to improve, such as long-standing blindness or deafness. Yes, I've already said this. The rate of answered prayer is identical to the rate of people not praying. This practice is done by one or more persons on behalf of another, and is one of the most common complementary and alternative medicines, CAM therapies.
So right there, the reason I wanted to point that out is this shows that this medical journal, and you can even show what it's called and who it's written by and all of that. This
Alex
medical
wants to
journal.
know the name of the person that this article is about.
Oh, good question. What is
I'll have to.
Is the person
I'll have to-
named?
They don't name them directly, but I have their name.
M is a medical professional, I thought.
He is. That's why he's asking.
It is. It's the case report of gastroparesis healing. 16 years of chronic syndrome resolved after proximal intercessory prayer. And if I had to guess, there's probably 10 other medical write-ups on this that are debunking this right now. Can't wait to see it when we're done with this. Can't wait to see you completely.
So notice what you're doing though, Justin. You're already assuming that there should be like some debunking happening.
There will be
for this to happen.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're leaning into your own presuppositions.
My presupposition is what I told you when we first started this. My presupposition is that the rate of healings versus the rate of non-healings for people who pray and people who don't pray are identical. So again, the fact that there is a statistical medical anomaly does nothing to raise the bar that your God is real.
If the evidence pointed to God, would you, and like you've discounted all of the other naturalistic explanations, right? That are known, they're going to evaluate or form like what your prior information is. Would that evidence, would you say that that's something that you would consider?
What evidence?
No. I'm asking in like a hypothetical sense.
I mean, if there was evidence.
Yeah. So what you just said specifically.
I would need the prophecies in this book to come true before I attributed it to your God. Any evidence that goes towards a God would go towards a generic God. It would never go towards your God because your God didn't fulfill his own promises. Any prayer that you think might have got answered, you still cannot tie to your God because you have to demonstrate that your God is the right God and that your God is the one who answered the prayer, and you can't do it. But I can go into this book and show you all the lies in it. I can go into this book and show you the contradictory nature of the God in this book. I can go into some basic philosophical arguments and demonstrate that the God in this book isn't even coherent. So again,
that's irrelevant right now.
it doesn't matter if somebody has a statistical miracle. You cannot tie it to your God. I told you an hour ago that this is the case.
When we have a justification,
you don't though.
That is specific. No. When we have a justification,
but
that
you
is
don't.
That's beautiful. When we have a justification that's grounded in like, okay, why theism could be true, and then we take that and we say, okay, does the God of the Bible does he proclaim himself? Does he portray himself as some sort of healer? Does he portray himself as some sort of miracle worker?
All the gods do.
And then further on,
all the gods do.
And then further on, we have a criteria.
All the gods do.
And then further on,
I could
we
read
have a
you the
criteria.
incantations of Marduk when he says to pray this prayer to heal somebody. All the gods were attributed healing powers. Your God is not special.
That's fine. And then we have a specific case study that has been peer reviewed in a accredited medical journal that actually relates the healing and relates the environment in which the healing took place directly correlated with the Christian God. That's going to raise the probability of evidence for someone looking at something because it violates.
I don't know how many times I have to say this. Any person who has a statistical medical anomaly is not evidence that the specific God healed them. You still need to demonstrate that there's a causal link between that specific God and the events that took place. And you can't do that. And I can prove empirically that there's no truth about the God in this book. If you're attributing this healing to a God, you have no basis to attribute it to your God.
So do you not think that correlation gives evidence for propositions?
No, there's no correlation with your God.
No, that's not what I asked. What I asked is, do you think correlation ever gives evidence for propositions?
A correlation can be helpful in moving the needle towards proving a proposition to be true, but the correlative evidence needs to be good evidence.
Yeah, so if we have something that is a chronic lifelong condition, and we need to keep going through the data.
I don't know why you keep going back to this. I'm going to say it, and this is the last time I'm going to say it because I'm tired of saying it. Listen, even if I grant you that there was a medical anomaly that happened here, you do not have a way of tying it to your fake God.
Yes,
You cannot demonstrate that your God is real. In order to tie it to your God, you must demonstrate that your God is real first. Because I could tie it to any other God. I could say that Marduk is especially benevolent. And even though they weren't praying to Marduk, Marduk had pity and healed this boy anyways. You have no way to demonstrate that your God answered this prayer.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's 100% true. If there's a God, it doesn't matter what that God is. If there's a God, any God could have healed this boy. The burden of proof is still on you to demonstrate that it was your God.
But the reason this is silly is it's pretty simple. You're basically saying, for me to accept your evidence for your God's existence, you first have to give me evidence for your God's existence. Isn't that silly?
No, what you're saying is the evidence that your God is real presupposes that your God did something.
No, it's
Do you
not
understand?
a presupposition.
It is. The evidence that your God is real is the presupposition that your God answered a prayer.
Nope, that's not presupposition.
It
That's
is,
not what
yes. The
presupposition
evidence
is.
that your God is real
Nope.
is that your God answered this prayer.
Nope, the very statement you're making is wrong.
Nope, it is. The evidence that you're presenting for your God being real is that your God answered this prayer, is it not?
Justin, presuppositionalists don't hold to evidence.
Answer my question. Is your only evidence for your God being real that you think your God answered this prayer?
Yeah, and that evidence would make
There
me
you
an
go.
evidence.
So
That's not
your
a
evidence
presuppositionalist.
presupposes that your God did something, and you have no you have no way of demonstrating that. You cannot do it.
Justin, presuppositionalism doesn't rely on evidence. It presupposes things from a top-down approach.
Yes, you're trying to prove your conclusion with your conclusion.
Justin, the moment listen, you've already agreed with me. You're not very keen on philosophy. Let me just help you in this without arguing with me. You can't use
You're
evidence
using your
for a
conclusion to prove your
proposition.
conclusion.
You can't use an evidence for a proposition to form a presupposition.
You're
That's
using your conclusion to prove your conclusion. That's what you're doing. You can call it anything you want to.
No, I'm just saying the words you're using are just wrong.
They're not wrong. You're using your conclusion to
I using
prove
evidence?
your conclusion.
No, I'm using evidence.
You're not.
to
Your
form-
evidence presupposes that your God did the thing.
No, it doesn't presuppose
It does. Your evidence presupposes that your God is the one acting.
You can't say your evidence presupposes.
Yes, the evidence that you presented comes with the presupposition that your God is real and did the thing that you're claiming happened. You've got two problems. You can't prove that he was healed by a God, and you certainly can't prove that it was your God. The only thing you can prove is that there is a statistical anomaly here that most people would describe impossible. But again, we haven't even read the whole article here. In fact, we haven't read any competing articles yet. Because as it turns out,
Zeus did the healing.
every one of these articles has competing articles. I've seen it a million times. Every time someone comes up with this new miracle that every Christian wants to latch onto, it's only a matter of months or years before there's a whole body of evidence explaining, oh, well, there's a better explanation for this. Also, Parker, thank you for the $10.
Yeah, and if someone comes out with a better explanation for it, then I would just adhere to that better
Frida,
explanation.
thank you for the 660. Frida says, 666, so tired of this guest, but love watching you cook them. You're really putting on a show here. So again, your evidence presupposes that your God did something that you can't demonstrate he did. All you can demonstrate is that some people prayed and something happened.
You're killing me with that statement.
I know it's killing you because you can't refute it. Your evidence presupposes the conclusion.
Evidence does not equal presuppositionalism.
Your evidence presupposes
oh my gosh,
that the conclusion is true.
No,
it does.
That's not how it works.
Yes.
That's evident.
Your evidence is that there was a healing and God did it.
I am Justin, I'm begging you.
You can try laying down your logical premises if you think I'm lying. Give me your premises behind this conclusion.
Yeah, so it's really simple. Presuppositionalism is saying
give me your premises. Stop crying. Give me your premises.
I'm trying to. You just interrupted me. What was I going to say? What was I going to say, Justin?
I'm waiting for your premises.
Well, you interrupted me. So are you really waiting?
Now you're just crying about being interrupted. Mike, thank you for the 5 subbies. W Mike. So here's what we've learned so far tonight. You can't defend your Bible. You have no evidence that your God is real. You have one medical anomaly that you're presupposing is the result of the God that you can't demonstrate to be real.
I'm not presupposing it.
You are.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Then in order to prove that your God did this, you need to have some evidence that your God is real first.
What if I'm presenting this as evidence for my God being real?
It's not, because the claim implies
it might not be for you.
The claim implies that this God exists and he did the thing. Your conclusion is only supported by your conclusion.
No, so Justin, this is just ridiculous.
I know it's ridiculous. It's so hard that you can't grasp this.
Yeah, so this is really easy. Let's say I have no other reason. Let's get rid of the Bible. Let's get rid of everything, okay? Let's say the only reason that I believe in God, or let's say someone, I'm going to pick someone out of the audience. Let's say Alan Gamble, okay? Alan Gamble too. Let's say he doesn't believe in anything. The only reason he believes in God is because he read this article. And the only reason he believes in the Christian God is because he read this article. Let's just say that for a second, okay? Is he presupposing it?
Yeah.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, because he's presupposing the information in this article is already true.
No, that's...
Yes,
then what's
he's
evidence?
presupposing that the God in this article did the thing that this article's trying to prove. I don't know how this is so hard to understand. If your evidence presupposes that your God did something, then your evidence is the conclusion.
You can't have evidentialism and presuppositionalism. They are diametrically opposed.
You can call it whatever you want. Your evidence presupposes that your God did something.
Okay,
I know this is really difficult for you. If your evidence is somebody prayed, if your evidence is that somebody prayed and my God did something, then your evidence presupposes that your God exists.
Oh, you listen. I'm going to send you somewhere because you don't.
I mean, I can send you to the Bible and just demonstrate that the Bible is bankrupt, and you can't actually prove that your God is real using the Bible, which is terrible, since this is the source of your faith. The very source of your faith is bankrupt, both in logic, both in science, and both in morality. Your God endorsed slavery. Your God endorsed stoning young women who don't bleed on their wedding night. Your God is a monster. Even if this person was healed through the power of prayer, you have zero reason to believe that it's this God, because this God does not answer prayer.
Okay, are you done grandstanding now?
I'm not grandstanding. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry that the truth is bitter for you.
No, it's not telling me the truth. It's just it's shifting goalpost into like 1,000 different
Any
directions.
bad philosophy argument you're trying to form around one medical anomaly is contradicted by all of the unanswered prayer and the fact that God inflicts suffering in your worldview on his own people.
Yeah, that's fine. It's irrelevant to the point I'm
It's
making.
not irrelevant. The problem of divine evil and divine hiddenness is some of the two biggest issues in the philosophy field that you are supposedly like a professional at.
The point I'm making is directly that this article gives me evidence that God exists.
Oh, it doesn't.
It does not. It doesn't
Then
give
if
me
that's the
evidence.
case, I have plenty of articles back home that prove that my deities exist.
Yes.
Well,
If this answered prayer is evidence of your God, then all the gods exist too, which is what I started with this conversation with. Nothing has changed. I could read this article and 10 other articles about this same medical healing, and it won't change the face of the argument. The face of the argument is you have a medical anomaly. You have no way of tying it to your God, and you have no way of demonstrating that the other medical anomalies in other religions are fake and yours is the only real one.
Yep,
I don't know why you won't just recognize this point.
Yeah, because your point, so in one case it's completely irrelevant, right? Because we're
It's not.
talking about no, it just is. You're
It's
talking
not.
about we're talking about a specific instance, and listen, I don't know where you get off on like the psychoanalyzation of how you think my epistemology works or how I come to truth. It's a wild claim, right? So just tell me something you believe, Justin. Tell me one thing. Tell me one belief that you have.
I believe that you're experiencing a heavy level of coping right now because you're recognizing that the God of your Bible is unprovable. And you
No,
think
you
that
don't
you
believe
can
that.
get on TikTok and prove them to be true using this article while ignoring all of the Bible that demonstrate that he's not true.
No, Justin, you don't believe that. You don't have evidence for that.
I do.
No,
We've
you
just
don't.
witnessed it for the past like hour and a half.
No, Justin, you don't believe that to be true. You don't have evidence for it.
I do believe it to be true.
You don't have evidence for
We
it.
just experienced it, both of us.
I don't think you realize how much I'm cooking you right now.
I don't think you
don't-
realize how embarrassing
times
you
you've looked at
are.
me? Justin,
You've
do you know
already
how many times
admitted that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. You can't find one. You've already admitted that the Bible can't be your source of truth. So already the source of truth for your God is out. So the best
Justin,
you have
you didn't even get the satire.
is that somebody witnessed a medical miracle. That's it. That's all you got.
Justin, you didn't even get the satire of what I just did there. It just went right over your head. Whoop, gone, over. You looked at me and you said, I told you, I said, Justin, I think this article gives me my own epistemology, my own brain, my own thought process, my own rationalization, my own justification. I think this evidence gives me evidence that God exists.
I
And you
know
said-
it gives you
and
evidence.
and you said, no, it doesn't.
Well, apparently I didn't hear you correctly. I know it gives you evidence. It does nothing for me and anyone like me. I'm sorry that you're easily deceived by these parlor tricks. This is just a shell game. You
Okay,
have
it's a
no
shell
way
game.
of demonstrating that your God did this. You're presupposing that the effect described in this article is from your God.
Not a presupposition.
It is.
Because I'm using
Yep.
this as evidence.
You
for
have
my
to.
God.
Nope. You have to presuppose your God did it.
Listen, I will get you a philosophy book later. Let's just continue because you don't know what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying. You're presupposing that your God is the catalyst here.
Justin, you've already agreed with me on multiple occasions, even tonight, that your philosophy is not really your subject. So
I
let's
never
just
said
move
it was.
That's the point.
But I
You're
know
making
what
philosophical claims
presuppose
that are making
means.
you look silly.
I know what presuppose
Yeah.
means. So
Yeah, then why are you
your
using evidence in the same claim?
conclusion is supported by your conclusion.
Okay, I'm glad you know what presuppose means, but the moment you say that
We lost him. Where'd he
I
go?
think he had a phone call.
Oh,
I think
sorry.
he got a
Give him
phone
a
call.
second. His
I got
teacup.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the one flaw. A presuppositionalist does not rely on evidence at all. Zero.
Oh, that's incorrect. A presupposition is different than a presuppositionalist. I didn't call you a presuppositionalist. I wasn't insulting you.
You said I'm
I said that you're
Yes, you are.
presupposing something.
That would make me a presuppositionalist.
No, it just means in this case you're doing it. In this case, you're presupposing the truth of the you're using the claim or the evidence as the claim. Sorry, the conclusion as the evidence.
Justin.
I know this is really
did it.
difficult for
Yeah,
you.
I win. Zeus did
Justin,
it.
if you're accusing me of presupposing something
Yes,
about my God's existence,
it's assuming something is true before the evidence proves that it's true. You're presupposing that your God is real and he did this thing. We can go over it 500 times. I don't care how many times you say it. I'm going to tell you the same thing every time.
and every philosopher will laugh in unison.
I don't care.
That's fine. That's fine.
You
You're just
are
uneducated on
presupposing that your God did the thing. You can't presuppose that your God did the thing when you think that the thing is evidence that your God is real.
Is there any atheist that is into philosophy that you know and trust? Anyone?
Oh, I'm sure there are. I don't watch philosophy lives because philosophy is useless. Philosophy will not get you to the Christian God. Philosophy will get you away from the Christian God, because even like a basic philosophy, even a basic philosophy Philbro can use introductory philosophy 101 to debunk the Christian God. You can go talk to Ian. I'd love to have you do it. He's not even a Philbro. He's still learning.
And this is why I tell people you cannot use philosophy.
Parker's not a Philbro.
Deities.
Oh, Parker absolutely is.
No, he's not.
He portrays himself.
No, he's not.
He took one or two lessons from Danny. Go talk to J Mike. Go talk to Danny.
Yeah,
or Brazy if Brazy was still around.
Do you value the opinion? Do you value the opinion of J Mike?
I think I do value his opinion, but it's irrelevant because I don't think that philosophy leads you to ultimate truth. I think philosophy leads you to theories, and those theories need to be borne out by actual evidences in the real world. That's why I focus on this book, because this book doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Your God never holds up to being scrutinized. It doesn't matter how much philosophy you have. When we apply logic to the God of this book, he fails every time.
So philosophy is useless, but also apply logic to this book to see whether or not this God fails.
No, I'm saying that the type of metaphysics,
morality in real time.
Your dumb metaphysical games are silly. You cannot prove God through a metaphysical argument. You have to have real evidence. Just because people had a theory of electricity before electricity was proven to be real doesn't mean that you can demonstrate electricity to be real until you had evidence that it actually was. Because we've had theories about other things that turn out to not be real. We've had very good reason to believe that the ether existed. And then we did experiments and found out the ether doesn't exist. So philosophy can get you to some really good theories, but you still need science.
Are we done with the article?
I mean, we can read the rest of it. It doesn't change anything. I don't know why you want to keep reading it.
For the audience's sake, because someone might be listening.
Okay, so we'll just do this because I'm tired of wasting time on this. There was a medical anomaly here. No one's denying that. I've never denied it from minute one. There's a medical anomaly here. if we spent enough time talking about this, we could probably determine whether or not there were naturalistic causes. I don't know.
Okay,
But
so
it's
just go down.
irrelevant because, as I told you at the beginning of this discussion, you still have to demonstrate that it was a result of your God. And you cannot do it. What you're doing is you're burying your head in the sand. You're like, well, if you just read it enough, but you haven't made a coherent argument yet.
Justin, if you think that I'm here to convince you, I'm not. I'm here to convince someone in the 900 people that listen to you.
You're not convincing anybody
Majority
here.
of the chat, they're saying they're tired of this
These people
conversation.
they were tired of hearing you an hour ago. These people are here to watch you get cooked. You've got
because
3 fanboys
like
here,
you're-
I'm sure, that follow you everywhere, and that's it. These people aren't being convinced by this bad argument. They've heard me debunk the Bible 5 million times, and they watched me an hour ago cook you on the Bible. So they're not going to believe in your fictitious God because somebody prayed once and you thought it was answered.
So listen, even if you had like 25% of Christians in here that are struggling with their beliefs or deconstructing as your deconstruction zone bids them, I guarantee you by the time this live is done, I'm going to go to my DMs and I'm going to have messages from people that thank me.
Go for it.
And,
Yeah,
so
and they'll all be
I'm
your
not
followers,
here-
I'm sure.
I'm not here for convincing you. I'm here to defend the position rationally because you have a lot of stupid people up here and I'm not one of them.
Oh yeah, you're the only smart one. I forgot. Yeah, all the other Christians up here were dumb. You're the only smart Christian, which is why you couldn't provide any biblical evidence for why your God is real.
Now that's interesting because when I very first came up on this live tonight, your exact statement was what?
I said anything that would increase
No.
I'm gonna answer it if you let me or not. I told you that evidence could be anything that raises the probability that your God is real. And then at the beginning of that conversation, when we started talking about this kind of nonsense, I told you that just because somebody prayed and something happened, it doesn't actually raise the probability that your God is real. It might raise it for you. It doesn't raise it for me because you still have to account for the billions of prayers that never get answered. Just because it's convincing to you doesn't make it convincing to me. And you could have saved yourself, I don't know, about an hour if you had just listened to me the first time.
But see, Justin, this is where, if you just let me finish talking, you'll actually understand my question.
I
you just answered
understand.
the question I didn't ask. The question I asked is, I said, what did you first say to me when I first got up on the live?
I have no
What was the
idea.
first thing
It was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, you said finally it's going to be good to talk to a rational adult.
Oh, right, because I thought you were different. I heard you on other people's live presenting rational arguments, but you've never brought one to me yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't understand most of the phrases that you're
you
accusing me
argued
of.
for the first 45 minutes that I have to accept your rabbinic interpretation of Isaiah 53. And then when you finally got tired of that, we decided finally we can read the Bible together. That lasted for 15 minutes before you had to concede and say that you can't actually find me anything in the Bible that Jesus fulfilled?
Yeah, I can't find you anything
So
that
there you go. So I have no reason to believe anything in this book. And you, a pastor, an actual professional who should know this book, can't find me one thing in here that would lead me to believe of its validity. But I can find you hundreds of things in here that would definitely move the needle against this validity. Do you think that the sun actually stood still for 24 hours?
See, you're just reverting back to what you know.
Yes, I'm reverting back to the book because I know the book is full of lies. And you do too. Yeah. And
No, I don't believe
you're
that.
obscuring the truth. You're trying to think that if you run away from the Bible, you can convince people of the truth of the Bible by ignoring the Bible. That's why I read this Bible every time I'm live, because the more you read this Bible, the more you realize it's full of lies. If the sun stood still for 24 hours, somebody on the planet would have wrote about it because the oceans would have covered the earth. It would have annihilated everything on the planet most likely.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So the sun didn't stand still. Did Jacob mate a bunch of flocks in front of striped poles so that striped animals would be produced? Did that happen?
I don't defend any of those claims. No.
Okay, so the Bible's full of stuff that's just not true. Where was Moses? Where was Moses when he had the conversation with Yahweh about him not being good at talking? Where did that happen?
You're just running to your comfort zone.
I'm running to demonstrate to you that your Bible is indefensible and you can't handle it. There's a Christian pastor on my live who's terrified of reading the Bible because he knows I'm going to roast him alive on it. Where was
I'm not
Moses
terrified.
when he had a conversation with God about him not being a good speaker?
Mount Ararat.
No, wrong. That's up near the Caucasus mountain range. Mount Ararat is wrong. He was on Horeb.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
So
Now, if you
here's
read,
the thing, Justin.
so if
Justin,
you
Justin,
read
stop
further in
pivoting.
Exodus, we find something
pivoting.
interesting. It says,
Holy heaven.
"The Lord." You want
Stop
me?
pivoting.
Do you want me to not read the Bible to you?
No, I'm fine with reading the
These
Bible.
guys are so afraid of the Bible.
Let me show you what I am not interested in. I'm not afraid of reading the Bible.
Because there's another passage in the Bible that says that these
my
events
gosh.
happened at a completely different place. In fact, it says, if you go to Exodus chapter 6, says, but Moses said in the Lord's presence, since I am a poor speaker, why would Pharaoh listen to me? Interesting. Where do we think that happened? Well, he just tells you. It says, he said to him, I am the Lord, tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Oh, let me go back one more verse. On the day when the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, he said to him, I am the Lord. Oh, wait a minute. In Exodus chapter 6, this conversation happened in the land of Egypt. But if you just go back to that conversation, it happened at Horeb. Because the Bible can't get its own story straight.
The pivot is real.
What time was Jesus crucified?
The pivot is real.
What time was Jesus crucified?
One is representing the third hour, one's representing the ninth hour because of different different
One
audiences.
said
So,
one said
listen,
noon.
Yeah, one's the third hour, one's the ninth hour, according to different audiences. Here's
Oh,
let me
so
show you what
they
I'm
don't
not
agree, do
interested in,
they?
Justin. Let me show you what I'm not interested in.
What day was Jesus
Wait a
crucified
second.
on?
Stop. Would you stop?
Why are you so afraid of the Bible?
Why don't you listen to God's word?
They're so offended. Every time I read this book, you keep asking me to not read it. Every time I read this book,
You're a pastor.
is
You
begging
should
me
have
to
no
not read
problem
it.
with him reading the Bible.
No,
Isn't
let me
that what
say-
you do
listen,
in your
I can
church?
explain.
Please don't read all the Bible contradictions to me. Oh no, don't
this
do
is
that.
Super easy. If you're done steamrolling, right? Because you're worried that I'm going to cook you again.
No one is steamrolling.
I'm
because
literally
you're the
No,
one
that's
begging him
all-
to stop.
I literally
don't
asked you to
understand
provide
that.
the answer.
No. So I can ask you one question. With one question, I can tell you why I'm not interested in reading the Bible with you.
Right, because you don't believe it's actually true.
No.
You want to
You're
believe
basically conning your church. For
you
money.
want to believe
Here it is again.
that somebody's prayer is
Here it
more
is again.
valid than the lies in this book.
Here it is again. So, what question was I going to ask you, Justin?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, so here's why I'm not interested in reading the Bible with you. Do you believe the
Because you
Bible,
don't know
Justin?
it.
No, do you believe it?
I don't need to believe it. You believe it.
No, that's why. Do you believe it?
I don't need to believe it. You believe it.
Yeah, but why would I have a conversation with someone about biblical interpretation, hermeneutics, exegesis, eisegesis? Why would I have that conversation in real depth, breaking down the nuances of Scripture with someone who just doesn't believe it, doesn't care?
Because that's the
about
purpose
it?
of this live.
Because I'm
pod.
actually educated in this book. Because I've learned the hermeneutics and the exegesis and the history. I've actually had to do it. That's why I'm an atheist now.
That's fine. I've been through similar schooling as you.
I'm sure you
That's
have.
fine. That's fine. But here's the point. If I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to talk about
Romina
your
Fur, thank you
interpretation-
for the 666. Romina Fur says this pastor is insufferable.
Yeah.
When
So
Romina.
most people think I'm insufferable when it comes to I'm not a dumb Christian you can just steamroll. Here the fact of the matter is I go into lives and I talk predominantly for the audience, especially when you have over 900 people.
You're talking to
And
me.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not gonna-
so don't worry
I'm
about the
gonna-
audience. You talk to me.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue
And if you
with
care about
you.
audiences, you could start your own live.
I'm not going to argue with you.
He
on
doesn't
a
have his own audience because these arguments aren't actually that popular. He has to come on our platforms.
That's fine. Yeah, so I'm not going to come into a live with you and argue
And read the Bible.
No, argue a
'Cause you'll
difference
get
in
cooked.
biblical- No, argue a difference in biblical interpretation.
Because you're going to get cooked, I know. Because you can't prove the validity of your viewpoint.
I can prove whatever I need to from like a historical basis, but I don't make any claims about like the Old Testament.
I do. I make lots of claims about the Old Testament.
Yeah, and your claims and my claims are going to diametrically differ.
Great. So let's do it for the sake of the audience then. You're here for the audience. Let's read the Bible together for the sake of the audience, and they can watch us disagree, and they can decide for themselves who got the better arguments.
Sure.
Oh, there we go. Finally, we're going to read the Bible. So I think the last thing we left at was we were trying to find something that Jesus actually fulfilled.
So we've already.
Or did you want me to cook you on scientific errors or contradictions or historical errors?
No, so I already believe there's scientific errors because I take the Bible for what it is. Not
Okay,
what it's not.
so it's not inerrant.
No, we can still say it like it's infallible. It's not inerrant.
So it could say things that are not true.
No, inerrant means that it has like error in it. Infallible means that it's just not going to fail.
So if it makes a claim about the real world, is it true?
It can be true. It can be false.
If it's false, then it means it's a false claim.
Yeah. That's
Can the
fine.
Bible say things that are untrue?
Yes.
Okay, so the Bible's not infallible.
No, that wouldn't be inerrant.
You can call it anything you want. Is the Bible true in everything it says?
No.
Okay, fantastic. We agree on something finally. The Bible says things that are untrue. So how many untrue things in the Bible do I need to find before I can say it's untrustworthy?
It depends on the category. So here's what we agree on. You want to talk about the Bible so much?
I want you to answer my question. How many untrue things in the Bible do I have to find before I consider that it's just not true?
Is the Bible one book, Justin?
No, it's a collection of books. But how many
It's a
untrue
collection of
things
books.
in
So-
this? Is this from God? Is this inspired by God?
It's inspired by God. It's not
Okay.
written by God.
How many
It's
untrue
inspired by
things
God, but
in
not
this
written by
book do I need to find before I just say it's untrustworthy?
All right, let's take you back to seminary. What is inspiration?
He can't actually answer the question. How many untrue things in this book do I need to find before I'm justified in saying it's untrustworthy?
It doesn't really matter because it's different books.
What
You can
percentage?
say-
What percentage of this overall book
no such thing as a
needs to be
percentage.
untrue before I can say I'm justified in saying it's not a trustworthy book?
Nothing.
Okay, so if it says anything that's untrue, it's not trustworthy.
No.
So what is the percentage? How do I know if this book is
Justin.
true?
Yeah, Justin, this is just really, really silly.
I know
You
it's
act
silly because you can't actually
does the
answer
Bible-
my questions.
No, I can answer it really
At
easy.
what
Does the Bible have
point-
true statements in it?
at-
Does the Bible have true statements
Yes,
in it?
it does, and it has
Okay, so
untrue
you need to
statements.
consider
So,
okay,
what
so
is
if
the
it has true
proportion of
statements-
true statements to untrue statements that would make this book reasonable to put my faith in?
No, that's not what the question you asked me. Notice how you changed
What
your
is
question.
the proportion of true to untrue statements in this book?
There isn't a proportion. It's a silly,
Then
stupid
why would I
question.
trust it? If you can't even tell me what
Because-
percentage of this book is allowed to be wrong that came from God, then I'm not going to trust it, and nobody here should trust it. Because the
If
book
it's a stupid, silly book,
the-
then why are you
so
preaching
so
it
we've
in church?
so we've already admitted that the book says things that are untrue. We've already admitted that you can't find a single prophecy Jesus fulfilled. What more do I need to throw this thing in the trash?
Yeah, so does the Bible make true statements? I ask again. You said yes.
The Bible
right?
makes
So does that
claims,
mean-
and some of those claims are true.
Wait a second. Does the Bible make true statements?
Yes, I told you
Okay,
there are
so
some
should
true
we throw
things in the
out-
Bible.
Okay, so should you throw out the entire book because there are things that are not true?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so you're going to throw out things that are true?
Thank you, Ben, for the money gun. Yes. In terms
You're gonna
of,
throw- you're gonna throw out things that
yeah,
are true.
listen, I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying yes.
Okay, this will be interesting. Go ahead.
Because this is not a book that is from God. It is only valuable as a mythological, almost historical text. So yes, would I read this as a part of my overall reading? Of course I would, because I read all the mythological books. But would I accept this as a source of truth?
Thank
No,
you for the
I
galaxy.
would not.
Thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, so I'm not asking you that. You're saying, when do I get to throw the book out? How many untrue things? This is the question you're asking me. How many untrue things until I can throw all of it out? right? And
How
I
many
said,
untrue things can I
wait a
find
second.
in the? No, you're not understanding my question.
You are
You're not
incapable
understanding
of
my
understanding.
question.
You're incapable.
You're not understanding my question.
Go ahead.
How many untrue things do I need to find in this book before I can say this book and the God of this book isn't trustworthy?
Isn't trustworthy by what standard?
What percentage of this
What
book
metric?
needs to be correct or incorrect before I can just say the God of this book is not real? This book, according to you, is supposed to be the divine revelation of God, but it's full of lies. It's full of failed prophecies. So I'm just asking you, if it's full of these things, you know it's there, I know it's there, then why should I still trust it?
I already answered that. I said 0, didn't I? Right? Did I answer 0? So you're asking me the
Yes.
same question, even though
So
I gave
then
an
I
answer?
shouldn't trust it.
No.
And then you
That's just-
pivoted.
no, that's just invalid. Because I asked you the question. I said, are you going to throw out the trustworthy things with the untrustworthy things? No.
Yes, and then I clarified what that means. Did you hear my answer? Do you want me to give it to you again?
No, I heard what you said, but it wasn't.
I'm not saying this needs to literally be thrown in the trash. I'm not saying no one should ever read it again. I'm
Yeah, so
saying
it's
that this
almost
should not be treated as an authoritative book on how to live your life or what God to believe in, because it says things that are untrue. I'm not
Thank you for
saying
the
that I'm
fireworks.
never going to read it.
Thank you for the fireworks. So, no, I'm not claiming that you're never going to read it. You asked me, at what percentage, and this is such just an odd question, at what percentage do I need to find untrustworthy things in order to get rid of the trustworthy things?
No,
That's ridiculous.
that's not what I asked. I said, at what percentage of false statements need to be in this book before I'm able to just sit down and say this isn't a trustworthy source of information?
You don't. That's the point. You just throw out the untrustworthy and you keep the trustworthy from an evidential standpoint. That's
Okay,
it.
then I throw out the God of this Bible because the God of this Bible can't be trusted. There's no evidence in this book that would lead me to conclude that Jesus is the Messiah or that the God who sent this Messiah is real. And the God who makes the prediction in this book, all of those predictions seem to fail just about. So good. If that's the case, then I'm going to throw out every deity in this book, because the only things that are trustworthy in this book is maybe the location of a couple towns and people groups and a couple people who existed in history. Not a single claim about this God is appearing to be true.
According to what?
According to reading the book, you couldn't find me one thing that this supposed Messiah actually did. So I'm throwing Jesus right out of it.
So actually, that's not true. We already agreed Jesus rode a donkey. It says,
And so did I. You know, that's silly.
Yeah, but that's just a concession.
That's
right?
not concession. If you think that Jesus is the Messiah because he rode a donkey, then you have to concede that I'm the Messiah. So I'll take your concession. Thank you.
Another one I gave was that he was numbered with his aggressors.
That
right?
wasn't a prophecy. We didn't agree on that.
Yeah, according to, again, you're just saying it's not a prophecy because Justin doesn't feel like
Oh, sorry, you went to Psalm 22. Sorry. Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
You're just saying it's not a prophecy because I don't feel like it's a prophecy.
No, it's not a prophecy because a prophecy is about the future. Psalm 22 is written in the present tense from the viewpoint of King David. You can't just take somebody's personal psalm and call it a prophecy because there's some words on a page that match some other words on a page. That's not how prophecies work. If that's how prophecies work, then guess what? I've got a whole list that apply to me. You want me to read them to you?
You can. It's your live. You can do what you want.
Fantastic. Isaiah 65:9. I will bring forth descendants. Boom. I did it. I'm the Messiah. Jeremiah 4:31. I heard the cry of a woman in labor, in anguish, as if bringing forth her first child. Did that twice. Boom. Fulfilled. Isaiah 16:3. Hide the outcasts and do not betray the fugitives. I've had to hide outcasts and fugitives. I fulfilled Isaiah 16:3. Jeremiah, let's see. Let's do Micah 2:11. I will preach to you of wine and strong drink. I do that all the time. I love me some Kraken. I fulfilled Micah 2:11. Jeremiah 13:1. Go and buy yourself a linen loincloth and put it on your loins, but do not dip it in water. I do that all the time. Happens all the time. So here's the thing. If you're just taking random words from the Old Testament and calling it a prophecy, I can do it too. I can take any book of the Bible and I can find me in it if I ignore the genre and I ignore the original context.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
Okay, so then
Right?
it,
You can
okay,
implant yourself. You can plant yourself
Great.
anywhere.
So I'm the
with the
Messiah.
wrong context. Yeah, you can plant
praise
yourself
me.
anywhere with the wrong context.
Praise me, I'm the Messiah. If you ignore the context and the genre, you can make it say anything you want to. So I'm just applying the same hermeneutical principles that you're applying to the text.
No, because what I'm relying on is one. I'm relying on the evidence presented by the original Hebrew. I'm relying on evidence presented by. I'm relying on evidence presented by the original rabbis that actually evaluate the text and are yes, I am.
You're presenting again. You're presenting the cherry-picked.
Telling me what I'm doing.
You're presenting the cherry-picked rabbis and ignoring the other rabbis. I already told you, appealing to the rabbis will never save your case, because for every rabbi you think agrees with your position, I can find some that agree with my position. You will never win by appealing to Jewish rabbis.
No, you don't believe that.
I do believe it.
Nope, I'm kicking in the satire again. You don't believe that.
I do believe it.
You don't do that.
I do. Yep. You will never win. You will never win the debate. You'll never win the debate. You'll never win the debate by appealing to Jewish authority. Jewish authority does not agree with your Messiah.
It's almost like the conclusions I come to for why I believe things have nothing to do with how you rationalize the text.
Yeah, it's almost like the reasons that lead you to believe are bad reasons, and you want to force them on me, and I won't let you do it.
And I think the reasons you believe are bad reasons. So where do we go from there?
We don't go anywhere. You just admit that you don't have reasons that are convincing. They're convincing to you. They're not convincing to me. I will not accept your cherry-picked Jewish rabbis as authoritative unless you let me cherry-pick all of mine and make them authoritative for you.
Yeah, and then what we get to do is we get to weigh our rabbis, we get to weigh orthodoxy against each other and see what comes out.
Well, it's already been weighed. They rejected Jesus. So done.
No, they didn't.
Bada bing, they did.
No, there are many, many, many Orthodox Jews that don't reject Jesus.
The vast majority of Jewish people throughout all of history has rejected Jesus as the Messiah for all the same reasons that I will articulate.
Oh, are you appealing to majority now?
Nope. I'm saying that I agree with the people that you're appealing to. The people that you're appealing to agree with me, which means appealing to them will never fix your problem.
Exactly. Because it's a difference in how we interpret the data.
Yes, I know. And I interpret it honestly. Yes.
And I think I interpret honestly.
You don't. You think that you can just think you can rip it from the context. You think you can ignore the genre. And if you find anything on a page that sounds like Jesus, you can just call it a prophecy. That's dishonest. If I did that, M's up here right now. If I did that with the Quran, if I went through the Quran right now and I just randomly found verses that sound like me, and I said, oh, well, it's a prophecy about me, would you accept that?
No.
No, of course not. You can't just rip a text from its original context and its original genre and say it's about Jesus because it suits your particular gain.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's not what I do.
That's exactly what you're doing. That's what all the New Testament is about. Everything in the New Testament is random, out of context quotations of the Old Testament. Half the time, they can't even figure out which Old Testament they want to quote from. They quote from the Greek Septuagint 90% of the time, except when it suits their purpose, they'll quote once here or there from the Hebrew. It's almost like they don't even know Hebrew. Thank you, Shay, for the couch potato.
Yeah, and what we have evidence for is that Jews of that time and Gentiles are accepting of the message regarding Messianic prophecy. What we also have is evidence currently of Jews looking back at the prophecies and accepting them as Messianic prophecies.
You don't.
That appeal to Jesus.
No,
yes, we do.
You do not. You have anecdotal evidence.
Do they exist, Justin?
Yes, you have anecdotal evidence. The bulk of these people don't agree with your position. You cannot keep appealing to a minority position within a people group to prove your position because the majority of that people group agrees with my position. You're defeating your argument every time you do it.
No, because if I'm
you do.
No, because minority positions can still be true. You realize
but
that, right?
You would have to demonstrate that your minority position is superior to the majority position. Here's the
And
thing.
that's where the conversation goes.
In order to prove the minority position is more authoritative than the majority position, you would have to bring an argument that didn't rely on the people you're claiming authority, which is what I've been asking you for 2 hours, to bring an argument that doesn't rely on the authority that you're so desperately clinging to because you haven't really read the Bible.
Yes, I have.
You haven't.
That's a wild assumption.
You're either dishonest or you haven't read it.
Or, that's not a true dichotomy. There's also that option, right? Is there a third option?
Can you
Justin?
show me one prophecy Jesus fulfilled?
No, is there a third option, Justin?
I'm sure there's 5
Yes,
options, but
Zeus
can you?
is the truth.
Okay, so
the
if
way,
there's
and the
more,
life.
Praise
if there's
Zeus.
more than,
So
if there's,
you've been
there's
up here
more
for
than-
2 hours, 2.5 hours probably now, without one single piece of biblical evidence why I would trust the God of this book.
You want to know why? Because I haven't presented any.
I've been asking you to do it for 2.5 hours.
And I told you I'm not interested in convincing you.
Well, that's what you're here for. You're here.
Listen,
you're here to dialogue with me.
I'll tell you what I'll defend to.
What's this say right here?
Yeah, the
Thank
Christian
you for
God is
the
imaginary.
meerkat.
Yep. What's it
But
say? What's it say under that?
Yeah, it says prove me wrong.
Oh, are you here to talk to me?
Yeah, but
Oh, so you're just being dishonest then. So you're not here to talk to me.
No, you're just pivoting to the Bible.
Yeah. You want to know why I'm pivoting to the Bible? Because the Bible is the source of truth for your faith. That's why I'm pivoting to the Bible. Why are you pivoting away from the Bible? Why are you running so hard from the book that is your ultimate source of truth?
Yeah, because I know it's your script. And I know I can bring you out of somewhere that you're very uncomfortable and you can't answer questions.
I can answer questions. You've brought nothing of substance. You run from the Bible, the source of your ultimate truth. You run from it fast and hard because you know I can demonstrate everywhere where this thing is telling lies, everywhere where it contradicts itself, everywhere where there's a failed prophecy, and you know it. You're terrified of me reading this book, which is why you'll do anything other than read this book.
No, I'm not
Question hard.
I've never seen a Christian so terrified of reading this book. A pastor of all people on my live terrified of reading this book with me.
Yeah, I'm not terrified of reading the book with you. I'm just
Great.
not interested in your twisting.
Let's read one passage because I don't think you've read it before. So we're going to read Deuteronomy 22 together, and I'm going to watch you cry about it.
This is what you do.
This is what I do, yes.
You run to your comfort zone.
Yes, I tear the Bible
Because you can't
completely
keep up with me
apart
otherwise.
because it is a book of lies,
Can
and
I prove you wrong
and
separate from the Bible?
and it
Can
makes
I
you
prove
so
wrong separate from the
uncomfortable watching me disprove the truth of this
Pastors
book.
hate their book, but
Can I
have no
prove you
problem
wrong?
collecting
They
tithings
hate
from
this
innocent
book.
people.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. The father of the young woman will say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence. Oh, this is too wide. I think some of it's off screen. Hold on. There we go. But here's the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town will take the man and punish him. Fair enough, he lied. It says they will fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they will give to the young woman's father. Interesting, because he has slandered a virgin in Israel. She will remain his wife and shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Now, if, however, the charge is true that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town will stone her to death because she's committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself. So we've got 2 questions here. Do you think that women who don't bleed on their wedding night should be stoned?
No.
Do you believe that all women that are virgins bleed the first time they have sex?
Also, no.
So why would the God of the universe who created women not know that about 50% of these women that get stoned are actually innocent?
Yeah, because I hold that this is a law code.
Yes,
for
it
the children of
is.
Israel.
Yep, it doesn't
And
matter who it's for. Your God is sentencing
Wait a
innocent
second,
people
wait a
to
second.
death.
Yeah, so that's just not my claim.
That's what's happening.
No, I believe it's a law code.
It is.
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's for the children of Israel.
It was. It doesn't matter if you think it doesn't apply to you. It applied to people. It applied to people.
And you and I can both just get on the bandwagon and say this is wrong.
It
That's
is.
fine.
Thank you. Just say it. Say God was wrong when he sentenced these innocent people to get executed.
Yeah, so here's the problem.
Just say it. I want to hear it out of your mouth. Be honest.
Yeah, you're assuming something, Justin.
Say it.
What do I believe? Yeah, you want me to say something?
I want to hear it out of your mouth. Say that this law is unjust.
This law is unjust.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
That's fine.
So God's not just.
Nope, that's not the inference. Because
did God give this law? Because if you read Deuteronomy, you know that all of these laws are from God.
No, that's not the theory that I hold to.
Did God give the laws in Deuteronomy?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you read Deuteronomy?
Yep, read Deuteronomy.
So you just don't believe Deuteronomy?
No, I can believe Deuteronomy. I believe that this is actually what the children of Israel put within their law code. I think it matches up with similar law codes of like Babylonians, Assyrians.
This is going to be painful.
That's fine.
Just want to make sure your final claim is that God didn't give the laws in Deuteronomy.
I have a fresh Dr. Pepper for this.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so we'll just read it.
Yeah,
Deuteronomy chapter 5. If only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments.
Justin, let me finish my statement.
Every time I read it, he cries.
Let me finish my statement.
Go for it. Then I'm going to read the same thing.
Yeah. That's fine. You don't know what I believe about the Torah because you haven't asked me.
I'm just trying to read the book to you.
Yeah, you're just making assumptions on what I believe.
You said that Moses gave these commands, but they weren't from God.
I think the commands are from Moses.
Are they from God?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so I'm going to read the book to you. This is
fine.
God
The book
speaking.
says it.
Says, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments always, so that it might go well with them and with their children. Oh, so the book says it's from God.
Yes,
I can.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So the book says it's from God. I don't like what it says, so I'm going to say it wasn't really from God. So again, the book says things that are untrue. This is why you don't want to read the Bible, because I'll cook you every time on it. Because every time you find something difficult, you have to say something stupid, like, I don't believe the book actually says this. But you want me to believe the claims in the book, like a guy walked on water and raised himself from the dead, but you won't believe Deuteronomy when it says God gave these laws.
Or we evaluate them based off the category in which they're written. Right.
I know how law codes work, and these law codes
so
are
we know
attributed. These law codes are attributed, and Jesus said to follow this law code.
Running in your mouth.
Jesus said to follow. I know you're so upset that you can't run your script here.
No,
I know
I'm upset that
it's
you
so
can't,
it's so hard to not get to run your script.
No, it's so hard to not be able to actually talk with a rational human being.
So in his fifis. You are the light of the... Oh, sorry. We're almost there. Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, heaven and earth will not pass... I'm sorry. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments teaches others to do so, will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus said, if you don't follow these laws and you teach others not to follow these laws, you'll be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So your Messiah said to follow these laws. Are you going to tell me he didn't say this?
No. Am I actually allowed to answer questions? Am I actually allowed to give my perspective without you interrupting me and running your mouth?
See, every time you talk, you want to talk while I'm in the middle of talking. So what I do is I talk over you.
No, I like how you. I like how you're kind of like victim blaming there.
I'm not victim blaming. I'm telling the truth.
No, you've interrupted me.
I'm sure I have. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Everyone in the chat can attribute that.
I'm sure I have. Yeah.
Even your minions, if they're honest.
Did Jesus say this?
Point.
I hear a lot of crying, but did Jesus say these words?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Did Jesus believe that the laws were given by God?
Not necessarily.
Do you think Jesus wanted you to follow the laws?
I think the laws should be followed, yes, because they were in accordance with Moses, and Moses was being used as like the interim for God, as the authority.
Did Jesus believe that these laws were from God?
Yeah.
There you go. So Jesus believes they're from God. Oh, he caught it. He cooked himself. Totally cooked himself. Jesus believed. He says, "You shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceedeth from the mouth of God." What proceedeth from the mouth of God? Could it be the laws of Moses? Because Jesus believed the laws of Moses proceeded from the mouth of God?
Yeah, so it's not the case. When I start a sentence and I go, yeah, so that is not a concession.
It's okay. I'll
It's
take your
just-
concession.
Yeah. When I start a conversation with, yeah, so, and I'm about to give the answer, and you just jump in and cut me off because you heard the word yeah.
I'm sorry. I did cut you off.
Yeah. So all I, like, if you notice my speech pattern, I usually just start my next sentence with yeah. It's a bad habit. It's what I do. All right. So anyway, in relation to this, no, let me tell you what I believe. Stop informing me of what I believe. Let me tell
I'm
you what
asking
I believe.
you.
Okay. So this is what I believe. I believe Moses gave the Torah. I believe it is something that was progressive within the children of Israel. I believe it is a moral system that was written down over time. It wasn't written down at one time. It was something that adapted. It was something that changed. It was something, like you didn't have the whole 613 commands given at one point. You have it being given over time as Israel is functioning as a society. This verse that is referencing that I have not come to abolish the law of the prophets, not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. I believe that it is Moses that is giving the laws, and he's doing so because he's been put in a position. He has authority of God, right? That's the belief that I hold toward the Torah. When it comes to this passage, and it has to do with like how Jesus sees the law, and notice the words where it says, "Not one letter, not one stroke of letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." Well, guess what? I agree.
You missed the part.
That was something.
Read the rest. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away. Have heaven and earth passed away?
No, that's just a euphemism. You know
oh, words don't mean words. So down here,
wait a second.
this has a definitive meaning. This has a definitive meaning, even though it's vague. But these words here aren't vague, but we can't know what they actually mean. Truly, I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, that has no definitive meaning, but all is accomplished has a meaning.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
The gymnastics here are embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm about to be really embarrassed for you. So you went to school and you went to seminary and you've studied this in the Greek. And you think that heaven and earth passing away is a concept that exists in Christianity, in Judaism, in any belief?
It exists in Judaism and in the New Testament. Heaven and earth is going to be heaven and earth are going to be completely annihilated and recreated.
No,
it's even in Peter. Yeah, read 2 Peter. It literally says it in 2 Peter.
No, you're just wrong here.
I'm not wrong here. Heaven and earth passing away is a reference to the new heaven and the new earth. All of the old things are going to be done away with. 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
Heaven is never destroyed within theology.
I never said it was destroyed.
Heaven and what is
I
passing
never
away
said
mean?
it was destroyed. Passing away doesn't mean it's going to disappear. Heaven and earth is going to be renewed. There's a new heaven and a new earth. The old order of things are going to be done away with. And that didn't happen. Heaven and earth did not get renewed, because if you read the book, the renewed heaven and the renewed earth isn't what we're experiencing now.
Yeah, and we also know that, and another reason this is a euphemism, is the belief that the Torah within Judaism, the belief that it is going to continue into the new heaven and new earth.
Yes, which is a contradiction of Hebrews.
No, that would still make this a euphemism. It's understood that heaven and earth, we understand some really simple things about speech, and you're just being disingenuous.
The word twisting here is next level.
No, that's because you're just being disingenuous.
What's heaven?
That's what pastors do.
Yeah, you're just being disingenuous.
What's heaven?
Okay, we have two hypotheses.
What's the word heaven mean?
We have two hypotheses.
What's the word heaven mean?
Heaven has to do with like one of the heavens, one of the seven heavens.
What's the earth?
Sure. The earth is the earth. That's fine.
Yeah, they're fantastic. So the heavens and the earth refers to the heavens and the earth. And then when they pass away, what's that a reference to?
Yeah, they're not going to pass away.
I never said that they're going to disappear. I'm asking you, what does it mean that they're going to pass away?
We have two. That's what I'm saying. It's a euphemism.
It's not a euphemism. The Bible tells you what it means.
No, it is absolutely a euphemism.
The Bible tells you what it means. Do you need me to
Where?
read the Bible to you?
Do I need you to twist your interpretation into scripture?
I don't know why this
I
guy's
don't need to
never
do
read
that,
the
Jacob.
Bible.
I don't need.
We're
I
gonna
don't
go to
need.
Second Peter.
Yeah, you can go to Second Peter. So it's not the case whatsoever that heaven and earth passing away has to have a literalistic meaning.
It
If
is.
you believe, if
You can't
believe
tell
that,
me that everything in this sentence is literal until you get to the heaven and earth.
I can point you to plenty of scholars that would disagree with you on that.
And I can point you to plenty of scholars that disagree with you. Your appeal to scholars is
Yet
useless
again.
here.
And so is yours. That's the
Okay,
point.
so 2 Peter chapter 4
This is why
says,
going
"For
through
this
the
is the
Bible with you is
reason
pointless."
the gospel has been proclaimed even to the dead, so that though they had been judged in the flesh, as everyone is judged, they might live in the spirit as God does. And the end of all things is near. Therefore, be serious." And what does the end of all things refer to? Does it mean all things will cease to be? Or is this referring to the new heaven and the new earth, the same thing that they're referring to here?
Yeah, it's not in reference to the new heaven and the new earth. No.
Oh, so all things are coming to an end aren't referring to the renewed heavens and earth.
No, it's not.
Oh, what's it referring to?
Yeah, in all things being made new. No, I'm saying the passage here is not in reference to the new heaven and the new earth.
What's it in reference to?
The passage in Peter's fine.
Because 2 Peter does explicitly reference.
Yeah, 2 Peter is the new heaven and the new earth within the context.
Yes, it does. 2 Peter talks about the new heaven and new earth.
And that's within the context.
Yes.
Right?
So you
So
don't
is there
disagree
any
that there will be a
indication-
renewed heaven and new earth, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
Oh,
All
there
I'm
you
saying is
go.
the context of the passage you're reading up above, where it says, "Until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke will pass from the law." I'm saying in that context, it's a euphemism. If you're
It's
going to
not.
apply the context,
What's the euphemism for?
Yeah, until
That's
until
how
heaven-
euphemisms work. You have to know what they mean if they don't mean what they actually mean.
Yeah, until heaven and earth pass away doesn't have to be literal.
I'm asking you, if it doesn't mean what it says, what does it mean?
Until heaven and earth pass away is just in the sense of saying like until all is accomplished as represented by later on in the passage. So like
No,
this
incorrect.
is not going to change. This is not going to shift.
It's actually the other way around. All is accomplished is not referencing Jesus' death. I could just say all is accomplished, meaning heaven and earth has been renewed. You're using this sentence to try to say that this sentence doesn't mean what it means.
No, it's just saying
and
it's not going to
it clearly means that the law is not going away, because he says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus told you to not
That's
tell
the
people
point.
to not follow the law.
Yeah, so that's the point. Heaven and earth passing away is just relating to the unchanging nature of the Torah.
It's not.
I'm fine with that.
Nope. The Torah is never once referred to as the heaven and earth.
I didn't say the heaven and earth is related to the Torah.
You just said that reference to the heaven and earth passing away is the mention of the Torah.
Unchanging nature.
Nope.
The heaven and earth passing away is specifically and related
Take
to
it
the
away.
unchanging nature.
Not at all.
one letter, not one stroke will pass away from the law until all is accomplished is relation to the Torah. So it's just a euphemism.
Okay, so
per
then
se.
the Torah stands forever. So Jesus, as I've already said, endorsed the laws of Moses.
I agree that the Torah is
So
going to
remember, all of this nonsense is just because I'm demonstrating to you that even Jesus, your supposed Messiah that didn't fulfill any prophecies, advocated for keeping the laws of Moses. And the laws of Moses are
denied that.
are barbaric. So Jesus alone says that you should follow the laws of Moses. And this law of Moses says that you should execute virgins that don't bleed on their wedding night.
Yeah,
so
so
you
I'm
tried
not-
to get out of it by saying God didn't
Yeah.
say it, but this God right here said you should still do it.
Yeah, so whoever teaches, and when we're looking at the law, and we're looking at the matters of the law, the weightier matters of the law, Jesus referenced that constantly. So we're understanding in the historical context the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel, correct?
No, I'm not making that distinction here. What I'm saying is
No.
what I'm
When
saying
we're
is
talking
very
about the
clear. You're trying to run away from the law of Moses by saying that it wasn't actually given by God. This is something made up by Moses, even though the book says it came from God. And I showed you a clear passage where Jesus seems to be endorsing the law of Moses. So even if you don't think it came from God, your Messiah said you should do it anyways.
Yeah, so I do completely agree that he's endorsing the law of Moses, but it's not in the sense that is specifically relating to whether or not, like the virgin passage or anything like that.
Is that part of the law?
It's in the law, yes.
Okay, so Jesus didn't make a difference. He didn't say all of the laws except for the ones you don't like. He didn't say all of the laws except for the ones pertaining to virgins.
Yeah, but notice there's a distinction in the law between being told what to do and being told what not to do.
I know, yeah.
So scholars can relate this to the statement of the being told what to do, because there's different sins. There's sins that are unintentional in the law. There's sins of omission. There's different sins of that type.
Yep.
And so when we're relating the law here, it's going to be in reference to what God told the children of Israel to do.
But you just said he didn't tell them. You just said God didn't give these laws.
Yeah, so when I say
so did God give the laws or not? I'm really having trouble following you here.
No.
Okay, so God didn't give the laws of Moses. Okay, just make sure we're clear there. Okay, so did God give the 10 Commandments?
I think the 10 Commandments, yes.
Oh, so you like those? So we're going to count those as God's.
Well, the reason I give them special attribution is because they're directly given special attribution.
Did God give the sacrificial laws in Leviticus, the ones that are specifically supposed to point you towards Jesus?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, God didn't? So the sacrificial laws are not evidence of foreshadowing to Jesus.
No, I think those are rabbinical traditions.
So
I don't use those as direct foreshadowing to Jesus. No.
So in Leviticus 25, when it says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel," that's not true. That never happened.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think.
Boy, I've never heard a pastor get up in here and tell me all of the laws of Moses are made up and they're not actually from God. So what you're telling me is that all of these laws that the book says was given by God are a lie.
Yeah, I disagree that it was.
Why is Jesus telling people to follow these laws that are a lie?
Yeah, so he's only telling them to follow them because it is something that Moses was given authority over.
Yeah, I know. And these laws are horrific.
Let me be clear. Whenever we're talking about some of the laws, you're also familiar with the Sanhedrin. You're familiar with how the laws were actually dished out. You're familiar. You're studying on bloody Sanhedrin?
Yes, I've read the Sanhedrin. I've read the Mishnah. I know how these laws were subverted. I know how the rabbis knew these laws were barbaric, and they did everything they could to make sure that these laws didn't actually get implemented because they knew they were terrible. But again, your argument is not good. You can't keep running to the rabbis to justify any of your positions.
I'm not running to the rabbi. I'm not running to the rabbis at all on this point. The point I'm making,
you're quite literally doing it right now.
No, all I'm doing is relating the historical context of the law.
It wasn't given during the rabbinic age.
I didn't claim it was.
Then why are you appealing to the rabbis?
I talked about the Sanhedrin.
I know. The Sanhedrin is made up of the elders that are on the council, some of them rabbinic and some of them not. But they were they were in cahoots with all the rabbis. That's why you can find the writings of the Sanhedrin in the Talmud.
The Sanhedrin were established during the laws of Moses in order to enact justice.
No, they weren't. They were invention of the Hasmonean period.
No, they were instantiated specifically to enact justice in regards to
That's
even
a legend.
within the law. No, even in the law, it's represented.
I'm willing to be wrong on this, but I don't think you're right. I don't think the Sanhedrin is mentioned anywhere in the Old Testament. As far as my memory serves from reading the actual history from F.F. Bruce, the Sanhedrin was something that developed during the Hasmonean period.
Yeah, the name Sanhedrin isn't, but the 70 elders that are represented is absolutely.
Yes, we know about the 70 elders. Yes, they exist. They're right there in Exodus 24. Yep, the 70 elders go up on the mountain. But now you're making an artificial connection, saying that these 70 elders are the same thing as the Sanhedrin.
Yeah, that just follows the oral tradition and the written tradition. That the Sanhedrin, the reason it has the exact number of elders is because it's represented as the ancient Sanhedrin in the Torah.
Yes, I know. I know how the Sanhedrin formed. It formed during the Hasmonean dynasty.
Yeah, that's just not controversial.
I know it's not controversial. It didn't form.
Then what are you arguing with me
It
for?
didn't form during the time of Moses. It formed during the time of the Hasmonean dynasty, and they used Exodus as their guide.
So maybe like the name, are you talking like a semantic difference of like calling them officially the Sanhedrin? Because all I'm referencing right now is the concept. I'm not referencing like whether or not they were called the Sanhedrin at a specific point.
Yeah, the Sanhedrin, the actual Sanhedrin, was way after these elders in Israel. The elders did function similarly to the Sanhedrin, but they didn't have the same governing authority as the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin governing authority was almost unilateral. They still had to inquire of the Lord here. They still had to go to Moses or to whoever the prophet was here.
They had to have two. They had to have 2 or 3 witnesses whenever it was in relation to enacting the death penalty.
Deuteronomy 13 and 17. Absolutely, you still need the witnesses. I agree. There are still judges here.
Yeah. So, and when we're talking about the 10 Commandments and bearing false witness, like all of that is related. And so, when we're talking about this passage specifically, I want to get to the part where it says, because we can agree on this. We can agree categorically. Like you and I probably agree more than disagree on this. Categorically, the Torah is a law code, and it was something that progressed over time, and it would develop, and it developed over time. I think you and I
know that historically. That's why the Bible is a lie. The Bible is a book of lies, because we know historically that most of these law codes definitely don't date back to anybody named Moses.
Yeah, I don't make any claim on like the documentary hypothesis or whether or not Moses. I just haven't really studied that portion of it.
There's no way Moses wrote this.
I don't really care. Well, I mean, it's possible, but it's not.
It's completely improbable. There's like 30 references to what happened on the eastern side of the Jordan, which is where Moses would have wrote it from. Moses never wrote from the western side of the Jordan because he wasn't allowed to go into the promised land. How many references to events that happened on the other side of the Jordan need to be in the book before we just realize whoever was writing it was writing from the western side?
Yeah, and I think that's a valid inference. Like, that's one of the inferences and why I'm not settled on what hypothesis I lend to or lean toward. But this is where we can agree. We can agree the category of the Torah. Like, I think we're fine there. But the point is that you're making here with Jesus is more of like a theological point. And it's just saying, okay, Jesus is endorsing the Torah. I agree with that. I don't have a problem that Jesus is endorsing the Torah. He's endorsing that they should continue to follow in their way of life. He's endorsing that they should continue to live the way they were living. But when we're talking about that endorsement, this is where the schools of Hillel and Shammai come in.
I know.
Because exactly. Yes. Most people don't know. Jesus is endorsing specifically Hillel and the teachings of Hillel because Shammai was so rigid with the law.
Yes, it's in Pirkei Avot. I've read it. Yes.
Yeah, and so this goes to my point. Since Shammai was so rigid with the law and Jesus is just representing the teachings of Hillel, which is more the spirit of the law, it's going to represent a less rigid form.
Yes,
than
I know.
People to death.
I know all of this. I know that all of the teachings of Jesus were not unique. They were born right out of the school of Hillel. And Paul's teachings are very similar to Gamaliel. I know. But that obfuscates the point. The point is that Jesus in the New Testament, more than one time, advocates for keeping the law of Moses. He said so, that you need to make your righteousness even more than the Pharisees. And when people ask him, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He asks them, are you doing the commands that Moses gave? So everything we know about Jesus is that he endorsed the laws of Moses. So here's the thing.
But the specific endorsements, really quick, the specific endorsements, though, like Jesus says, the law is fulfilled in these two. Love the Lord your God and love your neighbor as yourself, right? In these we fulfill the commandments because that is the very definition of sin, is the failure to love God or failure to love people in some respect or another.
It's irrelevant.
Right? No, it's directly related to what Jesus is informing them to obey.
Oh, you're misquoting Matthew.
How am I misquoting?
He doesn't say that you can accomplish all the laws by doing these two laws. He says these are the two greatest commands. He says all the law and the prophet hang on these two. He just says these are the two greatest commands. He doesn't say that you get to ignore all the other ones.
I never claimed. I don't even know what you're in reference to right now. I'm not claiming that.
We might be talking about different passages then.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that you have to ignore any of the others.
Okay, so
Like
Jesus says,
I agree with the statement you just made that on these hang all of the commandments. Love the Lord your God and love your neighbor as yourself.
that's right, whoever does them
So this is
teaches
going to
them will be
inform us
called
the
great in the
context.
kingdom of heaven. Do you
And
agree
so this,
that it was Jesus' opinion that the law of Moses, performing the law of Moses, was good?
yes.
Okay, so then Jesus believes that the laws given in Deuteronomy were good.
Yeah, as they were adapted to this time and culture.
He didn't say
And
that.
they-
He
and they
didn't say
weren't-
that.
And they weren't.
Didn't say
and
that.
No, because he's following the teachings of Hillel. This
See,
is
this
why I
is the
brought it up.
gymnastics you have to do. In order to
No, because the
rationalize this
context-
book, you have to take
context
everything
is
that the book
teachings of Hillel.
says and say it doesn't mean what it actually says. It's
No,
just
the context
constant
is the-
mental gymnastics. If the book
I'm
doesn't
giving
mean
context,
if the
Justin.
book doesn't mean what it actually says, how is anybody supposed to read this book and understand any of it? You're just
Yeah, it
creating a
means
God
more.
who is de facto the author of confusion. If you need to read all of the Talmud and all of the church fathers to understand that the laws of Moses weren't given to Moses, even though the book says they were given to Moses by God, then you've created a worldview that is self-contradictory.
So we shouldn't listen to context.
What I'm saying is you're now placing the school of Hillel as
You're like
superior. You're now
chastising
placing
me
the
for
school
actually
of
paying attention.
Hillel as your superior authority above the Bible. Because the Bible says that God gave these laws, and the Bible says that Jesus endorsed the laws.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the historical context, what do we see? Like, you can't chastise me for looking at the context and coming to conclusions based off the context.
No, but
I feel like that's what you're trying to do.
But your
Which is really
conclusions
silly.
are invalidating the text itself. Your conclusion is that the words don't mean what they mean. And when the Bible says that God gave these laws, it didn't really mean he gave these laws. So again, if none of these laws were actually given by God, then that means this book is committing one lie after another. We've got four books full of lies. Exodus, all the laws, lies. Numbers, all the laws, lies. Leviticus, all the laws, lies. Deuteronomy, all of them lies. Moses made them up.
Yeah, so when we're looking at this, I can just affirm everything in this passage, and it's still not going to it's not going to make the inference that you just made, right? So all I can say is, one, we know that the law is given to the children of Israel first, right?
By who?
We agree? Wait. Let's just walk through this. We agree the law is given to the children of Israel.
By whom?
Jesus is reinforcing that the law is being given to the children of Israel,
Yes.
and that they should follow those laws, they should follow those commands, right?
Yeah, he
And
did. I agree.
Okay, good. So when we're looking at this and we say, okay, whoever doesn't do them and they will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does them and teaches them, or I'm sorry, whoever doesn't do them will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Pretty clear.
This is representing a reward system. It's not a salvific system.
Yes, I
And
didn't
it's
say
only
anything
going
about
to apply-
salvation.
Yeah, and it's only going to apply to the children of Israel.
I didn't say anything about salvation. I didn't say whether or not this applied to anybody but Israel. What I'm saying is that Jesus is endorsing a legal code that you think is immoral.
He's endorsing a legal code that is specifically related to the children of Israel.
That you admitted is immoral.
It is. No, I wouldn't say it is immoral.
You
I would say
said
it's
Deuteronomy
not- I would
22
say
was
it's
an unjust law.
progressively- Yeah, I think it's unjust. but I
Okay,
wouldn't
is
say-
Deuteronomy part of this law code?
Wait, one second. So I would say it's unjust. I don't think it is going to. It's going to meet up to the standard of justice or what I would consider justice today, because we also know that the law code was not given as a perfect moral law. Like that was never the position of the Torah. It was
is.
never the position. It was never the position that
Yep.
it was the perfect moral law.
Sure was. Psalm 19 says so. It says the law of the Lord is perfect. Psalm 19:7.
So just because
you guys
David-
never read their book. So you want to
No,
say
so
that Jesus
wait a
is the
second, wait a
Messiah because of a psalm that you read,
Wait a sec-
but
wait a
you
s-
won't
wait a
you
second.
won't allow me to quote Psalm 19:7 when it says that the law of the Lord is perfect.
Okay, so you're quoting poetry now to instantiate some sort of literal interpretation?
It says right here in Psalm.
Wait,
the
just,
law,
just so we're clear,
the law of
are
the
you quoting
the law
poetry
of.
just to instantiate a literal interpretation?
I absolutely am because
Okay, so
literal
you're gonna take poetry-
because
you're gonna take
literal
poetry as
because
literal.
literal statements exist within poetry. I don't know if you've actually read any poetry, but poetry makes real claims about the world sometimes. And the claims
Oh,
in this
but it can't
poetry
make
and
prophetical
the claims in this poetry are the law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The decrees of the Lord are sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is clear, enlightening the eyes. So according to this psalm, the laws of the Lord are all beneficial and good and perfect.
So now we can apply poetry to literalism, but we definitely can't do poetry and prophecy to literalism.
No, I was very clear that what was written by David, while it was poetry, is still dead literal. I never said it wasn't literal.
You don't consider them messianic prophecies. You said they're opposed.
I said it's not a
Hold on,
prophecy.
I don't want to go back to that.
You can't call it a prophecy because there's some words on a page that sound similar to words on another page. A prophecy is a clear genre of text, and a psalm is a clear genre of text. And in the psalms, and they make good declarative statements, they make imprecatory prayers. There's all kinds of stuff happening in these psalms. But you know what's not in any of the psalms that you listed? An actual prediction for the future.
Well, I disagree.
Find one. Find me a psalm that makes a prediction for the future.
Specifically as it relates to this, you act like as Christians, or I mean, you yourself as a Christian, no wonder you deconstructed, is because you had this like presupposition that every single word, that every single thing in the Bible has got to be directly from God and has got to be absolutely true.
I didn't.
Because if you're acting like
Nope,
it.
I was never an inerrantist, not once.
Okay, so you're totally fine with David having false beliefs?
Well, no. If what I'm saying is, if you're going to use the Psalms as prophecy, prophecy. I don't know how this is so difficult for you. I don't believe that the Bible is true. Everything that we're doing right now, everything we're doing right now is an internal critique on your worldview.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. When you were a Christian, did you believe that anyone in the Bible could hold false beliefs?
Yes, of course they can. Mm-hmm.
When you were a Christian, you believed that?
Yes, of course I believed it. Just because David wrote it, I didn't believe everything David said was literally true.
Yeah.
And I still don't believe it now.
So I'm the same way.
Okay, so then we can agree this verse doesn't mean anything for you. But it does mean something for a lot of Christians right now watching this chat, because there's a lot of Christians in here that think that the Bible is literally true, and that if the psalmist says something that is accidentally prophetic, that it must be from God, because every word spoken by David is from God. I don't believe that. You don't believe that, but a lot of people do believe it. And if they do believe it, then they would see that Psalm 19:7 says that the law of the Lord is perfect.
Yeah, and I agree. We would just disagree with those people. And like to the Christians that I'm talking to right now, let me just say this. It's okay to say that the people who wrote the Bible thousands of years ago held false beliefs about the world, held false beliefs about science, held false beliefs about morality, because everything that's represented in the Bible and what I hold to in my view of inspiration is just this progressive sense of revelation, progressive sense of morality, progressive sense of rationality, progressive sense of historicity. Those progressive elements lead us to a conclusion that God is trying to take us down. Like, that's the belief I hold. Divine inspiration isn't the case that God wrote down every single word. Divine inspiration is the case that the events, the experiences...
Who are you preaching to?
I'm just talking to the audience, Christians.
They know this stuff.
They don't.
This is Sunday school stuff.
No, you know that.
This is Sunday school stuff. They know the difference between dictation and inspiration.
No, they don't.
It's just preaching. So what parts of Deuteronomy are actually true? That's what I want to know.
That's not preaching.
So what parts of Deuteronomy are actually true?
I mean, there's different points that can be true.
I'm asking what parts are actually true, because if God didn't give any of these laws, is it true when we have the blessings and cursings at the end of Deuteronomy? When God literally says that you're not going to do these laws, and when you don't do these laws, I'm going to punish you. Did that really happen?
No, I think those are absolutely just still going to be representative of the children of Israel and creating their law code.
Okay, so what is there anything in Deuteronomy that really happened?
So I still believe everything about Deuteronomy happened.
Is
I
there?
believe that's instantiated in
You
the law
don't.
code.
You just
I don't
said that God
understand.
didn't give these law codes, and Deuteronomy says that He did. Do you want me to read it for you?
That's a separate question, Justin.
Do you need me? Do you need me to read it for
You
you?
said, wait a second. No. I'm very good at remembering what people say.
I don't think you are.
You just said, do you believe anything in Deuteronomy is actually true?
I asked you.
That was what you asked me.
What in this book is actually true?
Yeah, what in the book of Deuteronomy is actually true?
I'm asking
And I
you, what
said-
is?
Yeah, and I said, I think everything is true in the sense of it is actually the literal law code that the children of Israel like established, and then they created traditions around oral traditions.
That's not what
and
I
so on and
asked.
so forth.
I didn't ask you if you believed that law codes existed in Deuteronomy. I'm asking you about the actual events that are described in Deuteronomy. Are any of them true?
I don't really make any claims one way or the other.
So
I don't know.
This is the craziest jumping jacks and gymnastics you have to do to hold on to your faith. You have to tell me that you don't know if anything in Deuteronomy actually happened. That's insanity right now.
No, it's just a historical perspective. I don't.
Not the Christians
It's not
calling him a cop out. Damn.
So the whole New Testament, all of the laws and the prophets, it didn't literally happen. So when Jesus mentions the law and the prophet, he's just mentioning something that's untrue.
I didn't say it didn't happen.
Did Jesus believe that this stuff happened?
Probably the things that Jesus believed, I would believe.
Did Jesus believe that Deuteronomy actually happened?
In what sense?
Good to see you, Claire.
In what sense? That's a wide topic.
Did these events literally occur in history?
And I told you I don't know, and you're like chastising
That's a
me
cop
for that.
out. You know Jesus believed that Moses was a real person. Dude,
Christians called it.
I've never seen a pastor get so cooked just literally reading the Bible. What about Leviticus? How much of Leviticus actually happened?
I think it's fascinating that when someone is like honest with you, you decide that you're going to turn it into like an opportunity to, I don't know, chastise them. Or
Because you came up on here grandstanding on arguments I told you 3 hours ago weren't going to work, and you decided that you were going to do anything other than read the Bible. I had to argue with you for 2 hours before you would even read the book with me. Now that we're actually reading the book, now you're just playing coy, and you're getting mad at me because we've been talking for 3 hours because you wanted to do nothing but obfuscate and run from the book when you know that my live is literally dedicated to reading this book. You came up here thinking you were going to get away from reading this book.
And if I wanted to, I could have.
You couldn't have. You could have ran. That's the only thing you would have had, because it doesn't matter. If you're on this stage, I'm making you read this book. This book is the best weapon we have to making more atheists, because I'm getting an actual Christian pastor to admit that the book of Deuteronomy isn't literally true, even though his Messiah seems to think it's true. You don't think these laws actually came from God.
Do you have to lie to your audience? Do you have to lie to your audience?
This is embarrassing. I'm going to show this to your church probably. What's the name of this guy's church?
Do you have to lie to your audience, Justin?
I don't have to lie to my audience. In fact,
did I ever say?
In fact, they've already heard these arguments.
Wait, really quick. This is a really simple answer. Did I ever say
He's not
that they're
lying.
true?
This is being recorded.
No. It's an instantaneous lie. Did I ever say?
It's live on YouTube. It's being recorded right now.
Did I ever say that the events in Deuteronomy did not happen?
You said you don't know. And then I asked you about specific events.
Wait, right there.
I asked you about specific events, and you said you don't think they happened. So that's why I asked you. So that's why I asked you. If I know you're in a corner, and I know you're terrified right now to keep reading the book with me. I asked you what in Deuteronomy actually did happen, and you couldn't provide me with an answer.
Yeah, I just don't make any claims on what did or didn't happen.
Why? Why can a Christian pastor with the Holy Spirit, with the power of the name of Jesus inside of him, can't open this book and tell me what in Deuteronomy actually happened?
Because it's so far back in history that we don't have enough evidence to make proper claims on it.
Then I have no reason to believe any of it's true.
That's
The
fine.
name of the church is
but
Crosswind
listen,
in Tampa, Apple said.
wait, why are you doxing me? That's fine.
It's on recording now.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
fine.
a church.
Yeah, but listen,
How much in
I'm a pastor
Leviticus is
also.
true?
So again, I don't make any claims. You want to know where I'll make claims? I'll
So
make claims in the New
why
Testament.
were they practicing all these festivals if they weren't
You
from
wanna know
God?
you want to know where I'll make claims? Because of tradition.
So
you want to know where I'll make claims? I'll make claims.
the
Justin,
festival of Passover, the most important festival for these people, it's literally the crux of the
Justin.
crucifixion narrative. The Passover didn't even come from God. The prefigure, the foreshadowing of Jesus Christ as a Passover lamb didn't come from God.
Did I say it didn't come from God?
I asked you. Did the
listen,
festivals
when
according did the
I don't
festivals
make claims.
stop running from the Bible? Did
I'm not running.
Did the festivals
You're
according
just-
to
you're
the
in this-
Bible? Did the
No,
stop running? I'm going to keep
No.
asking you till you answer it. Did God
Yeah,
give?
I already answered.
Did God give
I
the
already
instructions to perform these festivals?
I already said no. I don't know.
There we go.
That's
He's
the point.
invalidating everything. He's invalidating the whole New Testament. John went out of his way to paint Jesus as the Passover lamb, and God didn't even give the instructions for the Passover. They are invented by Moses. Oh my God. This is
I love
unreal.
how you're saying that we're doxing you when you literally promoted your church because Matt Delahanty debated there. So nice try.
This is wild.
The way that was used was a dox.
The
because
Old
you have
Testament is the foundation for the New Testament. You can't hold on to the
don't
New
make
Testament
historical
while
claims.
invalidating everything in the Old Testament. This is unreal. What about the prophets?
The things I make claims on are going to be historically evidenced. Those are the things I'll make claims on.
Right, okay.
I don't make,
Mhm. Did Isaiah write Isaiah?
Wait a second. I don't make claims.
Did Isaiah write Isaiah?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. Did Isaiah write second
Listen,
Isaiah?
Listen, I am
The most
not,
important prophecy. You waited all night to read
am
Isaiah
not-
53. That's the only prophecy you wanted to read. And you can't tell me if Isaiah wrote that prophecy.
Yeah, neither can you. Can you say it?
I don't think he wrote it. And do you want to know my reason why?
That's fine.
Do you want to know why?
Sure.
Because according to the book, Isaiah lived before the Assyrian invasion, which was about 725-ish when we read it in the beginning of Isaiah. He's clearly writing after King Cyrus has already made his departure into Babylon, because he mentions in the present tense what God is doing with King Cyrus and what King Cyrus is actually doing, which means he had to have lived over 200 years if he lived, and the language changes completely. The language we have in 2nd Isaiah doesn't match 1st Isaiah. Moreover, the manuscripts we have are in block script Hebrew that didn't exist until after the exilic period. All of our manuscripts are from the post-exilic period. So we have no evidence internally or externally that Isaiah even wrote Isaiah. So now the most important prophecy in the entire Old Testament, we don't even know who wrote it.
Yeah, and that wouldn't really even be it wouldn't be a concern. Prophecies are not
concern for
indicative
me.
Yeah, prophecies are not indicative of the person who writes it. But
It's just
again,
some random
when
dude in a desert that you don't
when I
even know
say-
who it is. Someone just found his writing, threw it in a book, put Isaiah's name on it.
I know you feel really comfortable right now because you're like in your comfort zone.
Yes,
I
because
I
I've
get
read the
that.
Bible.
Yeah, I've read the Bible too. Just because I don't make claims on whether or not an event happened or didn't happen, there are certain things I believe. There are other things I don't. Like that's perfectly. It's rational. That's all you get. Now, if you want to talk about claims in the New Testament, we have a lot more evidence to actually back up the things that occurred.
I don't think you do.
I would just disagree.
I don't think you do. I think you've got the same standard of evidence for the Old Testament. You can you can verify that people exist. You can verify that geographical locations exist. You might even verify some of the events based on Roman records, but you can't verify any of the miracles, not a single one.
Why would you think we can verify the miracles separate from any historical account?
Well, there you go. If you can't validate the miracles, why would I care
Yes.
if you can validate that the pool of Siloam existed? Why would I care
it's
that you
called-
could validate that Jesus may or may not have been born at a particular time period? None of that's relevant unless you can validate that he rose from the dead.
Yeah, you can historically validate it.
that's fine, but you don't really care about historical evaluation.
I do. That's why I don't believe this book, because it doesn't hold up to science. It doesn't hold up to history.
No, you just committed a category error.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Do you think you should be able to scientifically test whether or not a miracle happened in history?
Yes, you should have at least evidence of many witnesses. You should. I'm answering it. If you would stop talking, you should have at least valid witnesses, and you don't even have that. The witnesses we have for the Bible are some of the weakest witnesses ever. Most of them lived decades after the fact, and they're just copying each other. Mark is the earliest gospel. He wrote around 70 CE. Both Matthew and Luke copied directly from Mark. Over 90% of his gospel copied directly, which means they had to have written after Mark was already published.
Yeah, so when we're looking at the dating of Mark, for example, the 70 AD, it's not, it may be like a consensus view, but it's not definitive because it presupposes like methodological naturalism.
I don't care. Call it 60 AD. I don't care. He was the cousin of Barnabas.
Yeah. So when we're talking about Mark, we can absolutely establish a traditional authorship because that was something that the early church held to. The earliest traditions held to traditional authorship of the people that the books are attributed to.
So now you want to appeal to the early church? You sure you want to do that? Because there's a lot of things the early church believed that I don't think you're going to like.
No, I disagree with some of the beliefs of the early church. I'm just talking about reviewing traditional authorship.
You keep appealing to people that don't completely agree with you. I don't know why you keep doing that.
Why would you? That's like a really stupid standard.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to appeal to rabbis and church fathers, thank you, 46.
Win watermelon.
then you just have to you have to recognize that a lot of them don't agree with you either.
Yeah, like I can disagree with things Bart Ehrman says, but there's also things I can agree with. It's not, you don't have to just take it all or throw it all away like you're trying to like represent. You can say, hey, this makes sense. It makes sense from an archaeological view. It makes sense from a historical view. It makes sense from a textual view. It makes sense, whatever, traditional view. You can talk about all of that and say, okay, this is more of a rational position to hold based off of the evidence that we have.
What's the evidence? What's the rational evidence that Jesus resurrected from the dead? Because he's got nothing but failed prophecies. He failed his own predictions. I'm sure you're just going to say, well, the words don't mean what words were. So what evidence do we have that this story is anything but fantasy written about an itinerant rabbi that probably did exist, but we have no reason to believe any of these miracle stories existed?
Yeah, we have historical evidence
like
and
what?
testimonial claims. It's testimony.
Like what? Whose testimony? Jesus never wrote anything.
I didn't claim Jesus wrote anything. Paul
didn't meet Jesus. He bumped his head on a horse. He wasn't alive when Jesus was alive.
You don't have any evidence for that claim.
I do. The book of Acts is your evidence. And the book of Acts says that Paul fell off his horse and had a vision of Jesus. Paul wasn't around when Jesus was around.
The claim is the resurrection.
Yeah, the claim is the resurrection.
Why would I need Paul to exist at the same time Jesus was alive in order to instantiate evidence for a resurrection based off a witness?
Because you mentioned eyewitnesses, and Paul wasn't around when Jesus resurrected.
That didn't answer my question.
Maybe you didn't ask it well enough. We're talking about eyewitnesses, and you brought up Paul, but Paul wasn't an eyewitness to anything.
Why would I need Paul to exist?
You mentioned him, not me.
Why would I need Paul to exist?
Edwater, that's right, Whiskey Punch. The guest is a heretic. He's going to super hell for denying the word of God. So Paul, not only was Paul a heretic who couldn't read his Old Testament, Paul never met the actual Jesus. He claimed to have met the resurrected Jesus when he bumped his head, and then there's one other occasion where he claims to have been taught by Jesus personally. I have no reason to believe those claims because he can't even quote the Old Testament properly.
Yeah, but your justifications on whether or not you believe claims doesn't mean that they're not justifications.
Why would I believe Paul? Paul makes outrageous claims. He says in, was it Acts 22, he got papers from the Sanhedrin to go and persecute the Christians?
Did Paul know Peter? Did Paul know the other disciples? Did he have relationships?
I don't think he actually did, no.
Oh, then what's your evidence for that?
Because I have no reason to believe that he did. What we have is a bunch of letters from Paul. You know what we don't have?
Oh, so wait. So you're
you know what we don't have?
No. Let me just be clear.
You know what we don't have?
So you're saying we have
Do
positive
you,
evidence for a claim
nope.
No. So you're saying we have positive evidence for the claim that Paul wrote at least 7 of the writings that are attributed to him.
I didn't say
right?
that, not at all. What I said
Wait a
is that
second,
we
wait a second.
have some writings that are
You said there's
attributed.
no
We have
evidence
some
that
writings
Paul-
that are attributed to Paul. We have no way of validating if they actually came from Paul. We have no way of validating if Paul was a real person. And the people that he claimed to meet didn't write about him. The best you can do is 2 Peter. Paul is mentioned in 2 Peter, and 2 Peter has largely been rejected by the church for most of history as not being authentically even from Peter.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with that.
There you go.
There are authentic and inauthentic letters.
So I have no reason to believe that Paul was a real person. I mean, I do think he was, but I don't think what we know about him is good.
So you don't.
Jaren is doing
you don't hold to the
stylometric. Hold on, bot.
Yeah, Jaren's probably jumping in
Jaren is
circles right now.
doing- Yeah, he's doing a stylometric analysis on Paul's letters as we speak.
I'd love to see that one.
Oh yeah. So I've asked very specifically for all the data on that stylometric analysis, and they refuse to give it. So I'm not interested until they
That's
provide.
bullshit.
Refuse to
Because
give
they
it.
actually have a book
It's in the-
called Christ Before Jesus that shows you
It's in
everything.
it's in the public
The book is
domain.
not- the book is not the data. I've asked specifically for the data.
Everything they have, you can get in the public domain.
Not
Literally,
you
it's
can,
free.
You absolutely cannot.
Yep, I've downloaded Stylo
Yes,
myself.
you can.
It's a
can
free to get program. You can program
Oh
it
my gosh,
yourself.
this is silly.
You can download the Greek text for yourself.
Can you download their inputs?
You mean their actual coding?
Yes, their data.
I doubt
No.
I doubt they're just giving out their own version of the code. But they
Yeah, so
gave
their
you
book-
they gave you the
their-
formula.
No, that's no. So when
Oh,
it comes to the
so you
stylometric
you want
analysis-
them to hand over the code that they actually coded to you.
No, I want them to hand over their inputs and their data that they put into
That's
the stylometric
crazy.
analysis.
They tell
want them
you
to-
it's in the book. Did you bother reading it?
Yeah, like what the fuck?
They
Do-
tell
do
you
I need to promote
they
the book? I
they
can
told you
grab
in
it.
the
No.
book how they did it.
Both Than, myself have read the book, and we actually have another stylometric analyst that wants to talk to them and has emailed them on multiple occasions.
Well, maybe
to
you
which
should
they
take it
have
up with
not
him.
replied. Yeah, they have not replied.
Maybe
So I'm not
you should
interested
take
in
it up.
stylometric
Maybe
analysis.
you should take it up with them.
Oh, I have. We've DM'd, but they have not sent the stuff we've asked for.
Maybe you should cry to them about it. I'm not a mythicist.
That's fine, but
I don't believe that all of these were written in the 2nd and 3rd century or later. Just to be clear, I love Jaren. I don't agree with the position that he holds currently. So
that's good.
I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong on this. What I'm telling you is that you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, no, I'm not accusing you of holding the same views, but I'm just glad you're rational enough to say that their data, it's
No, I think their data is good, and I think their process is good. I trust the stylometric process. The problem is that I
I
think
don't have a problem with stylometry. I've looked into stylometry a lot.
I think the problem is
Stylometry isn't the issue; it's their inputs in
Nope.
regards to the data.
I don't think so. I think the problem is the philology will probably disagree with them.
So, all right. Well, do you have anything else you want to talk about? Because it's like 3:30 where I'm at.
I mean, I can talk about the Bible all morning.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything else specific that you
My
want
baby
to?
said I'll pull the
do this.
all-nighter.
let's do this. Let's just talk about like one other subject, and then we'll call it.
I can agree with that. We'll do one other subject. I guess we're going to have to make it a really good one, won't we?
Sure.
Is God all just?
Yes.
So is God all just because everything he does is objectively just, or is God all just because God can't do, let me rephrase this. Is God all just because anything God does is just by definition because of the definition that you've already attributed to him?
Yes, I hold to modified divine command theory.
Okay, so you're a divine command theory. Okay, so
Modified divine command theory. There's one specific distinction there.
okay, so is there a limit?
A limit? What do you mean?
Well, in typical divine command theory, the situation is that anything God does is by definition good or just, because God can't do things that are unjust, which is, it is what it is. I can roll with it. But I guess
Modified just basically says this. Modified says that God is perfect. So you start off with arguments for the perfection of God, of how like a maximally perfect being would exist. And then you say, okay, if God is perfect, then God holds perfect rationality. And that perfect rationality, indicative of his perfection, is going to create perfect moral systems. And then he can command those perfect moral systems from that perfect moral rationality, and so on and so forth.
So is there anything God can do that would be unjust?
Like, are you asking if God can contradict his nature?
No, I mean, if God does anything, let's say God does X, Y, and Z, do we have to assume that X, Y, and Z are inherently just because God did it?
Yeah, so if it was the case that God did something like grape or something like that, then yeah, we would just say that that's unjust.
Okay, so there is a limit then.
But then you would posit more of the evil God hypothesis over any sort of good God hypothesis.
Well, I guess, no, that's not my question.
Regular divine command theory goes into kind of what you're leaning into. Regular divine command theory is like, if God commands that graping is okay, then does it become okay? That's just regular divine command theory. Mm-hmm. Modified divine command theory is it's a little different. It's that we recognize what is morally rational and what is morally good, in the sense of as it applies to God's perfection.
It really sounds like subjective morality to me. So if God is the source of justness, then what's the... Oh, you are a subjectivist?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
modified divine command theory is a subjectivist position more so.
So we agree. Morals are subjective.
Yeah, I would just make one clarification, say morals are subjective to God.
So if God does it, it is by definition good then?
If God does it, it's by definition good, as long as it's something that like God's perfect in nature would instantiate, yeah.
Okay, so then God can't do injustice. Unless he purposely wills to do it.
God can't do injustice by nature, no.
Okay, so then by definition, I feel like you're trying to walk a tightrope here, because this still puts you in a position where if God threw a bunch of babies in the incinerator, you'd have to say that that's the just thing to do.
It depends if there's like good reason or justification.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out where the limit is. Where's the limit that if God does something, then you point it and say, oh, that's not good?
So, I mean, the limit would be as it applies to our own rational processes, as it applies to our own rationality. So remember when I talked earlier about believing in like moral progress? Mm-hmm. Moral progress is leading toward moral progress is leading toward a better world. So within thousands of years ago, they had moral systems that we would consider immoral. But then we progress toward different and better moral systems.
Yes, those are human systems. I'm talking about God's system. Why does God's morals need to progress?
Those human systems and God's systems don't have to be opposed.
But I'm asking about God's system. I'm not asking about mankind's system. So
but I think mankind's system overall is like it's very similar to God's system. Like I don't think we really make a distinction there. If we say like we shouldn't unalive someone unjustly, then we would agree with that, right?
Yes, but we're talking about if God is able to do things unjust. And what I'm hearing is that we can use our own subjective evaluation to determine if God did something unjust. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, it's in the hypothetical, that'd be fine, yeah.
Yeah, in the hypothetical. Okay, so in the hypothetical, if God walked up to a baby and just lopped his nose off, do I have the subjective experience of saying that's unjust, and does that make it unjust?
Absent of reason, you could have that, yeah.
Okay, so then in your worldview, it is possible for God to do something that's unjust.
No, it's not.
So it would be just if he cut a baby's nose off.
No, because I'm just saying that the ability to cut the baby's nose off is not possible in the sense of like relation to God's nature.
So he's not all powerful then.
No, he could still be all powerful. Like that's not.
Well, if
that's
he
not
can't
gonna
cut
be
a baby's if he can't cut a baby's nose off, then he can't be all powerful.
No, it's not a couldn't statement. So
That's
your
what you said.
No, your couldn'ts and your wouldn'ts are different.
I didn't
right?
say
So,
could or would. I said, does he have the ability to cut the baby's nose off?
yeah, within his nature, he doesn't. But it's not. I'm not
Nope.
saying in a logical sense. Like
I'm not asking in his
logically-
nature. I'm asking you, does he have the capability of doing it?
Are you just asking like logically? Can God logically do this?
That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking you whether or not you think he would. I'm asking you could.
Yeah, logically, there's no contradiction in that.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so
But when we're talking about logical possibility, and we're talking about more of like how God would act, like it's logically possible that for you to go and like take a knife and stab an infant, like it's logically possible. Like you could do it in that sense, but would your nature ever allow you to do it? Is the separate question. Is it something you would do given the nature of who you are? And that's probably, well, I mean, I don't believe that about you, so the answer is probably a resounding no, right?
yeah. So
so
the question is whether or not God can do something of that nature. Can he do it?
Logically, yeah, there's no contradiction logically, but it's something God would not do, yeah.
I'm asking if you would. I'm asking could. So the answer is yes, he could do it. Now, if God did it, would it be bad?
It's absent of reason, yeah.
So
If God
God can do bad things.
If God did something that is absent of reason, then we would just posit more of the evil God hypothesis. If it's present reason, if God has a reason for the reason that, or a reason or justification for why he does something, then it might not be bad, no.
Okay, so God can do things.
It's like utilitarianism, basically, to an extent.
Right. That's my principle. I'm a utilitarianism. Okay, so God can do things that are bad, and if he does them, then by definition, they must be good.
No, it's not on my view.
Okay, so God can do bad.
God can do bad if we're talking logical possibility. But if we're talking specifically as it relates to just like God metaphysically being able to do something or physically being able to do it, that's a different question.
I'm asking, does he have the ability to do bad?
So it just means it matters what you mean by ability.
Does God have the capability of enacting his will to do something that is bad?
Not according to his perfect nature, no.
So he's not all powerful.
That's an invalid inference.
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
You just said God couldn't do something.
No, it's an invalid inference based off of what you're saying.
It's not. You just said God couldn't do something.
Yeah, that doesn't affect omnipotence.
It does. Omnipotence requires that there's nothing that you can't do, although in your worldview you would say there's nothing that he couldn't do as long as it's logically possible, and I'm okay with that. But
Yeah,
there's no logical contradiction in God being able to do something that's bad.
Yeah, I agree there's not like a logical contradiction, but there would just be a contradiction that is it's in relation to God's nature.
That's just an that's just an artificial barrier that you're implanting into the conversation. It has nothing to do with whether or not God logically has the ability to do it.
Yeah, but being able to do something logically doesn't impact omnipotence.
It does, because logically, if you can't do something, then you can't be omnipotent. And even in this conversation, I'm granting you that he can't do like logical contradictions.
Yeah, and I already said, like from a logical perspective, God could do something like take a baby's nose off, right? There's no logical inconsistency of that. So how does that?
So we'll just back up here. So God,
I'm confused how that relates to omnipotence.
God can do anything logically possible, yes or no?
God can do anything logically possible. Yeah, that's fine.
Fantastic. Is it logically possible?
But when we say can,
is it logically possible for God to do something that's bad?
yeah, I would say there's a contradiction there.
Okay, so where's the contradiction?
Yeah, the contradiction is just going to be indicative of God's nature. If God's nature, by definition, is good, then what is bad?
So we're all the way back to divine command theory in the original state. If God cannot do bad, if he lacks the ability to do bad, then you're just at standard divine command theory.
No, that's not.
This is so easy.
That's not true.
How did these actual Phil bros just come in here and get logically cooked by a guy who doesn't study any philosophy?
That's just
literally,
not
I just program code for a living. Logic is not hard. Okay, if God can do all things logically possible, and it's logically possible for him to do something that's bad, then God can logically do bad things. It just follows.
But I've already said God can do, like, logically, there's no contradiction. Like, I've conceded that, like,
okay, fantastic. So then let's just go on and admit that God can do bad things.
Yeah, there's no logical contradiction in that.
Oh, great. Okay, so can we agree then that God can do bad things?
Yeah, the contradiction is going to be a metaphysical contradiction.
I'm just asking you, it's a yes or no. Can God do bad things?
Why are you asking the same question?
Because I want a yes or no.
I've already said logically, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. That's all I need. So logically, it's possible for God to do bad things, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay, so then you cannot hold to divine command theory. So divine command theory is dead in the water if it's logically possible for God to do bad things, because you don't have any way of knowing if he's acting good or acting bad, which means you're stuck in the same boat as I am with subjective morality, where we use our own moral intuitions to evaluate the actions of God. Roasted, cooked, folded like a lawn chair.
That's not true. You're proclaiming victory on something you don't understand. Just talking about...
Find me the contradiction. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. So me saying that it is logically possible for God to do something, and I'm agreeing with you in terms of like subjectivism or anti-realism. There's no contradiction there. That's just saying that God could complete X action, but just because God could do something, it doesn't, one, limit his omnipotence, and two,
I didn't say that in this case.
It doesn't, and two, it doesn't lend itself to just divine command theory.
It does.
No, because divine command theory specifically is God can command something, and then that can be the moral standard. But then that moral standard is going to represent something that is bad or something that is evil.
Yes, and how do you know if it's bad or evil?
The inference you're making isn't true.
How do you know if God's actions are bad or evil?
How do you know if you know God's actions are bad or evil? It's just going to be indicative of morality.
Yes, and where does that morality come from?
Morality comes from, a couple of different things.
It can't come from the Bible, because these morals didn't come from God.
So there are certain things that are going to be moral, that are going to be based off of environmental factors.
So not from the Bible.
Factors. No, wait a second. There are going to be some moral things that are going to be based off environmental factors and cultural factors, right? So for example, but
not from the Bible.
If I'm not claiming the Bible.
I'm just asking for clarification. We can rule out the Bible as a source of objective morality, right?
I don't hold to objective morality.
I'm asking you, can we rule out the Bible as a source of determining whether or not God's actions are objectively or even subjectively good?
Yeah, we can, that's fine. But
fantastic.
Anyway,
so what's that leave us with? What do we have? Our own subjective intelligence to determine whether or not God is acting good or bad?
No, we would be able to rationalize something toward a progressive moral system.
And what do we rationalize with? Is it our own mind? Is that not the definition of subjective morality?
The definition of subjective morality. Why are you laughing? The definition of subjective morality.
Uh,
The definition of subjective morality is specifically referencing whether or not something is mind dependent.
Yes. Yeah, you're agreeing that we can use our own rational minds to determine if God is doing something that is bad. That's subjective morality. And I've used my subjective mind to determine that the God of this Bible is bad.
Yeah, so there's a distinction between creating moral systems and discovering them. The statement of divine command theory is a statement of discovery. It's not a statement of creating them.
But again, how do you evaluate
that simple?
How do you evaluate if something God did is good or bad?
Yeah, based off of discovered morality.
How do we know? How do we know if we've discovered a morality that is good or bad? What's our method of evaluation?
Well, I mean, the method of evaluation can be environmental, it can be intuitional, it can be multiple things.
So subjective.
It can also be represented, like you can have divine commands that are represented in the Bible as well, but it's not going to be like that's the standard of all moral systems.
It's all subjective. You're just describing an atheist moral system. When are you going to become an atheist? John, join us. Join us on the dark side. You can hail Satan with us and live in a world of subjective morality, and we can judge your God together.
Mr. Friendly is enjoying every moment of this. Mr. Friendly, it's so good to see you again.
Oh, Friendly's back?
Yes.
Oh,
He's been here almost the whole night. Well,
I haven't even seen him. What's up, Friendly? How are you, man? How's school? He's taking a long break from TikTok.
He's got things going on.
Life happens.
All right, so I think we can agree then that the only thing we have to evaluate good from bad is our own subjective minds.
So no, that's not the claim of divine command theory. It's just saying that you discovered.
You just said you don't believe in divine command theory. You believe in a modified divine command theory where we use our own subjective rationality to determine if God is doing something good or bad.
No, modified divine command theory is that there's moral systems in place that we discover. That's modified divine command theory is like, okay, God is perfect moral rationality. God he divinely commands certain aspects of morality, but those things are discovered over time.
I know, I heard it the first time, but how do you know that those discoveries are true? Are you not using your own subjective mind to make that determination?
No, but you're just lending itself to intuition that could be God-given.
Which is subjective.
Not necessarily.
You must use all of your subjective mental faculties to come to that decision.
Yeah, and so that can still be true of divine command theory. Like, it's not inconsistent.
It is very much inconsistent. You either have divine command theory or you don't. If you don't have divine command theory, then you have to rely on your own subjective experience to detail whether or not an action is good or not.
Are you saying both can't be true? Is that kind of the inference you're trying to make?
Well, I'm saying there's no middle ground is what I'm saying.
Are you saying both can't be true?
I'm saying there's no middle ground. You can have divine command theory and you can have subjective morality, but I don't think there's a middle ground. I think you're trying to walk a tightrope because you know the problems with divine command theory and you know the problems with my worldview of subjective morality. So you're trying to ride the middle somewhere and it ain't going to work.
No, riding the middle is exactly what it does. So,
I know, and it doesn't work. We've just demonstrated it.
No. It works perfectly fine. So, for example, let me put.
If all else fails, just double down on your conclusion.
Yeah, that's because you're not skilled at philosophy.
I'm skilled at logic.
Nah,
I do logic literally for a living, even if I don't know all your fancy definitions.
No, it's not about the definitions. It's about the concepts. So, for example, let's say you came over to my house, right? And
they always think a story is going to help them.
Well, I'm just trying to break it down.
I need more Dr. Pepper for this.
Yeah. So the reason the analogy helps is because it breaks it down for you. Like that's it.
Yeah, I know, because I'm so slow.
In this
Don't
topic,
say that.
So you're not slow. I think you're listen, let me be clear. I think you're very intelligent. I don't have a problem with your intelligence, but you're really confident in subjects that you're not studied in.
I'm very confident in the Bible and in logic, even if I don't know your fancy philosophy terms. So
yeah,
what I do know,
when you're talking about morality, you would agree you're not studied on the topic.
I
of
know
morality.
I know enough logic on this topic to know that I roasted you and you're not dealing with it well. So we can start from the beginning. Does God have the ability to do something bad?
Wait a second. Let me give the analogy. This is really simple. So the analogy is going to be something like this. When if I invite you over to my house and I have like this subjective moral command, and I say, okay, when you're in my house, Justin, you have to take your shoes off.
Yep.
And this is like a moral standard for my house.
Yes.
So I divinely command it.
Yep.
But you you discover it first, and then you adhere to it, and that's the middle ground. So you can still make subjective choices.
I didn't
against
discover it; it was told to me.
That's still discovery. That's not a distinction. That's not distinct from discovery.
That's just dictation.
That's still discovery.
If a God tells you to your face, if a God tells you to your face what the rule is, that's divine command theory.
Discovery is still going to be represented by whether or not you learn something.
Wrong. If God tells you to your face what the rule is, that's divine command theory.
That's still discovering a moral command.
It doesn't matter. You can call it discovery all you want. That's God telling you something.
Yeah, so
we're having a subjective argument in the comments right now about which soda is the best.
It's Dr. Pepper Zero.
All right, are you learning something new?
I'm not actually. I'm helping you understand that these semantic games don't actually help you at all, because if God just tells you what the rule is, there's no distinction between that and divine command theory.
Modified divine command theory is that the rule that God is commanding is just indicative of his nature. So the point I'm making is, if you came over to my house and I said, Justin, take off your shoes. You can't have your shoes on in my house. This is a command that I'm giving.
Are you God?
But it's something. Are you learning something new in that moment?
Are you God?
No. Listen.
I'm trying to help you understand my position. In the analogy, are you representing God?
I want you to understand my...
I can't enter into your analogy till you tell me who you are in the analogy. Are you God?
In the analogy, I'll be represented as God. So I tell you, okay, take the shoes off. So my question for you, in that moment of my dictation of telling you to do something, have you learned something new about a mandate that you have?
Yes, I have learned a divine command from God.
So that is what I mean by discovery.
So
right?
what is a divine command by God?
That's where we're on the same page.
Just answer it.
What is a divine command by God?
Yeah.
I mean, just don't unalive people unjustly. Like that's the most common and simplest one.
No, what do we call a moral system that is dependent on God giving you divine commands?
Yeah, modified divine command theory.
Well, there you go. So you have nothing but your subjective mind to determine what you think God's divine commands are. Because you can't rely on the Bible.
Yeah, so within the analogy, you can still reject my command. You can keep your shoes on, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a problem. But it doesn't mean that it's still not a standard. It's just one you're not adhering to.
But how would I know that's the standard?
Because it's the standard because you have this rationalization that I've commanded you to do it.
But I don't, because your analogy doesn't fit the premise that you're laying out. The analogy assumes that I know that you're God, and that you know that I know that you're God, and that when you give me a divine command, I know that it's a divine command, that it would be inherently good to follow. But in real life, we don't know that. In real life, you have no way of evaluating whether or not anything God does is inherently good or inherently bad. So you have to stick to either subjective morality or divine command theory.
And yeah, those aren't opposed to each other. You can have divine command theory and subjective, like, moral system, but
how then where does one start and the other one stop?
The point is just anti-realism. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna head to bed because it's 4 a.m. So when we look at like don't unalive people unjustly, you can apply that to a divine command that's represented in the Ten Commandments, right? That's something that's been divinely commanded. And I told you earlier, I have no problem saying that I think there are special circumstances for the Ten Commandments specifically.
Oh, right. That part of the law is true, even though the rest of it's not, I'm sure.
Wait, before you go, Bob,
And remember,
I must know.
he used his own subjective experience to come to the conclusion that all of the laws of Moses weren't given by God, but these 10 were, even though there's not 10, there's 12.
Yeah, so
But I have a question. Would you
go
marry LGBTQI peoples?
What?
I don't know what words you're
I can't LGBTQI. I'm using
I
safe
think
words.
she's asking you if you would perform a gay marriage.
Well, I was trying to save the life, but yes.
Yeah, so just because it's TikTok, I'm not going to answer that because TikTok is
because he does believe in divine command theory. That particular law from the Old Testament he likes. Although it is repeated in Romans, to be fair. Romans does bring it up.
Take whatever inference you want there. I'm not going to answer that because TikTok is annoying. I've been banned on.
I think we know what the answer is. The answer is no, because if you would, you would just say yes.
The answer that you're inferring is probably correct.
Yeah.
So anyway, when we look at marrying someone or not marrying, when we look at unaliving someone unjustly, like this is something that's going to be represented as a divine command. But I know you know this verse, the verse that talks about like the moral system is written on our heart, right?
There's 2 verses about that.
Yeah, so you know what verse I'm referencing.
There's one in Ezekiel and one in Jeremiah.
Yeah, so we have these representations to
we
where there's something that's divinely commanded, but there's still something that is just instantiated innately within human nature. Prove what?
Prove it. You're saying that we've got these divine commands that's placed in our heart. That's a load of malarkey. You can't demonstrate that to be true because not a single person on this planet can really agree on what is the standard moral code, so prove it.
Yeah, you would agree unaliving someone unjustly is bad, right?
Yeah, but that hasn't been true for all people at all times, so you can't say it's written on mankind's heart.
No. So I said there's 2 things. I'm not saying morality is only written on mankind's heart. That's not my claim. My claim has been that morality is progressive, that it is something that changes like how people relate to it, and ethics and social status and all of that, how they relate to it over time.
But it's subjective.
And then no, I don't think it's subjective. I still think there are.
You already said it doesn't come from God. You already said God didn't give these perfect laws. So if they're
only subjective, it's not subjective to people. It's
if they're not from God and they're progressive, meaning they change over time, then what in the world is the difference between non-divine progressive morality and just plain old subjective morality?
Yeah, the difference because there's one of them is divine command theory or modified divine command theory, and the other one's not. Like that's not hard.
But how do you know that you've discovered a divine command?
Yeah, you establish a God exists first.
So in order to discover a divine moral command, you must first establish that a God exists, even though we have no evidence of that. And then number 2, what's your second mechanism? How do you determine that this is the objective moral or this is the divine moral from God?
Yeah, so if you have evidence or justification that a God exists, and then we start making a cumulative case on which God or whatever, then we can lay out, okay, if this God is theistic, they're going to have interaction with humanity that lays out moral systems or lays out moral precepts in more than just description and dictation. And like it's a whole process. Like it's not something like we just say, oh, morals exist, therefore God. If you do that, you're just naive.
I don't think that actually answered my question. What's the evaluation process that I could use to know if I think a moral written on my heart is from God?
Yeah, it's a cumulative case.
So, but what is it? What's the tools? What tools do I employ to make this determination?
I wouldn't say you can employ any tools.
Okay, so then all you have is your own subjective experience. I feel that something is right, and I'm going to use my only tool at my disposal, my own subjective reasoning to make that determination.
Yeah, could those feelings be coming from God?
I don't think so. No, you'd have to first demonstrate that your God is real. So
Exactly,
you've got two
that's the
problems. You
point.
can't demonstrate that
No,
God is
wait a second.
real.
Wait a
Even
second.
if God was real, you couldn't demonstrate that this was a moral from God. It's just your own subjective reasoning making that determination. But as it turns out, I do have a Holy Spirit decoder ring that I use from time to time to figure out if I could divine God's will.
Okay, that's fine. So whenever I asked you the question, I said, okay, could it be the case that the morals that you hold, the intuitions that you have about morals, could those things come from God? Could those things be written on your heart? And you said, I don't think so. Are you saying it's impossible? Or are you just saying you don't
I
think
said
so?
I don't think so, and I have no reason to
Okay,
believe so. And I started
so-
this conversation, if you remember, like 3-4 hours ago, saying that not all versions of God are logically impossible. There are logically possible versions of God. This just isn't one of them.
Yeah, there's no logical contradiction in Christianity, but that's
Except for the
topic
book is full of lies. And the God of the book, you're dancing around saying that he is the divine command giver, but you don't have a mechanism for determining what those divine commands are.
That's not a logical contradiction.
I didn't say it's a logical contradiction. It says the book is contradictory and your viewpoint is contradictory. If you think that God is a divine lawgiver, but you have no means of knowing what those laws are.
I didn't say we never have any means of knowing what those laws are.
Well, then what are
That's
they?
not
What
I-
is the
that's not what I
mechanism
said.
by which I can evaluate whether or not a moral has come from God?
Yeah, so one is going to be represented by like the things that are divinely commanded, like the actual commands.
Where?
That can be an evaluation.
In the book? Where? What commands?
Yes, in the Bible.
But you just told me these commands didn't come from God. So this can't be a source to determine whether or not a divine command came from God.
I did not say that all of it is not from God.
You
I
said the
in
only ones came from God were the
representation
10.
I said in representation to the law code.
Okay,
But when
so
we're talking-
how
when we're talking
many
about
of the
common-
613 laws came from God?
I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
So you cannot tell me then that you've got
Wait a second,
access to any sort of divine command if you can't tell me what in this book actually came from God.
Sure. So
This is
I-
grandstanding.
No, I
saying that you've got a mechanism for moral superiority above what I have. When we actually probe the depths of this moral system, you can't tell me a single mechanism by which I could know that your method is anywhere superior to just the standard run-of-the-mill subjective moral system that all of us have been employing for 1,000,000 years.
Yeah, but in the same breath, you can't tell me whether or not you know that those innate intuitions that you have are from God or not.
I don't make explicit commands about whether or not there is or isn't any version of God. What I do know is that this version of God is pure fiction. And if we've demonstrated anything in like the last 4 hours that we've been talking, is that nothing in this book about this God can be demonstrated to be true.
Yeah, so I just disagree. I'm not getting into another biblical discussion right now. It's 4 a.m. I think we have hashed this out long enough. But yeah, as it applies to morality, I'll just say this: there isn't a mechanism for morality. Like the mechanism is going to be indicative of your worldview.
Yeah,
and so
subjective.
So if you're an atheist,
Just say it. Just admit it, man. Be honest. The only access to morals you have are the same access to morals that I have.
Dear God, can I finish? Yeah. The claim of Christianity, the claims of morals, is not that you don't have access to morals. That's just silly. That's not the claim. The claim of moral systems are that those morals are discovered rather than created.
You can't demonstrate that.
Yeah, but you can't demonstrate it the other way either. That's
can.
the point.
Mm-hmm.
So
We
no, you
can.
can't. No, you can't. You already conceded.
Because
that
the
point.
inverse of that is, in fact, the obvious. Because nobody has ever agreed on what is objectively moral. We've never had anything except subjective morality. That is the obvious state. Again, if you think that there's a transcendent law that comes from God, you have to demonstrate that there is a transcendent law or a transcendent anything.
Yeah, so we just talk about shoulds. Like, if it's the case, would you ever tell someone they
We're going all
should-
night. I'll go all night, bought by blood, if you keep up here. You know I'm not going to bed.
Oh
No,
my.
I'm exhausted. I've been sick and it's not been great. I've been up here like 4 hours, so
I know.
It's
get
4
it.
a.m. I'm
It's
getting ready to
late.
get to bed. But the yeah, so whenever we're talking about whether or not the moral system is discovered or whatnot, like you say you have some sort of metric in order to lay that out, but you can't deliver that metric. Like if you're going to say to someone else, hey, you should not do this, and you're relaying your own subjective position, then what do you mean by should? Should not do this according to Justin, should not do this according to society, should not do this according to some higher standard. Like whenever we say you should or you should not do something, that's going to relate to something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think, let me be clear, I don't think the moral argument is like a good argument for Christianity.
I know it's not.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think Christians who relay the moral argument are like, and any of my philosopher friends like Fan, Exploring Reality, they would say the same thing. The moral argument isn't nearly as compelling. Cosmological arguments, those are a little more compelling.
Couldn't disagree with that one.
Teleological arguments, those are more compelling. No, I'm just saying in relation to the moral argument, and even more specifically, like the argument for miracles. I know you disagree, but the argument for miracles, that's something that is probably the most compelling in regards, separate from like anecdotal experiences. But Justin, I know we got heated sometimes. I do respect you. I respect your knowledge. Yeah, I respect you. I respect your knowledge.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate you putting up with me. I know I talk over people.
No, and I'm sorry. We disagree. That's clear. We disagree on many, many different subjects, especially as it relates to the Christian worldview. But I'm not going to walk away from here with like any dislike or hatred or anything like that. There's no animosity here. I want you to know that a debate is a debate, and at the end of the day, I mean, if you ever came to Tampa, I would take you out to lunch. We can go eat and not talk about anything regarding religious things. We could talk about video games or coding or whatever. But
I agree. This is fun for me.
yeah, no, it's fun for me too. I'm just like, I'm almost out of it right now.
I get it. You're sick. It's 4 a.m. Get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm tired. So, chat, put he's running in the chat real quick.
No, they're not going to do that. You've been here for 4 hours. You don't run after 4 hours.
No, so good conversation, and yeah, we can do it again some other time.
All right,
Hanji,
have a good one.
What'd you say, Hanji?
M's was like, he's running.
Yeah,
He's just joking.
He's actually, don't put he's running, put he's walking slowly. He's falling. He tripped on a Lego. He's now knocked out on the floor, and this is where
Not the Lego.
Oh, don't step on the Lego.
Hanji, next time you have like a singing thing, let me know.
I'll let you know.
Yeah. All right. Good night, y'all.
All right, get some rest, man.
Good morning, whatever time it is.
All right, give him some dubs. He put up with me for a long time. I was kind of hard on him
I
at the
love it
beginning.
when you're
but
spicy.
here's the thing, though, is I want to like him, but he doesn't listen to arguments, and he repeats himself so many times. And I think that might be my pet peeve. I've thought to myself, why do I have heated arguments with some of the guests? And I've narrowed it down. I think there's one reason why it happens, is when I have to repeat my same argument 400 times to get them to concede to the obviousness of the argument, and we waste a half hour just to arrive at the conclusion that we could have arose at, I don't know, a half hour ago. It's just kind of frustrating me because the answer is pretty obvious, and they're just dancing around the obvious answers. I agree, though. You're right, King. I shouldn't be a Darth Thawkin host. I was a little rough on John, but the conversation started. I was incredulous the way he started it because he literally came up running the same argument he ran on me 8 months ago when I cooked him. And I asked him, are you really going to run the same argument on me that you ran 8 months ago? Is that the thing you're going to do? And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. And then he did it for like an hour. I was like, dude, I already cooked you on it. But anyways, that's enough
That
of
was
that.
fun.
It is, listen, I had a good time. It is 4:00. I was supposed to be off here 2 hours ago. I mean, I can go longer, but there's really no point. I've got to go to bed.
Oh my.
I've got to go to bed. And Hanji's in heat now, so we got to get her offline and into an ice bath. Hanji's got to get into an ice bath. She's in a lot of trouble. If there's anybody, yeah.
You bring in the ice?
No. Sorry. You're on your own. M might help you.
Probably.
I looked into the study that he. I
Oh, yeah.
looked into the study that he brought up. If you want to know
What?
a little bit more about it.
Wait.
So he mentioned
The
it's,
document?
Yes.
Okay.
He mentioned it was peer reviewed and it's published in a quote unquote respected journal. Number one, the authors on it. Are 3 people, only one of them being a doctor. And the doctor.
Only one of
every
them the
single paper
doctor?
he has- Yes, and just a second. Every single paper made by the doctor, his name is Dr. David, is about prayer. Literally has 2 publications, both of them being about prayer. The one about the case report about the 16-year-old, and the other one being a case report of instantaneous resolution of juvenile macular degeneration, blindness after proximal intercessory prayer. Both papers are about prayer. That is literally the entire doctor's entire portfolio.
That's all he's got.
And the thing is, when you go, just a second, when you go to his actual association, he's associated with an institute called the Global Medicine Research Institution. Do you want to pull that up?
I'm doing it right now, y'all. It's the global what?
It's the Global Medicine Research Institution. It is a institution for Christian medicine.
Oh yeah, I'm looking. Okay, so I'm
When
looking at
you
it right
go
now. It's global.
When you go to their about, Global Medicine Research
I'm gonna
Institution.
put it up on the screen. All right, this is
Go to their about.
bridging the gap between science and faith. That's their main page. Their main page
Go to about.
is bridging the gap between science and faith. This is
It
unreal.
gets worse. It gets worse. Go to about.
I'm sure this is a peer-reviewed, trustworthy source.
Just a second. Go to about, and then go to why.
All right, RY. I think it's this button here.
Yes. Read the top. Read the top. The header.
Okay, you cannot afford not to support GMRI. Why?
The picture first. The picture first.
sorry.
Read what is on it.
Oh yeah, I believe God heals, but why should I support GM? They're raising funds. They're asking for money. They're publishing these reports to extort believers
down.
for their money.
Go down to their message, to their mission. They have a mission. Go down to it.
All right, let's see where it's at. I think these are the mission statements.
Yes.
Establish
a medical research field.
in Christian spiritual healing. See, here's the thing. These people, these Christians, will just pull up any medical document. And this is why I was so reluctant to read it, because I knew if you just dig into it, you'll find all the problems. I always do.
This isn't even
I've been doing this for many years.
This isn't even the biggest problem. Go to their about and then their research thing. It's going to explain to you how they get the cases. I just submitted a case myself about claiming to have been cured.
Okay.
So,
there's a couple submissions here. I want to get
go to about, and then our research. Like go to about. It's going to say our research protocol. Yes.
Okay. Find out more about the research protocol. The research protocol so far is someone praying over someone. Okay, obtaining medical records. Those he says if you experience a change in your health during or after prayer, we invite you to obtain your before and after medical records related to the change. Diagnostic exams are especially important, and if possible, it is preferable to have the same type of before and after exam, which is what I told John previously. There's just tons of people praying, and eventually something's going to happen, and you're just going to blame it on God.
And the thing is, they purposely chose. They tell you on the site that it's going to be a peer-reviewed case report. But both of the papers that I gave you when you go to the journals they were published on, the first one, the one about the blindness, was published in Explore New York. If you go to their criteria, it says, well, it gives specifically the case reports. It says case reports, and then explains what a case report is and what they take from case reports. It says they're not subject to peer review on the journal. And then the other one, which was the one where the one with the 16-year-old.
Yeah.
It was complementary therapies in medicine. By the way, both Explore and this journal do alternative medicine and spirituality. They literally have in the description spirituality.
So,
anyways,
as anyone could have predicted, it's a bogus research project put on to scam people out of their money using bad data, bad practices, and obscuring all of the many hundreds and hundreds of people that they've prayed for, and no one's ever got any answer back. Just like I said it would happen.
The complementary therapies in medicine, the other journal. What does it say? It says we do not consider case reports when it's explaining what they review.
What's the name of the other one? I want to write it down now. What was it?
So go to sciencedirect.com.
That's what it was.
Complementary therapies in medicine. No, so the journal name is complementary therapies in medicine.
Okay, I'm on.
And read their.
There is an about sciencedirect.com website. I'm actually curious to know if sciencedirect.com is a branch of the website that we just went to and is just trying to look authoritative. There's physical science and engineering, life sciences, health sciences, social sciences, and humanities. What was I looking for, M?
Ems, are you still with us?
I think we lost him.
Dr. Blitz said he can explain.
Oh yeah, come on up, Blitz.
All right, I'll bring him up.
Oh, we got you back now.
I think my mic just, yeah. So Science Direct and then space, complementary therapies in medicine.
So Science Direct is a repository website.
Yes.
So it's not like a journal. And it's legit. It's just a repository.
Yes, I'm telling him to go to the journal Complementary Therapies in Medicine because the guy came up and he said that it was peer reviewed, but when you go to the actual journal, it states explicitly, both of the journals he brought up, they do not peer review case reports. Neither of them do.
The Journal of Integrative and Complementary Medicine?
Complementary Therapies in Medicine.
Oh, okay. Complementary.
It's going to tell you it does not consider case reports, and the Explore one says explicitly that they do not peer review case reports.
All right,
None of them are peer reviewed.
On Science Direct, it says complementary therapies in medicine is an international peer-reviewed journal that has considerable appeal to anyone who seeks objective and critical information on complementary therapies or wish to deepen their understanding of these approaches. But that is from their own website. That's not from...
So Science Direct basically they don't vet journals. They basically just put everything up there as a place where you can just search for things.
They just call it peer-reviewed because it's public.
No, those words probably weren't even written by Science Direct.
Oh,
they literally probably it's just like a scraping site. They just scrape.
It was a scrape, yeah.
Peer-reviewed. The only people who called it peer-reviewed was the Christian nationalist thingy.
Right.
They said it's peer-reviewed, but they're choosing journals which explicitly do not peer-review the case studies, the case reports that they give.
They certainly don't. I should have asked him. I meant to ask him and then I forgot, but I wanted to ask him who actually did the peer review.
Well, usually you don't know.
It's
usually anonymous.
It's anonymous. They blink out the names of the editor or the reviewer himself or themselves, and the people who are publishing the work. But in this specific one, it literally tells you it's not peer-reviewed. It doesn't undergo the peer review process, neither in the Explorer journal or in this one.
So, as I suspected, and I had good reason to suspect, because this is always the case when these miracle claims come up, because this is not the first time it's happened. This kind of nonsense I've been dealing with for a long time. Again, it always just falls apart once you actually look into it deeply, and they're hoping that you're going to read their cherry-picked information and never look back into it. Welcome, friendly.
Hey, friendly.
Hello. Give me 1 second.
And the thing is, like, when you're in medicine, when you're especially in emergency,
Okay.
you see a lot
Can
of
you guys hear
people
me?
pray. Yes. And
Okay,
from those
so
people
I
praying,
actually did
they almost
I did
Go
some
ahead.
videos on this because I actually was debating John and Than on this, and I looked into it, and so specifically the one on macular degeneration. In case anybody in the audience doesn't know, I'm a PA student right now, so I'm studying medicine, and I tried to explain to them medically things like that kind of make sense to the story that's being told. Fan gave me the study. I looked it up, looked up the evidence. It's atrocious. I put it all on my page, but it's literally, it goes down to one night with no evidence. No one saw this. One night she was prayed over, and then the next day she was healed, but she didn't see a doctor for 2 years after the fact. And then there's nothing from then on until like 2012, where she had cataract surgery and her eyesight wasn't still even like fixed. So the healing of her eyes didn't even fix anything from God.
It's temporary, is that what you're saying?
No. So the claim is that she had macular degeneration and her vision was 400/20. And then after the prayer, it jumped up to like 120/20 or something like that. And I'm like, so God didn't even fully fix her vision. And then decades later, she has cataract surgery, and her vision is still not like 20/20. It's not perfect. So she would still need glasses after the prayer, after cataract surgery.
But she was healed.
But she was healed,
I mean,
right?
you can't expect God to like give you 20/20, like 40/20.
His
He's not that good. He's not that
His
good.
powers kind of work, you know. They're like, there's kind of work. But the research article itself, so Science Direct is where it's put on, but where it's published from is like Science Journal and something else. I forgot the name.
It is Explore. It was published in Explore.
Well, no, that's not the article though. It's
It
the
is the
article
journal.
itself is something else. Science Journal and something else. But what that journal actually is, when you bring it up, and I'll try to find it real quick. When you actually look into it, it's a journal for, or an article for
you mean
supernatural, so non-science things.
I have it up.
So
I have
quack
it up.
science.
I have it up for you. So
Yeah,
the
and it
name
says
of
it
the
on their
journal.
thing. Yeah.
The name of the journal is Explore, but the full name of it is the Journal of Science and Healing. What does it say? It says the Journal of Science and Healing addresses the scientific principles behind an application of evidence-based healing practices of the wide varieties of sources, including conventional, alternative, and cross-cultural medicine. And it also mentions spirituality.
Yes. So basically, it's like Eastern medicine type of thing. So it's like if you eat garlic enough, that could cure your heart disease. Like that's the type of studies that go there, right? Or like if you pour oregano oil on your head, it can cure your rectal cancer. You know, that type of studies. And you're like, no, that's not how that works in science, right? And so the one that's published here, you guys already mentioned that it's funded by a church, right? The Global Medicine or whatever it was.
Oh, is that a church?
So they work with
a
churches.
foundation from the church.
Okay.
Yeah.
They mentioned in their, like when you go to the declarations, they give thanks to a specific church.
Yeah, so they actually, at the very bottom of the study, it says, thank you to X church, I forgot the name. Thank you for the church for funding this. So it's literally church funded. It's a biased source of funding. The people aren't medical doctors who are even writing it.
It
And
sounded
it's just
that way
like-
when I read it. It was using very churchy words. I was like, this doesn't sound like something you'd see in a medical report.
The chief author is called Clarissa. She's a biologist.
Yeah,
Nothing
and by the
medicine.
way, when they say peer-reviewed, because I got into this debate and I had to go down this rabbit hole, they say, oh, it is peer-reviewed. What they mean by that is on the website, and I looked into it because I have access through my school. What it means is that you can pay $200 and you will, quote-unquote, have it peer-reviewed. Now, it doesn't tell you who's reviewing it. It just says if you publish with us, it will be, quote-unquote, peer-reviewed. Not by a medical doctor, just peer-reviewed, quote-unquote.
That's called a predatory journal, and they're everywhere. Basically, you can just pay to have your thing published. So
correct.
I don't know how it is in.
We have it in
other
engineering
fields.
too.
Yeah,
I love
mean,
how
like,
all of us nerds are like breaking night right now.
I heard it and I wanted to come up because I talked to John and Than about this, and when I showed them that the lady who had macular degeneration, she had a thyroid disease, and this is spotted early on when she was 19, and then throughout the study you see that she's on thyroid medication. I pointed out to them, like, how do you know she didn't have a thyroid disease that affected her ocular motor nerves? Maybe it was cleared up, maybe she had Graves' disease or something like that, and then that is what actually was cleared up and was actually just a misdiagnosis, because the original diagnosis was like 1959 or something like that. And I'm like, you're talking about the 50s, dude. Like, the science back then was not, and the medical stuff was not as great. Right, it's different. And like, we have way better technology now, so it could have just been a misdiagnosis. And when I brought all this to them, they just ghosted me. They haven't talked to me since, and it's been months.
Facts be damned.
Wow.
The facts don't matter. We just need to hold on to anything that will allow us to maintain our irrational faith. Despite the fact that I literally got John to admit that this book is just made up. It's just fiction.
I saw, dude. You cooked so hard, dude. I was like, please, he's a crisp. He's a crisp in the bottom of the oven,
afraid
dude.
of this book.
How can it be made up if Jerusalem's a real place?
Stop it,
Damn
Blitz.
Dr. Blitz has a point. Guys, I think I might be Christian again. Oh, damn it, Blitz.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, you got me on that one. You got me. I'm reconverting, guys.
There is no
I feel
argument.
the holy tingles again.
All up in your hole. I mean, soul. Oh.
You know what surprised me though, and I don't like to talk about people that I debated once they're gone. I think that's mean. I don't want to keep doing that to them. But I was a little baffled that he just flat out admitted he didn't think any of the laws of Moses came from Moses. That was insane.
Yeah, that was a first.
Yeah, that was actually crazy.
Why do you follow a book where you say half of it is fiction?
I wouldn't. Nope.
And
what's the point?
Let alone preach it.
Right. How does this book have any authority in your
be
church if it's not
prejudiced
true?
Because of it. Not just that. If it's 50% false, why be bigoted because of it?
That's what I asked him. What percentage has to be false before I just say it's not real, it's not reliable? And he wouldn't answer. Oh, well.
That's crazy. Well, everyone, good night. I hope that the holy tingles touch you tonight and God comes inside of you and touches you.
Thank you, Pastor
love
Friendly.
all
Thank
of
you.
I just want to say, God has touched my holy tingles in places you wouldn't even imagine. So, take that with a grain of salt, you atheist, okay?
Checkmate, atheist.
Checkmate, atheist, yep.
Checkmate. Checkmate, Dr. Blitz, you atheist.
You got me.
All right, peace and love.
Thanks for being here,
Love you,
Friendly. We missed you, man.
How do you all grow up with like this whole like Jesus will come inside you rhetoric that is so common? Like it's so like how do you not just burst into laughter?
You do.
As like a 13-year-old.
We did.
Yeah, I see it a lot on like Christian side of TikTok. Just on my FYP, like I'll see certain Christian lives and I'm like, oh my God, I thought the satires were just fucking around. No, they really say shit like that. Like I was in shock.
Yeah, solo Darth did not come back. He lasted 10 seconds and then ran. Once he realized that I wasn't just going to let him take over my live and run his script, he ran really fast. I told him bluntly, we're going to read the Bible and talk about the Bible, and he split in no time flat. I barely had time to blink.
I think he lasted 19 minutes on my live a few months ago.
These Christians hate the Bible.
Amazing.
They literally hate the Bible, and then they get up here and complain that we're going to call them less educated Christians. I get less educated Christians up here, and they want to argue the Bible with me. And then these intelligent Christians get up in here, and I force them to read the Bible. I have to force them to read it, and then when I force them to read it, I will get them to concede anything. I'll get them to concede that none of this actually came from God if it takes it.
Well, I mean, the thing is the Bible has been so heavily mythologized over the last 2,000 years or 1,900 years, whatever, that Christianity isn't about what's in the Bible anymore, right?
not.
So Dark Dawkins is a diehard Christian, but he doesn't. But like you said, he doesn't care about what's in the Bible. He has, he's a there's this ultimate reality justification, and it's like that has nothing to do with Christianity. Like that could just as well be like the demiurge or whatever from a Greek philosophical understanding. Like it has nothing to do with Christianity.
And they will fight tooth and nail on their bad philosophical points to prove that the God of the Bible is real, but then they refuse to read the book. They will not read it, which is why that's all I do on this live is read the book.
I'm not going to lie. When they say that they don't follow the Bible, I think Gnosticism.
Yeah.
Like they believe in a prime mover, but they don't believe in the book. And it's just like, well, just say you're Gnostic and make it easier.
The Phil Bros are just
The thing
Gnostics.
This is why I find Christian debates kind of
But hold on, if they're Gnostics, then they go to super hell, and they can't have that.
Damn it, Blitz.
Yep.
They just make up whatever they want to make up for the scenario they're in.
Yeah.
If they want to believe in this verse today, they believe in it. Tomorrow, they don't.
Mhm.
When you're debating Muslims, oh yes, he went up on that donkey and he split the moon. That's literally how they operate.
It's true.
What's the deal with that? Can anyone explain that? Like, how do people think that happened?
I just want to know about the toilet jinns. Is that really a thing?
Yes.
Oh my God, no.
So, the thing is, in Islam, you can technically get pregnant from a jinn. It's like in the scripture.
Are they
a jinn
hot?
could impregnate a human.
Have
The
you
thing
seen?
is, it is
Have you seen Aladdin? Like,
so the thing-
I've seen the jinns in Mirage in my Assassin's Creed gameplay. Are they hot?
They're
so
blue.
Nobody knows. They come to you. They can come to you in visions, or come to you pretending to be humans or
I bet
animals.
they can come to you.
You know what though? of all the like spiritual things that could or would exist, I would believe in toilet jinns way before I believed in Yahweh.
Wasn't there a movie about that where like a spirit crawls out of the toilet or something? Wasn't that a movie?
I don't know.
Shazam was a
I'm
movie.
about to say it's gotta be Shazam. I saw it. I watched the movie. Okay, don't tell me I'm a liar.
I did too. Like, don't blame the Mandela.
I rented
effect on
it.
this
You're a
one.
liar,
I seen
I'm
it.
sorry.
You want to hear a funny joke?
It didn't star Shaq.
According to
it
Islam, according to
I'm
Islam,
sorry.
some jinns are atheist.
Oh, no way.
What?
Wait, I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Some jinns are
According to
atheists,
Islam,
which is really
some
funny.
jinns are atheist.
That's like saying that, like, oh, I don't believe in humans. Like, no, humans aren't real.
Yeah, that doesn't make it.
Except
How can a
for the
jinn be an atheist?
women.
That actually brings up a good question. When people say that I'm a demon, it's a contradiction to their worldview because I would be the thing that I don't believe in.
So you have atheist jinns, you have Muslim jinns, you have Jewish jinns, and you have Christian jinns, and Hindu jinns.
I like the Bombay
The Jewish
Sapphire
jinns-
gin.
Do the Jewish jinns eat shellfish?
Oh my God, Splits.
It's okay. I'm Jewish. I'm allowed to say that.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Oh boy.
Perfect.
That's pretty funny. Yes, Daniel, there are Mormon jinns too. I'm sure of it. They help to
they wear the
translate the
special
plates.
underpants?
Yeah, they got to wear the underpants. Oh boy, I'm getting the bedtime sillies now. We've been live for 10 and a half hours, guys.
Yeah.
I've had the bed. I only got like 3 hours of sleep last night because it's morning for me. And so I've had bedtime sillies for 4 hours.
I get that.
Yeah.
All right, friends, I'm going to bed. You guys, you don't have to stay. You don't have to go home, but you don't have to stay here. But I am going to go to bed and get some sleep. And then, well, I guess we'll see you guys on Sunday. Thanks for sticking it out. We had a long night. We had a lot of guests. We talked to John for, I don't know, a day and a half. And M, thank you. Dr. Blitz, thank you for your expertise because I didn't have time to fact check this article. I knew that somebody already had. I talked to Benny, I think, at some point, and somebody else who already looked at this article and fact checked it. So I knew that there was problems with it, but I didn't have any of the data with me because I got to be honest, I didn't think he was ever coming back to my live after our first discussion like 8 months ago because he ran away with his tail between his legs really hard the first time. So I'm a little bit surprised that he had the balls to come back and run this dumb argument.
It was his redemption era.
He really thought he was going to do it.
After reading their like website and their organization's like mission and stuff, you would think they have a bias, right? In their paper, in their declaration of bias, they say no interest to be declared.
Get out. They're the declaration of bias that they just skipped over and said we don't have any.
Yes.
Christians are the most dishonest people in the world. They will read anything in this book and say the words don't mean what the words mean. They will write anything on a piece of research and call it peer-reviewed and credible. They will do anything to support their crumbling worldview. Thank you so much, Em.
Thank you so much for
him.
joining us, gentlemen.
Blitz, thank you for
we
being
really
here.
appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, guys. Love you guys. I'm going to head off to bed. We'll reconvene on Sunday. And who's ever live tomorrow, let's have some fun. I'm not live tomorrow, but are you guys live tomorrow, anyone?
I usually just troll other people's lives on the weekends.
Okay. All right.
This is a matter of policy.
Sounds good.
If you guys see anything good, send it over to me. I'm going to be doom scrolling Saturday. I'm just chilling. So I hope you guys have a great holiday weekend.
Same.
And we'll see you guys again on Sunday.
It a holiday?
Yeah.
Good night, Ems.
Monday. It's a long weekend.
Oh, well, okay. I don't know what long weekend it is, but I live 6,000 miles away, so.
That's all right. I actually don't fully understand. There's like Labor Day and Memorial Day, and they're almost the same holiday in America, and I always get them mixed. And I know there's somebody with like many years of service that are yelling at the screen right now because I don't know the difference, but nobody in my family ever served.
Is about unions. Memorial Day is about veterans.
That makes sense. Okay,
About
so
dead veterans.
one is about actual labor, but which one falls on which holiday? Because I don't remember.
Labor Day is on Labor.
When's Labor Day? That's what I'm saying. I don't even know the holidays.
I don't know what the date is.
You're American, Justin. You're supposed to know this. I don't know this.
literally, all I know is that there's at the very beginning of September I get a day off, and like the ending of April or something I get a day off, and that's all I know. No one cares. I've never worked for a
Memorial
union
Day is
shop.
about dead veterans, I think.
That makes sense.
And then Veterans Day is about living ones.
Yeah, I could see that.
Oh.
I could see that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Labor Day and Memorial. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, that's self-explanatory.
The naming makes sense, but I'll never remember which one falls on which because I've never been part of an organization that did anything for either of those holidays. We've never had any celebrations, any luncheons. We've never had any signs posted. We never did anything about it in school. Our school didn't care. I went to a Catholic school. And so, like, it's just never been a part of my life. And nobody in my family was I had one father and some people that worked for the audio union, but they didn't care about their Labor Day. And my grandfather served in the military, but he didn't do anything for Memorial Day. It was just like it's just a day off.
Nobody does anything for these days.
I know, they're just days off.
Does anything.
Only cared about God.
That's right. At least you don't have to go to church on these holidays.
Right.
All right, guys. I'm going to bed for real. We love you guys. We'll see you again in 2 days. 1 day now. One day.
Yep.